Introduction. In a realm of swords and sorcery, where lords cultivate their lands and nurture their domains, a soul from Blue Star is reborn as a newly hatched black dragon. The grim tidings reveal that the dragon's mother has caught the attention of the kingdom, which has dispatched a dragon-slaying army. However, the silver lining lies in the awakening of a unique talent derived from the character Kog'Maw from League of Legends, known as Feast. Feast. This ability transforms consumed matter into growth for the body, thereby enhancing both strength and size. As this ability accumulates layer upon layer, the emergence of a terrifying black dragon, one that feasts upon stars and dimensions, becomes inevitable. Udi, I shall consume. Chapter 1. Birth and the Feast. In a vast, dark, damp lair that exudes the scent of decay, 3 dragon eggs, each half the height of a man, stand upright upon the ground. Suddenly, one of the eggs cracks open with a sharp sound. From within, a black hatchling, roughly the size of a large dog, struggles to emerge. The hatchling is sticky, its diminutive wings drooping against its back, and its oversized head appears somewhat foolish compared to its slender body. As Likunba opens his eyes, he is greeted by the sight of a gaunt, black-scaled behemoth, with gray horns arching forward and scales tightly adhering to its skeletal face, all complemented by thick bones and protruding spines, exuding an aura of both majesty and grotesqueness. Momentarily bewildered, he gazes down at his new form, an infant dragon, glistening with translucent slime. Udi Targaryen Diablo Aatrox Mephisto. Sigmund, he instinctively utters, recognizing the true name of a dragon. With the utterance of this lengthy name, Likunba comprehends his new reality. He has been reborn as a black dragon, a member of the malevolent 5-color dragons of a particular multiverse. Looking up at the imposing figure of his dragon mother, he feels a tumult of emotions. However, reflecting on the suffering of his previous life, he silently accepts his new identity. Isn't it preferable to be a mighty dragon, perched at the apex of the food chain, endowed with unparalleled power and magic, than to remain an ordinary human? Likunba muses. From this moment onward, he shall be known as Udi Sigmund. As for Likunba, that name shall be relegated to the recesses of memory. Lyanna gazes down upon her newly born son, and the icy demeanor in her yellow dragon eyes softens slightly upon hearing him invoke the dragon's true name. A massive, shark-like carcass surfaces from a nearby pool, drifting slowly before crashing heavily to the ground before Udi, stirring up a cloud of dust. Udi stares in astonishment, pondering the source of this power magic. As a newly hatched dragon, the vast knowledge contained within the dragon's heritage has yet to fully resonate with him. Lowering his gaze, Udi observes the corpse of the shark, its flesh encrusted with mud, emanating a faint odor of rot. It appears utterly repulsive, yet Udi's dragon instincts compel him to perceive it as a delectable feast. Caught in a conflict between his former human sensibilities and the instincts of his new form, Udi hesitates, uncertain whether to approach the grotesque food. However, his mother pays no heed to his indecision, turning her colossal body toward the depths of the lair, ultimately curling up in a nest adorned with treasures, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Udi lowers his head and chooses to nibble on his own eggshell, feeling a certain aversion to the repugnant food. Newly hatched dragons often consume their eggshells as their first meal. The shells are rich in trace elements, and by consuming them, the hatchling can quickly harden its soft scales and gain a semblance of combat prowess. Crunch, crunch. After only a few bites of the shell, Udi freezes in awe. Before him, several lines of text slowly materialize. Udi, biological level 1, class level none. Length, 2.4 m. Vitality, 2.5. Current feast layers, 0. Feast level 1 progress, 5. What is this? Udi, momentarily stunned, begins to discern the purpose of this talent, instantly filled with elation. Isn't this the passive ability Feast of Kog'Maw, the Void Terror? Of course, it differs somewhat from the ability in the game. Perhaps due to the reality of this world or his draconic lineage, the Feast talent manifests in Udi as a means to convert consumed matter into energy for bodily growth, enhancing both strength and size. Moreover, the layers of the Feast ability are limitless. Udi grins, revealing his still juvenile dragon teeth, and gazes at the remaining eggshell. I shall consume. The sounds of crunching fill the air as the progress of the first layer of the feast steadily increases. 5, 8, 15. Upon finishing the eggshell, the progress of the first layer of the feast reaches 23. Udi's gaze shifts to the enormous rotting shark, not far away. From the knowledge bestowed by the dragon's heritage, he learns that this is a favored delicacy of black dragons, the marsh demon shark. Adult marsh demon sharks can reach level 5 and measure up to 7 meters in length, categorizing them as mid-level magical beasts. Typically, only black dragons in their juvenile stage possess the capability to hunt such creatures, rendering this challenge far beyond the reach of a mere hatchling like Udi. As the aroma of the rotting shark's flesh wafts toward him, Udi can no longer suppress his physical hunger. Disregarding all notions of revulsion, he opens his jaws wide, revealing his short, sharp teeth, and sinks them into the shark's decaying wound. Splash! Delicious! Satisfying! The putrid flesh, mingled with relatively fresh organs, creates an extraordinary flavor. No wonder black dragons delight in such seemingly repugnant food, Udi muses. Subsequently, all thoughts dissolve into a singular focus. Consume, consume, consume. Once the feast commences, an insatiable hunger from the depths of Udi's body and soul gradually overwhelms his rationality, only to return once the feast concludes. Within the vast, dark, damp lair, the terrifying sounds of Udi tearing, swallowing, and gnawing echo throughout. As Udi's consciousness returns, he realizes that a significant portion of the 7-meter-long marsh demon shark has vanished, with only the stark white bones remaining a testament to Udi's voracious appetite. Though the hatchling possesses an impressive capacity for consumption, it is contingent upon the nature of the food. The energy contained within the flesh of the marsh demon shark far exceeds that of ordinary beasts, making Udi's ability to devour such a substantial portion of the creature remarkable for one so newly born. Yet, at this moment, Udi's thoughts are elsewhere. Upon reaching 100 progress in the feast, Udi's consciousness is drawn into an ethereal realm in this seemingly boundless and ethereal realm, Udi could distinctly perceive the fortification of his physique. His neural responses, cognitive abilities, magical resistance, physical resistance, volumetric density, velocity, strength, endurance, vision, visceral functions, adaptability, biological magnetic field intensity, bone density, muscle fibers, skin thickness, keratin layer, memory, soul, and myriad other attributes were all gradually, yet steadily evolving towards the form of a paragon of biological perfection. Chapter 2. Dragon Brother and Sister. As a day elapsed, the metamorphosis of his body came to a conclusion, and Udi awoke in the realm of reality. He gazed upon his current form. His previous length of 2.4 meters had now expanded to an impressive 2.9 metersa, significant increase of half a meter. The once tender scales and diminutive wings had transformed into sleek, glossy ebony plates, considerably thicker and evidently bolstering his defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the wings had grown substantially, their skeletal membranes now more robust. My body has become remarkably stronger, Udi mused with delight. He then turned his attention to his status panel. Udi, biological level 1.2, professional level, none. Length, 2.4 m to 2.9 m. Vitality, 2.5 to 3.5. Current feast layers, 1. Feast cooldown time, 30 days. First and foremost, his vitality had risen from 2.5 to 3.5. Vitality signifies the comprehensive strength of the body and the energy level of a living entity. The higher the vitality, the stronger the prowess. Many frail-blooded creatures, such as humans, find that enhancing their vitality not only augments their power, but also extends their lifespan. However, for Udi, a dragon, this enhancement in vitality would solely manifest as an increase in strength without extending his lifespan. This is attributable to the formidable potential of a dragon's bloodline. For humans, a slight elevation in vitality may equate to breaking through their bloodline limitations. Yet for dragons, particularly those in their juvenile stage, even a 10-point increase in vitality would still fall far short of their bloodline's apex. Thus, when my vitality reaches the zenith of my black dragon lineage, and I subsequently augment the layers of the feast, my lifespan will indeed be extended to a certain extent. Udi felt a surge of excitement within. Dragons inherently possess an extensive lifespan. Even a lowly white dragon among the chromatic dragons enjoys a lifespan of around 2 millennia. Upon attaining legendary status, their lifespan could be significantly prolonged. In contrast, most human elites, even upon reaching legendary status, typically only enjoy a lifespan of 7 to 8 centuries. Only archmages and certain formidable special classes may exceed a millennium after achieving legendary rank. Yet, when compared to a newly hatched dragon, they still pale in comparison. This disparity is rooted in the essence of their bloodlines. In addition to his vitality, Udi noted that his biological level had also ascended from level 1 to level 2. The dragon's legacy offers an intricate interpretation of biological levels. This level denotes the inherent power tier of extraordinary beings, which escalates with their growth. As a black dragon, even without the feast as a talent, Udi's biological level would inexorably rise with the passage of time, progressing from the initial level 1 to level 19. As for level 20, it resides within the legendary domain, a challenging threshold. Even for the apex magical creatures like dragons, only the exceptional may cross this threshold. However, among the 5 chromatic dragons, the probabilities and challenges faced by red and white dragons in achieving legendary status are unequivocally dissimilar. The former can attain this status with relative ease during their elder stages, while the latter, even upon reaching their peak in extreme old age, face a considerably low chance of breaking into legendary prowess. Udi consolidated his scattered thoughts and directed his gaze to the final line of text on the panel. Feast cooldown time, 30 days. There remains a cooldown period, Udi remarked with mild irritation. Yet, this displeasure was fleeting after all. A month of cooldown might seem lengthy to humans, but for dragons, it is merely the blink of an eye. 1 layer of feast accumulates in a month, leading to 12 layers in a year. This is more than sufficient to create a significant distance between me and other dragons, Udi contemplated quietly. Having pondered extensively, Udi soon grew weary. He surveyed his surroundings and chose a nearby corner, not far from the mire, to rest. Curling his body, his head connected with his stout tail, forming a dark circular shape, he drifted into a deep slumber. Juvenile dragons are inherently sleepy, and through slumber, they can accelerate their growth. 5 days swiftly passed. Upon awakening, Udi leisurely resumed his meal of the unfinished mire shark. After 5 days in the dim, damp cave, the shark had decayed even further, enhancing its flavor. Psychologically repulsed, Udi's body, however, reveled in the experience, caught in a paradox of discomfort and pleasure. Udi's ears perked at the sound of commotion nearby, and he turned to investigate the source. It was the 2 unhatched dragon eggs. Udi recalled the timeline. It was about time. Typically, dragon eggs laid by mothers hatch within the same time frame, rarely differing by more than 10 days. Udi had utilized a day for feast evolution and had slept for 5 days, making today the 7th day since his birth. As Udi watched with curiosity, the 2 black dragon eggs cracked open, revealing 2 large, adorable black heads. Helios. Sigmund. The newly hatched female dragon uttered in a tender dragon tone. Brook. Sigmund. A young male dragon too. After the newly hatched sister and brother called out, they stared with innocent eyes, searching for their mother. Where's our mother? The gaze of the sister and brother fixated on Udi. Where's our mother? Helios inquired without hesitation. Udi raised an eyebrow. Dragons possess brow ridges, feeling a twinge of annoyance. The tone of the newly emerged sister was rather brusque. Turning his back to them, Udi resumed feasting on the delectable mire shark on the ground, the crunching sounds resonating loudly, quite tantalizing for a dragon. Stop! That is the food our mother left for me, Helios exclaimed, noticing Udi's silence. However, without needing a response from Udi, she sensed the immense aura emanating from the depths of the lair, her heart easing as she followed Udi's eating motion and discovered the remnants of the mire shark, prompting her to rush forward, breaking free from the constraints of her egg. The evidently slower brother Brook quickly followed suit, breaking free from his egg and racing after Helios towards Udi, shouting, "Wait for me. That belongs to me too." The 2 little dragons, each just over 2 meters in length, dashed to Udi's side. Udi leisurely lifted his head. First, he flicked his tail, sending sister Helios tumbling away, then delivered a punch that sent brother Brook rolling back twice. The mire shark is protected by me, Udi. Current publicly available information. Mire shark, the adult organisms attain a biological level of 5, with an average length ranging between 6.58 meters. The potential magical abilities they can awaken include metallic serration for ordinary individuals and sludge manipulation for exceptional specimens. They favor habitats such as freshwater and marshlands, exhibiting a penchant for slaughter. Even after satiating their hunger, they derive pleasure from tormenting weaker creatures, embodying the essence of solitary and formidable monstrosities. Chapter 3. The authority of the eldest brother, the siblings, the dragon sister Helios, and the dragon brother Brook. shook their slightly dazed heads, and glared at Udi with malice in their eyes. Udi swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth and slowly straightened his body. With his foreclaws crossed over his chest, he extended a single dragon finger from his left claw, mockingly beckoning the dragon siblings. Although Helois and Brooke did not comprehend the gesture, the palpable scorn behind it ignited their youthful fervor, prompting them to charge at Udi with fervent roars. In Udi's eyes, the rapid sprint of the two young dragons, comparable to that of a cheetah, appeared sluggish. He merely stepped slightly to the left, evading Helois's assault. With a swift flick of his agile tail, he struck her on the head, sending her tumbling into the muddy pit. In that instant, a powerful left hook sent Brooke, who had attempted to strike with his head, soaring half a meter into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice. How dare such weaklings provoke their elder brother? Udi regarded the two young dragons, Helois, feigning unconsciousness with her head submerged in the muddy water, and Brooke, sprawled on the ground, exposing his belly and rolling his eyes in pretense. Externally, he scoffed, yet internally, he reveled in delight. Had he not participated in the feast, and merely been born 5 days earlier, he undoubtedly would not have been able to withstand their combined efforts. Yet, there are no what-ifs. He had simply been endowed with extraordinary prowess. A few minutes later, the bruised and battered Helois and Brooke raised their dragon rears and, with their foreclaws, hoisted their largest pieces of eggshell, shamefully shouting, "Elder brother, please enjoy our eggshells." Udi looked upon his obedient siblings with satisfaction, accepting the 2 pieces of eggshell and leisurely munching on them. Helois's was flavored like tomato chips, quite delightful. Brooke's, however, was a bizarre chocolate flavor. After sampling the siblings' humble apology in the form of eggshells, Udi remarked that they were nowhere near as robust as his own. "Elder brother, may we eat now?" Brooke inquired cautiously, watching Udi relish his treat while greedily eyeing his own eggshell, his stomach growling in hunger. Helois remained silent, but cast a hopeful gaze towards Udi. Since their birth and subsequent thrashing by Udi, they had not consumed a morsel of food and were utterly drained. Had circumstances been different, they would not have so easily submitted or offered their largest piece of eggshell to this detestable creature. It was indeed a supreme humiliation. "Very well, eat." Udi waved his claws dismissively, leisurely returning to the muddy pit where he had initially lain down to rest. Having satisfied his appetite and completed his post-meal exercise, he felt it was time to sleep. As Udi closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, the two young dragons, Helois and Brooke, exchanged a glance, their originally humble expressions transforming into fierce determination. Subsequently, they commenced voraciously consuming their own eggshells in unison. "That detestable elder brother, once I finish my meal, I shall trample him underfoot." Helois, the female dragon, bore a deep-seated grudge, attributing her inability to defeat Udi to the absence of eggshell nourishment. For a newly hatched dragon, the eggshells provide a slight metamorphosis, significantly enhancing the hardness of their scales. Brooke contemplated, "My elder brother is formidable. Once I finish the eggshell, I shall feast upon the remains of the swamp demon shark. After my body undergoes another transformation, I will challenge him again. I will prove that I am the strongest." As Brooke devoured the eggshell, he greedily eyed the remnants of the swamp demon shark in the distance. Udi had consumed a substantial portion of the shark during his inaugural feast, and upon awakening from slumber, had indulged again. Despite this, the adult swamp demon shark measured over 7 meters in length and weighed nearly 4 tons, leaving behind a considerable mass of flesh and blood, sufficient for a newly hatched dragon to feast upon. Of course, if there were 2 of them. Stealing a glance at his sister Helois, who was engrossed in her meal, Brooke assessed her size and felt a resurgence of courage that he had lost in the presence of Udi. "If I cannot defeat Udi, how could I possibly be bested by you?" Helois, acutely aware of Brooke's malicious gaze as she consumed her eggshell, bared her teeth in response. "You, Brooke, who cannot even contend with that scoundrel Udi, think you can overcome me?" Thus began a contest between the 2 fledgling dragons. Having swiftly finished their eggshells, they charged toward the remains of the swamp demon shark, each taking bites, jostling for position as they feasted. Udi, roused by the commotion, opened his eyes and regarded his foolish siblings with a hint of displeasure. The 2 young dragons, caught in their struggle over food, froze momentarily. "Keep making that noise, and neither of you shall eat." Udi huffed coldly. Helois and Brooke exchanged glances, reluctantly halting their skirmish and resuming their meal with decorum. Though Helois had just resolved to confront Udi after finishing her eggshell, the memory of the pain inflicted by him quickly quelled her bravado. Next time, she vowed silently. As for Brooke, he recognized the disparity in strength between himself and Udi, and thus refrained from challenging his elder brother in a moment of weakness. With the ruckus subsiding, Udi contentedly closed his eyes once more, curling into a circle and sinking back into deep slumber. In the fledgling dragon phase, there was little to occupy their time. Sleeping was far more beneficial for growth and strength. Deep within the dragon's lair, the black dragoness, sprawled upon her treasure, witnessed the farcical scene before gradually closing her eyes and surrendering to sleep. Though surprised to find that all 3 of her eggs had hatched into true dragons, the black dragoness at this moment only desired sleep. Children, after all, are of far less importance than rest. Were it not for the thought that any dragon beast born would need to be discarded at once, she would hardly want to stir. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had elapsed. It had been 27 days since Udi's birth, and less than 3 days remained until the next grand feast began. Deep within the dragon lair, situated 100 meters beneath the rotting swamp, the second dragon war ignited. Brook, whose body had grown somewhat since the previous half-month, let out a low growl as he charged at Udi. Udi, the strongest as I. With a length of 3 meters, Udi bared his cold dragon teeth, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Brook, allow me to remind you once more what it means to challenge the authority of an elder brother. Lurking maliciously behind Udi, Eldest awaited the opportune moment to ambush when Udi would reveal a weakness under Brook's assault. In pursuit of greater ownership of food and to elevate their status within the lair, the 2 young hatchlings had conferred and fought, and ultimately decided to confront Udi together. Chapter 4. The second feast. Udi's dragon claw met Brook's charging head with a firm resistance, while he sensed an imminent sneak attack from Eldest behind him, his expression remaining inscrutable. With a swift flick, his long tail struck Eldest squarely on the cheek, sending her sprawling to the ground. Eldest was down. A glint of cunning flickered in Brook's eyes as Udi's claw held his head in place. Suddenly, Brook's tail coiled around one of Udi's legs, and with a triumphant pull, he yanked fiercely. Udi's body shifted slightly, but quickly stilled. Slowly lowering his head, he observed the incredulous expression in Brook's eyes and smirked, delivering a powerful headbutt to his brother's skull. Brook fell, dazed and defeated. So weak, so slow. Against me, you could field 10 of you. Udi mocked, his voice echoing the disdain of an elder brother towards his fallen siblings. Of course, 10 was a bit exaggerated. 5 might be a more accurate challenge. Udi squinted at his younger siblings, who had grown from a mere 2 meters and 40 centimeters at birth to nearly 2 meters and 60 centimeters now. And he couldn't help but silently marvel. Truly, dragons grow swiftly in both strength and size. Even a single feast had not yielded great distance between them. In this battle, Udi had exerted nearly all his strength, and as time passed, if they continued to grow normally, the gap between Udi and his 2 younger siblings would inevitably narrow. Regrettably, the second feast was fast approaching, and within Udi's eyes lay a glimmer of anticipation and longing. Only 3 days remained until the cooling period of the feast would conclude. The grand feast required a substantial amount of food, and Udi contemplated the necessity of preparing in advance. He cast a glance into the depths of the dragon's lair, where the black dragon mother lay in slumber, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Since the birth of the 3 siblings, the black dragon mother had provided sustenance only twice. The first offering was a level 5 magical creature, the swamp magic shark, and the second was merely a beast known as the muscle bull. Beasts, magical creatures, and ferocious species, these are the 3 most common forms of life. Among them, beasts are the weakest in strength and nutritional value. A 3-ton muscle bull offers far less nourishment than the several hundred pounds of flesh from the swamp magic shark. The 3 young dragons, desperately in need of nutrition, devoured the entire muscle bull, skin and bones, within a single day. Now, 10 days had elapsed since they feasted on the muscle bull. When would the black dragon mother hunt again? Udi pondered gloomily. Udi was not only anxious about the timing of the black dragon mother's next hunt, but also concerned about the quality of the prey. If it were to be another muscle bull, Udi feared that even if he monopolized the entire creature, it would scarcely be sufficient to satisfy the requirements for the second grand feast. After all, during the first feast, Udi had consumed more than half of the swamp magic shark along with his own eggshell to fully complete it. Moreover, the demands for each subsequent feast would only increase with Udi's growing strength. This waiting game was not a viable solution. Udi began to devise a plan. Even if he hoped for the best, should the black dragon mother return with prey comparable to the swamp magic shark, it would still be a challenge to share enough flesh with Eldest and Brook to complete the second feast, unless Udi claimed it all for himself. Although there was no familial bond among dragons, and the black dragon mother was indifferent to their disputes over the ownership of prey, this optimistic outlook hinged on her ability to procure high-quality prey. If that were not the case, must he venture out to hunt himself? Udi felt conflicted. The outside world was perilous for a mere young dragon. If possible, Woody wished to wait until he reached at least level 3 in biological strength before attempting to hunt. Creatures at levels 4 and 5 fell within the realm of low-level magical beasts. However, a level 3 black dragon hatchling would inherently possess greater strength than an ordinary level 3 magical creature. Furthermore, having undergone the physical enhancement from the feast, Woody would be stronger than an average black dragon hatchling of the same level. In the vicinity of the black dragon motheress lair, formidable creatures were either hunted by her or taken as her kin, making it rare to encounter wild beings of intermediate magical levels or higher. Thus, Woody planned to wait until he reached level 3 to safely hunt near the dragon's nest. Sighing, he settled back down beside the swamp, his demeanor one of boredom. If all else failed, he could always postpone the timing of the second feast. After all, he possessed the ability to control the initiation and cessation of the feast and would not allow insatiable hunger to consume his reason. Of course, Woody had a desperate means to avoid the risks of hunting outside and the displeasure of the black dragon matron, enabling him to partake in the second feast. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. With Woody's vigilant gaze, the cooldown for the second feast had returned to 0. The feast was ready to commence. Woody surveyed the vast lair, observing his sister, the dragoness Heloise, curled up asleep, his brother, the dragon Brook, sprawled on his back in slumber, and deep within the lair, the black dragon matron, who lay atop her treasures in a blissful slumber. It seemed that reliance on oneself was essential. Woody shook his head, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at his belly, and ultimately resolved to act. He cautiously rose and stepped outside the lair, seeking a secluded corner, hidden from prying eyes. Gazing at the damp black soil, Woody inhaled deeply, silently invoking the commencement of the feast. His insatiable hunger surged through every cell in his body. Woody bit into the earth with fervor, consuming a hefty portion of black soil. Indeed, Woody's desperate measure was to eat dirt. For 2 full hours, Woody lost count of how many tons of black soil he had ingested. All that mattered was to consume. The black earth he devoured swiftly transformed into streams of unique energy under the influence of the feast, which was the reason Woody could consume such a vast quantity without bursting. When the feast's progress reached 100, Woody's rationality finally returned. He found himself once again in that vast, seemingly boundless realm. Woody observed himself, like a spectator, as his form steadily grew stronger. His cells multiplied, their strength intensified. His muscles expanded and became more resilient, and most significantly, his scales thickened considerably. A day later, Woody awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, he became acutely aware of his transformed body. Woody, biological level 2, profession level none. Body length, 303,325. Vitality, 3,641. Current feast layers, 2. Feast cooldown, 30 days. The innate abilities of a dragon allowed Woody to perceive the subtle changes within his physique with clarity. Though the interface was even more lucid, his body length had increased by 22 centimeters, and his vitality had risen by 0.5. Woody murmured to himself, feeling a mix of astonishment and disappointment. The enhancement from the feast had diminished. Why was that? Could it be due to the fact that the sustenance for this feast was soil? Current publicly available information regarding the strength of professionals corresponding to biological levels is as follows: level 0 to 4, novice professionals level 5 to 9, intermediate professionals level 10 to 14, advanced professionals level 15 to 19, master professionals level 20 to 24, legendary professionals chapter 5. Resolution: Woody speculated that perhaps the quality of the food consumed during the feast affected the ultimate enhancement. Even the category of food can influence the aspects of enhancement. The sharp, dragon-like claws grazed against the black scales of Woody's body, the solid and resilient feedback instilling a profound sense of security within him. In comparison to the enhancement effects of his first feast, this time, the improvements were predominantly focused on his scales. Woody could perceive that the defensive capability of his scales had increased by at least 30%. The next feast would reveal whether my speculation holds truth, he mused. Stretching his robust and powerful body with unrestrained delight, he felt the abundant strength flowing freely within him, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Regardless, this feast had indeed elevated his biological level to 3, a considerable enhancement of power. He leisurely turned and ventured deeper into his lair. After walking for about 100 meters, Woody returned to the depths of his den. He observed Helios and Brook, still sleeping soundly near the mire, their diminutive forms contrasting sharply with his own, stirring a sense of superiority within him. "Oh, my foolish siblings. Your elder brother has once again grown stronger." Shifting his gaze from his younger dragon siblings, he directed it towards the deeper core of the dragon's lair. There, The black dragon matriarch lay, slumbering atop her treasure. An overwhelming aura of draconic power emanated from her unconsciously. Whenever Udai contemplated rising against this formidable presence, he would be met with an almost suffocating sense of oppression. The black dragon matriarch is truly terrifying. Yet, it is to be expected. She is a fully grown black dragon. From hatchling, juvenile, adolescent, to adult, the growth stages comprise a significant 5 tiers. Although the black dragon ranks 4th among the chromatic dragons, an adult black dragon is capable of stirring chaos and exerting dominance within the feeble human principalities. If she were to cultivate a well-structured army of subordinates, she could even overthrow the weak human principalities, establishing her own dominion, a kingdom of dragons. Casting a deep gaze upon the vaguely discernible colossal dark beast at the heart of the lair, Udai silently returned to the edge of the mire, coiling his body and succumbing to slumber. 9 days later, the black dragon matriarch finally stirred, stretching her immense form as she exited the lair. Upon reaching the outside, she traversed the passageway and then leaped into the swamp, her gigantic silhouette swiftly vanishing into the depths. The lair crafted by the black dragon was situated beneath the expansive, decaying marsh of the dark forest, extending over 100 meters deep. The initial structure of the lair consisted of a wide, curved passage accommodating the black dragon's ingress and egress, the convoluted front section filled with the fetid swamp water. As one ventured further in, due to the structure, the foul water could not seep through, resulting in a damp subterranean cavern. In the central section, where the 3 young dragons resided near the mire, there lay a cavernous space stretching over 1,000 square meters, with a height of 7 meters. Deeper within lies the very heart of the treasure hoard. The lair's core, expansive enough to span over 10,000 square meters, with a ceiling soaring several meters high. The awakening of the black dragoness has already roused the 3 slumbering hatchlings. Is Mother finally planning to hunt? Brooke exclaimed joyfully. I hope she brings back a magical creature. A swamp magic shark would be absolutely splendid. Eloise's eyes widened in excitement as she spoke. Udi remained silent, merely exhaling a sigh. Following the hunting patterns of the black dragoness, by the time the 3rd feast begins, there will undoubtedly be insufficient sustenance for him to complete the feast progression. It seems he must rely solely on himself. Udi cast a glance at his current status panel. Udi, creature level 3, profession level none. Length, 325-326. Vitality, 41,413. Current feast layers, 2. Feast cooldown, 21 days. During these 9 days of slumber, his dragon form has experienced negligible growth, a mere increase of 1 centimeter. As for his vitality, which reflects his overall physical strength, it has risen by only 0.03 compared to his initial state. This enhancement is undeniably slow. However, for a long-lived creature such as a dragon, this progression is quite reasonable. Yet, it is also significantly tied to the lack of ample nourishment. If Udi were able to feast upon intermediate magical creatures like the swamp magic shark regularly, his physical development would undoubtedly accelerate. The disparity between meager and abundant upbringing is stark. After consuming the prey brought back by the black dragoness, he resolved to take another slumber before venturing out to hunt. His initial plan was to wait until he reached level 3 to attempt hunting near the dragon's nest, thereby preparing for the feast. After all, he cannot subsist solely on soil during every feast, for not only is it unpalatable, but its effects on the feast are rather subpar. Should the surrounding environment prove perilous, consuming soil may be a necessity. But living as a mere survivor would hardly be ideal. However, given Udi's observations during his sporadic awakenings over the past month, coupled with the certainty that no wild intermediate magical creatures or stronger beings could exist near the dragon's nest, he was convinced that the vicinity remained quite secure. In such circumstances, Udi's confidence naturally grew. In truth, he harbored a considerable curiosity about the outside world. Having existed for over 40 days, Udi's explorations had remained confined within the dragon's nest. Were it not for the dragon's ability to endure time and slumber, he would surely have succumbed to boredom. Half an hour later, a tremendous commotion erupted from the swamp waters outside the dragon's lair. Under the eager gaze of the 3 hatchlings, the imposing figure of the black dragoness emerged from the mire, entering the lair's passage. A deluge of foul swamp water cascaded from her dark, coarse scales, trickling onto the damp, dark soil. All 3 hatchlings' attention was drawn to the prey clutched beneath the claws of the black dragoness. A massive body, approximately 10 meters in length, adorned with densely packed, palm-sized, jet-black scales reminiscent of a black dragon, emerged before them. This was an adult swamp black water python, a formidable 6th-level magical beast, more perilous than the swamp magic shark, representing a challenging mid-tier magical creature. The moment the swamp black water python came into view, the vast repository of knowledge from the dragon's legacy surged into the minds of the three young dragons. The wisdom encapsulated within the dragon's legacy was immense, and it was impractical to allow the dragons to absorb all of it at once, as it would undoubtedly overwhelm their minds. Instead, the knowledge would manifest in their thoughts through observation and contemplation. Naturally, to safeguard the weaker hatchlings, certain advanced knowledge was restricted and would only activate upon reaching the appropriate developmental stage. Chapter 6. Kindness. The swamp black water python. Elise and Brooke's eyes sparkled with excitement, and saliva involuntarily dribbled from their mouths, yearning to pounce upon the black dragon mother and indulge in a feast. They were truly famished. Had the black dragon mother delayed her hunting expedition for a few more days, these two little creatures might have resorted to consuming dirt to survive. Humph. The black dragon mother huffed in dissatisfaction, casting a disapproving glance at the approaching young dragons. Elise and Brooke quickly regained their composure, lowering their heads in timid submission. Lyanna surveyed her three offspring, casting a disdainful glance at Elise and Brooke. However, when her gaze fell upon Udi, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. Such a robust hatchling. Has it truly only been around 40 days? Its size is comparable to that of a red dragon hatchling. It is no wonder that it is the progeny of the Dark Queen, Lyanna. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Lyanna as she regarded Udi. With a resounding thud, the enormous corpse of the swamp black water python landed before Udi. Subsequently, Lyanna folded her wings and, swaying her tail languidly, strolled deeper into the lair. She had already satisfied her hunger outside. During her hunting expedition, she had fortuitously encountered both a male and female adult swamp black water python. Lyanna had consumed the more robust male on her own, bringing back the female for her young. Udi and the others should consider themselves fortunate. After all, although the black dragon mother was immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly dispatching mid-tier magical creatures like the swamp magic shark and the swamp black water python. Creatures of intermediate rank and above were exceedingly cunning, their intelligence rivaling that of ordinary humans. Even an adult black dragon could not simply hunt such formidable prey at will, let alone two at a time. As the black dragon mother vanished from the entrance of the lair, the three young dragons exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Ignoring the fierce glares of his dragon siblings, Udi leisurely stepped forward, thrusting a powerful claw into the wound of the swamp blackwater python. With sheer brute strength, he tore off a chunk of flesh, weighing several dozen kilograms, and brought it to his mouth. After a few chews, Udi's dragon eyes sparkled with delight. It was delectable, succulent. The meat was both plump and springy. The flesh, enriched by magical energies over the years, was infused with an abundance of vitality, a delicacy of the highest order. If he were to utilize this swamp blackwater python for the upcoming grand feast in 21 days, it would undoubtedly grant Udi significant enhancements. As he savored the meat, Udi contemplated the possibility of monopolizing this python entirely. While Udi was lost in thought, two shadowy figures, each the size of a large dog, stealthily approached from either side, their eyes gleaming with malice. At a certain moment, sensing Udi's lapse in vigilance, Brooke and Heloise launched their attack simultaneously. The two figures closed the distance with a speed surpassing that of a cheetah, their claws and heads poised to strike Udi with a devastating blow. Bang! Crack! A series of sharp sounds echoed at the entrance of the lair, accompanied by the sight of two shadows being sent flying backward. Udi slowly relaxed his clenched fist, and his long, sinuous tail that had been thrashing about came to rest on the ground. He continued to leisurely devour the rich, pulsating flesh, not even casting a glance at the groaning forms of Brooke and Heloise. Truly, they were slow learners. As he relished the energy-laden meat, Udi couldn't help but reflect on the nature of dragons. If they were capable of learning their lessons easily, their notorious reputation would not be so well deserved. The younger dragons, feeling aggrieved after yet another lesson from their elder brother, were on the verge of tears. Since birth, they had not experienced a single day of peace. The two little dragons could only swallow their frustrations while drooling hungrily at the corpse of the blackwater python. Given its considerable size, Udi, that rascal, would undoubtedly not finish it all. However, the most nutritious and prime portions would surely be consumed by him. The reason Brooke and Heloise had banded together to ambush Udi was their desire to seize a taste of the most delectable and nourishing parts of the flesh, which would greatly benefit their growth. They watched from a distance as Udi feasted. He first devoured the flesh from the python's belly, then the internal organs, and finally sucked out the brain as if it were a delicacy, leaving no trace of the most exquisite and nutritious parts. Finally, satisfied, he let out a hearty belch. Udi glanced at his siblings, who were huddled in a corner, drooling and gazing longingly at his meal, then at the remaining flesh of the Blackwater python, and sighed. Well, what could he do? After all, he was the elder brother. Although the bond among dragons is nearly non-existent, Udi, in his previous life, was human, and thus he is incapable of performing what is considered customary behavior among true dragons. Udi is certain that even if he were to dominate the entire marsh Blackwater python, the Black Dragon matron would harbor no objections. As apex magical beings, dragons inherently abide by the principle of survival of the fittest within the hierarchy of the food chain. Provided there is no mutual slaughter leading to death, the Black Dragon matron typically remains indifferent. Not only does the Black Dragon matron overlook such matters, but other malevolent dragons, including the gregarious blue dragons, also disregard these trivialities. However, it is paramount to note that the remaining flesh of the marsh Blackwater python is clearly insufficient to satisfy Udi's progress towards his third feast. Moreover, he has already satiated his hunger. Leaving behind an ephemeral silhouette for his dragon siblings, Udi ambled toward the depths of the dragon's lair, descended by the swamp, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. After indulging in a bountiful banquet, entering sleep now will hasten his digestion, thereby promoting his physical growth and development. When Udi awakens, it will be the moment for him to venture forth on a hunting expedition. Upon Udi's departure from the tunnel's entrance, Heloise and Brooke lunged towards the carcass of the Blackwater python in a ravenous frenzy, eschewing any conflict or strife, and instead greedily tearing into chunks of flesh to swallow. They feared that any quarrel might provoke Udi's displeasure, potentially resulting in a reprimand. Most critically, both young dragons had discerned from Udi's gaze that each harbored intentions to claim the Blackwater python for themselves. Although they ultimately did not resolve to act upon these ambitions, Heloise and Brooke were apprehensive that their elder brother might suddenly change his mind. Thus they devoured the meat with fervor. What was consumed would rightfully belong to them. However, Udi's considerable increase in strength and appetite raised concerns regarding future hunts by their mother. What if there were no monsters to hunt? As they feasted, a subtle anxiety began to creep into their minds. Unlike Udi, who possessed formidable strength, they lacked the audacity to contemplate hunting on their own. Black dragon hatchlings typically venture from the nest to hunt only after 6 months of life, and during this phase, they struggle to capture prey sufficient to satisfy their hunger, relying instead on the hunts of the Black Dragon matron for sustenance. Current public intelligence indicates that the marsh Blackwater python reaches a biological level of 6 in adulthood, typically measuring between 9 to 11 meters in length, with the potential to awaken abilities such as water manipulation and water arrows. They thrive in aquatic and marshy habitats, and each spring, male marsh Blackwater pythons actively seek out female counterparts for mating. After mating, they part ways, embodying the solitary nature of formidable magical beings. Chapter 7. Chapters 7 and 8. The Black Dragon Fan. 4. When Udi awoke once more, 7 days had elapsed. Upon awakening, his first action was to glance at his current status panel. Udi, biological level 3, profession level 9. Body length, 326-329. Vitality, 413,420. Current feast layers, 2. Feast cooldown, 14 days. The body length has increased by 3 centimeters. Vitality has risen by 0.07. The improvement is rather insignificant. Udi shifted his form and exhaled. In truth, this enhancement is not negligible. Udi has now attained a biological level of 3, whereas typical Black Dragon hatchlings reach this threshold only at the age of 2 to 2.5. As the foundational strength of one's physique grows, enhancements naturally become increasingly challenging and meager. Ultimately, it is also due to the fact that the swamp Blackwater python is merely a level 6 magical creature. Positioned amongst the lower tier of intermediate magical beings, a portion of its flesh and essence does not yield substantial benefits for Udi. Furthermore, dragons are long-lived magical entities, and their strength accrues over the span of years. Udi glanced at the time until the next feast would commence, 14 days. It was time to embark on my first hunt. Udi had already made his decision. He cast a glance at the Black Dragon matriarch, deep in slumber in the depths of the lair, as well as at his dragon siblings, dozing at the mire's edge. Without a trace of reluctance, he made his way towards the lair's passage, venturing into the outside world. After Udi's departure, his sister Heloise, who had been sleeping, quietly opened her eyes, gazing at the vanishing silhouette of Udi with a look of suspicion. Where could Udi be going? Is he daring to venture outside? Heloise was startled by her own conjecture. They had only been born for a little over a month, a time when they were at their most vulnerable. Venturing outside now could lead to encounters with formidable magical creatures, and even a few low-level monsters could spell doom for them. Even goblins, the most basic of magical beings, could pose a lethal threat if they were to swarm in numbers, especially for hatchlings incapable of flight. To validate her suspicion, Heloise stealthily followed in Udi's wake. At the cave's entrance connecting the lair to the decaying swamp, a shadowy figure emerged. Udi. He surveyed his surroundings with vigilant intent and, without hesitation, leapt into the murky depths, tucking his wings against his back and propelling himself with all four limbs towards the surface of the rotting swamp. Merely 5 or 6 seconds after Udi's departure, Heloise's large head poked out from the passageway, her gaze fixated in astonishment on the retreating figure of Udi. Is he truly unafraid of death? Heloise was taken aback by Udi's audacious actions. Though Udi had only hatched a few days before them, his size and strength were notably greater, even if only marginally so. Yet, this did not diminish the fact that Udi was still just a hatchling, barely over a month old. Even the mightiest of red dragons would not dare to venture beyond their nest at a tender age of merely a month. Heloise gazed sympathetically at the vanishing figure of Udi, her spirits lifted as she turned back to the nest to resume her slumber. If Udi chose to court death, Heloise could only rejoice, for it meant that in the future, she would have to contend solely with Brooke for the prey her mother would bring home. Such a notion was perfectly natural for a dragon. Unlike humans, they adhered to the stark and unyielding laws of survival. At the edge of the rotting marsh, grotesquely shaped dark brown trees swayed gently in the night breeze, rustling their leaves softly. A vigilant black panther leapt onto a tree, its emerald eyes fixated on the dense underbrush below. Soon, a flicker of excitement danced within those green orbs as a plump gray rabbit cautiously peeked out, then hopped over to a patch of fresh grass to begin its meal. While nibbling, the rabbit kept its ears perked, alert to any signs of danger. It was evident that should it sense a threat, the rabbit would flee to the nearby burrow without hesitation. In a silent and stealthy manner, the lithe black panther ascended the tree directly above the unsuspecting rabbit, the sound of its movement masked by the wind. In the next instant, the panther transformed into a streak of darkness, pouncing on the rabbit with lethal precision, its sharp teeth sinking deep into the creature's neck. The grip tightened, and the rabbit's neck was severed, its lifeless body twitching momentarily. With the hunt successful, the panther's taut nerves relaxed, and it prepared to feast on its freshly caught prey. Within the dense thicket, less than 10 meters away, Udi concealed himself perfectly, his gaze fixed intently on the panther poised to eat. He advanced cautiously, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Udi halted, aware that any closer would provoke the panther's keen reflexes. Yet, he was confident that even at this distance, he could vanquish the beast should it react swiftly. At the moment the panther lowered its head to tear into the rabbit, Udi sprang into action. A lithe shadow erupted from the foliage, closing in on the panther with terrifying speed. By the time the panther sensed the impending danger, Udi had already delivered a crushing blow to its head, the sheer force obliterating the skull of the robust creature, which measured over 3 meters in length. The panther had barely emitted a mournful cry before its body was hurled several meters away, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. The battle concluded. Udi approached the lifeless form of the panther, surveying his handiwork with a nod of satisfaction. While the panther's length surpassed his own, its overall mass was considerably greater, a consequence of the structural anatomy of the dragon. The dragon's neck, including its head, body, and tail, each roughly accounts for 1/3 of its entirety. Thus, although Udi now measures 3 meters and 30 centimeters in length, the imposing presence of its dragon form pales in comparison to that of a 3-meter-long black panther. Grasping the panther's neck with its forepaws, Udi approached the edge of the decaying swamp and leaped into the depths below, carrying the lifeless panther with it. After swimming for a spell through the murky waters, Udi soon espied the entrance to the dragon's lair. Descending several dozen meters, it entered the passageway of the lair. The sounds emanating from the tunnel stirred Heloise and Brooke, who, upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent, were roused from their slumber and turned their gazes toward the source. They beheld Udi approaching, a massive black panther's carcass clutched within its jaws. Brooke stared in astonishment at his elder brother, while Heloise, with a hint of disappointment, averted her gaze. "Did you go hunting, Udi?" Brooke inquired incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. What audacity! Udi nonchalantly discarded the panther's body at the edge of the mire, casting a lazy glance at his younger siblings and emitting a derisive snort. "Is it truly so surprising that I ventured out to hunt? Silly little Ajuel." However, Udi noted with some surprise that Heloise seemed unfazed by his return. Had she perhaps witnessed his departure? After pondering for a moment, he chose to disregard the 2 young dragons. Approaching the panther's corpse, he opened his jaws and, after a moment of concentration, unleashed a cone of acidic breath. The acid sizzled upon contact with the carcass, rapidly corroding it beyond recognition. Subsequently, Udi tossed the concocted acidic panther into the mire. The black dragon's acidic breath not only wielded tremendous destructive power, but also served as a preservative for the corpse. Ordinarily, the remains of a beast would begin to decompose and emit a foul odor within a day or two. Yet the application of the black dragon's acid significantly prolonged this time frame, keeping the body fresh for 10 days to a fortnight, while also greatly slowing the loss of various nutrients and elements. It was precisely due to the preservative properties of the black dragon's acid that Udi felt confident in his ability to hunt sufficient prey to fulfill the requirements for his third grand feast. After completing this series of tasks, Udi turned to his younger siblings, issuing a stern warning. This prey is mine, and do not entertain any thoughts of claiming it. Under the formidable presence of their elder brother, Brooke and Helois acquiesced, nodding obediently to signify that they would not covet Udi's catch. Udi nodded in apparent satisfaction, though inwardly he scoffed at their compliance. Would he truly believe them? If a wicked dragon could be so obedient, it would not bear the title of a wicked dragon. Nevertheless, to ensure the safety of future hunts, Udi resolved to make a decisive statement. He intended to use the Black Panther's carcass as bait, awaiting the moment when Brooke and Helois would make their move, at which point he would deliver a stern lesson to the both of them. Determined, Udi resolved that if his dragon siblings harbored any intentions towards his quarry, he would show them no mercy. He would undoubtedly impart upon them a most memorable lesson. Very well, I must now venture forth to continue my hunt, Udi stated impassively, choosing not to regard the expressions of the two young dragons as he turned and departed. Unaware of their elder brother's thoughts, Brooke and Helois exchanged a knowing glance and shared a conspiratorial chuckle after Udi's swift exit. How foolish Udi is, believing we are as naive as the silver dragons who adhere to their contracts. Helois scoffed. Brooke nodded in agreement, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him. Enough talk. Let us hasten to retrieve that Black Panther. With their combined efforts, the corpse of the panther, which had only recently sunk into the mire, was soon hurled forth. With a resounding thud, the several 100-kilogram panther's body landed upon the ground. Brooke and Helois, showing no restraint, tore off the robust hind legs of the panther and began to devour them with gusto. The delectable flavor of fresh blood and flesh erupted in their mouths, and satisfaction gleamed in their expressions. This Black Panther's taste is utterly dreadful. It pales in comparison to even the muscle-bound bull. Udi is truly useless, Helois lamented, her cheeks bulging as she rapidly chewed the panther's flesh. Brooke nodded and offered a balanced observation. The muscle-bound bull possesses strength equivalent to a level 3 monster. How could Udi possibly prevail? Yet Udi's prowess is considerable. The panther, with its sizable frame, should possess at least the strength of a level 1 monster. Having only been born a little over a month ago, Brooke and Helois themselves were merely at level 1 in terms of biological rank. However, it is undeniable that among creatures of the same level, dragons are far superior to ordinary monsters and beasts, though our strength surpasses that of this panther. Capturing and killing it would prove exceedingly challenging. Brooke swallowed the morsel in his mouth and reiterated. In terms of raw power, both Brooke and Helois were significantly stronger than this panther, yet the creature's reflexes were astoundingly sharp, capable of explosive speeds exceeding 40 meters per second, sustained for over 3 minutes. If startled, Brooke and Helois could only watch helplessly as the panther fled. Helois huffed, but refrained from retorting. Though she shared the arrogance characteristic of all wicked dragons, she acknowledged Udi's formidable strength. He likely rivals that of any red dragon of his age. Do not rush. Chew slowly, lest you choke. What nonsense are you spouting, Brooke? If you eat slowly, what shall we do when Udi returns? Helois instinctively shot back. Soon, she noticed Brooke gulping, his face a mask of terror as he stared wide-eyed behind her. Realizing something was amiss, Helois turned cautiously, only to find Udi standing there, wearing a benevolent smile. With a resounding thud, a powerful rising dragon punch struck Helois squarely on the chin, sending her hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. Brooke watched in shock as Helois lost consciousness from the blow, then glanced at the shattered dragon scales and the faint traces of dragon blood adorning Udi's claw. He instinctively took a few steps back. Udi, don't come any closer. Don't come closer? Udi sneered, spitting defiantly. You dare to consume my leopard and still utter such words? Without waiting for Brooke to explain himself, Udi swiftly pinned him down with a crow's flight maneuver and unleashed a barrage of merciless blows to his head. Blood and fragments of dragon scales splattered everywhere. a testament to the ferocity of Eldest's assault, and within mere moments, Brooke succumbed to unconsciousness. But was mere unconsciousness sufficient? Eldest scoffed, deeming such injuries too trivial for a dragon. Rising from Brooke, he approached the now unconscious Eldest, grasping her stout dragon tail. He returned to Brooke's side, seizing his tail as well. Taking a deep breath, Eldest gazed at the two dragon siblings dangling from his claws, a glimmer of eagerness appearing on his draconic visage. In the next instant, the two small dragons transformed into a whirlwind of motion. Super invincible cyclone hand-powered fan, Eldest bellowed, exerting all his strength to spin the two dragons around. Due to their size, every rotation caused Eldest and Brooke's heads to collide heavily with the ground. After several revolutions, the previously unconscious pair were jolted awake by the pain. Upon realizing their predicament, both dragons froze in terror and hastily pleaded for mercy. If begging for mercy were effective, would there be a need for violence? Eldest retorted with a scoff, his robust hind claws firmly gripping the ground as he continued to whirl the two black dragon versions of the fan. At that moment, Eldest's heart was as unyielding as stone. Having consumed his leopard, there would be a price to pay for anyone, regardless of their identity. After 10 minutes of relentless spinning, Eldest finally cast the two tormented little dragons onto the ground. During that interval, Eldest and Brooke had lost consciousness and regained it repeatedly, enduring this cycle at least dozens of times. Even the remnants of the black leopard flesh they had recently consumed were violently expelled. Eldest approached the battered siblings, lowering his head to survey their bloodied and pitiful state. "Do you still dare to covet your elder brother's prey?" he inquired slowly. The two small dragons, their consciousness barely hanging by a thread, took a considerable time to nod weakly. "We dare not. We dare not." "Humph, good to hear. Should you ever dare to pilfer my prey again, the consequences will not be so trivial," Eldest declared, feigning ferocity. As the rationality of Eldest and Brooke gradually returned, they gazed upon the fierce Eldest, fear flickering in their eyes. Their elder brother was truly terrifying, more formidable than a malevolent dragon. The two young drakes promptly nodded, bowing their heads to the ground in a gesture of submission. Having learned from this harrowing experience, Eldest and Brooke would rather consume dirt than dare to covet Eldest's prey again. Observing the trepidation in the eyes of his younger siblings, Eldest finally nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that this lesson had left a profound impression, allowing him to proceed without any lingering concerns. He turned away from his wretched siblings and strode out of the lair with heavy steps. After Eldest departed for a little over 10 minutes, Eldest and Brooke, lying on the ground, finally regained their composure and struggled to rise. The two young dragons exchanged a silent glance before directing their attention to the corpse of a black panther, missing two hind legs, lying on the ground. They approached, extending their claws towards the carcass, and silently tossed it into the mud pit. Once this task was completed, the two young dragons sat by the edge of the muck, lost in thought for a while. Eventually, it was uncertain who initiated it, but they began to gnaw on the earth. While consuming dirt may lack nutritional value and possess an unpleasant taste, it is actually more beneficial for the development of a dragon's scales and bones than indulging in ordinary flesh. It helps to thicken and harden their scales, contributing to a more robust and sturdy skeletal structure. Of course, such effects require years of consuming earth to manifest significantly. However, there are ways to achieve noticeable results in a shorter time. For instance, consuming metallic ores or high-grade magical metals over several months would undoubtedly elevate one's physical prowess. Yet, such aspirations were mere dreams. Even Eldest, at this moment, lacked the strength to accomplish such feats. How could two level 1 black dragon hatchlings possess the means? Since the double dragon electric fan incident, Eldest had adopted a routine of returning late and leaving early. Preserving the prey he hunted with his acidic breath and submerging it in the mud pit, amassing reserves for the third feast. During this time, sister Eldest and brother Brooke behaved obediently, consuming dirt, which greatly pleased Eldest. On another dark and windy night, a shadow darted through the dense forest. In a clearing, a robust wind wolf, injured in its leg, let out a low growl, its expression filled with fear. This dominant creature of the area was facing an unprecedented crisis. A black dragon hatchling had set its sights on it. With a swift ambush, it tore away a large portion of the wolf's hind leg, exposing stark white bone, and then, like a seasoned hunter, vanished into the thick underbrush, patiently awaiting the wolf's strength to wane. The wind wolf was all too familiar with such tactics, for it employed them on its own prey, which is precisely why it now felt a profound sense of dread. Should it abandon its defenses and flee recklessly? The black dragon hatchling must swiftly emerge, delivering a fatal blow. Remain vigilant of the surroundings. the wound bleeds profusely and strength will swiftly wane, ultimately leading to an inescapable demise. The wind wolf, restless, paced anxiously, its pale blue wind elements coalescing yet undispersed, poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. It was precisely this hidden trump card that rendered the black dragon hatchling cautious, preventing it from lunging forth to obliterate the wind wolf. Concealed in the shadows, Udi, with a cold demeanor, fixated on the wind wolf creature, licking the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, blood that originated from the wind wolf itself. A rather delectable taste. Killing this wind wolf would undoubtedly suffice to advance the progress of the third feast, Udi mused with excitement. An adult wind wolf is a level 3 magical creature, formidable in strength, and its innate spell, the wind blade, possesses the capability to cleave through trees as thick as a human waist. Although Udi did not believe that this adult wind wolf's wind blade could slay him, his body having been reinforced twice during the feasts, with the second feast primarily enhancing his dragon scales, he still did not wish to endure a wind blade unleashed by a dying adult wind wolf. After a brief stalemate, the wind wolf's rationality dwindled along with its stamina, and it finally erupted. With a savage roar, its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, and its robust wolf form leaped a staggering 7 to 8 meters, several figures vanishing into the dense forest. Attempting to flee, Udi, concealed among the foliage, let out a cold laugh, no longer masking his presence. His agile dragon form, over 3 meters long, transformed into a fleeting shadow in pursuit. Moments later, as the wind wolf fled frantically through the thicket, it sensed the formidable aura closing in behind it, and a glimmer of determination flashed in its eyes. The muscular wolf body leaped, its sturdy forelegs propelling off a massive tree to swiftly launch itself toward the approaching hatchling, its wind blade coalescing as it struck with its claws simultaneously. Udi, observing this, became slightly more serious, his gaze fixated on the half-meter-long, gossamer-thin, pale blue wind blade. As for the oncoming wolf claws, he chose to disregard them entirely. This was confidence in his dragon-scale defenses. In the next moment, the wind blade surged forth. Udi, with his heightened mental acuity, barely evaded it, and a nearby tree, half a meter thick, was instantly severed, a massive gash carved into it. The power of this wind blade was such that even several centimeters of steel would be cleaved. Having dodged the wind blade, the wind wolf closed in, its robust claws shooting forth, aiming viciously for Udi's eyes. What a cunning attack! Udi's eyes narrowed, and with remarkable reflexes, he tilted his neck, redirecting the impact to his dragon jaw. The ensuing clash resonated like metal striking metal, and sparks erupted from Udi's dragon jaw. 3 slender fissures, marked with traces of blood, emerged upon several scales of the dragon Udi's jaw. The defenses had been breached. Udi raised 2 sharp dragon claws and forcefully plunged them into the eyes of the nearby wind wolf. The piercing claws, akin to 2 metallic pencils, fully penetrated the creature's eyes, piercing through its brain. A swift kill, struck by such a fatal blow. The massive body of the wind wolf stiffened momentarily before its muscles relaxed, collapsing heavily to the ground, transforming into a warm corpse. The battle concluded. Udi withdrew his claws from the wind wolf's eyes, observing the pale brain matter clinging to them. He wasted not a moment, savoring the delicacy. Delicious. Udi's mind quivered, releasing a groan of satisfaction. As he regained his composure, he touched the area on his jaw that had been struck by the wind wolf's claws. The sensation of the fissures in his scales and the faint taste of dragon blood evoked a profound reflection within him. Is this the taste of injury? Indeed. During the past fortnight, Udi, who had returned late and departed early each day, had not sustained a single wound. This was not to suggest that Udi had attained a level of strength sufficient to disregard the myriad monsters of the shadowy forest. Rather, Udi had exercised caution, remaining within the confines of the Black Dragon Lady's territory. Within her domain, the recently slain level 3 wind wolf beneath Udi's feet represented the pinnacle of wild monsters. The sound of footsteps echoed once more at the dragon nest's entrance. The 2 young dragons, Heloius and Brook, instinctively turned their heads upon hearing the noise. Their gaze fell upon Udi, dragging a massive wolf with a pale blue coat. As the 2 young dragons recognized the identity of the giant wolf, their expressions gradually turned to one of astonishment. An adult wind wolf, a level 3 monster, an entity capable of effortlessly slaying them. How could Udi possibly have hunted such a creature? Over the past days, Heloius and Brook had witnessed Udi returning from outside the dragon nest with various prey. The weaker ones were merely robust beasts, while the stronger included level 1 and 2 monsters, all within the realm of what the young dragons could comprehend. After all, if Udi could easily defeat them, it was not unreasonable to assume he possessed the strength to hunt level 2 monsters. However, the prospect of slaying a level 3 monster was utterly absurd. How could one so young, like them, possess such extraordinary power? After the initial shock, the awe in the gazes of the two young dragons towards Udi deepened. Evil dragons have always held reverence for the strong. Even humans, whom they regard as mere ants and sustenance, gain recognition from dragons upon ascending to legendary status as legendary beings. Brother Udi. The young dragons greeted him with respect upon his return. Udi cast a glance at the two young dragons, nodded slightly, and said nothing further. He dragged the corpse of the wind wolf to the edge of the mire, positioned himself comfortably, and began to rest with his eyes closed. An hour later, rejuvenated, Udi opened his eyes. He rubbed his injured lower jaw with his rough dragon claw, and, as expected, the dragon scales had already healed, leaving merely 3 inconspicuous pale scars. Such a level of recuperative ability was hardly inferior to that of a 5- or 6-year-old black dragon hatchling. At this moment, however, Udi had only been born for a mere 2 months. He glanced at his current status panel. Udi, biological level 3, occupational level none, body length 329331, vitality 42,424, current feast layers 2, feast cooldown, ready to activate. Over the course of 14 days, his body length had increased by 2 centimeters, and his vitality had risen by 0.04. During this fortnight, the black dragon mother had provided no sustenance, and Udi had subsisted on ordinary wild beasts. As he had reserved the higher quality prey, he hunted for his feasts. This was the typical growth rate for a young dragon, Udi mused. Aside from the rapid growth in the first month after birth, a hatchling's development would slow to an annual pace. However, I possess a unique advantage. Udi grinned widely. Rising to his feet, he roused his siblings, who had fallen asleep after their meal, and assigned them a task. Hilwaz and Brook. You two must retrieve all of the reserves for your elder brother, Udi stated without hesitation. Under the imposing authority of their older brother, the two young dragons did not dare to protest and dutifully began their work. Standing at the edge of the mire, Brook leapt in with a splash. Before long, he emerged with the corpse of a massive python, corroded by acid. Hilwaz gazed at the python's body, her mouth watering, but she quickly regained her composure, using her claws to lift the corpse from the mire and toss it onto the ground. This prey belonged to her elder brother, and she could not covet it. In no time, the two young dragons worked in earnest cooperation, soon piling a mountain of corpses several meters high upon the ground. Various prey lay before them. The giant python, blazing fire rabbits, black panthers, wolfhounds, and swamp fathead fish, a diverse assortment indeed. Observing this scene, Udi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was the sustenance he had painstakingly gathered over nearly half a month. Hunting was truly exhausting. He resolved to acquire a retinue dedicated solely to procuring food for him. Udi contemplated inwardly. Otherwise, with his ever-growing appetite and increasing strength, he would find himself either in pursuit of food or engaged in battle, which was not the life he desired. As Udi pondered how to navigate his future existence, Hilwaz and Brook, through their coordinated efforts, successfully retrieved all the prey that had sunk into the mire. The sheer mass of the haul surpassed that of the two young dragons combined by a factor of 10. All right, step aside. It's time for my feast. With a casual wave of his hand, Udi commanded the two little dragons to obediently retreat. They watched eagerly, drooling as Udi tore into the flesh, devouring it voraciously. Gulp, gulp. I'm so hungry. I wish I could eat. Helios and Brook gazed longingly at Udi as he savored the blood and meat. Their hunger and temptation nearly drove them to the brink of madness. However, the profound memories of past experiences surfaced in their minds whenever their restraint faltered. No, if we indulge, Udi will surely slay us. Instantly, Helios and Brook's expressions regained clarity. They looked at Udi, who was now in the throes of a wild feast, ravenously consuming the flesh of beasts and monsters, and a sense of dread washed over them. Udi was truly terrifying in this moment. The two little dragons suspected that should they dare to provoke him now, they too might become his next meal. Chapter 9. The future Udi's state during the banquet indeed instilled fear in the dragons. His insatiable stomach seemed like an abyss, voraciously consuming every piece of flesh in sight. The pile of carcasses dwindled rapidly, leaving only a few remains on the ground, the rest devoured completely. Feast progress has reached 100. With the notification appearing, Udi's sanity returned to reality. He had entered that boundless, ethereal realm for the third time. In this void, he observed, as a spectator, the rapid transformation of his physical form. Scales, muscles, bones, organs, blood, cells, All were undergoing frantic enhancement. A day passed in the outside world. Slowly, Udi opened his eyes. Opposite him, Helios and Brooke, who had been trembling with fear and sleeplessness, locked eyes with him. In that moment, they felt as if a superior being had turned its gaze upon them. Their scales quivered, and their hearts raced with trepidation. Fortunately, this aura was fleeting, and Helios and Brooke exhaled in relief, panting and regarding their elder brother with trepidation. Udi did not spare a glance at his frail dragon siblings. Instead, he immediately turned his attention to the status panel. Udi, biological level 3, class level none. Body length, 331, 363. Vitality, 424. 492. Current feast layers, 3. Feast cooldown, 30 days. His body length had reached over 3 meters, an increase of 32 centimeters since the feast commenced. His vitality had surged significantly, nearing the threshold of 5. Udi could not precisely describe the significance of this level. After all, the attribute of vitality was not detailed in the dragon's legacy. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Udi was undeniably powerful now. Before the commencement of the third feast, Udi could effortlessly hunt level 3 magical beasts, such as the wind wolf. But now, Udi believed he was ready to confront level 4 magical creatures. Despite not yet reaching the 4th level himself, his physical transformation was significant. Udi flexed his muscular, stout neck, revealing a pair of wings that had grown considerably larger and more formidable limbs. If one were to consider the body proportions of an ordinary dragon to be 1:1, typically slender in form, Udi's proportions had shifted. With the elongation of his body, his physique had become bulkier. The visual impact was striking. Under the same length, Udi exuded a more imposing presence than the average dragon, his size considerably greater. After surveying his physical changes, Udi felt a great sense of satisfaction as he glanced at his younger siblings, Helios and Brooke, huddled nearby. His gaze then fell upon the untouched carcasses of their recent hunts. "These spoils are for you," he declared. "Continue to be obedient during this time. Rewards for us? Really?" Helios and Brooke, upon hearing Udi's words, exchanged skeptical glances, repeating the question in disbelief. Observing the initial success of his guidance over his dragon siblings filled Udi with warmth, and he replied with a gentle smile, "Of course, good children deserve rewards." Helios and Brooke exchanged puzzled looks. The phrasing sounded rather odd. Nevertheless, with the prospect of fresh meat before them, the two juvenile dragons, having subsisted on dirt for the past fortnight, rushed eagerly toward their quarry, tearing into the flesh with fervor. As they feasted, tears of joy streamed from the corners of their mouths. Brother Udi truly is a wonderful dragon. Unbeknownst to Udi, his younger siblings were deeply moved. He merely observed that they appeared too frail beside him, resembling children standing before an adult. After all, they were his brother and sister. He felt the need for them to be stronger, lest he lose face. Moreover, Udi harbored his own thoughts. For most malevolent dragons, it was customary to nurture their offspring until they reached the juvenile stage before casting them out to fend for themselves. However, some more callous dragons would expel their hatchlings immediately upon their emergence from the wormling stage. The latter was the minimum constraint imposed by the chromatic dragon mothers upon their offspring. At the very least, one must raise their progeny to the juvenile stage before expelling them from the nest. Udi was uncertain whether his black dragon mother belonged to the former or latter category. But if his growth continued at this pace, he suspected he might be perceived as a threat and expelled from the dragon's lair before even reaching the juvenile stage. The likelihood of such an occurrence was quite high. Currently, Udi's feast has accumulated only 3 layers, yet he possesses the confidence to confront 4th-tier magical beasts. Given that he can augment the layers by 1 each month, it suffices to wait until he has amassed approximately 10 to 20 layers. By that time, his stature will have surged, and it is likely that the Black Dragon Lady will regard him with disdain. Thus, Udi must contemplate his future. His preliminary plan involves luring away his dragon siblings. Although Helios and Brooke appear rather weak under Udi's command, it will not take long for their strength to flourish. As time progresses, their abilities will continue to grow. With proper guidance, they will become 2 exceptionally gifted subordinates. Even if they may not match Udi in battles against formidable foes, given that he is a guardian dragon overseeing the lair and hunting for sustenance, their role during his slumber as protectors will be more than sufficient. Meanwhile, the blissfully feasting Helios and Brooke remain oblivious to Udi's intentions of cultivating them as future combatants. Time flows slowly yet resolutely. On the 7th day following the conclusion of the 3rd feast, the Black Dragon Lady, having slumbered in the lair for nearly a month, finally recalled that she had 3 offspring to tend to. Upon awakening from her deep sleep, she leisurely ventured out to hunt. In less than an hour, the black dragon lady returned to the lair, having satiated her hunger, and casually tossed 2 muscular bulls before Udi and his dragon siblings. Then, swaying her lengthy tail, she retreated to the innermost part of the lair. Ultimately, she nestled atop her treasures and drifted back into a deep slumber. Udi harbored doubts, pondering whether the black dragon lady had awakened due to the need to care for her young or simply out of hunger. Regardless, the bounty she brought back was indeed substantial. Although the muscular bulls were not magical beasts, their considerable size and delectable taste provided a delightful feast for Helois and Brooke. Most importantly, they could indulge to their heart's content. Each muscular bull weighed over 3 tons, totaling around 6 or 7 tons. Udi also enjoyed a hearty meal without cost. Since the feast concluded, Udi had ventured outside only once in the past 7 days. On that occasion, he hunted a second-tier magical creature, a swampy fat-headed fish. He consumed most of the 1-ton fish, leaving some scraps for Helois and Brooke. Even this modest offering left the 2 young dragons in utter astonishment. After devouring 1.5 tons of the bull's blood and flesh, Udi lay on the ground, squinting with satisfaction. According to his plan, he intended to wait 10 days to half a month before venturing out again to hunt and stockpile provisions, while spending the majority of the preceding weeks in the lair. Resting, he would only venture out occasionally when hunger struck to procure some wild delicacies. After all, if he began too early, the stored provisions might not remain fresh enough, causing the nutrients to deplete. Conversely, if he waited too long, he might not accumulate a sufficient quantity. Chapter 10. Growth. Unfavorable developments. Time continues to pass slowly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months have passed. Within the dragon's lair, Udi slowly opened his eyes after concluding a grand feast. Gazing at the panel before him, Udi, biological level 4, professional level, none. Body length, 471. Vitality, 717. Current feast layers, 6. Feast cooldown, 30 days. A powerful force surged within him as Udi silently savored the terrifying energy coursing through his draconic form. A sinister smile creeping across his face. The amalgamation and enhancement of 6 layers of the feast had begun to alter Udi's appearance, making him increasingly distinct from the conventional black dragon. Traditionally, the scales around the base of a black dragon's horns and its cheekbones degenerate with age, rendering them skeletal in appearance, which is why they are often referred to as skeleton dragons by other beings. Moreover, their wings are relatively narrow compared to their overall size. This is because black dragons do not rely solely on their wings for flight. Instead, they utilize innate magical abilities to soar, with their wings merely assisting in agility and speed. Among the chromatic dragons, only the red dragon possesses vast wings capable of supporting its flight through sheer strength. Now Udi, though still young, boasted a pair of expansive black wings nearly 10 meters wide. The well-developed muscles at the base of his wings provided him with sufficient strength to fly, even without the aid of his innate magical flight abilities. Additionally, the scales on Udi's cheeks remained robust, starkly contrasting the unsightly skeletal visage of a typical black dragon. Instead, he resembled a blackened red dragon. Coupled with a suitably thick neck and the emergence of a second pair of horns atop his head, he exuded an aura of both majesty and dominance. Udi was thoroughly pleased with his current appearance. However, this distinctive look and his unusual growth rate began to irk his black dragon mother. The most evident sign of her discontent was her recent behavior. Where she once brought prey to Udi, she now tossed her catches before Helois and Brooke, ensuring they were well fed before leisurely retreating deep into the lair to slumber. Clearly, Udi's rapid development had raised her suspicions. Among evil dragons, familial bonds are tenuous, coupled with a fierce desire to control their territory and wealth. Thus, most evil dragons would not tolerate the presence of a potentially threatening kin within their lair or domain. This situation seems precarious, Udi mused, recalling his mother's recent demeanor. Yet, he could not allow her disapproval to deter him from enhancing his power. The strength he commanded was paramount and fundamental, a truth Udi understood deeply. After a moment's contemplation, Udi shook his head nonchalantly and declared, "Let it be. I shall go with the flow. Given my rate of growth, I will soon possess the ability to fend for myself in the wilderness. While it may not be as secure as my current situation, I am confident in my ability to preserve my own life. Should I encounter an insurmountable danger, I could simply burrow deep into the earth, concealing myself for a few months, subsisting on the very soil around me. Once my strength is sufficiently formidable, I shall emerge and take vengeance upon my foes." Although such a method may seem somewhat humiliating, in the end, it is victory that matters. Clearing my mind of these myriad thoughts, I turned my gaze towards the sleeping Eldest and Brook at the edge of the mire. The two little creatures still bore a frail dragon form, measuring less than 3 meters in length, with scant muscle and diminutive wings. However, their aura subtly hinted at a burgeoning strength, having reached the second tier. This indicates that these little ones have indeed made strides in their development. Though the fledgling black dragons, newly ascended to the second tier, may not yet rival the adult wind wolves I had previously hunted, they have achieved a level of strength sufficient to safeguard their lives against the claws of a third-tier beast. Excellent. Continue to grow, for in the future, your elder brother's sustenance will depend upon you. I felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the growth of my younger siblings. While I often jested about Eldest and Brook's slight frames and meager prowess, in comparison to other fledgling black dragons of their age, they were quite commendable. Perhaps my occasional training sessions during moments of boredom contributed to their progress. Moreover, I occasionally provided them with the blood and flesh of lower-tier magical beasts. It may also be attributed to their willingness to humble themselves, as they frequently consumed the black earth and stones, regardless of their hunger. Their diet of soil and rocks has rendered their bones and scales noticeably sturdier than those of their peers. Habitually, I glanced towards the depths of the dragon's lair, where the black dragon mother resided. The glimmering sheen of gold coins, silver pieces, and gemstones stirred a primal urge within me. Should I consume the treasures of the black dragon mother at the onset of the feast, the enhancement I would gain would be monumental. This instinctive impulse was undeniable. Upon analyzing this instinct, I discerned that it was most potent in the presence of magical gemstones, even surpassing the desire to devour the 6th-tier magical beast, the swamp blackwater python. Following that were magical armor and great swords, then magical gold and silver coins. Lastly came the ordinary gold, silver, and commonplace gemstones. As for other shiny trinkets, in my instinctual perception, they were merely slightly superior to dirt and rocks, considered mere refuse. This discovery of my ability brought Udi unexpected delight. I felt that, armed with this instinct, I would no longer be prone to revealing my intentions when encountering treasures. Though the dragon excels in the pursuit of treasures, it is time to embark on the hunt. Without further contemplation, Udi turned and strode towards the tunnel leading to the lair, his figure gradually vanishing into the depths of the dragon's nest. This expedition would not merely serve to satiate his hunger. The black dragoness's demeanor instilled within him a sense of impending peril. He needed to prepare for the eventuality of being cast out from the lair, which meant he must seek a new refuge. The black dragoness had made her nest in the heart of the shadowy forest, amidst a vast expanse of decaying marshland spanning several dozen square kilometers. Having feasted abundantly, Udi unfurled his dragon wings and alighted upon a towering tree exceeding 50 meters in height, surveying the surroundings from afar. Amidst the boundless, dense black foliage, a vast and grotesque scar marred the landscape. The enormity of this putrid marsh was perhaps a testament to the black dragoness's formidable influence. The biological passive decay field of the black dragon can transform soil into marsh, typically awakening during its youth. Chapter 11. Distribution of forces around the dragon's lair. After a brief moment of silent observation from the great tree, Udi's gaze sharpened. With a powerful flap of his wings, he leaped down towards the southern direction. Descending from a mere 7 to 8 meters, a gentle tremor of his wings transformed his dive into a graceful ascent. Moments later, beneath him, the forest began to reveal the outlines of wooden edifices. Small dog-headed creatures scurried about these diminutive structures, rather than directly landing in the goblin encampment. Udi chose to descend at least 100 meters away, folding his wings and concealing himself within the dense underbrush to observe the goblins. The name of the dog-headed creatures belied their appearance. They did not sport canine heads. Visually, these goblins stood less than a meter tall, their bodies cloaked in deep brown scales that rendered them rather diminutive. Atop their shoulders rested grotesque lizard-like heads, from which extended a pair of diminutive horns. Their eyes glimmered with a bright, fiery red spark, and their tails appeared long and agile. They were dubbed dog-headed primarily due to their language, which resembled the yapping of small dogs. Most goblins merely draped themselves in simple leaf skirts for modesty, while only a scant few donned tattered garments. The latter were notably taller and more robust than their ordinary counterparts, standing around 1 meter 20. Their weapons had evolved from mere wooden sticks or spears to rusted iron swords and spears, marking them as the elite warriors among the goblins. Truly, they were lamentably weak. Udi mused silently. In his perception, both the ordinary goblins and the more formidable goblin warriors were nothing more than zero-level creatures. Such feeble beings could be effortlessly dispatched by Eldest and Brook, let alone by Udi himself, estimating that standing firm would allow them to strike. the dog-headed creatures would be unable to breach Udi's scale defense. However, within Udi's perception, there existed several formidable auras within the dog-headed camp. Among them, one aura was particularly potent, far surpassing that of a third-tier magical beast, the Wind Wolf, instilling a sense of trepidation in Udi. Yet, this aura also evoked a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, Udi discerned the source of this familiarity. It was the essence of the Black Dragon Matron. Thus, it could be concluded that the powerful presence within the camp was a subordinate of the Black Dragon Matron. Udi mused inwardly, considering that, being an adult black dragon, she would undoubtedly have minions at her command. However, despite confirming that this dog-headed camp was under the influence of the Black Dragon Matron, Udi had no intention of revealing his presence. He silently lay in wait amidst the dense foliage. At a certain moment, a lone, frail black-scaled, dog-headed creature, burdened with a tattered basket, approached his vicinity. Udi seized the opportunity, his formidable dragon claw swiftly grasping the creature's head, while his expansive dragon wings, previously folded, unfurled in a majestic display as he took flight, vanishing from the scene. The commotion attracted the attention of a nearby squad of dog-headed beings, who began to sniff the air like curious pups, barking excitedly to communicate their findings. One of the dog-headed creatures quickly darted towards the camp. Meanwhile, in a clearing several miles from the dog-headed encampment, a colossal dragon shadow swept across the sky before landing and retracting its wings. Udi released the dog-headed creature from his grasp, watching as it crumpled softly to the ground. Upon sensing that the creature had not perished but merely fainted, Udi breathed a sigh of relief. He extended a sharp dragon claw, gently prodding the dog-headed creature's arm. The delicate black scales that encased its arm were pierced, revealing the vibrant crimson flesh beneath. The pain jolted the creature awake. The dog-headed being, Shurji, felt a surge of agony in its arm and instantly regained consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it was met with the imposing figure of a robust black dragon, whose massive form completely overshadowed its slight body, the outspread wings casting an immense shadow. "O mighty black dragon, your wings are as vast as the sky, and your form is as imposing as a mountain," Shurji uttered in awe. Udi, having deliberately folded his wings, lowered his head slightly to regard the prostrating dog-headed creature, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. This was the so-called reverence inspired by the dragon's presence. "Enough, silence now. I will ask questions, and you shall respond," Udi's deep voice commanded. Shurji, overwhelmed by the dragon's majesty, trembled and promptly closed its mouth, gazing up at Udi with utmost respect. Thus, Udi commenced his inquiries. Indeed, he had captured this kobold with the intention of acquiring intelligence and information about the surroundings. As time elapsed and the questioning progressed, Udi gleaned a considerable amount of information. Initially, he was only aware that this was the Dark Forest and that the dragon's nest was located in the Putrid Marsh. Now, however, he had come to understand the general distribution of power within the Dark Forest. Centered around the dragon's nest to the north, in the inner regions of the Dark Forest, resided the Forest Elves. Yet, according to the Kobold Shiki, the Forest Elves had not been seen in these parts for over a decade, and his knowledge stemmed from the records and traditions kept within his tribe. To the west of the dragon's nest lay an unbroken expanse of the Dark Forest, home to numerous formidable monsters and monster tribes, such as the Ogre and Green Goblin tribes. Several hundred miles to the east of the dragon's nest stretched a vast plain, ruled by the Centaur tribe, which held an adversarial relationship with the dragon's nest. To the south, in close proximity to the dragon's nest, were three monster tribes: Shiki's Kobold tribe, a small forest troll tribe, and a goblin tribe. These three tribes were all affiliated with the Dark Dragon's influence. The combined numbers of the affiliated monsters exceeded 1,500, bolstered by a few elite dragon-blooded individuals, resulting in a formidable collective strength. Further south, after traveling several hundred kilometers, one would reach the border of the human duchy of Cass. Upon understanding the distribution of power surrounding the dragon's nest, Udi narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Heading north posed the risk of encountering the elves, who were certainly not to be trifled with. Udi shook his head. The south led to human territory, which he would certainly eliminate as an option. The east, a vast plain, was unsuitable for stealthy development. Furthermore, since the Centaur tribe was capable of opposing the dragon's nest, their strength could not be underestimated. After careful analysis, Udi realized he had only one viable option: the west, an area dominated by a multitude of monsters, beasts, and monster tribes. Chapter 12, The Pact of Affiliation. The Dark Forest was immense and abundantly resourceful, with the territory occupied by the dragon's nest merely a modest fragment within it. Thus, Udi had no need to worry about a lack of land or resources for development. The west. Udi's gaze deepened, having made his decision. He slightly lowered his head to gaze upon the humble, prostrate kobold Shiki, and, with a fierce dragon's voice, proclaimed, "Shiki, in recognition of your valuable intelligence and your relatively astute mind, the great true dragon Udi Targaryen Diabolos Mephistopheles Sigmund shall bestow upon you the honor of becoming a servant of the great dragon." Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Udi, but he quickly regained his composure, demonstrating his cleverness. Or perhaps realizing he had no reason to refuse such an extraordinary temptation. Consequently, Shurji did not hesitate to kowtow before Udi, his demeanor fervent, and his tone subtly transformed. "I shall serve you as my lord, the great true dragon master." Udi nodded in satisfaction. However, it must be said that the draconic tongue spoken by the goblin was indeed rather unpleasant, interspersed with several yapping intonations that were quite grating to the ears. Nevertheless, it could be overlooked, as they were, after all, a race capable of speaking the dragon language. Aside from the draconic tongue, Udi, through the legacy of dragons, had also mastered the common tongue of the continent and the language of giants, totaling 3 languages. Meanwhile, the goblin Shurji had also acquired some proficiency in the common tongue. It could be observed that most intelligent races on this continent that engaged in communication with the outside world could speak the common tongue to varying degrees. As his thoughts shifted, Udi gazed at the kneeling goblin Shurji and retrieved a dragon scale from the crevice of his chest, where it had been stored. This scale had naturally shed from Udi, a testament to his lineage. Udi's expression grew notably grave as he recalled the bond of servitude within the dragon's legacy. Ordinarily, such a bond would fall under the realm of spellcasting abilities, requiring one to reach the juvenile dragon stage and undergo a magical awakening before it could be invoked. However, as a naturally superior magical being, a dragon possessed an innate aptitude for spellcasting, allowing even a wormling or young dragon to form a bond of servitude after paying a certain price, should they wish to do so. There exist 3 tiers of such bonds. The highest tier is the blood contract, wherein a dragon, vast as a mountain, harbors an abundance of blood. Yet only the essence found within the heart may be termed as true blood. The blood contract involves the dragon extracting a single drop of its essence to bestow upon its subordinate, fundamentally transforming the subordinate's bloodline into that of a potent draconic being, thereby granting them the ability to grow alongside their master. However, the cost to the dragon is considerable, and thus it is not employed lightly. The intermediate tier consists of dragon blood combined with dragon scales, using scales as parchment, blood as ink, and spirit as the quill, establishing a mental connection through magical contracts. The subordinate is transformed into a dragon kin, benefiting from their master's growth, albeit to a lesser extent than the blood contract. The lowest tier merely imparts the dragon's essence, granting dragon blood and scales, or even the faintest trace of draconic essence from prolonged association with the dragon, resulting in a weak draconic bloodline. This tier of subordinate does not gain any benefits from their master's growth, thus enjoying greater freedom and lesser constraints, which also increases the likelihood of betrayal. Reflecting on this, Udi squeezed forth a thick drop of blood, intending to forge a contract of the second tier with Shurji. He recited the incantation, and under the influence of unseen magical forces, the dragon scale and blood gradually ascended, drawing closer until they melded into one, a faint glimmer flashing across the dark scale. As the incantation unfolded, a series of minuscule inscriptions emerged upon the dragon scales, manifesting the ancient script of the dragon's covenant. This agreement was not crafted by the dragon itself, but rather inherited from the primordial ancestral dragon and refined over countless years, earning its reputation as one of the most exquisite covenants in the multiverse. Once the covenant was inscribed, the scales gently descended upon the brow of the kneeling goblin, Shiki, melding seamlessly into its skin until they vanished completely. The latent draconic energy within the scales permeated throughout its being, nurturing its frail flesh and bones, fundamentally enhancing the goblin's weakened physique. Shiki gritted its teeth, enduring the excruciating agony that accompanied the bloodline transformation. This was the pain of rebirth, a necessary trial to embrace newfound vitality. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the initial transformation was complete. The tension in Shiki's face gradually relaxed as it opened its eyes, the once vibrant orange slits now darkening slightly, a sign of its nascent black dragon lineage. Udi sensed a subtle mental connection forming with the goblin before him, realizing that his first vassal had come into existence. "Your humble servant, Shiki, offers you heartfelt gratitude." Shiki, invigorated by the surge of power within, felt an overwhelming thrill. In the Black-Tooth tribe where it resided, only the chieftain was a true dragon descendant, and the chieftain's formidable strength had long ignited Shiki's envy. Now, that very power was within reach, perhaps even to be surpassed. Very well. Remain nearby, but do not venture too close to the decaying marsh, nor return to your former tribe. Wait until your draconic energy has matured sufficiently for self-preservation, and then journey westward to gather intelligence on goblins, claiming a territory for yourself. Udi waved a claw casually before unfurling his immense dragon wings, transforming into a shadow that soared across the sky towards the distant, decaying marsh, quickly vanishing from sight. Shiki gazed at Udi's retreating form, its resolve solidifying. The command from the great true dragon master must be executed flawlessly. The initial acceptance of draconic power does not immediately confer overwhelming strength. It requires time and cultivation. Combat, slaughter, and the consumption of formidable magical beast's flesh will unlock the latent draconic energy within. Shiki surveyed its surroundings and soon discovered a suitable sturdy branch, spending time to sharpen it before cautiously exploring the vicinity. It intended to find a lair to settle in before commencing its training to harness the draconic energy. Meanwhile, Udi swiftly returned to the dragon's lair. Upon his arrival, fatigue overcame him, and he collapsed beside the mud pit, coiling around himself as he succumbed to slumber. It had been previously noted that although unawakened hatchlings and young dragons could invoke the vassal covenant, it came at a significant cost, the consumption of a substantial amount of the dragon's blood, which was rich in magical essence. Udi's premature exertion of magical abilities, exceeding his age's limitations, led to a significant depletion of the magical power coursing through his veins. However, thanks to Udi's formidable physique, this exhaustion could be swiftly replenished with a mere slumber. As for the sudden decision to take the dog-headed Skiki as a subordinate, it was merely a strategic gambit on Udi's part. If Skiki were to achieve notable success in the Western Territories, it would be splendid, yet, should he meet an untimely demise, the loss would be negligible. This is what one might call a prudent investment. Chapter 13. The Dragon of a Different Form. 5 days later, Udi roused from his slumber. As he savored the sensation of his body restored to its prime condition, he exhaled deeply and reflected that, prior to the awakening of his magical potential, he ought to refrain from forcibly employing his magical abilities. While it posed no harm to his body, the duration of sleep was considerable, and during this time, his strength remained feeble. If the use of the subordinate contract post-awakening could be likened to a casual jog for an ordinary person, then the premature use of magic before that awakening was akin to running at the bottom of a deep body of water, necessitating a considerable exertion of one's physical potential to achieve the desired outcome. Gurgle. Hunger gnawed at him. Udi glanced around the desolate nest, then at the blissfully slumbering Heloisen brook, and finally at the slowly undulating black behemoth deep within the lair, and he couldn't help but sigh. Though he held little hope for the black dragoness, witnessing her laziness left him somewhat speechless. She displayed such lethargy even when it came to mealtime. Moreover, according to the information gleaned from Skiki, their black dragoness would periodically descend upon the dog-headed camp to consume vast quantities of the magical beasts they hunted. Not only did she visit the dog-headed camp, but she also accepted offerings from a nearby troll tribe and a large goblin tribe on a regular basis. Initially, Udi had assumed that their dragoness hunted for herself during her excursions. It turned out she was merely being fed. Even the sustenance brought back for Udi and the others came from the hunting efforts of those 3 monstrous tribes. It was no wonder she returned so swiftly from her outings. Udi had mistakenly believed in her prowess and high hunting efficiency. Indeed, it seemed that most of the black dragoness's yearly activity was dedicated to the flights undertaken for the purpose of feasting. While Udi felt a twinge of envy at her leisurely existence, eating and sleeping to grow stronger, he could not dwell on it for long. Although Udi's aspirations are somewhat akin to those of others, he envisions himself luxuriating in the opulence of a grand palace, indulging in massages administered by an array of maidens from various races, and savoring delectable delicacies at will. In moments of ennui, he might resort to the abduction of princesses, and if sufficiently powerful, he could even vanquish the dragon-slaying heroes who dare approach him. He dreams of traversing the astral realms, which are said to be boundless and filled with innumerable dimensions, while the current realm he inhabits, the Tal dimension, is merely an ordinary medium-sized material plane. In essence, Udi seeks a superlative version of the extravagant lifestyle currently enjoyed by the Black Dragon matriarch. To embark on this ambitious journey, Udi must at the very least attain legendary prowess, and the road ahead remains long. However, for one endowed with the talent for feasting like Udi, as long as he progresses steadily, it will not be long before he reaches his goal. With dreams of a splendid future fueling his resolve, Udi ventured forth to hunt. Fortuitously, he managed to capture a wind wolf and a jungle green giant lizard. The wind wolf, being a third-tier magical beast, posed little challenge for Udi, who had attained the fourth tier in biological classification. Conversely, the jungle green giant lizard is a formidable fourth-tier magical creature, ranking among the most powerful of low-tier beings. Therefore, considerable effort and time were required for Udi to successfully slay it. This unscathed encounter with the jungle green giant lizard provided Udi with a clearer understanding of his own strength, confirming that ordinary fourth-tier magical creatures were no match for him. However, Udi did not succumb to arrogance, believing he could challenge fifth-tier creatures. Fifth-tier beings are classified as intermediate-level magical creatures, and even the weakest among them possess strength that is at least 4 to 5 times greater than that of fourth-tier beings. The disparity between larger tiers far exceeds that of smaller ones. For instance, if a first-tier dragon were to defeat a second-tier ordinary creature, it would not be remarkable. It merely indicates that the young dragon possesses commendable combat skills. Yet, if a fourth-tier dragon were to triumph over a fifth-tier ordinary creature, it would indeed be impressive, deserving of the title of a prodigious dragon within the draconic realm. In a few months' time, after accumulating several layers of feasting, Udi might very well become a prodigy among dragons himself. A grin spread across Udi's face as he returned to the dragoness lair, bearing the substantial spoils of his hunt, the wind wolf and the jungle green giant lizard. Amid the astonished gazes of Hyloius and Brook, Udi leisurely began to feast. Once he had indulged sufficiently, he surveyed the remnants of flesh and blood strewn across the ground and beckoned the 2 eager little dragons to come forth. "Feast," he commanded. At Udi's words, Hyloius and Brook, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the remains of the magical beasts. "Thank you, big brother." The youthful dragon voices chimed in unison. Udi accepted the gratitude of his younger dragon siblings, Long D and Long Mei, with a natural demeanor, squinting as he lay beside the muddy pool. His robust tail lazily swept across the water's surface, creating ripples of dark waves. It was not merely the satisfaction of a full belly after a meal, but also the gratifying sense of achievement brought about by the change in attitude from Long D and Long Mei. The 2 young dragons, Haliois and Brook, had now grasped the fundamental truth that a dragon must be short of mouth and gentle of claw. Once they had thoroughly consumed the blood of the wind wolves and the jungle green lizards, they approached Udi's side, one on each flank. Extending their claws, they flicked out their sharp nails and began to scratch the scales on their elder brother's body. Sparks flew as their claws clashed against the scales. Udi lay contentedly on the ground, allowing his younger siblings to scratch him with claws sharp enough to eviscerate ordinary beasts. For Udi, this level of massage was just perfect, and Haliois and Brook were gradually becoming accustomed to this behavior. It was their honor to massage their elder brother after he had provided them with food and labor. If any other dragon dared to intrude upon this task, Haliois and Brook would certainly become incensed. "Not full yet. Apply more pressure." A moment of distraction jolted Haliois and Brook back to attention, increasing the strength of their claws even further. They continued their massaging, from Udi's forehead down to his tail, from his left wing to his right, and finally to his 4 muscular claws. Their elder brother's physique was remarkably strong, perhaps even more so than that of a red dragon of the same age. As they continued massaging one part after another, Haliois and Brook felt an ever-growing sense of astonishment and reverence. It seemed that Udi's body became even more formidable each time he awoke from slumber. Such a terrifying gift. The younger dragons could not help but feel envious and desirous of this trait. They had no doubts about it, for throughout the ages, many extraordinary dragons had emerged within their kind. While a powerful aberrant dragon might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to manifest within a material plane, the astral realm harbored countless dimensions, and over the years, this rarity had accumulated in number. Among these, there were indeed many renowned aberrant dragons celebrated throughout the annals of dragon history. Some possessed cells undergoing nuclear fission at all times. Others were hybrids of gold dragons and titans, and some even engaged in high-tech endeavors. At this moment, Udi was but a small creature in the presence of these illustrious aberrant dragons that wreaked havoc across the astral realm. Chapter 14. The growth of the dog-headed Shiki in a shadowy corner of the forest, a frail and diminutive figure cautiously peeked out from the dense thicket. Suddenly, a large gray rabbit darted across the grass before him. The sound of air being pierced echoed as a poorly crafted wooden javelin plunged forcefully into the eye of a large gray rabbit, impaling it through the skull and pinning its lifeless body to the dark earth. A fatal strike. After waiting for the signs of life in the gray rabbit to completely fade, a slender, diminutive figure with black scales approached to retrieve both the rabbit and the wooden javelin. The dampness of the forest enveloped the scene. A droplet of water slowly condensed and fell from the leaves, casting a fleeting glimmer of light that briefly illuminated the features of the black-scaled figure. Fragmented black scales. A pair of black horns arching backward from its forehead, and deeply shadowed pupils characterized none other than Skig the dog-headed man. Compared to the time he was captured by Udi, Skig had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though still slight in stature, he now stood at a height of 4 feet, a significant increase from his previous, almost diminutive form. Beneath the seemingly frail scales, a robust musculature lay hidden, and his gaze bore the faint glint of a creature accustomed to bloodshed and combat. Silently, Skig extracted the carcass of the gray rabbit from the wooden javelin, then opened his mouth wide, his sharp teeth sinking into the flesh with ferocity. He gulped down the still warm blood of the rabbit in large swallows. Once the blood was consumed, he bit down and tore off a chunk of meat, savoring the exquisite taste of fresh flesh as it burst in his mouth, his small eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Under the savage act of tearing and swallowing, the once sizable rabbit, weighing over 10 pounds, quickly reduced to mere bloody tufts of fur. Skig licked his lips, stained with dried blood, feeling the dragon vein power bestowed upon him by his great dragon master awaken and circulate within him. The blood and flesh he had just devoured were being digested at an extraordinary pace. As the nutrients flowed through his sinews and bones, they gradually yet steadily fortified his physical strength. Half an hour passed. Skig slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his dark pupils sparkling with intensity. 30 sunrises and sunsets have passed, he murmured to himself. It had been a full 30 days since the great dragon master had granted him the dragon vein power. During this time, Skig had diligently adhered to his master's commands, hunting and surviving in the vicinity, honing the dragon vein power he had just acquired to enhance his own strength, all while awaiting the moment when he would be strong enough to venture into the western regions to expand his master's territory. In this brief span of a month, endowed with the miraculous dragon vein power granted by his master, Skig's physique underwent profound transformations. He grew more robust and towering than even the strongest warriors of his original tribe. His wrist strength became formidable enough to effortlessly crush a stone. The hardness of his scales reached a level capable of withstanding the bites of ordinary beasts. In the span of a month, Shurji underwent a remarkable transformation. Each time he gazed upon his reflection in the forest's puddles, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. This metamorphosis was a gift from his master, and Shurji aspired to grow even stronger and more robust. A warm breath escaped his mouth and nostrils, crystallizing into wisps of white mist in the chilly forest air. The climate had shifted into early winter, and with each passing day, the temperature dipped slightly lower. During such times, ordinary dog-headed folk like Shurji were compelled to undertake tasks for their tribe, shouldering baskets to forage for firewood and edible plant roots within the woods. Often, misfortunes befell many, as they encountered beasts that were fattening up for the winter or formidable monsters while out hunting. Out of hundreds of dog-headed beings that ventured forth, perhaps only 70 or 80 would return. The rest would meet their demise in the shadowy depths of the forest. Their remains potentially discovered days later amidst a pile of refuse. As the flesh and blood of the gray rabbit within him gradually digested, Shurji began to feel the pangs of hunger. Ever since he had been bestowed with the power of the dragon vein by his master, his appetite had increased significantly. Yet he also grew hungry at an alarming rate. In this process, his physical strength, power, and agility surged relentlessly. If Udi were to learn of this, his expression would surely be one of incredulity, for it resembled a diminished version of the feast talent. It was time to hunt again. Rising from the ground, Shurji slowly made his way out of the cave, grasping a wooden spear in his hand, with 5 or 6 more spears nestled within a makeshift leather pouch on his back. Each spear was stained a dark crimson, a faint scent of blood enveloping him. Against the crisp winter breeze, the silhouette of the dog-headed Shurji gradually faded from sight. Driven by hunger and the conviction to grow stronger, Shurji relentlessly pursued slaughter and combat. In the depths of the rotting marsh, within the dragon's lair, Udi exhaled a warm breath, watching as it condensed into visible mist before dissipating. Winter was approaching, and he pondered whether snow would fall in this place. Squinting, he shifted his position and lay down again, turning his gaze to his status panel. Udi, biological level 4. Profession, level none. Length, 498 centimeters. Life force, 746. Current feast layers, 7. Feast cooldown time, 29 days. A month had passed, and just 2 days ago, the cooldown for the feast had concluded. Udi devoured the prey he had accumulated, bringing his feast layers to 7, while his biological level remained at 4. His length was just shy of 5 meters, and his wingspan had barely surpassed 10 meters. Recently, the black dragon had grown increasingly displeased with him. Shutting down the panel, Udi found himself lost in contemplation, reflecting on the past month. From the very beginning, when prey was tossed before Udi, to the preferential treatment of the dragon's siblings who were allowed to feast on the bounty while Udi was left with mere scraps. The situation has recently taken a turn for the worse. The black dragon matriarch has become even more excessive, now refusing to allow Udi any of the prey brought back from the kin tribe. Udi has been completely self-sufficient for over a month now. At this rate, it seems that being cast out of the home by the black dragon matriarch is not far off. I am but a mere hatchling, less than a year old. Udi lamented. To be precise, I am 6 months and half a year old. Is this an intentional imposition of difficulty upon me? This hapless dragon? How tiresome. Perhaps I shall pass the time by watching a documentary. Udi closed his eyes, sinking his mind into the faint thread of mental connection. The documentary he referred to was, in fact, a voyeuristic glimpse into the daily life of the goblin-headed Shiki through this mental link. Chapter 15. Side effects. Ever since forming the kinship contract, Udi has been able to communicate with the goblin-headed Shiki through the mental connection in his mind. Moreover, he can switch to Shiki's first-person perspective in real time. This function is quite convenient, albeit limited. Shiki cannot stray too far from Udi, for with the current strength of their mental link, even a slight distance would sever their connection. To put it simply, the mental connection is akin to a signal. The greater the distance, the poorer the signal. To enhance this distance, either Udi must strengthen his mental capacity or Shiki must bolster his own. As Udi switched to Shiki's first-person perspective, he noted with surprise, this fellow seems rather industrious. Recently, aside from sleeping and going out to hunt for sustenance, whenever boredom struck, Udi would switch to Shiki's viewpoint. Almost invariably, Shiki's first-person perspective revealed him either hunting or feasting. He appears quite busy. Considering the change in height and the size of the prey, it seemed that Shiki had undergone significant physical development. Udi mused. He was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was merely a hatchling. The kinship contract for a hatchling could not possibly yield the same growth for the subordinate monsters as that of an adult dragon-esque contract. The strength of the subordinate monsters is closely intertwined with that of their dragon lord. Indeed, in terms of size and strength, Udi now compares favorably to a black dragon hatchling of 6 or 7 years, perhaps even exceeding it. The age classifications of dragons are as follows: 0 to 3 years for hatchlings, 3 to 10 years for juveniles, 10 to 25 years for young dragons, 25 to 50 years for adolescent dragons, 50 to 100 years for young adults, 100 to 700 years for adults, 700 to 1,300 years for middle-aged dragons, and 1,300 to 1,800 years for elderly dragons. Upon reaching the venerable age of over 1,800 years, the growth rate of a dragon's body begins to decelerate significantly. Among the chromatic and metallic dragons, the shortest lifespan belongs to the white dragon, whose maximum longevity is merely 2,300 years. In contrast, the golden and red dragons boast the longest lifespans, potentially reaching 3,500 years. However, this is predicated on their existence prior to attaining legendary status. Should they ascend to such heights, their longevity would be greatly augmented. Yet, even when considering the youthful black dragon's bond through the Pact of Servitude, Shiki's advancement appears rather rapid. Udi murmured to himself. From Shiki's perspective as a kobold, the speed, strength, and agility displayed during hunts undeniably place him within the realm of a first-tier monstrosity, and not merely the weakest among them, but rather of a commendable caliber. Merely a month prior, Shiki was a zero-level entity, the least among them. In the span of just 30 days, his prowess has multiplied at least 5 or 6-fold. And if this trajectory continues, it is likely that within a month, perhaps even sooner, Shiki could ascend to a second-tier monstrosity. As for the two young wormlings, Heloise and Brooke, they currently rank only as second-tier dragons in terms of biological classification. Could it be that my feast talent is influencing this? Udi pondered, for every time he observed Shiki, the creature was either hunting or feeding. Initially, Udi believed Shiki was cultivating his draconic lineage through combat and blood consumption. However, upon realizing the abnormality in Shiki's growth rate, Udi began to harbor doubts. If the feast talent can indeed exert influence through the Pact of Servitude, it would certainly be advantageous, Udi mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Following the establishment of the Pact, Shiki's life has come under Udi's dominion. Should he desire Shiki's demise, the draconic power within him would surge violently under the contract's influence, leading to his death. In such circumstances, the enhancement of Shiki's abilities would accelerate, which is undoubtedly beneficial for Udi. After all, no matter how swiftly Shiki's power grows, it could never surpass that of Udi, the Dragon Master. Nevertheless, there seems to be a slight drawback. Udi observed Shiki, who had just devoured a 3-meter-long serpent. Embarking once more on the hunt barely an hour later, Udi decided to extend his observation period. A day passed, and he meticulously recorded Shiki's activities. Aside from 4 to 5 hours spent resting, Shiki dedicated at least 2/3 of his time to hunting and feeding, resembling an unyielding machine. Well, the side effects are minimal. Udi concluded indifferently as he ended the first-person perspective of Shiki. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to intertwine and drift into slumber. As time passed in his transformation into a dragon, Udi discovered an increasing fondness for slumber. Moreover, the violent and erratic emotions within him burgeoned alongside his growing might. Subtly, Udi's character underwent nuanced changes, shifts so subtle that even he remained unaware of them. Time flowed steadily, and soon winter arrived. The first snowfall Udi beheld since his birth graced the world, gently descending from the heavens. In a single night, the previously somber and shadowy forest was adorned with a blanket of glistening snow. On this snowy day, birds were difficult to find, and the traces of beasts and monsters gradually dwindled. Nevertheless, Udi ventured forth to hunt with fervor for 10 to 15 days each month to fulfill his feasting desires. Although winter rendered the tracks of beasts and monsters elusive, this was merely the case for other creatures. For a dragon, a mere sniff would uncover even those concealed beneath 10 meters of snow, an unfathomable feat. Additionally, due to the winter, both beasts and monsters grew exceedingly plump, their flesh becoming more delectable. The snow, as soft as goose feathers, fell for 2 months before gradually ceasing. A dark silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky, descending slowly onto a colossal tree. Strong claws gripped the trunk, the immense weight causing the entire tree to shudder, dislodging a cascade of snowflakes that tumbled down like rain. Udi gazed down into the distance, spotting a herd of snow-white elk, their massive forms resembling moving hills, migrating northward. The snow elk, a level 5 ice attribute monster, caused Udi's mouth to water. Renowned for their succulent and icy flesh, they were highly sought after among dragons. Indeed, to be precise, the snow elk were favored by a vast majority of sentient beings. However, since these creatures only appeared in snowy realms and typically moved in formidable groups, their individual strength was remarkable. Their mastery of ice-based spells, imbued with chilling brilliance, rendered them formidable adversaries. Only high-level monsters possessed the strength to hunt them. Following 2 months of winter, Udi's feast layers increased from 7 to 9. Yet, on his status panel, his biological level remained at 4. The leap from level 4 to level 5 represented a significant tier, and Udi estimated that he would require an additional 5 to 6 layers of feasting to transcend this major threshold. Nonetheless, equipped with his robust dragon form, he could attempt to engage in battles beyond his level, albeit this would be feasible only in one-on-one encounters. Silently, Udi counted the number of snow elk in the herd. There are a total of 17 creatures, 4 of which are juveniles, while 13 are adults. Should Udi engage them in battle, the outcome would be dire. The 13 fifth-tier magical beasts, the Great Snow Elk, possess a near-instantaneous spellcasting ability, the Frost Spirit Light, capable of encasing a juvenile red dragon in ice, rendering it utterly lifeless. Udi does not believe that his current strength can rival that of a juvenile red dragon. However, he might be able to challenge a juvenile white dragon. It seems he must summon a dragon. Udi folded his wings and descended to the ground, following the traces left by the Great Snow Elk herd. Moments later, he observed the herd pausing by a frozen river, where they began to hunt for fish. After a brief respite, Udi quietly retraced his steps. In the decaying marsh, within the dragon's lair, Udi conversed with the black dragoness. "Are you saying that you have seen traces of the Great Snow Elk herd within your territory?" Lyanna slowly propped her massive dragon form with her claws, her dark yellow eyes fixated on her eldest son. The formidable presence of the adult black dragon surged towards Udi like a tidal wave. Udi was momentarily dazed by this overwhelming draconic aura. Fortunately, the black dragoness did not intentionally target him, or he might have been rendered unconscious by her might. Regaining his senses, Udi looked at his mother with profound trepidation. It was terrifying. Is this the power of an adult dragon? Merely revealing a fraction of its potential left Udi feeling powerless. According to the legacy of dragons, even a newly matured black dragon possesses a biological level of 15. If the feast levels were to be merely additive, given the current conditions for feasting, it would likely require several hundred layers, which translates to a few decades' time. However, if the conditions for feasting could shift from the flesh of beasts and lower-tier magical creatures to rare metals, magical gemstones, magical metals, and the flesh of high-tier magical beasts, perhaps Udi could elevate his biological level to 15 in less than a decade, akin to a rocket's ascent. Yes, Mother, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The herd of great snow elks consists of 17 members, 14 of which are adults, Udi answered, his thoughts collected and respectful. Upon receiving this affirmation, Lyanna's dark yellow eyes gleamed with excitement as she eagerly exclaimed, Udi, lead the way. Udi understood his mother's exhilaration and urgency. The great snow elk is a delicacy, exceedingly rare in the shadowy forest, and with a herd suddenly migrating to this area, it would be foolish to let them escape. With Udi leading at full speed, the two black dragons soon approached the resting place of the great snow elk herd. To avoid startling these delectable prey, the black dragoness did not descend directly upon the herd. She was quite greedy. She wished to keep all the great snow elks right where they were. In the wide-eyed gaze of Udi, the formidable figure of the black dragon matriarch, exceeding 18 meters in length, vanished amidst a swirl of dark light. In her stead stood a commanding silhouette clad in obsidian dragon armor, with long, wild black hair cascading to her waist, revealing vast expanses of pristine white skin, save for the crucial areas, exposed to the frigid air of the snowy ground. Why is she deemed commanding? Standing at 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and an imposing demeanor, one cannot help but question her dominance. Udi gazed in awe at the humanoid form of his black dragon matriarch, marveling at the wonder of the dragon's transformation magic, which could condense such an enormous dragon body into a seemingly delicate human shape. However, this transformation was not without its drawbacks. The first limitation was that it constrained the dragon's physical prowess, though this primarily affected their corporeal strength. For dragons like the silver dragon, adept in magic, the restrictions were comparatively lesser. The second drawback was that the transformation could not be arbitrarily manipulated. Once the spell was cast, the resulting appearance was entirely at the dragon's discretion. Nevertheless, the humanoid forms of dragons generally tended to be strikingly handsome or beautiful, rarely possessing any unattractive features, the overall aesthetic appeal rivaling that of the elven race. This was evident in Lyanna. Aside from her towering stature, Lyanna's beauty could only be described as stunning. Even with the advanced techniques of makeup and cosmetic surgery from the previous world, Udi, with his discerning eye, deemed her a paragon of beauty. Stay here. I shall return shortly, Lyanna declared, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, disappearing with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. In less than 3 seconds, a harrowing cry erupted from a distant herd of snow elk, which had been resting by the frozen river, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Clearly, the black dragon matriarch had launched a surprise attack, revealing her true form and catching the snow elk herd off guard. Soon, the anguished cries of the snow elk ceased abruptly. Moments later, a massive dragon silhouette swept past from the direction of the icy river, heading straight towards the decaying marshland that served as her lair. Returning to the nest was the telepathic message Udi received from the black dragon matriarch. Her tone conveyed a palpable excitement and eagerness to indulge in a feast. Udi unfurled his dragon wings and flew to the icy river to take a look. The river spanned several dozen meters, previously blanketed by a thick layer of ice. However, now, within a radius of 100 meters, the ice was nearly shattered. Strangely, amidst the broken terrain, clusters of ice crystals several meters high thrived. These coral-like ice crystals still emitted a significant amount of elemental ice essence. These remnants on the ground were the result of the snow elk's desperate counterattack in their final moments. If Udi was not mistaken, these were the effects of the ice elemental attack awakened by the snow elk's magic. He stared at the devastating scene below, rendered speechless. Upon this shattered expanse of ice, apart from the ephemeral remnants of elemental essence left by the great snowy elk, there were no other traces of elemental light, nor any evidence of the acidic breath of the black dragon. This indicates that the black dragon had entirely decimated the herd of snowy elks solely through her physical prowess. She refrained from utilizing spells or breath attacks, presumably to preserve the exquisite flavor of her prey. The completely fragmented ice also serves as a testament to the black dragon's remarkable physical strength. What difference does this bear to a missile strike? The thought inexplicably crossed Udi's mind. He suddenly felt that, if possible, it would be prudent to cling tightly to the black dragon's leg. After a brief moment, Udi returned to the lair. Upon his arrival, he beheld Helios and Brooke, each gnawing on a pristine white elk leg. The tantalizing aroma of fresh meat emanated from the snowy limbs. Nearby, for corpses of snowy elks, each measuring between 3 and 5 meters in length, lay scattered on the ground, one of which was notably missing 2 legs. As Udi entered, Helios and Brooke hastily set aside their delectable morsels and respectfully exclaimed, "Brother Udi." Following their customary polite greeting, the 2 young dragons resumed their feast. Udi nodded at them, choosing not to partake in their meal immediately, but instead ventured further into the depths of the lair. After navigating a slight turn, he encountered a colossal black-scaled beast, voraciously tearing into the carcass of an adult snowy elk exceeding 8 meters in length. In mere moments, this creature, weighing at least 10 tons, had devoured a fifth of its meal. The speed of consumption was nothing short of terrifying, judging by the dismembered remains nearby. This was already the second adult snowy elk the black dragon had consumed. Lyanna noticed Udi and paused her feeding, casting a gaze of satisfaction and admiration upon her eldest son. "Udi, you have done well. You may partake of 2 of the 4 juvenile snowy elks outside." Udi hesitated momentarily, then respectfully replied, "Thank you, mother. This is your rightful reward. Now, do not disturb me while I feast," Lyanna commanded, dismissing him. Just as Udi turned to leave, he heard Lyanna's calm voice from behind. "Udi, following my meal, I shall enter a deep slumber. During my repose, you are entrusted with the care of Helios and Brooke. I will instruct the troll chief, Gray, to deliver prey to the decaying marsh monthly." This was the longest speech Lyanna had ever addressed to Udi since his birth. He paused in surprise, feeling a surge of joy. The slumber of dragons is not merely a nap. It signifies a prolonged period of rest, lasting a minimum of 6 months and potentially extending for years, even decades, which correlates with the dragon's age. Udi realized that this presented an exceptional opportunity for his growth and development. Udi's eyes shimmered with a certain brilliance as he responded to the black dragon mother. "Rest assured, mother, I shall take excellent care of both Eloise and Brooke." "That is reassuring," she replied, her gaze laden with inscrutable significance. A shiver coursed through Udi's heart under the scrutiny of the black dragon mother. He felt as if all his thoughts were laid bare before her piercing gaze. In that moment, a powerful premonition gripped him. Perhaps, when the black dragon mother awakened from her slumber, it would herald his expulsion from the dragon's lair. After Udi departed from the depths of the lair, a series of clandestine magical auras illuminated the surrounding walls and floor. Once Lyanna meticulously inspected the protective spells of her lair and found no faults, she resumed savoring the delectable venison, rich with magical energy. Having consumed these 13 adult moose, the energy accumulated should suffice for a period of slumber and growth. Lyanna's spirits soared. At 135 years of age, she had remained at the 15th biological level for over 30 years. This time, with the magical flesh of 13 level 5 creatures, each exceeding 100 tons, she believed her biological level would ascend to the 16th. The age bracket for an adult dragon spans from 100 to 700 years. At just 135 years, the black dragon mother was still a mere 30 years into adulthood, rendering her exceptionally youthful among fully grown dragons. Typically, a black dragon's biological level would only surpass the 16th around the age of 150, and the time required for further ascension lengthens significantly thereafter. Levels 15 through 19 are regarded as master levels among practitioners, while reaching the 20th signifies a legendary being. For black dragons, there are no bottlenecks between levels 15 and 19. As they age, they naturally progress with minimal effort. However, ambitious dragons naturally aspire to expedite this growth. The black dragon mother fell into slumber. On the 20th day of her rest, a formidable band of trolls arrived at the putrid marsh. Sensing an unfamiliar yet recognizable presence outside the lair, Udi slowly opened his eyes. The familiar aura intermingled with the strange was that of the black dragon mother, indicating that the newcomers were her kin. By the edge of the putrid marsh, a group of over 30 troll warriors discarded their quarry upon the ground, the immense weight of the prey thudding heavily as it made contact. At the forefront stood a troll towering 5 meters, adorned with thick black scales and possessing a musculature that was nothing short of terrifying. Suddenly, this formidable beast shifted its gaze to the left. Under the intense scrutiny of this fearsome troll, a bubble emerged from the marshland approximately 100 meters away. A robust juvenile black dragon, its muscular proportions rivaling those of the leading troll, soared skyward from the depths of the putrid marsh. The imposing wings of the black dragon, spanning an impressive 11 meters, exude an air of intimidation. "You are the mighty troll leader, Gray," contracted by the esteemed matron. Udi refrained from descending or approaching the trolls, as his draconic instincts fervently warned him of the extreme danger posed by the foremost troll. Even without these instinctual alerts, the towering figure of the troll. Standing at 5 meters, clearly indicated formidable prowess. This contingent of trolls, categorized as forest trolls under the Black Dragon's command, typically reaches heights of between 3 and 4 meters at maturity, classified as level 3 biologically, with exceptional individuals attaining level 4. Beyond their astonishing regenerative capabilities, able to recover even from a shattered skull, they wield a powerful form of magical ability known as plant control. Before Udi stood a battalion of 30 troll warriors, clad in formidable black vine armor, conjured through their plant control abilities. The armor possessed a hardness comparable to steel of equivalent thickness, yet remained remarkably light and agile. In their grasp, they wielded immense, spiked ebony clubs that radiated menace. Udi surmised that even a tank could be crushed under the sheer brute force of these creatures. "I am Gray," the troll leader rumbled, gesturing for his warriors to disperse and reveal the collection of prey they had amassed. "According to my master's command, we have brought the prey to the decaying swamp." Gray, with his large, round eyes, curiously assessed the progeny of his master, intrigued as it was his first encounter with them. The offspring appeared robust, yet in comparison to himself, they seemed lacking. How could the master's progeny have grown so large in less than a year? While trolls are generally perceived as lacking in intellect, Gray, having accepted the contract of the adult black dragon and undergone transformation through the dragon's lineage, was evidently an anomaly. In truth, Gray had never been a servant of the black dragon before. He was an outlier among trolls. His bloodline had reverted, enabling him to ascend biologically to level 5 shortly after reaching maturity, thus crossing into the realm of intermediate magical beings. Forest trolls, at their peak, merely attain level 4. Without pursuing a profession, they remain incapable of achieving intermediate status throughout their lives. However, Gray not only reached level 5 through his bloodline, but, after years of absorbing the Black Dragon's power, had emerged as a high-level magical being and the Dragon Blood Troll leader. This explained the profound sense of mortal threat that Udi instinctively felt emanating from him. High-level magical beings are defined as those with a biological level of 10 or higher. "Leave the prey here. You may depart," Udi commanded, hovering in the air and gazing down upon them. Even in the presence of beings that could threaten his life, Udi maintained a vigilant demeanor, regardless of their allegiance to the Black Dragon. The dragon spawn are not entirely immune to betrayal. Rather, the likelihood of such treachery is exceedingly slim, particularly for those beings deeply imbued with the bloodline powers of their draconic masters. However, even the smallest chance can yield a fortunate winner in a lottery, cannot it? Udi believed that maintaining vigilance was prudent. Gray furrowed his brow, sensing that the young master harbored no trust in them. After a moment of contemplation, Gray nodded, beckoning his kin to depart in a grand procession. Udi soared into the sky, and as he distantly observed Gray and the cadre of heavily armored trolls vanishing from sight, his wariness began to ease. He emitted a resonant dragon's roar, and instantly, from the depths of the decaying marsh, Halois and Brook, who had been concealed, fluttered their diminutive dragon wings and emerged. Without needing Udi's prompting, the two young dragons eagerly descended upon the group of prey, swiftly transporting the carcasses. Udi refrained from assisting with the haul. Instead, he hovered in midair, silently vigilant of his surroundings. During this time, he stole a glance at the prey being moved by his dragon siblings. To his surprise, one of the carcasses belonged to a 6th-level magical creature. Udi's gaze sharpened as he noticed Halois straining to carry a scorpion lion, a formidable beast possessing traits of bats, lions, and scorpions, which was several times her size. The scorpion lion, a 6th-level magical entity, lived in familial clusters. As Udi beheld the enormous scorpion lion, comparable in size to an elephant, he noted the bat-like wings that had been brutally torn apart and the head that had been violently twisted off. His eyes narrowed slightly. How brutal, how savage. Had the injuries been inflicted by weapons, Udi might not have been so appalled. However, it was evident that such damage had been wrought through sheer physical might. This was the handiwork of the troll leader, Gray. Yet, the greater the strength of the troll, the higher the quality of the prey I can hunt, Udi mused inwardly. Of course, he understood that it was improbable to hunt such a powerful magical creature as the scorpion lion every month. Intermediate magical beings generally possess intelligence on par with humans, exhibiting traits of patience, concealment, and evasion of formidable creatures' territories. Although the battalion of trolls led by Gray was powerful, it likely took considerable effort to capture this scorpion lion. They would have had to search for signs of the scorpion lion, ascertain its range of activities, and determine the size of its family before deciding to strike. Additionally, they would need to find an opportunity to lure it into a trap. Otherwise, should they startle it, The creature could soar to heights of several hundred meters in an instant. What could Gray, despite his formidable strength capable of slaying the scorpion lion with a single blow, accomplish then? Udi's conjecture was indeed accurate. Gray had expended great effort to hunt this scorpion lion, merely lying in wait for the creature, which had strayed from its group. Took 2.5 days without food or drink. The entire hunting process spanned 7 days, with the actual dispatching of the scorpion lion taking less than 3 minutes. Gradually, the days settled into a semblance of tranquility. With the assistance of the hunting team, led by Gray, Udi found that the time he needed to devote to hunting had significantly diminished. Previously, he would have to venture out for at least 10 days a month, sometimes extending to half a month. Now, a mere 3 to 5 outings each month sufficed. This is not to say that the quantity of prey brought by Gray was insufficient. In fact, it was ample enough to sustain 3 young dragons. Even with Udi's monthly feasts, he had more than enough, no matter how gluttonous a feast might demand. It could never compare to the sustenance required by a fully grown black dragon. Gray's monthly contributions from the decaying marsh were meticulously calculated to match the dietary needs of an adult black dragon, with the majority comprising low-level magical beasts, occasionally including a mid-tier creature. The reason Udi still felt the need to hunt was simply to indulge his desire for fresh, recently slain flesh, nothing more. However, through his interactions with Gray, Udi discovered that the prey provided was not exclusively hunted by the ogre tribe. The other 2 subordinate tribes under the Black Dragon's command, the Black-Tooth tribe, Kobold tribe, and the Bowden tribe, Goblin tribe, also contributed their share. Yet, due to the disparity in strength between those tribes and Gray's ogre tribe, the prey offered consisted mainly of formidable beasts or low-level magical creatures. Only the ogre tribe possessed the capacity to consistently capture mid-level monsters. As time flowed by, a month turned into 2, and in the blink of an eye, it had been half a year since the black dragon had fallen into slumber. Deep within the decaying marsh, in the dragon's lair, a robust black-scaled behemoth slowly opened its eyes. Having just concluded a grand feast, Udi reveled in stretching his increasingly powerful form. He opened his status panel. Udi, biological level 5, professional level none. Length 706. Life force 105. Current feast layers 15 layers. Feast cooldown 30 days. With a mere ordinary breath, the thick mud of the dragon's lair rippled, creating miniature waves, a testament to his terrifying lung capacity. Suddenly, Udi sensed something and turned his gaze deeper into the lair. He observed the magical luminescence that had once suffused the depths of his nest slowly dissipating, sinking into the stone walls and ground. The black dragon had awakened. Chapter 17. A day to remember. The black dragon emerged from her slumber, her form appearing somewhat gaunt, with her large bones faintly visible beneath her scales. After half a year without sustenance, the immense magical energy accumulated within her body had been entirely utilized to stimulate her growth and development, resulting in her emaciated appearance. In her desperate hunger, the black dragon barely cast a glance at the oddly shaped Udi before she hastily soared out of the lair, disappearing from sight. Several hours later, the black dragoness, feeling a fullness in her belly, returned to her lair and resumed her indifferent repose upon her hoard. Days later, she awoke, her once emaciated form having regained some of its former vigor, appearing frail, yet less so than before. At this moment, Lyanna, the black dragoness, found herself inclined to take notice of other matters, such as her 3 offspring. Over the past 6 months, Halois and Brook had grown significantly, their lengths extending from just shy of 3 meters to an impressive 3.2. They had transformed from the size of a large dog to that of a formidable tiger, their strength also having increased considerably. However, they still remained some distance from achieving the 3rd tier of biological classification, falling instead into the category of high 2nd tier. Lyanna nodded in satisfaction. The rapid growth of her progeny meant less time spent in their care. At that moment, Udi, who had been out hunting, returned to the nest. Upon seeing him, Lyanna's pupils constricted slightly. Goodness, this dragon, in size, surpassed even a young black dragon in its teenage years. Are you truly just over a year old? In that instant, Lyanna's expression shifted, sensing a potential threat. It was not a danger to herself. At Udi's current strength, even if it were multiplied tenfold, he would still be no match for her. Rather, her concern lay with the possibility of her treasure being coveted by him. At this stage of adolescence, a dragon's yearning for treasure reaches a pinnacle. If the dragon mother were to leave him in the lair, upon her departure, he might indeed extend his claws towards her hoard. While success was not guaranteed, as dragon lairs are typically fortified with an array of powerful protective and trap spells, it nonetheless posed a threat. No dragon could feel secure with a vigilant presence, equally formidable, fixated on their treasure. Deep within the lair, Udi and Lyanna locked eyes. The atmosphere thick with tension. Udi keenly sensed the cold disdain emanating from the black dragoness. After a moment of silence, Lyanna spoke. Udi, you have grown strong enough. It is time for you to leave the embrace of your mother and soar through the skies, to carve out your own territory, to claim your own kin, and to seize treasures that belong to you. Thus, on the 437th day of his existence, the fledgling Udi Targaryendia Poloi Mephis Sigmund was cast from the nest, embarking on a journey of independence. The shadowed forest was vast, even larger than the territories occupied by prosperous human kingdoms. The domain claimed by the Black Dragoness lay in the southern region of the shadowed forest, encompassing a decaying swamp of several dozen square kilometers, the site of her lair, and a forest extending over 6,000 square kilometers. The location of the three great tribes, the combined area of the two regions, does not even reach 1% of the southern expanse of the Shadow Forest. This is not indicative of Lyanna's lack of strength, but rather her minimal investment in her vassal factions, or perhaps even a complete absence of it. Aside from the leaders of the three major tribes who have been bestowed with dragon veins by Lyanna, granting them formidable power that transcends their race, the remaining members of the tribes possess rather average abilities and are not numerous enough to lay claim to a significant portion of the Shadow Forest. Had Lyanna chosen to diligently cultivate her vassal forces, her prowess and status as an adult black dragon would easily allow her to dominate the entirety of the southern Shadow Forest. At this moment, in the western region of the Shadow Forest, within a small valley located over 150 kilometers in a straight line from the Dragon Nest territory, a dragon with a wingspan of 15 meters, muscular build, and a suitably thick neck, adorned with two pairs of horns, one long and one short, descended upon the area. The longer pair of horns extended forward while the shorter pair reached back, and this majestic creature, with scales as deep and lustrous as the night, arrived. If one were to behold this dragon, they might surely wonder, is this a black dragon? Yet, aside from its ebony scales, it bore little resemblance to a true black dragon. In fact, should its scales be red, it would closely resemble a red dragon instead. Udi surveyed the valley, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he swiftly flew towards the eastern side. Moments later, the black dragon folded its wings and landed gracefully before a 2-meter-tall humanoid figure. Udi looked down at this robust and imposing figure, sensing the aura emanating from it, and nodded with satisfaction. Shiki, you have worked diligently. In just over 8 short months, you have risen from level 0 to level 3. Shiki, filled with excitement, knelt on one knee, bowing his head in utmost reverence. All of this is thanks to my master. Without the dragon vein bestowed by you, I would still be merely a lowly goblin, perhaps even consumed by beasts and monsters. Udi nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. This was indeed the truth. As for why Heloise and Brooke, being dragons, had not progressed as swiftly as Shiki the goblin, this was entirely reasonable. After all, no one would claim that a human could become a mid-level practitioner in 3 years and be considered more gifted than a dragon. Taking the example of a black dragon that has just exited its hatchling stage at the age of 3, its biological level would barely reach 4. By the time it reaches 10, transitioning into its juvenile phase, it would typically attain a biological level of 5. This discrepancy pertains to foundational issues. The foundational capabilities of humans are far inferior to those of dragons, thus allowing for a more rapid increase in strength. However, to vanquish a single dragon, it often requires 4 reasonably matched humans of the same level to succeed. This holds true for humans and for goblins, whose foundation is even weaker than that of humans. The situation is even more pronounced. However, as a dragon vein gnoll, Shurji possesses considerable combat prowess among his peers, at least not inferior to that of elite humans of the same rank. Is this the territory you occupy? Udi inquired, diverting his gaze from Shurji to survey the surroundings. Encircled by mountains on 3 sides, even the shortest peak stands over 400 meters tall, while the tallest rises to around 700 or 800 meters. One side opens toward the dark forest beyond. Udi's initial impression of this valley is one of serene winds and picturesque scenery. Most notably, within this valley lies a pond with a diameter of 200 meters, over which a silver waterfall cascades down, boasting a drop of approximately 50 meters. Indeed, my master. Please follow me. The Black Blood tribe I have established is located at the mouth of the valley, where I have gathered a portion of my kin. Initially, out of boredom, Udi would occasionally peer into Shurji's daily life through their contract. However, after Shurji departed for the western regions, the distance rendered such observations impossible, leading Udi to remain uninformed about Shurji's recent developments for several months. Chapter 18. The Black Blood tribe curiosity peaked. Udi followed closely behind Shurji. Moments later, the duo arrived at the so-called Blackblood tribe. Dozens of slender gnolls, each less than a meter tall, busily moved about 100 meters from the entrance, transporting timber, carrying baskets filled with stones, and wielding stone knives to process their catches. Currently, the Blackblood tribe comprises only 5 wooden huts, all enclosed by a fence over 2 meters high, forming a rudimentary settlement. The largest of these huts, standing 4 meters tall and covering over 200 square meters, is situated at the center. The other 4 huts are considerably smaller, merely 2 meters in height and occupying only 100 square meters. Clearly, the former serves as the residence of Shurji, the leader of the Blackblood tribe, while the latter, the diminutive huts, are home to the ordinary gnolls, who fall short of a meter in height. A group of gnolls patrolling the perimeter with wooden spears to ward off wild beasts took notice of the newcomers. Upon sighting the imposing and robust black dragon behind Shurji, their expressions transformed, not with fear, but with excitement. A chorus of yapping ensued, soon filling the entire Blackblood tribe with liveliness. Observing this, Shurji stepped forward and bellowed, "Silence! Everyone, gather around to pay respect to our magnificent true dragon master." Shurji's authority is profound. Almost instantly, the cacophony of yapping ceased, and all the gnolls hastily abandoned their tasks to assemble in the open space before the tribe. Soon, the members of the Blackblood tribe had gathered. Shurji turned to Udi and respectfully stated, "Master, these are all the members of the Blackblood tribe, 93 in total, comprising 50 young male gnolls and 43 female gnolls." Udi gazed at these fervent gnolls, whose expressions masked their excitement. In an instant, his dragon wings unfurled, and with a gentle tremor, he soared into the air. The shadow cast by his massive form enveloped numerous gnolls below. It was but a simple gesture. Without uttering a word, Udi commanded nearly 100 goblins to kneel and bow before him. They murmured in reverence, "O great true dragon master, your dragon wings are vast enough to blanket the sky. Your majestic form is both resplendent and powerful," their praise consisting mainly of simplistic expressions of admiration for Udi's might. "Silence," Udi spoke calmly. Instantly, the throng of goblins fell mute, trembling as they remained prostrated. "You are frail and devoid of wisdom, in your original state. You were destined to exist as the lowest of beings in the shadowy forest, merely awaiting calamity." At this juncture, Udi paused. Yet the goblins, chastised by the true dragoness scorn, offered no retort. Instead, they nodded submissively, tails wagging in acquiescence, their very pores seemingly exclaiming, "Yes, yes, indeed." Udi smirked, feeling as though he addressed a pile of refuse. Thoughts he had intended to articulate were abruptly truncated, morphing into blunt and direct commands. "Enough, you wretched creatures. If you desire to attain power akin to that of Shiki, then toil tirelessly on my behalf. I have no interest in feeble wretches as my servants." With a heavy thud, Udi descended to the ground, his massive form, weighing over a dozen tons, causing the earth to tremble. The nearby goblins quaked in both fear and excitement, acutely aware of the overwhelming physical prowess of their true dragon master. Their admiration surged. Their obedience increased. After delivering a brief yet impactful admonition to the feeble assembly, Udi turned his gaze toward Shiki and said, "From now on, my lair shall be within the waters of the pond nestled in the valley. Should there be urgent matters, you may seek me there." "Yes," Shiki replied respectfully. With this pronouncement, Udi took to the skies, leaving the Blackblood tribe behind. Below, Shiki watched resolutely as Udi soared away, marking the establishment of a home in what would henceforth be known as the Blackblood Valley at the western edge of the shadowy forest. At last, the task was completed. Udi surveyed the curved cavern he had excavated beneath the pond, a smile spreading across his face, filled with satisfaction. The rudimentary underwater dragon lair, towering 7 meters high and spanning over 500 square meters, had been successfully established after 5 days of labor. Whereas a surface lair could have been constructed by the goblins of the Blackblood tribe, the delicate nature of underwater excavation was beyond their capabilities. Thus, it fell upon Udi, the master, to undertake the arduous task himself. Upon its completion, the lair was bare of any furnishings. Shiki contributed a handful of ancient silver coins, remnants discovered during his hunts over the past 6 months, likely left behind by mercenaries or hunters seeking a livelihood in the shadowy forest. However, due to their scarcity and Udi's desire for a taste of novelty, he promptly consumed them in one go. After some experimentation, it was discovered that the flavor was passable. However, the quantity was woefully insufficient, offering minimal benefits to Udi's dragon form. The enhancement was exceedingly feeble, nearly negligible. According to Udi's conjecture, if he could procure several tens of thousands of silver coins as ingredients for the forthcoming feast, it might yield a significant improvement. Regrettably, acquiring such a sum would likely necessitate the plundering of human cities. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept the simplicity of his circumstances, recognizing that the true essence lay in the strength of his own abilities. Udi was not particularly concerned about the opulence of his lair, especially in his current state of weakness. Whether in his present guise as a malevolent dragon or in his former existence as a human, Udi had always harbored a fondness for wealth. Yet, unlike those dragons whose natures compelled them to amass treasure without regard for enhancing their own power, Udi found such behavior rather foolish. This perspective was uniquely his own. There exists another rationale behind the hoarding of treasures by dragons. The presence of wealth can accelerate the growth of their physical forms. The treasures in question include magical metals, mana crystals, enchanted gems, and artifacts imbued with arcane energies. A copious collection of pure, magical treasures attracts elemental forces from the surrounding vicinity, thereby hastening the dragon's growth. Thus, for dragons, treasures possess significance beyond mere aesthetic and collectible value. Udi was aware of this fact. Yet he believed that sacrificing treasures for the sake of acquiring power during his weaker days was a more prudent path to swiftly escape danger. Once he attained unmatched strength, accumulating treasures would be an effortless endeavor. Why concern oneself with the minuscule benefit of hastening growth through hoarding wealth when the time for accumulation would come with ease? After settling into his new abode for half a month, Udi acclimated to his surroundings. He began preparing sufficient ingredients for the upcoming feast. This time, devoid of the support from the troll chieftain Grey and the three clans, Udi had to rely solely on his own efforts to gather food. As for the Blackblood clan, their strength was too feeble, and without Shiki, they struggled to hunt formidable beasts, often suffering casualties among their ranks. Consequently, Udi decided against involving them in the hunting and instead assigned them the task of mining. Although the goblins of the Blackblood clan were not strong fighters, they excelled in locating and extracting minerals. A month prior, the goblins had discovered an iron mine within the valley. However, due to the challenges of extraction and the clan's nascent formation, they had set the matter aside. Yet, with Udi's arrival, the mining operations became a priority. It was anticipated that the next feast might utilize the iron mine as a source of ingredients. Upon consuming a considerable amount of the flesh and blood of low-level magical beasts, Udi's consciousness once again transcended into that void realm. Observing himself from an outsider's perspective, he noted the gradual transformation of his draconic form, reinforced by the recent feast. Initially, he presumed this experience would mirror the previous 15 feasts, devoid of any notable upheaval. However, as the enhancement progressed, a myriad of azure luminescent specks began to coalesce around his dragon form. These radiant blue motes, upon gathering, surged into Udi's body like bees returning to their hive. With the influx of these shimmering orbs, his draconic physique gradually adopted a dreamlike azure hue. Was this the essence of the natural water element? Within the void, Udi's consciousness stirred. The knowledge inherited from his dragon lineage, spurred by his developmental stage, gently unveiled a veil of understanding. A torrent of wisdom flooded into Udi's mind and soul, which he absorbed fervently. As Udi's consciousness returned from the void, he remained in slumber in the realm of reality. Time passed, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the watery lair of the dragon, Udi gradually opened his eyes, initially clouded with confusion, but soon realizing the remarkable changes that had occurred within him. The awakening of magic. An event reserved for the youthful dragon stage transpired in the still juvenile Udi. The surprise arrived so abruptly that he momentarily forgot his hunger. Alongside this magical awakening, he instinctively mastered 3 distinct magical abilities. Udi felt a surge of eagerness. This was an extraordinary power. It filled him with joy, having previously relied solely on his raw draconic strength for hunting and combat. Darkness magic. As the magical energy coursed through his draconic form, a surge of shadowy energy shot towards a small pool excavated within the lair, striking a piranha with sharp teeth with pinpoint accuracy. Udi had raised several piranhas in his lair, finding the solitude rather dreary. However, after 3 months without sustenance, only one piranha remained alive. This solitary fish, having devoured dozens of its companions, appeared quite fierce, yet upon being struck by the darkness magic, it panicked and thrashed wildly. Udi nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Darkness magic, effect, it deprives a creature of its 5 senses, with the potency of the spell scaling alongside the caster's magical strength. A highly practical magical ability. In addition to darkness magic, the other 2 awakened abilities were luminous vision, effect, grants oneself or another the ability to see clearly in dark, lightless environments, and appraisal. Effect enables the examination of a living creature's biological level, though it cannot appraise beings of a higher level than oneself. Note: using appraisal will allow the target to perceive your presence. Among the 3 magical abilities, while darkness magic serves as a combat aid, both luminous vision and appraisal are purely supportive in nature. Nevertheless, they are all exceedingly useful, and Udi was thoroughly pleased with his newfound powers. Take the phenomenon of low-light vision, for instance. Under normal circumstances, Udi finds it unnecessary, even in the pitch black of night. The unique ocular structure of a dragon allows him to perceive his surroundings with relative clarity, rendering any magical abilities superfluous. However, in conditions of utter darkness or when faced with darkness conjured by extraordinary powers, his sight becomes hindered, at which point low-light vision proves to be quite beneficial. The same applies to the identification spell. Typically, it is of little use, given the formidable legacy of dragonkind, which encompasses a multitude of recorded species. Upon merely glancing at another being, their information typically manifests in Udi's mind. It is only upon encountering creatures not documented in the dragon's lineage or those concealing their prowess that such spells become necessary. Nevertheless, when required, they serve a pivotal role. Having reflected on the transformations following the awakening of his magical abilities, Udi surged forth like a swordfish breaking the surface of the water, landing on solid ground. At that moment, the sun blazed high in the sky. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a wooden warehouse erected not far from the waterhole and proceeded directly toward it. Upon entering the warehouse, he was pleased to find it brimming with iron ore. The presence of his kin made a significant difference. With his dragon claws, he excavated several large pieces of iron ore, which he then crushed and devoured with a satisfying crunch. The taste was somewhat lacking, yet undeniably superior to that of dirt. After indulging in this modest repast, Udi unfurled his wings, gave a slight tremor, and swiftly soared toward the Black Blood tribe. Before long, he arrived above the Black Blood tribe, eager to assess the progress of his kin after an unexpected 3-month slumber. Unlike the indifferent Black Dragon matriarch, he cared deeply about the development of his followers. Signs of battle. Udi's expression shifted to one of concern. In the 3 months since his last visit, the Black Blood tribe had expanded significantly, now boasting 10 houses and several large animal pens housing domesticated creatures such as wild rabbits and mountain goats. Were it not for the dark red stains of blood and remnants of conflict upon the wooden walls, the tribe would appear quite tranquil and harmonious. After a brief moment, the goblin Shiki hurried over. When Udi inquired about the signs of battle, Shiki paused in surprise before promptly explaining that a few wandering forest trolls had inadvertently trespassed into their territory, resulting in a fierce confrontation. He and the tribe's members had ingeniously captured them, hoping to tame them as laborers for the tribe. Captured? Udi's interest was piqued. He recalled the heavily armored forest troll warriors under the command of the Black Dragon matriarch Lyanna, as well as the formidable forest troll leader, Grey. Trolls make excellent servants. The chromatic dragons hold a particular fondness for such resilient, robust subordinates, endowed with remarkable recovery abilities and immense strength. Whether as laborers or cannon fodder, they are exceptionally valuable. Among the various branches of trolls, the forest trolls, endowed with the ability to wield plant-controlling spells, are notably more effective than their ordinary counterparts. After all, who could resist the allure of expendable minions equipped for battle? "Let me there," I commanded. "Yes, my master." To prevent the 3 wandering forest trolls from escaping, Shiki instructed the kobolds to confine them within a subterranean chamber. This chamber, located at the rear of the tribe, appeared as a gaping hole covered by a massive stone slab weighing over a ton. Once the slab was removed, the path into the cave twisted and turned, leading to a small cell reminiscent of a tiny room. The design of the entire chamber allowed the diminutive kobolds to navigate with ease, yet it severely restricted the movements of the towering trolls. The kobolds' excavation talents were vividly displayed in such intricate details. Under Shiki's orders and Udi's watchful gaze, 6 kobolds summoned their courage and ventured into the cave. Soon, thunderous roars reverberated from below, accompanied by the startled cries of the kobolds. Chapter 20. Mondo Thorn. Before long, the 6 kobolds emerged from the dungeon, their expressions marked by panic. One of them bore a bloodied hand, the wound resembling a savage bite inflicted by a ferocious beast. What transpired? Shiki's face darkened as he bellowed at the fleeing kobolds. "Chief, the strongest troll has not succumbed to hunger." As we approached, it bit off half of Igu's hand and then went into a frenzy, explained Alu, the kobold squad leader, who managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Upon hearing Alu's account, A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Shiki's eyes. He vividly recalled the most formidable level 4 forest troll. Had it not been for a clever strategy and the assistance of numerous kobolds, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to subdue it alone. However, Shiki distinctly remembered shattering all of its bones. How could it still possess such offensive capabilities? Although the troll's regenerative abilities are notoriously formidable, surviving even the most grievous injuries, such resilience adheres to the principle of energy conservation. The greater the injury, the more energy required for recovery. Prior to their confinement, Shiki had repeatedly shattered their bones, and by the time they were imprisoned, the energy reserves of the 3 wandering forest trolls had been significantly depleted. In that state, even a minor wound would require considerable time to heal, and after enduring 7 or 8 days without sustenance or water, how could they still exhibit such fierce resistance? "My master, I shall descend personally," Shiki declared, his expression revealing his displeasure. To lose face before his master would only highlight his incompetence, leaving him in a foul mood. Udi regarded Shiki with calmness, offering a slight nod. He bore no resentment toward Shiki or the kobolds. The dog-headed creatures possess inherently feeble combat prowess, inferior even to that of ordinary humans. Thus, their reaction to the circumstances is hardly surprising. As long as they can be utilized for mining and resource extraction, their purpose is fulfilled. However, the benevolence exhibited by Udi gradually alleviated the anxiety of the trembling dog-headed beings. Is it not said that dragons are quick to temper? Given their failure to complete their task, should they not expect the wrath of their draconic master to be unleashed upon them? As 6 dog-headed creatures discreetly observed their draconic master and discerned that there was no intention of punishment, joy surged within them, swiftly transforming into fervent enthusiasm. These diminutive and lowly magical beings fervently aspire to follow true dragons, even if they are treated as mere cannon fodder, reserves, or objects of sadistic amusement to relieve the dragon's ire. Is this innate subservience of the dog-headed creatures a matter of fate? Certainly not. It is simply a struggle for survival. To serve as fodder beneath a malevolent dragon is far preferable to the uncertainty of being trampled by a passing formidable creature or being exterminated by other powerful factions, human mercenaries or adventurers. Moreover, proximity to a dragon offers the tantalizing possibility of becoming a dragon-blooded vassal. A powerful true dragon exudes an aura that, when absorbed over time, can transform nearby beings into the least potent types of dragon-blooded vassals. Even the most insignificant of these vassals provides the pitiful dog-headed creatures a chance to transcend their inherent weakness and step into the realm of the powerful. And should fortune favor them, akin to Shiki, who has been formally bound by a vassal contract with a true dragon, they could achieve instant elevation. In the Black Blood tribe, Shiki, the chieftain, is the object of envy and admiration among all dog-headed creatures. Unbeknownst to Udi, the profound emotional shifts within these fragile beings elude him. Before long, Shiki emerged from the dungeon, grasping a massive stone chain as he dragged 3 wretched forest trolls. Bound and pitifully emaciated, due to the constraints of the dungeon's structure, the trolls, despite their immense strength, were forced to be dragged out in a prone position. The cramped quarters rendered them incapable of exerting even a fraction of their formidable might. Udi casually cast an identification spell on the 3 wandering forest trolls. 2 were of the 3rd-tier high grade, while 1 was of the 4th-tier initial grade. The 2 3rd-tier trolls stood approximately 3.8 meters tall, while the 4th-tier troll towered at 4 meters. Even in their diminished state, their appearance resembled that of diminutive giants, exuding an aura potent enough to compel the dog-headed creatures to retreat several steps. After being reintroduced to the light after 7 or 8 days, the forest trolls first squinted against the harsh sunlight, only to then sense the presence of a formidable apex predator, turning their gazes towards Udi. 3 pairs of eyes momentarily widened in astonishment, swiftly followed by a wave of shock. Had they truly encountered a black dragon? However, judging by its size, it appeared to be merely a young dragon. It must be a black dragon, considering its ebony scales. Not all trolls are like the peculiar gray. The majority are rather dim-witted, lacking in intellect. Indeed, the black scales confirm its identity as a black dragon. The strongest among them, a level 4 forest troll, staggered to its feet and wobbled toward Udi. Ski noticed this scene and was immediately filled with rage, brandishing a bone club from a magical beast, intent on smashing the skull of the troll that dared to offend his master. Ski, stand down. Udi's dragon form loomed large, wings unfurled to their fullest extent, enhancing his imposing presence as he calmly regarded the approaching troll. The troll's dark green, coarse skin emitted a surprisingly pleasant aroma, reminiscent of rich vines and foliage. With a thud, the troll knelt before Udi, bowing its head with great difficulty, its body still recovering from broken bones that lacked the energy necessary for healing. Great Dragon Lord, please bestow upon Mondo Thorns the powerful essence of your dragon's blood, that I may become your loyal subject. The weak and muffled voice of the kneeling troll reverberated through the silence. You are commendable. I shall grant your wish. Udi suddenly smiled, revealing a fearsome grin. He relished such directness, provided it was backed by strength. To demand favors without the necessary power was merely courting disaster. With a flick of his magical influence, he summoned a set of naturally shed dragon scales from the reverse scales on his chest, alongside a droplet of dragon blood. After a series of incantations, the scales and blood levitated, gradually converging until they fused into a singular entity, a faint glow flickering across the dark scales. As the spell progressed, a line of tiny script emerged on the scales. Upon completion of the contract, the scales gently descended onto Mondo's forehead, seamlessly merging with his skin. The dragon's essence swiftly permeating his entire being, revitalizing his flesh and bones, fundamentally enhancing his lineage. Mondo silently endured the excruciating pain of the bloodline transformation. Chapter 21. Brutal Brawl. The acceptance of the dragon's power required a substantial amount of energy. The dog-headed creatures fared better due to their poor baseline. Thus, their transformation would not demand excessive energy. However, for Mondo, towering at 4 meters with a biological level of 4, the energy required was considerable, especially as he was already gravely injured and exceedingly weak prior to receiving the dragon's essence. Udi observed the abnormal tremors emanating from his second dragonborn subordinate. Sensing the instability in its aura, his expression tightened slightly as he turned to Shurji beside him, instructing, "Bring forth all the stored meat from the tribe for it to consume." Shurji, ever obedient to his master's command, swiftly led a small contingent of goblins to the tribal storeroom. Soon, a substantial quantity of fresh meat and dry jerky was transported to the scene. Munduo, unable to restrain his ravenous hunger, pounced upon the heap of meat with bloodshot eyes, devouring it with the ferocity of a wild beast. In a mere moment, he consumed at least 200 pounds of flesh. Munduo's gaunt, skeletal frame visibly filled out at a relatively slow yet apparent pace. Udi glanced at the dwindling pile of meat on the ground, contemplated for a moment, then directed Shurji to keep a close watch on Munduo before taking flight, transforming into a shadow as he soared towards the forest beyond the valley. Fortune favored him. Udi's gaze fell upon a colossal yellow bear below, and his pupils brightened with excitement. A level 7 magical beast, the Earth Bear. However, it was evident that this particular bear had not yet reached maturity. An adult Earth Bear towers over 7 meters, its fur a rich golden hue. The bear meandering in the forest below stood just over 6 meters tall, its coat a deep shade of yellow. Casting an identification spell, the Earth Bear roared in fury, raising its head to spot Udi hovering above. Unable to be assessed indicated it was above level 5, yet its size and fur suggested it could not reach level 7, thus confirming it to be level 6. The identification spell could not evaluate creatures exceeding one's own biological level, and Udi was at level 5. The prospect of facing a level 6 Earth Bear thrilled Udi. "Big fella, let us collide." Udi growled, diving down with unrestrained boldness, targeting the Earth Bear below. Fearing his impact might lack sufficient force, he flapped his wings again, accelerating further. The Earth Bear, witnessing the approach of the youthful black dragon, let out an enraged roar. Rather than fleeing, it enveloped itself in a thick layer of earthy armor, choosing to confront the reckless dragon head-on. Observing this, Udi, now in a steep dive, felt exhilarated, letting out a dragon's roar as his speed subtly increased once more. With a thunderous boom akin to that of a missile, the earth-shaking sound reverberated for miles around. In an instant, the nearby fauna scattered in terror, dark clouds of birds fleeing the skies. At the epicenter of the collision, a bloodied Earth Bear clad in earthen armor was engaged in a frenzied melee with a muscular black dragon of otherworldly proportions. The bear's robust left arm, comparable to that of a century-old tree, twisted and sagged, its earthy armor shattered in several places, a testament to the price paid in their brutal clash. In contrast, the black dragon remained vibrant and vigorous, save for a few cracks in its scales where faint traces of blood oozed forth from the point of impact. The 16th layer of the feast compounded, and at this moment, Udi's dragon physique had far surpassed the corporeal strength of an ordinary 5th-level magical beast. The collision with the Earth Bear corroborated this assertion. Renowned for its exceptional melee prowess, the Earth Bear found itself at odds with Udi, who, bolstered by the Earth Armor spell, was able to withstand the brute force of a 6th-level Earth Bear, suffering only minor injuries, a testament to Udi's formidable capabilities. With a thunderous roar, a paw, larger than a bathtub and covered in thick earth armor, crashed down upon Udi's head, only to be intercepted by the two pairs of dark dragon horns protruding from his skull. The sound of a dull thud resonated through the air. Struck by the immense force, Udi's head was jolted to the side, yet his eyes gleamed with ferocity. His dragon tail coiled around the earth bear's left leg, which was encased in earth armor, exerting every ounce of strength to constrict. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the earth bear writhed in agony. Yet the force of its paw, now even more powerful, slammed down upon Udi's dragon horns once again. Even Udi, whose body surpassed steel in resilience, felt a momentary daze after enduring the weighty blows of the earth bear. A slight dizziness washed over him, but instinct kicked in, compelling Udi to tighten his grip around the earth bear's leg with his tail, while his fierce jaws sank into the creature's intact right arm. A sickening crack resounded, not from the shattering of the earth bear's bone, but rather from its left leg, which had finally succumbed to Udi's relentless constriction. The gruesome spectacle of flesh, hair, and bone amalgamated into a grotesque tableau. The earth bear's left leg lay in a pitiful state. Just as it let out a pained howl, it was met with another tearing sound. Udi's vicious maw had bitten off a chunk of flesh the size of a human, still matted with coarse hair from the earth bear's robust right arm. The agony of such a brutal extraction was palpable, exposing the stark white bone and sinew beneath, a sight most ghastly. At that moment, the earth bear, now acutely aware of the impending specter of death, was gripped by terror. In a frenzy, it struggled to break free from Udi's grasp. Even Udi, facing this dying, ferocious beast, found his dragon tail and claws momentarily faltering against the beast's desperate thrashing. And soon enough, the earth bear broke free. Now liberated, driven by the dread of death, the earth bear attempted to flee into the depths of the forest. But to flee? Udi flashed a sinister grin, one that was most fearsome. A dark light erupted from his maw, striking the panicked earth bear in an instant. From the earth bear's perspective, the once clear view of the forest morphed into an abyssal darkness. Everything vanished. Sights, sounds, the rich scent of blood. Even the sweet taste of fresh blood in its mouth turned bland, and the searing pain throughout its body dissipated. As a fully grown creature capable of reaching 7th-level magical status, the earth bear possessed intelligence not inferior to that of ordinary humans. It quickly realized it had fallen victim to the dragon's arcane prowess. To dispel this peculiar class of magical abilities, aside from acquiring specialized counterspells, the most brute and straightforward method is to expend a considerable amount of magical power to counteract the foreign magical energy flooding one's body. As the earth bear summoned its internal magic to negate the alien magic of the black dragon, it perished. In that moment, as Udi unleashed the class spell, Dark Art, striking the earth bear, he realized that this battle had reached its conclusion. With reckless abandon, he brandished his dragon wings, descending before the earth bear, and with his powerful claws, he restrained its thrashing form. As he opened his maw, a long-accumulated acidic breath was unleashed directly into the creature's mouth. The hissing sound of corrosion echoed, and the massive form of the earth bear collapsed with a resounding thud, its life abruptly extinguished. Indeed, the dark art was rather merciful. Udi mused. The earth bear, confronted so closely with the acidic breath aimed at its head, did not emit a cry or thrash violently. It simply accepted the full brunt of his dragon's breath. To die without suffering. Could that not also be considered a form of mercy? It is worth noting that to keenly perceive one's own head being eroded by acid is an exceedingly terrifying experience. Chapter 22. Gofa. Traces of the wild dwarfs, the Black Blood tribe. A shadow swiftly approached from the horizon. As it drew nearer, it became apparent that it was a black dragon carrying a massive bear-like creature aloft. The shadow sharpened into clarity. With a thunderous crash, the colossal form of the earth bear descended heavily to the ground. At this moment, Mondo had already devoured all the stored meat of the Black Blood tribe. His expression a mixture of hunger and the agony wrought by the continuous transformation from the dragon's power. Udi descended slowly, stirring up clouds of dust. With a casual motion of his claw, he tore off one of the earth bear's massive arms. With a resounding thud, he cast it before Mondo. Immediately, Udi, still clutching the earth bear, missing an arm, soared towards the water-pool dragon's lair. Behind him, Mondo, suppressing his hunger and pain, bowed respectfully to his master's departing figure, offering a deep bow. After bowing, Mondo transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, ravenously consuming the flesh and blood of the earth bear's severed arm. This arm was exceptionally robust, resembling a century-old tree trunk. as a 6th-level magical creature. The nourishment provided by a single arm surpassed that of over 10 tons of lower-level beasts, as Mondo consumed more of the earth bear's flesh. The changes in his body became increasingly evident, and his aura rapidly intensified. Meanwhile, Udi had reached the edge of the waterpool dragon's lair. Reflecting upon the 3 months of slumber during the magical awakening, he lamented that he had missed the opportunity to accumulate 2 layers of the feast. Udi exhaled, feeling a tinge of regret. Yet, this fleeting sentiment was soon cast aside. The benefits of the magical awakening were lifelong companions to the dragon. The earlier one awakens, the better. In comparison, the loss of 2 layers of accumulated feast was trivial. For one could accumulate a layer of the feast talent in just a month. Given a few months of life, one could amass numerous layers. With the lifespan of a dragon, accumulating layers upon layers is effortlessly achievable. Udi took a deep breath, his thoughts crystallizing as he initiated the feast. Prior to his slumber, Udi had just concluded a grand banquet. Thus, after 3 months of deep sleep, the feast had long since cooled. This is why Udi lamented the missed opportunity of accumulating just 2 additional layers. The time spent in silence during his slumber was utterly wasted. Upon the commencement of the feast, Udi devoured an enormous earth bear, whose size exceeded his own, at a frightful speed. Yet, this did not suffice to satisfy the progress of the feast. Udi's gaze shifted to a nearby warehouse, where a copious amount of iron ore, painstakingly mined by the dog-headed men over several months, was stored. He buried his dragon head amidst the piles of iron ore, the crunching sounds echoing continuously. After consuming a considerable quantity of iron, the progress of the feast finally reached 100%. Seizing the brief moment of clarity granted by the completed feast, Udi swiftly leapt into the pond and submerged himself in the dragon's lair. A day passed in the flow of enhanced time during his slumber. Another day dawned under the blazing sun, and from the depths of the pond beneath the cascading silver waterfall, a robust and agile black-scaled behemoth erupted from the water. The silver currents crashed against the dragon's form, yet it remained steadfast. Udi, biological level 5, occupational level 9. Length, 768. Vitality, 122. Current feast layers, 17. Cooldown time, 30 days. Class-based abilities, dark magic, dim vision, appraisal. Following Udi's awakening of magical abilities, subtle changes appeared on his status panel. It is likely that before long, my biological level will ascend to 6, Udi mused quietly. At level 5, he could easily vanquish a level 6 earth bear. He could hardly fathom what level 6 would bring. By then, even a juvenile black dragon might not pose a challenge. In the hatchling stage, black dragons range from level 1 to 4. The whelping stage spans levels 4 to 5. The transition from level 4 to 5 marks a critical threshold from low to mid-tier, the difficulty and strength required for this leap rivaling, if not exceeding, that of levels 0 to 4. The juvenile dragon phase encompasses levels 5 to 7, while the adolescent phase ranges from 7 to 10, followed by the young adult stage from 10 to 15, and adulthood commencing at 15, ultimately capped at level 20, legendary. This discussion pertains to the typical black dragon, which idly rests and gradually enhances its strength. Exceptional black dragons, or those diligently striving to elevate their prowess, are not included in this category. Udi, endowed with remarkable talent, and yet not even 2 years old, had already approached the stature and strength of a juvenile black dragon template. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, Udi heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerging from the woods. The towering figure stood at 4 meters, resembling a diminutive giant, his robust muscles encased in a thick layer of vine-like armor. The shorter figure, measuring 2 meters, donned the hide of a 4th-tier magical beast, with a physique comparable to steel beneath the leather. The newcomers were none other than Shiki, the leader of the Black Blood tribe, and Mondo, the chief of the Wandering Forest Trolls, 2 formidable generals under Udi's command. Having just awakened from slumber, Udi had summoned both men through their pact, instructing them to abandon their current tasks and hasten to the dragon's lair by the waterpool. After a hasty hunt upon awakening yesterday, Udi had again succumbed to a feast-induced slumber, leaving him little time to thoroughly comprehend the developments of the Black Blood tribe and the specifics of the surrounding Black Blood Valley. This was his designated area for initial growth, and he could not afford to be careless. After respectfully addressing him as Master, Shiki wasted no time in reporting, Master. The number of goblins gathered in the Black Blood tribe has exceeded 300, primarily comprising able-bodied males and females. The tribe currently controls an actual territory encompassing 30 square kilometers around Black Blood Valley, with a radius extending over 100 square kilometers. However, due to our limited strength. We cannot delve further into more distant regions. Shiki paused momentarily before continuing. At the edge of our radiated territory, we discovered a medium-sized goblin encampment. According to scouts from the tribe, traces of a spellcaster were found within that camp. A spellcaster? Udi's demeanor shifted subtly, intrigued by the revelation. Goblin spellcasters were a rarity indeed. This piqued Udi's interest in expanding his retinue. With his increasing power, he no longer held much regard for common monsters. After all, minions lacking sufficient strength could not even procure enough food for him. What use were they? Though Udi's Pact would grant a weakened version of the feast trait to lesser beings, allowing them to gain some enhancement from his growth, he was not inclined to elevate a lowly creature into a powerful entity. The fortunate goblin, Shiki, was merely a unique case, unlikely to be repeated. The medium-sized encampment housed fewer than 500 goblins. Even with the presence of a goblin spellcaster, such numbers could not yield an intermediate spellcaster. Yet, with over 300 goblins at his disposal, and the combined might of Shiki and Mondo, both 4th-tier warriors, along with 2 3rd-tier forest trolls, Udi believed they were more than capable of overcoming the foe. The individual strength of goblins was on par with that of goblins, akin to the balance of a hidden dragon and phoenix. As Udi pondered these matters, Mondo provided a lead that jolted his senses. "You mean to say you have encountered wild dwarves?" Udi inquired in a low, measured tone, seeking confirmation. Mondo nodded emphatically, declaring, "Master, Mondo would not mistake that." The assured response ignited a flicker of excitement in Udi's eyes. The wild dwarves, if they could secure the loyalty of a tribe of these beings, would enable Udi to abstain from hunting for an extended period. Unlike their kin, the gray and volcanic dwarves, this subspecies lacks the intrinsic aptitude for forging. According to the records of the dragon's legacy, this deficiency is attributed to the regression of wild dwarven civilization and their protracted existence within the jungle, which has gradually eroded their forging talent. Nonetheless, in adapting to the harsh realities of the jungle, they have evolved a remarkable resistance to toxins, a robust immunity to diseases, and skin as tough as leather. In response to the incessant threats posed by magical beasts, they have developed a magical resilience that surpasses that of other dwarven subspecies. Over countless generations, their combat prowess has been honed and passed down, becoming an instinctual gift ingrained in every wild dwarf. Wild dwarves excel in the use of blow darts and throwing axes, and they are adept at setting jungle traps, pits, and snares, alongside the cultivation of ferocious beasts through tradition and arcane knowledge. Residing deep within the mountainous jungles has led to peculiar rumors among the green dragons, who favor forest habitats. It is said that only a green dragon capable of taming a wild dwarven tribe can be considered a powerful green dragon lord. This notion, albeit uncertain in its veracity, reflects the esteem in which wild dwarves are held among true dragons. Chapter 23, Gathering Shiki. Send some goblin scouts to the locations mentioned by Mundo to ascertain the whereabouts of the wild dwarven tribe and investigate their strength and specific numbers. Udi instructed after a moment of contemplation. Once we have gathered sufficient information, we shall deliberate on whether to confront the wild dwarves. After all, they cannot be compared to the lower-tier creatures like goblins and kobolds. Typically, a wild dwarven tribe of any considerable size will possess at least one form of occupational inheritance. What does occupational inheritance entail? In simple terms, it refers to the process through which weaker beings acquire formidable powers through the study of professional knowledge and rigorous training, ultimately paving their path to the extraordinary or even the divine. In the boundless realms of the astral plane, a myriad of occupational training systems flourish, each vying for prominence. Among these, the mainstream occupational systems include spellcasters, warriors, rangers, rogues, monks, knights, priests, barbarians, and druids. Within these systems, certain intelligent beings or races, endowed with unique talents, can be further classified into more specialized and extraordinary practitioners. For instance, among spellcasters, one may find elemental mages proficient in earth, water, wind, and fire. There are also mages who specialize in one of the 8 schools of magic: transmutation, abjuration, divination, enchantment, illusion, necromancy, and more, including arcanists, technomancers, divine spellcasters, and warlocks. In other mainstream occupational subdivisions, such as the monk, there exist the Blue Fist Monk and the Holy Fist Monk. Among rogues, there are shadow rogues and arcane rogues. For warriors, one finds berserkers and thunder warriors. Knights are represented by the paladin and dragon knight, and rangers have the forest ranger. However, the realm of Tal, where Udi resides, is merely a medium-sized material plane, likely devoid of many formidable and rare professions, were it not for the awakening of magic, which unveiled a fragment of extraordinary knowledge from the dragon's legacy to Udi. He would scarcely be able to name a few rare professions, let alone recognize practitioners of such elusive vocations if he encountered them. Within the dragon's legacy, the professional lineages of the wild dwarfs typically encompass bone-blood warriors, shamans, and dragon riders. Should Mundo encounter wild dwarves from a tribe possessing these three professions, Udi would lack the strength to subjugate them in the short term. In fact, he would likely need to proactively avoid such encounters. Shiki nodded, accepting the task assigned by his master. Very well. Let us set aside the matter of the wild dwarves for now. Your first task is the medium-sized goblin encampment. Udi spoke slowly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Beyond the desire to gather more followers, to hunt for greater prey, Udi could not permit any potential threats to exist in such close proximity to his dragon lair. At your command. Shiki knelt on one knee, bowing his head in deference. The nearby troll, Mundo, was a moment slower in his response, but soon followed suit, half kneeling before Udi, a deep voice resonating from beneath his vine armor. Mundo shall rend apart all foes for his master. Before the sun had even risen, thick fog enveloped vast areas of the shadowy forest, rendering visibility to mere meters ahead. A sea of white stretching into the distance. Within the jungle, the soft rustling of movement could be heard. A rough foot, brown-scaled and equipped with sharp, dark claws, stepped into a small puddle with a splashing sound. Raising the gaze, one could see the foot belonged to a young goblin warrior clad in black-green vine armor, wielding a sharp wooden spear, with three short wooden spears wrapped in animal hide as secondary weapons strapped to his back. Surrounding this young goblin warrior were numerous others, advancing in unison. The sounds of foliage being brushed against by bodies, the splashing of puddles, and the tense yet exhilarated breaths filled the air. At the rear of the goblin battalion, Shiki, the leader of the Black Blood tribe, marched forward, flanked by two trolls led by Mundo. Since the master's command was issued, 5 days had elapsed. During this time, the Black Blood tribe had hunted a plethora of beasts and slaughtered the domesticated hares and mountain goats, transforming them into jerky for their military provisions. Once all preparations were complete, they summoned all able-bodied male goblin warriors from the tribe to embark on their campaign. Excluding the female goblins responsible for reproduction, foraging, and crafting rudimentary weapons, the Black Blood tribe deployed a total of 196 robust male goblin warriors. Moreover, they were all adorned in vine armor, wielding wooden spears, and carrying throwing javelins. This armament, in comparison to the many primitive monster tribes within the jungle, could be deemed remarkably sophisticated. The reason the dog-headed warriors of the Black Blood tribe could possess such luxurious equipment was undoubtedly due to the efforts of Mundo, the leader of the three-headed forest trolls. The wooden spears and throwing javelins were crafted by the dog-headed individuals themselves, but the most essential component, the vine armor, was produced through the innate plant-manipulating abilities of Mundo and his fellow trolls. Of course, it was impossible for Mundo and the others to fabricate nearly 200 sets of vine armor from scratch in just 5 days, even though the dog-headed ones were diminutive, standing at less than 1 meter tall. The energy expended to create 7 or 8 sets of vine armor for them was far less than that required by the forest trolls to craft a single set for themselves. After all, with only 5 days to spare, even if the three-headed trolls pushed themselves to the limit, producing 200 sets of vine armor was an unattainable feat. The success of this endeavor was attributed to Shurji's ingenuity, which led the dog-headed tribe to weave the collected vine materials into a rough semblance of armor. They did not concern themselves with aesthetics. Their sole aim was to achieve an approximate armor shape, even if it turned out to be loose and riddled with gaps. Once they had produced 200 abominable half-finished products that barely resembled vine armor, it was then that Mundo, Zhao, and the other three-headed forest trolls utilized their innate magical abilities to modify and solidify the creations, extracting excess moisture. This entire process significantly reduced the resources needed to fabricate a single set of vine armor. Thus, within the span of 5 days, they managed to hastily complete 200 sets. Witnessing this, Udi was quite impressed. A wild, untrained dog-headed creature, with almost no exposure to the world, had conceived such an advanced notion of component-based assembly. Perhaps it was not entirely groundbreaking, but in any case, Shurji's mind was far from rigid. Initially indifferent towards Shurji, Udi began to take a slight interest in him following this event. Drip, drip, as they traversed the dense fog. Droplets of water condensed on the vine armor fell slowly yet resolutely onto the earth, eventually seeping away. The dog-headed troop halted, and after a moment of silence, several scouts were dispatched into the thick mist. Shortly thereafter, the scouts returned to report their findings to their leader, Shurji. Chapter 24. The Tribal Assault. Very well. You may withdraw. Shurji acknowledged the scouts with a nod, and then advanced from the rear of the troop to the forefront. Following the coordinates provided by the scouts, he moved forward stealthily, his steps nearly soundless. With his growing strength and continual battles against monsters and beasts, Shurji's mastery over his own power became increasingly refined. Soon, he spotted a clearing ahead where the fog had entirely dissipated, revealing a wooden watchtower several meters in height. Beneath the watchtower, 2 goblin warriors, wielding iron blades and clad in tattered beast-hide armor, sat upon the ground, feasting upon a green serpent. With the serpent's head severed and its venom glands expertly removed, the 2 goblin warriors voraciously consumed the still writhing body, akin to indulging in spicy strips, their savage and bloody meal painting a gruesome sight. Silently, Shiki stealthily approached the 2 goblin warriors from behind. Just as they sensed the impending danger, a sharp crack resonated through the air as Shiki's hand, adorned with fragmented black scales, forcefully crushed their necks. Standing 2 meters tall and possessing the strength of a level 4, Shiki found it easier to crush the sub-1 meter tall, 0-level goblins than to squish an insect, even less challenging than capturing a wild hare in the shadowy forest. With the sentry point neutralized, Shiki hastened to another outpost, a few hundred meters distant, to dispatch 2 additional goblin sentinels. Mere minutes later, accompanied by a piercing sound of a wooden whistle, 196 fully armed dog-headed warriors burst forth from the dense fog, their eyes gleaming with excitement and cruelty, surging past the watchtower towards the goblin encampment. Enclosed by a palisade, the sudden onslaught threw the once quiet goblin camp into disarray. Numerous goblin warriors hastily seized their weapons, while the elderly, weak, women, and children congregated towards the heart of the tribe. Shiki effortlessly swung his beast-bone staff, sending 2 encroaching goblin warriors flying. Yet, there was no flicker of exhilaration in his gaze. While these goblins possessed iron weapons, it was the dog-headed warrior's vine armor that could withstand such mediocre iron. But Shiki felt a foreboding sense. The organizational capability of these goblins was rather formidable. Though they appeared somewhat flustered, they maintained a semblance of order. In merely a short span, nearly 100 goblin warriors rallied and charged forth to thwart the dog-headed warriors from launching their ranged spear assaults. Roaring Mondo Zaku and the 3-headed troll, Zhumeng, charged at the forefront like small giants, wielding their 4-meter-long hardwood staffs which smashed down upon the goblins, shattering bones and splattering blood, sending them flying as if they were mere dolls. Mondo casually kicked 1 goblin warrior away, the terrifying force causing the goblin's eyes to bulge and bleed, striking 2 others that were hastening to follow behind. The 3 goblin warriors tumbled together, ultimately succumbing in a convulsive silence. The might displayed was overwhelming. Even Shiki, who had been developing his dragon vein power for nearly a year, found himself outmatched by Mondo's sheer brute strength. This was a disparity rooted in innate physical prowess. If time were to pass and Mondo were to unlock the latent dragon vein power within him, the gap would only widen. In just a few minutes, dozens of goblin warriors perished under the sudden ambush. Yet, the relentless tide of goblin warriors advancing from the rear, along with the emergence of 5 unusually large goblins, granted the goblin tribe a fleeting opportunity to regroup. The cursed dog-headed creature, Perish, a robust 2.5-meter-tall ogre brandished a colossal spiked club and brought it crashing down. The dog-headed warrior, struck by an overwhelming gust of wind from above, was filled with trepidation. With a resounding thud, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones, the unfortunate dog-headed warrior was grotesquely contorted by the force of the ogre's blow, unable to even emit a complete scream before meeting a grim demise. Shiki recognized the formidable figures before him, the ogres. Though goblins are typically diminutive, within certain sizable goblin tribes, there exists a chance for a bloodline resurgence, leading to the emergence of ogres who tower even above the barbarian heights of humanity, possessing strength far exceeding that of their brutish counterparts. However, aside from sheer brawn, ogres do not wield any semblance of magical prowess. In a contest purely of strength, how could an ogre hope to contend with a troll nearly 4 meters tall? Without needing directives from Shiki or Mundo, Zaku and Zaman surged eagerly toward the 5 ogre warriors, bulldozing through the diminutive goblin warriors like an unstoppable war chariot. The 5 ogre warriors, clad in iron armor and wielding spiked clubs, narrowed their eyes at the approaching trolls, yet rather than retreating in fear, they charged forward with a furious roar. In a single clash, 2 ogre warriors were sent sprawling by powerful strikes from the trolls' massive wooden clubs. green blood spraying into the air. Nevertheless, the recoil halted Zaku and Zaman's advance, as the remaining 3 ogre warriors retaliated with fierce blows to their waists, causing them to stagger and emit pained cries. Clearly, even with their vine armor, the impact was far from negligible. However, the ferocity of Zaku and Zaman was thoroughly unleashed. They discarded their unwieldy clubs and reached out with their colossal hands toward the diminutive foes, intent on seizing them. One ogre warrior narrowly evaded the grasp, while another was not so fortunate and fell into Zaku's clutches. "Little one, I shall crush you," Zaku growled ominously, enduring the strikes from a third ogre warrior who swung its spiked club at his thigh. With the strength capable of lifting an elephant, Zaku hoisted the captured ogre warrior aloft and then slammed it forcefully to the ground. Standing at 3 meters and 80 centimeters, Zaku lifted the ogre warrior to a height of at least 4.5 meters above the earth. At such an altitude, combined with Zaku's frenzied might, the armored ogre warrior's eyes bulged in terror, blood vessels bursting as it coughed up blood. Although the creature's formidable constitution prevented an immediate death, it had utterly lost the capability to continue fighting. Just as Zaku and Zaman prepared to subdue the final 2 ogre warriors, 2 streaks of black light shot in from the distance, merging into the bodies of Zaku and Zaman. In an instant, Zakazamo felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body, rendering him barely able to summon even a third of his strength. The 2 formidable goblin warriors beside him, along with the other 2 who had been knocked down and were now struggling to rise, suddenly exhibited a fervent excitement. They bellowed, "Haha, the high priest has arrived. You trolls and kobolds shall meet your demise here today." The numerous goblin warriors, engaged in a deadlock with the kobold fighters, were invigorated as if infused with adrenaline, launching a fervent counterattack. In a brief span, at least 7 or 8 kobold warriors were caught off guard and brutally slain by the goblin fighters, their limbs scattering and heads rolling upon the ground. Despite the kobold warriors being clad in sturdy vine armor sufficient to withstand the strikes of iron blades, the wooden spears in their hands lacked the resilience to endure repeated clashes with metal weaponry. Many kobold warriors suffered grievously due to the inferior quality of their weapons compared to those of the goblin fighters, resulting in shattered spears and, in their unpreparedness, being struck by iron blades, leading to their gruesome deaths amidst their agonized cries. Chapter 25. The fiery giant clubbed. The arrival of the goblin high priest emboldened all goblin warriors, their eyes ablaze as they charged forth wielding iron swords. In a clearing, Shiki gradually lowered his weapon, the white beast bone club in his grasp dripping with thick green blood, which splattered onto the disordered grass and soil beneath. Since the appearance of the goblin high priest, he had not cast a glance towards the goblins. His entire focus fixated on the robed goblin encircled by 2 towering goblin warriors. Compared to the average goblins, whose heights ranged from 0.9 to 1 meter, this high priest stood over 1.5 meters tall. The muscles beneath his robe appeared somewhat emaciated, yet this frailness did not evoke a sense of weakness. Rather, it imparted an inexplicable aura of formidable power. In his left hand, he wielded a black wooden staff, crowned by a conspicuous white magical crystal the size of an egg embedded at its apex. Instinctively, Shiki's heart began to race. Not far away, Mondo also halted his swinging of the massive, blood-soaked club, casting a bloodthirsty gaze towards the goblin high priest. Unlike the perceptive Shiki, the somewhat unhinged Mondo did not ponder deeply. Upon witnessing the unmistakable appearance of the enemy leader, Mondo bared his fangs in a broad grin, roaring with excitement before charging forth like a human tank. Along his path, the red-eyed goblin warriors were sent flying as if they were mere balls, with Mondo forcefully advancing towards the goblin high priest despite the relentless onslaught of goblin warriors attempting to impede him. Observing this, the goblin high priest remained indifferent, silently reciting an incantation. Just as Mondo closed the distance to within 20 meters of him, the spell was finally completed. A flickering, serpentine line of fire encircled the white magical crystal atop the black staff. Seemingly languid yet astonishingly swift, a dazzling fireball, no larger than a fist, coalesced before them. The mere emergence of this modest yellowish-white sphere caused the temperature within a radius of several dozen meters to surge by 5 or 6 degrees in an instant. Such a conspicuous alteration, even for one as reckless as Mundo, could not be overlooked as a harbinger of danger. The vast majority of trolls harbor an inherent dread of fire and acid, for these elements can shatter their formidable regenerative capabilities. This explains why Zaku and Zaman chose to disregard the heavy blows from their Elder Gobliness spiked club, given the Elder Goblin warrior's might. Even with the protection of vine armor, it would only leave cracks upon their bones, making complete fracture an arduous task. Such injuries, for a troll, could be wholly mended in less than 10 seconds. Thus, the Elder Goblin warriors could only hope to deliver rapid, successive strikes to a single point to inflict significant damage. Without precise accuracy and rapidity, their efforts might be futile, as the trolls could recover faster than the injuries could be inflicted. Confronted with the impending fireball and sensing the terrifying energy it contained, Mundo's thoughts narrowed to a singular focus: to eliminate the threat swiftly. His already bulging muscles swelled even further in an instant, not due to any spell or innate troll ability, but rather a unique physical talent of his own. Much like certain exceptional humans, Mundo could, when cornered, unleash 120% of his physical prowess, transcending his own limits in strength and speed. In that moment, the towering figure of dark green, for meters tall, seemed to transform into a shadowy blur, descending upon the goblin high priest with a velocity imperceptible to the ordinary goblin warriors. A thunderous whoosh accompanied the swing of Mundo's sturdy club, a testament to the sheer force and speed he commanded. At that precise instant, the yellowish-white fireball detonated before him. A searing light erupted with a resounding explosion, morphing into a scorching ring of flames that spread outward. Goblin warriors caught within the fiery embrace were instantly consumed, transforming into humanoid fireballs, their bodies rapidly charred to carbon. In stark contrast, the goblin high priest was encased in a transparent protective shield that had materialized unknown to them, while two elder goblins stood guard before it, wielding massive iron shields and watching the epicenter of the explosion with vigilance. Although they revered the high priest's fireball with near-blind admiration, the sheer size and displayed ferocity of Mundo instilled a palpable sense of dread. A deep inhalation resonated from the heart of the explosion, accompanied by Mundo's frenzied roar. "You will pay for this. I shall crush you into a pulp." A colossal figure shattered the blazing ring of fire in an instant, disregarding the intensified burns on its already injured flesh, and lunged madly at the goblin high priest. A giant, towering at 4 meters, scorched by the flames, charged towards you, its agonized and grotesque visage flickering in and out of the fire. In this moment, even the high priest, who had remained stoically indifferent despite the tribe's heavy casualties, felt a fleeting pang of fear as his pupils constricted ever so slightly. If the high priest was affected, one could only imagine the terror gripping the two elite goblin warriors he was guarding. Enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dread, their blood seemed to freeze, and their strength diminished significantly. With a resounding thud, the enormous flame-wreathed wooden club struck the transparent magical barrier. After barely a second of stalemate, a sharp crack echoed as it shattered like glass. The remaining force of the flaming club then slammed against the massive iron shields wielded by the two goblin warriors. The impact produced a deafening clang, sending the shield-bearing warriors crashing several dozen centimeters into the ground, their stout green arms pinned against their contorted necks, wide, bloodshot eyes staring in shock as their muscles convulsed. They did not perish, for their monstrous physiology endowed them with formidable vitality, yet they hovered on the brink of death. Such injuries would have been fatal to a human of comparable strength, leaving them gasping for breath. Witnessing the pitiful state of his elite kin, the goblin high priest hesitated not for a moment. With remarkable agility, he leapt and darted behind a throng of goblin warriors for cover. It is often said that spellcasters possess frail physiques, a notion that is somewhat misleading. After years of being infused with magical energy, how could their bodies truly be weak? A spellcaster's frailty is only relative to warriors of equivalent rank. Given the goblin high priest's level 5 casting ability, his physical strength was at least comparable to that of a level 2 or 3 warrior. Thus, if pressed, the high priest could easily rend ordinary beasts apart with his bare hands. Chapter 26. Still too weak, enveloped in flames, Mondo's vision was consumed by a crimson haze. Fixating solely on the goblin high priest, his flaming club whirled wildly, sending goblin warriors hurtling through the air in their terror. The collision of flesh and the fiery club erupted in bursts of green blood, instantly vaporized by the flames. As the high priest retreated swiftly, he recited a spell, its incantation markedly faster than the earlier fireball. A beam of dark energy shot forth from the tip of his staff, so swift that Mondo had no chance to evade. Though in his frenzied state, evasion was not on his mind. Upon being struck by the dark energy, Mondo felt a significant weakening of his body. However, compared to the overwhelming power he was currently exerting, this diminishment was insufficient to deter him from the goblin warriors. The high priest's expression shifted slightly, clearly surprised at the ineffectiveness of his weakening spell against Mondo. Previously, the two weakened trolls, Zakuzamon, fell victim to debilitating spells, rendering them incapable of harnessing even a third of their strength. At this moment, they found themselves besieged by several burly goblin warriors, accompanied by a multitude of ordinary goblins. And there was no hope of escaping. As time passed, the trolls faced the grim fate of exhausting their physical endurance, leading to a cessation of their regenerative abilities. And ultimately, they would be slain by the relentless goblins. The countenance of the troll shaman twisted with distress, his heart filled with turmoil. Even a 4th-level troll should succumb to a fireball within half a minute. Yet, the troll before him managed to endure the searing flames for over half a minute, emerging with even greater vigor. Truly, a peculiar occurrence. What the goblin shaman was unaware of was that Mundo had been bestowed with the pure power of dragon lineage from the black dragon. A legitimate contract rather than the inferior draconic essence acquired casually. Furthermore, it was fortuitous that among the chromatic dragons, the black dragon possessed a water affinity. Enhanced by the water attribute of the dragon lineage, Mundo's previously dreaded flames and corrosive liquids were significantly mitigated. It was no surprise that the shaman failed to recognize Mundo as a draconic entity. After all, Mundo had only recently acquired the draconic power, and its physical transformation traits were virtually non-existent. Gritting his teeth, the shaman continued to draw upon his inner magic, rapidly reciting incantations. Soon, a series of 7 or 8 crimson lights burst forth from the tip of his staff, but this time, the targets were not Mundo, but rather the goblin warriors standing before him. The goblin warriors struck by the crimson light experienced a surge in their vitality, their once frail bodies swelling as if inflated, their pupils transforming into a blood-red hue. This was the collective low-level frenzy spell. Its effect was to enhance the strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities of ordinary beings, while significantly dulling their perception of pain. The downside, however, was that those who were weak would likely perish immediately after the frenzy ended, and even the stronger ones would suffer a period of weakness. Clearly, the ordinary goblins did not belong to the category of the strong. What awaited them was either being torn apart by Mundo or dying in a fit of exhaustion after the frenzy subsided. Yet, from the shaman's perspective, this exchange was quite advantageous. After all, the ordinary goblin warriors, as the weak, were destined to perish against Mundo. Thus, it was preferable for them to make a more meaningful sacrifice for the tribe. Had there been sufficient time to cast the frenzy spell on the burly goblin warriors, the outcome would have been drastically different, a thought that filled the shaman with unspoken resentment. He had not anticipated that the fully armed burly goblin warriors would be reduced to a near-death state by a single strike from Mundo. As for the burly goblin warriors on the opposite side of the battlefield, distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. The shaman could not afford to squander his precious magical energy. Suddenly, the shaman let out a cold laugh. Under his commanding gesture, a dozen goblin warriors turned their gaze toward the eastern direction. A 2-meter-tall black-scaled dog-headed creature was hastily approaching their position. As a wise spellcaster, one possesses an acute understanding of the battlefield prior to launching an assault, with a clear awareness of the formidable foes among the enemy ranks. The High Priest's decision to approach Mondor rather than Shiki was not a hasty one. It was a calculated strategy to utilize fireball spells to counter the troll, aiming to eliminate the formidable Mondor first, and subsequently encircle the agile dragon-blooded goblin with the goblin troops, ultimately dispatching him with ease through sorcery. However, the execution of this plan proved to be rather convoluted. Shiki swiftly maneuvered, landing a foot squarely upon the head of a goblin warrior, utilizing the recoil to propel itself forward several meters. The goblin warrior, underfoot, met a grim fate as its neck vanished, its head grotesquely fused to its body in eternal silence. With a series of agile movements, Shiki traversed over 100 meters in mere moments. Yet its expression abruptly soured as it realized it had caught the attention of the goblin spellcaster. Remarkably, even while being relentlessly pursued by Mondor, this individual had managed to remain alert to the disturbances behind him, maintaining a sliver of focus on Shiki while engaged in combat with Mondor. Recognizing this, Shiki tightened its grip on the beast-bone staff. Indeed, spellcasters are inherently cautious and formidable beings. In Shiki's former tribe, the Black Tooth, the goblin chief was a dragon-blooded spellcaster endowed with the power of the black dragon lineage. The chilling recollection of its former chief weighed heavily on Shiki's spirit. Just as Shiki approached the goblin high priest, the latter summoned forth a dozen goblin warriors and, with a flourish of its staff, unleashed several beams of sanguine light upon the assembly. The goblins' aura surged, their physiques expanded, and their strength and speed increased dramatically. In that moment, Shiki found itself intercepted, thwarting any plans for a stealthy assault from behind. although Shiki could still easily dispatch these frenzied goblins bolstered by the enhancement spell. The sheer number of them would require considerable effort to overcome. This brief interlude was enough for the Goblin High Priest to unleash another devastating fireball. While Mondor could withstand the fireball and continue its relentless pursuit of the enemy, Shiki could not, though it too possessed the dragon-blooded power of its master. It lacked Mondor's terrifying regenerative abilities. At that moment, as Shiki desperately fought off the reckless goblin warriors charging from all directions, a vast shadow enveloped the goblin encampment. The goblins and their kin paused, momentarily distracted by the looming presence above. A black dragon, its muscular form surpassing even that of a red dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 16 meters, descended from the sky. The dragon's dark yellow, slit-like eyes surveyed the battlefield with an indifferent gaze. In an instant, it locked onto its target and dove towards the position of the Goblin High Priest with terrifying speed. As the Goblin High Priest's expression shifted dramatically, he hastily cast a protective spell upon himself. Just as the spell enveloped him, a resounding thud echoed as Udi's dragon claw smashed him into the ground. The goblin warriors surrounding the high priest were effortlessly sent sprawling several meters away by a mere flap of the dragon's wings. Udi's dragon claw delved into the earth, seizing the goblin high priest, whose bones had been shattered countless times. Before departing, Udi cast a glance at Mondo, who was engulfed in flames. This unfortunate creature had been burned alive for several minutes, his internal energy nearly depleted, unable to sustain his corporeal form for much longer. Had he lingered for even half a minute more, this foolish behemoth would surely have been reduced to ashes. Such is the terror of magic. For those unable to control their own power, the effects of spells are nearly insurmountable. Note, the plant control ability wielded by the forest trolls is an innate talent, which does not imply that they can control magical energy. Udi, recognizing that this was one of his formidable subordinates, could not bear to witness such a humiliating demise. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, he swooped down to grasp Mondo in his claw as well. Ascending into the air without a hint of regret, he soared towards the Black Blood Valley. Below, Shiki received his master's command through their mental connection to handle the aftermath and assimilate the goblin tribe, subsequently relocating them to the Black Blood Valley. As you command, my lord, Shiki responded through their bond. With a swift pair of strikes, he dispatched the remaining frenzied goblins, then leaped to a higher vantage point, casting a cold gaze over the trembling goblins who had ceased their battle, paralyzed with fear after their high priest was captured. The courage that had sustained them in combat evidently stemmed from the goblin spellcaster, now taken away. This group of inherently timid low-level creatures possessed no will to resist. The surrender proceeded smoothly. Yet, within Shiki's heart burned a fierce flame. I am still too weak, he muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the beast-bone club. Chapter 27. The professional tome in the skies above the Black Blood Valley. Udi descended, casting aside a massive, charred humanoid figure he had been grasping in his dragon claw. The vigilant female gnolls, drawn by the commotion, cautiously gathered, gazing up at their true dragon lord with awe. Feed this giant flesh and blood, do not let it perish. Udi instructed before departing the tribe with the goblin high priest in tow. After Udi's departure, several bold female gnolls approached the colossal charred figure, uncertain. Could it be Lord Mondo? One of the female gnolls ventured hesitantly. At that moment, the blackened figure suddenly sat upright. The sudden change startled the timid female gnolls, prompting them to retreat behind the wooden cabin. The imposing giant, Munder, sat up, his charcoal black maw gaping wide to reveal enormous yellow-white tusks. The distinctive features of the troll's fangs were recognized by the numerous female gnolls hiding behind the cabin. It truly was Lord Munder. Such terrifying injuries. Even the formidable Lord Munder had been reduced to this state, leaving them to wonder about the fate of their leader. The gnolls erupted into hushed whispers filled with panic, fear, and trepidation. They were consumed by the anxiety of what would become of the Black Blood tribe should their leader, Shurji, perish. Would they be forsaken by their true dragon master? The dark forest was fraught with peril, teeming with all manner of monstrous beings. Without a powerful leader to guide them and the protection of their true dragon master, their future would be bleak. Nevertheless, despite their overwhelming trepidation, the female gnolls began to collaborate in slaughtering the wild rabbits and mountain goats raised in their pens, preparing to offer them to the gravely injured Lord Munder. At the Dragon's Nest waterfall pool, Udi descended to the ground, the weight of his draconic form causing the earth to tremble slightly. Each feast enhanced Udi's physique, subjecting it to comprehensive transformation, improving the quality, density, neural response, strength, and recovery of his body. Now, under the boon of the 17th feast, Udi's physical strength ranked among the elite, even among mid-tier monsters. Udi lowered his head, loosening his claws to gaze at the unconscious goblin high priest nestled within. Suddenly, a sinister grin spread across his face. Goblin spellcaster, do you intend to feign death before a true dragon? The atmosphere fell silent for 2 seconds. The goblin high priest remained with eyes tightly shut, as if genuinely unconscious. Observing this, Udi ceased his taunts, closing his claws, prepared to crush the creature on the spot. The sharpness of his claws produced a metallic sound upon collision, yet the figure that had once lain within his grasp vanished without a trace. The mud-stained high priest, forcing his shattered body to rise from the ground, faced Udi and sighed deeply. Esteemed son of the swamp, I am Caradan, high priest of the Green Forest tribe, and I extend my sincere greetings to you. The black dragon, having dwelt in the marshy waters and possessing the innate ability to transform land into swamp, was often regarded as the son of the swamp or son of the black water by many intelligent beings. This title was both a mark of respect and a testament to the dragon's capabilities. In response, Udi regarded Caradan with a calm gaze. Opening his fearsome maw and speaking in a chilling tone, Goblin spellcaster, will you choose to pledge your allegiance or meet your demise? Caradan hesitated, his expression shifting unpredictably. Although he could glean some insight into the intentions of this oddly shaped black dragon, the immediate threat of death loomed large. However, as a wise spellcaster in pursuit of the gates of truth, it is evidently challenging to bow one's head and become a servant to other beings. Even if the entity in question is a true dragon, it appears you have chosen death. A detached voice resonated from above, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, enveloping Caledon in a palpable aura of death. In that moment, Caledon knelt with an almost instinctive speed unparalleled in his life, his words flowing forth more swiftly than the incantations uttered in the throes of extreme spellcasting. I am willing, I am willing, I am willing to become your servant. The sharp claw of the dragon hovered ominously above Caledon's forehead, a trickle of blood seeping down from his brow. A moment longer, and the head of this wise spellcaster, in pursuit of truth, would surely burst. Caledon swallowed hard, an unsettling chill coursing through his body. Until this moment, the cold grip of death had yet to recede from his veins. He had believed that, as a mid-level spellcaster, he might negotiate terms and receive some semblance of respect. Yet now, Caledon's pride as a spellcaster had been ruthlessly shattered by the Black Dragon. The subsequent covenant of servitude proceeded with remarkable ease. Out of consideration for Caledon's grievous injuries, Udi granted him several hours of respite before initiating dialogue. By the edge of a waterfall pool, Udi reclined on the ground, while Caledon, having regained a modicum of strength through magical healing, retrieved a palm-sized gray cloth bag from his robes. With a mere thought, a copper chest materialized. Landing softly on the ground, Caledon approached reverently and opened the chest. At the topmost layer lay a beautifully crafted wooden box, emanating faint waves of magical energy. It was clearly no ordinary wood, but rather constructed from rare magical timber, typically employed in the crafting of staves and magical scrolls. Beneath the wooden box was a considerable quantity of silver coins, interspersed with a few scattered gold pieces. Udi merely cast a fleeting glance at the silver coins before diverting his gaze, his attention fixated on the wooden box, revealing a rare glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. These ordinary silver coins held little value for him compared to the more precious magical silver and gold metals. Under Udi's watchful gaze, Caledon carefully took the wooden box into his hands and cautiously opened it. Inside lay several ancient yellowed beast skins, resting quietly. Master, these are my most treasured collectibles from decades past, and they represent the highest value of our Green Forest tribe, Caledon declared, unfolding the ancient skins for Udi to examine. The surfaces of these skins were adorned with arcane inscriptions. Fortunately, with the awakening of his magical abilities, the knowledge bestowed upon Udi from the dragon's legacy had expanded considerably, allowing him to decipher these mystical texts, albeit with some difficulty. Apart from the 4 scrolls inscribed with magical incantations: first ring weakness spell, first ring group low-level frenzy spell, second ring spell shield, and third ring fireball spell, the final scroll is distinguished by its unique milky white hue, enveloped in a particularly intense magical aura. Upon deciphering the meaning of the incantations, Udi felt a surge of mental clarity. The inscription at the top of the milky white scroll reads as follows: Mage's Profession Book. Chapter 28. The Mage's Career Transition from the Legacy of Dragons. Udi acquired a wealth of knowledge. Yet he found himself lacking in the realms of various spells and professional transitions. Was it that the dragons looked down upon such spells and career paths? Clearly not. For even deities employ spells, and many have transitioned into diverse and formidable professions. The myriad and ever-evolving professional systems stand as the most resplendent points of light suspended in the astral realm. The powerful and exalted deities pursue the ultimate end of their professional pathways, continuously forging new routes, while ordinary beings in the astral realm strive to ascend the paths paved by their predecessors, hoping to one day reach the pinnacle of their professions. However, the immense potential of career paths does not come without its prerequisites. The most fundamental requirement is to acquire the knowledge necessary for cultivating the corresponding profession. After all, one must understand the means of cultivation. To embark on the path of a mage, one may obtain the knowledge of magecraft from their mentor and engage in study through instruction. The same principle applies to those seeking the paths of warriors, rogues, druids, and so forth. In the absence of a mentor's guidance, one must rely on a profession book, a magical artifact that harbors esoteric knowledge. The more potent and advanced the esoteric knowledge, the more stringent the material requirements for the magical artifact that bears it. Some exceptionally formidable and rare professions cannot even be recorded. Consequently, as time passes, the legacies of the most powerful professions are more readily obscured in the annals of history, gradually fading into obscurity. The absence of a corresponding professional cultivation within the dragon's legacy exemplifies this principle. Of course, while lacking in professional legacies, dragons possess the ability to draw forth various powerful and practical spell-like abilities from the depths of their bloodlines at each stage of their growth. This can be referred to as draconic magic, extraordinary capabilities available solely to dragons, which can be naturally mastered without formal learning, akin to the principles of the sorcerer profession. Esoteric knowledge is the core of the astral realm, and the dragon's legacy cannot directly access or command the core powers of the astral realm. It can only be solidified through the transmission of bloodlines. Udi gazed at the white scroll containing the knowledge of the mage profession with a glimmer of excitement. While this item may not be deemed particularly precious to dragons, most adult dragons possess sufficient capability to acquire a profession book through various means. It nonetheless held a significant allure for him. Only those rare and formidable special professions can be deemed of great value and difficult to attain. However, this is merely a triviality for an adult dragon. For Udi, it is undeniably a treasure of considerable worth. For many wise tribes, and even among human families, this piece of beast skin, which bears the knowledge of the mage's craft, could serve as a family heirloom passed down through centuries. Enough, Caradan, you may depart, Udi commanded, signaling the end of their conversation. Caradan, bowing respectfully, exited the chamber, bearing an unfinished task from his master. This task was, of course, to return to the Green Forest tribe and persuade his kin to surrender. Although the tribe's stubborn resistance had been shattered and Shurji was engaged in the process of consolidation, the addition of Caradan, the high priest of the Green Forest tribe, would surely ease the endeavor considerably, minimizing the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Once Caradan had departed, Udi utilized the spatial pouch gifted by Caradan to secure the copper chest and subsequently submerged into the pond, returning to his exceedingly humble lair. Extracting the beast skin that recorded the knowledge of the mage's profession, he commenced a diligent study. As a novice to magical incantations, he found the reading to be quite arduous. However, as time elapsed, through the innate talent of the dragon and his earnest dedication to learning, Udi grew increasingly familiar with the magical texts. The esoteric principles of magical energy cultivation, mental fortitude development, the guiding of spells, and the principles of spell release. Such arcane knowledge inscribed within the mage's profession book was not overly advanced. Rather, it encompassed the most fundamental knowledge of spellcasting and basic cultivation techniques. Yet, these rudimentary concepts were precisely what Udi required, for anything too sophisticated was beyond his comprehension. After several hours, feeling that he had grasped the material sufficiently, Udi resolved to practice the cultivation of magical energy. He gently closed his eyes and focused on perceiving the elemental forces surrounding him. Thanks to the elemental vision bestowed upon him by the awakening of his magical abilities, Udi distinctly sensed the elemental energies in his vicinity. Influenced by environmental factors, the predominant elements around him were blue and yellow, corresponding to the water and earth elemental forces, respectively. Udi endeavored to apply the mysterious knowledge of energy absorption documented in the profession book. Instantly, a multitude of luminous blue orbs surged into Udi's immense dragon form. And under his concentrated effort, they began to cleanse his physical being, ultimately coalescing into a blue orb of energy within him. As Udi guided and absorbed the elements, he became aware of an anomaly within his dragon body. Through his elemental vision, he observed a significant quantity of water attribute magical energy, previously concealed within his form, being drawn forth and amalgamating with the incoming water attribute energy from the outside. In a fleeting moment, beneath his heart, a unique organ entirely composed of magical energy materialized, an iridescent blue magical organ, approximately the size of an infant's fist. After crossing the threshold into the profession, the spellcaster, through years of diligent training, will gather magical energy within, leading to the emergence of a unique magical organ. However, for novices newly entering the realm of mages, the size of a magical organ akin to that of an infant's fist could be perceived as somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, it is a dragon. Udi paused his training and slowly opened his eyes. The ability to develop such a colossal magical organ in such a brief period is undoubtedly linked to the dragon's status as a supreme magical creature. Even without actively cultivating magical energy, a dragon naturally accumulates vast reserves of magic throughout its growth. Perhaps due to Udi's robust physique, despite his short existence, he has already amassed a considerable amount of magical energy. Yet, though his magical organ has formed, Udi cannot yet be deemed a true spellcaster. Only by etching the first spell into the sea of consciousness can one earn the title of spellcaster. Generally, one must start with cantrips, but I possess none. The lowest I have are first-tier spells. Udi contemplated. Among the 4 spells contributed by Caledon, the lowest is first tier, while the highest is third tier. There are 2 first-tier spells, the Weaken spell and the Group Frenzy spell. I shall learn the Weaken spell first, Udi decided after a moment of reflection. The Weaken spell is inclined towards assisting individual combat, while the Group Frenzy spell is more suited for collective warfare. Taking up the hide inscribed with the Weaken spell's magical incantation, Udi began to ponder it intently. The complexity of spell acquisition is determined by the number of nodes. A first-tier spell requires a minimum of 5 nodes, and the Weaken spell demands 7 nodes, categorizing it as a moderately difficult first-tier spell. Currently, the publicly available information is as follows. 0 tier denotes cantrips. First and second tiers are lower spells. Third and fourth tiers are middle spells. Fifth and sixth tiers are upper spells. Seventh and eighth tiers are supreme spells. Ninth tier is an extraordinary spell. 10th tier and above are forbidden spells. Chapter 29. Spell runes. Following the conclusion of the Green Forest Tribe, Goblin Tribe, campaign, Caledon, a 5th-tier spellcaster and the chief priest of the goblins, became the 3rd dragon-blooded subordinate under Udi's command, emerging as the most formidable among them. Had it not been for Udi's rapid intervention to conclude the battle, the goblin faction would have undoubtedly emerged victorious, resulting in the demise of the dog-headed warriors led by Shurji. Now, the defeated Green Forest Tribe, under the leadership of Chief Priest Caledon, has relocated to the Black Blood Valley. Reports indicate that during the Green Forest campaign, the casualties among the dog-headed warriors of the Black Blood Tribe reached 61, while the fallen goblin warriors of the Green Forest Tribe numbered 142. Both sides experienced significant losses. After all, the young and able-bodied dog-headed warriors of the Black Blood Tribe numbered less than 200, with nearly a third of their fighters lost in a single engagement. Reflecting on the Green Forest Tribe, its total population has surpassed 750. Yet the female goblins and juvenile goblins comprise half of this number, leaving merely over 300 adult goblin warriors. It can be asserted that in this recent battle, the Green Forest Tribe suffered the loss of nearly half of its youthful combat strength. Nevertheless, a solitary consolation for both tribes lies in the fact that their true core fighting power ultimately endured. The Black Blood Tribe's core strength consists of 4 formidable entities, Leader Shiki, and the 3 forest trolls, Mundo, Zaku, and Zaman, with the gravely injured Mundo miraculously clinging to life. In contrast, the Green Forest Tribe's core fighting force includes High Priest Caradan and 7 elite goblin warriors. Each of these 7 warriors possesses a biological level of 2, and combined with their inherent physical prowess as magical beings, although several have sustained severe injuries. A mere recuperation of 10 days would suffice to restore their combat capabilities. In summary, while the battle appeared to incur substantial losses on both sides, the damage was, in fact, not as dire as it seemed. After all, whether it be the kobolds or the goblins, their advantages may be few. Yet they excel in the art of reproduction. The kobolds, albeit slightly less proficient in this regard, typically produce a litter every month. Conversely, goblins, with their almost maximized reproductive capabilities, can bear young in merely half a month. However, such reproductive rates are contingent upon the availability of sufficient sustenance. Without adequate food, the speed of reproduction inevitably diminishes. As time gradually flowed by, over half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Beneath the waterfall by the pond, Within a humble dragon's lair, Udi opened his eyes. Whispering an incantation, 3 seconds later, a beam of dark energy shot from the tip of Udi's dragon claw, striking a piranha that swam languidly in the pool. Once lively, the piranha was rendered motionless, flipping onto its back and slowly floating to the surface, dead. Though the spell of weakness is said to extract vitality, rendering the target in a feeble state, there exists a prerequisite. The creature affected by the spell must retain a modicum of life force. If too weak, its energy would be completely drained, leading to inevitable demise. The piranha, while seemingly fierce, lacks even a biological level, classifying it among the lesser beings. The weakness spell, being a first-tier spell, would spell doom for 0-level creatures such as kobolds and goblins. Even if it were to strike a 2nd-level goblin warrior, it would render them exhausted, their strength diminished to nothing. After 20 days, the first-tier weakness spell was finally mastered. Udi slowly lowered his claw from the pool, lost in thought. Indeed, the art of spellcasting is arduous. The vocation of a spellcaster demands a significant expenditure of energy. As a black dragon, Udi possesses an extraordinary reservoir of magical power, a congenital advantage that, upon choosing the path of a spellcaster, would serve as a tremendous boon. Within the realm of humanity, a first-tier spellcaster's reservoir of magical energy is posited to be a mere 100 points. In stark contrast, Udi possesses an astounding 10,000 points. While human spellcasters must meticulously conserve their magical energy during combat, striving to eke out enough to cast an additional spell, Udi is liberated from such concerns, free to contemplate which spell will yield the most favorable effects and greatest potency. However, beyond this innate racial advantage in terms of magical energy, the dragons do not exhibit an overwhelming supremacy in the realms of spell acquisition speed or the comprehension of arcane truths. Take, for instance, the black dragon, a true dragon of the water element. When endeavoring to learn water-based spells, it indeed receives a certain enhancement, such as a swifter learning pace and a greater efficacy in casting water spells compared to other spellcasters. Yet, this advantage is confined solely to water spells. Other dragons, be they red, blue, or green, share a similar experience. Mastering spells aligned with their elemental affinity yields exceptional results, while endeavoring to learn spells that do not correspond to their inherent attributes proves to be no stronger than that of an ordinary human spellcaster, devoid of any enhancement in spell efficacy. Regrettably, among the 4 spells available within the Caradan Academy, none pertain to the water element, with the most formidable spell being of the fire element. Udi shook his head and closed his eyes, redirecting his focus to his own mental realm. A gray, translucent rune floated above the vast ocean of his consciousness, emanating a soft glow under the gentle illumination of the rune. The surrounding mental energies appeared to pulse with increased vitality. This gray translucent rune represented the weakness spell. The cultivation of a spellcaster's abilities necessitates not only years of refining external elements to harness greater magical energy, but, more critically, the enhancement of mental fortitude. The elevation of one's mental prowess is a fundamental prerequisite for advancing in the spellcaster's profession. Although there exist myriad pathways for cultivating mental strength, the predominant method remains the acquisition of spell runes. Each rune that is coalesced within one's mental realm serves to continuously hone the spellcaster's mental acuity. The more spell runes one gathers, and the higher their tier, the more rapid the enhancement of mental strength becomes. Moreover, not all spell runes of the same tier are created equal. The weakness spell rune that Udi has recently mastered remains transparent, indicating that he has only just begun to grasp the fundamentals of this spell. When the rune transitions from transparency to substantiality, it signifies mastery of the spell. A proficient weakness spell rune will exert several times the effect on mental fortitude compared to its novice counterpart. Should one manage to submerge the substantial rune into the depths of their mental ocean, it would denote that the spellcaster has reached the pinnacle of simplicity in their mastery of the spell. Spells of this highest tier typically exhibit a notable characteristic. They can be cast instantaneously. In addition to the enhanced efficacy in refining mental strength, the power of the spell will be significantly amplified, and the magical energy expenditure for casting such a spell will be greatly reduced. Chapter 30. The source of iron weapons. Shortly after the culmination of the weakness spell's construction, the cooldown period for the feast had arrived. The ingredients for this grand feast consisted of 3 level 4 magical creatures and a substantial amount of iron ore. Intermediate magical beasts were elusive, and Udi, not wishing to squander a considerable amount of time on hunting, found himself at the mercy of his subordinate tribes, who were unable to procure any intermediate creatures for him. Thus, they would naturally go without. However, Despite the slightly inferior quality of the ingredients, the cumulative effects of the feast layers were still quite satisfactory. If quality was lacking, quantity would suffice. Udi, biological level 5, mage level 2, length 79, vitality 1252, current feast layers 18, cooldown 30 days, spell-like abilities, dark arts, dim vision. Appraisal, spell runes, first circle weaken, novice, 18 layers. Udi couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, including the dormant period of his magical awakening. He had spent nearly 2 years in this world, with a little over a year left to fully surpass the 3-year hatchling phase. He pondered whether he could still be considered a mere hatchling. Within his rudimentary dragon lair, a magnificent black dragon, whose muscular build could evoke envy even in contemporaneous red dragons, and whose size rivaled that of a truck, fell into contemplation. Typically, juvenile black dragons measured between 8 to 12 meters in length. Although Udi's current length was only 7, 9 meters, his stockier neck ensured that his imposing presence was no less formidable than that of an 8 or 9 meter black dragon. Juvenile black dragons typically possess biological levels ranging from 7 to 10, while Udi had achieved the physical threshold of a juvenile black dragon. His biological level remained at a mere 5, falling short by 2 levels. Nevertheless, despite his biological level being only 5, Udi estimated that his strength should not be inferior to that of an ordinary level 7 magical creature. As for whether he could contend with a level 7 black dragon, Udi was uncertain. Even if he could, it would likely result in a mutually destructive outcome. After a day of slumber, Udi stirred and broke through the water surface. Soaring low through the Black Blood Valley, as the Lord of the Black Dragons, he commenced his periodic inspections of his subjects. Upon completing his rounds, Udi gained a clearer understanding of the situation. The populations of the Black Blood tribe and the Green Forest tribe had each increased by several dozen. There were newly born offspring and wandering goblin dogfolk who had joined their ranks. Suddenly, Udi recalled something he had neglected to inquire about. He focused intently and established a mental connection with Caradan, summoning him to his side. Although mental communication allowed for inquiries and dialogue, it consumed mental energy. And unless it was urgent, Udi typically refrained from using it to communicate with his subordinates. In the valley, beneath a canopy of wild fruit trees, Udi reclined leisurely, his gaze somewhat peculiar as he observed the hastily approaching Caradan. Having not seen him for nearly a month, Udi noted that Caradan, the goblin, had undergone a complete transformation. Originally, Caradan's physical appearance was that of a slender figure standing at 1 meter 50. However, now he has grown to 1 meter 60, with dark green skin that appears remarkably taut. Beneath the surface, well-defined muscles occasionally become evident with his movements. Adorning his forehead are several black dragon scales, each roughly the size of a thumb. If this continues for a few more months, he might very well evolve into a muscular goblin mage. The ordinary power of the black dragon's bloodline certainly instigates physical changes, yet such transformations are typically not this drastic. Clearly, this is the influence of Udi's inherent feast talent operating in the background. During this time, have you felt an intense sensation of hunger? Just as Caradan's steps halted before his master, a low voice resonated from above. You mentioned an intense sensation of hunger? After pondering for a moment, Caradan organized his thoughts and replied, occasionally, but it hardly feels particularly intense. However, compared to before, I can certainly say my appetite has increased significantly. Oh, is that so? Udi grinned, revealing a rather fearsome smile, and did not dwell on the topic further. Instead, he shifted the conversation toward a matter he had intended to inquire about earlier. I had a question that I forgot to ask you, and I find it quite intriguing. Please, go ahead, Caradan responded respectfully. Where does your Green Forest tribe acquire its iron weapons and armor? Udi inquired. Iron weapons and armor, particularly the latter, cannot simply be produced from the existence of iron ore. One must also possess knowledge of metallurgy and forging techniques. If even a primitive goblin tribe could effortlessly forge iron weapons and armor, what then of human blacksmiths? What of dwarves? Though dwarves and humans possess more advanced forging skills, including the crafting of rune weapons and magical armaments. Upon hearing his master's question, Caradan appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. This matter is a bit lengthy to explain. 3 years ago, when I had just broken through to level 5 and entered the realm of intermediate mages, I concealed my presence and infiltrated the Duchy of Cass to forge a suitable staff for myself. Within the Duchy, I encountered a human spellcaster who recognized my aura. However, instead of attacking, he expressed a desire for collaboration after our conversation. Our Green Forest tribe supplies him with a plethora of magical materials and herbs, while he provides us with iron weapons and armor. Moreover, He also offers various foods and spells from among the humans. Caradan continued, adding, the third ring spell, Fireball, and the first ring spell, Mass Low-Level Frenzy, were both acquired through trade with that human. Udi listened intently to Caradan's account, his dragon-like eyes growing increasingly bright. Can you still establish contact with him? Caradan nodded affirmatively, stating, certainly. Does my master perhaps have some needs to fulfill with the humans? Indeed, I require water-based spells. From the first ring to the second, third, and beyond. Udi did not deny his own needs. As a black dragon, his innate magical aptitude was merely average among his kind. Instead of dabbling in a haphazard array of spells, it would be far more beneficial to focus on water-based magic, which is enhanced by his bloodline heritage. Udi found himself unable to exploit any shortcuts in his magical studies. Thus, it was wiser to specialize in a single discipline. While he might learn a few spells from other schools, such as teleportation, it would only be in a limited capacity for auxiliary purposes. A true dragon of the water must master water magic, for that is the rightful path. This is not a trivial matter, as the opposing forces are quite formidable. However, the humans are exceedingly greedy, requiring high-grade monster materials in substantial quantities for the exchange of each spell. Caradan offered a reminder. In the 3 years since then, with the dedicated cooperation of the Green Forest tribe, he had only managed to acquire 1 first-tier spell and 1 third-tier spell. Chapter 31. The Transaction Process. Greed is advantageous. What is to be feared is their lack of it. Udi grinned, a sinister smile forming on his face. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. I will have Shurji and Mundo assist you as well. I hope to acquire spells promptly, particularly individual enhancement spells among the auxiliary types. Water magic encompasses a vast category, divided into 4 primary classifications: attack spells, defense spells, auxiliary spells, and special spells. Attack spells can further be subdivided into area of effect spells and single target spells, while auxiliary spells can be classified into individual enhancement spells, group enhancement spells, healing spells, and so forth. This is merely one path within the mage profession. It must be said that in terms of splendor and complexity, the mage vocation stands out more than others. Caradan bowed, accepting the task. Udi waved his hand, signaling him to commence his endeavors. After several hours had passed since Caradan's departure, basking in a gentle breeze under the clear, sunny sky, Udi gradually rose. Unfolding his dragon wings, he glided low back to the waterfall, then dove straight down into the dragon's lair below. Udi began to deeply study the first-tier spell, Weakness, which he had recently acquired. When fatigue from his research set in, he directed his magical energy to invigorate his draconic form, followed by further mental cultivation. Days melded into one another, and Udi found himself both weary and content. A month passed, and Udi's feasting had reached the 19th tier, with his dragon body now exceeding 8 meters in length and his physical strength once again enhanced. Within him, the blue-glowing magical organ, akin to a heart, along with the quality of his mental energy, steadily improved through his rigorous training. As time continued to unfold, Caradan finally bore good news. Within the dragon's lair, Udi withdrew his focus from the study of spells, and with a mere thought, his perspective shifted to Caradan's first-person view. At that very moment, beneath a secluded rock face, approximately several dozen kilometers from the Black Blood Valley, Caradan, Mundo, and 7 fully armed goblin warriors stood resolutely, as if awaiting something momentous. Behind them, dozens of goblin laborers each bore a woven basket. Inside these baskets lay a collection of monster pelts, bundles of herbs, and an assortment of monster teeth. Among them, one basket stood out, filled to the brim with glass vials containing vividly colored monster blood. As time slowly passed, the anticipated figures still failed to appear in the distance. How frustrating. Mundo was growing increasingly agitated. 2 months had elapsed, during which he had significantly harnessed the power of his dragon lineage, causing his height to increase from 4 meters to 4.2. His arms and thighs were now subtly adorned with patches of black scales, and his overall aura had strengthened considerably. Specifically, his biological tier had advanced from the initial 4th level to the higher 4th level. Caradan cast a glance at the hulking figure beside him, feeling somewhat uneasy in its presence. At such close range, a sudden strike from this giant would be catastrophic, leaving no room for reaction. Although 2 months had passed since the tribal battle, Caradan still bore psychological scars from the encounter with the clumsy giant. Suddenly, Caradan's amber gaze sharpened as it detected the approach of figures from the jungle. The sound of rustling footsteps drew nearer. Soon, a group emerged from the thicket, their expressions alert and vigilant. The party consisted of 9 individuals. The 2 leaders donned exquisite purple mage robes, each wielding a staff. They exuded a distinctive aura, indicative of their formidable mental prowess. The remaining 7 wore gray full-body armor, each carrying a matte greatsword on their backs, both the armor and swords emanating faint magical vibrations. Clearly not ordinary equipment. Upon spotting Caradan and the others, the human party halted abruptly, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Sensing the shift, Mundo couldn't help but scratch his backside, an action that inadvertently drew the attention of all 9 pairs of eyes in the human group. Their expressions shifted to one of alarm as they swiftly unsheathed their matte swords in unison. However, upon realizing that the giant merely scratched himself, their faces contorted in disbelief before they gradually sheathed their weapons once more. A few warriors spat in frustration, muttering under their breath. Did they think this would lead to a misunderstanding? For heaven's sake. Although aware that this was a trade, confronting a band of wild monsters required utmost vigilance. After all, one could never predict if these creatures might choose to turn on them. Wit, your distrust is quite excessive, Caradan remarked, narrowing its eyes. The sudden draw of the greatsword had heightened its alertness, momentarily fearing that the humans intended to betray them. Fortunately, this was merely a minor misunderstanding. The individual referred to as Wit is the middle-aged man with a hooked nose among the 2 leading spellcasters. Upon hearing Kaladin's words, he chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, Kaladin, my old friend, we have been collaborating for 3 years. How could there be any lack of trust? However, the dark forest is exceedingly perilous, and our warriors have journeyed over several hundred kilometers to reach this place. Their nerves are quite frayed. I hope you can understand, dear friend. Haha, Wit. I was merely speaking in jest, Kaladin replied with a smile, then gestured for the goblin laborers behind him, laden with various materials, to step forward. Wit, perhaps your men should conduct an inspection. Wit, unfazed by this, patted the shoulder of a younger spellcaster beside him. The spellcaster, in his 20s, nodded slightly and advanced with 5 warriors to examine the contents of the baskets, quietly appraising their worth. The fur of the curious magic rabbit, a level 3 ordinary magical beast, was valued at approximately 3 gold coins, while the leather of a velociraptor, a level 1 beast, was also assessed. The young spellcaster's eyes sparkled as he swiftly calculated in his mind. As a spellcaster endowed with formidable mental prowess, such elementary arithmetic was effortlessly manageable. Meanwhile, Wit engaged in conversation with Kaladin. Kaladin, your appearance has changed. Wit narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kaladin's current form. Had it not been for the familiar aura he sensed from Kaladin, Wit might not have recognized him upon their recent encounter. Kaladin now stood at a height of 1.65 meters, resembling an ordinary human, yet his physique was muscular and robust, with black scales emerging on his arms and forehead. As a level 6 spellcaster, educated systematically at the Mage Academy of the Kingdom of Albit, Wit considered himself relatively knowledgeable. Kaladin's noticeable transformation, coupled with the faint, unique pressure emanating from him, clearly indicated he had become a draconic being. Just as you surmised, Wit, Kaladin replied, a subtle shift in his expression betraying a hint of amusement. Upon receiving confirmation, Wit's pupils contracted, revealing a trace of anxiety as he spoke with barely contained excitement. Is it truly that individual? With such overt draconic traits, could it possibly be false? Kaladin's lips curled slightly, his demeanor hinting at dissatisfaction as he inquired, do you doubt my transformation? Wit swallowed hard, acutely aware of their proximity to the lair of the Dark Queen. Given her domineering nature, it was evident she would not tolerate the emergence of another formidable dragon in her territory. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Kaladin had fortuitously acquired a vial of black dragon blood and subsequently transformed into a dragonborn. However, a glance at Mondo, who sat idly nearby, his own draconic features evident, swiftly dispelled such conjecture from Wit's mind. If only Kaladin were the sole draconic goblin spellcaster, it would not unequivocally prove that the emergence of a level 4 draconic troll signifies anything definitive. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through Wit's mind. The Dark Queen, a fully mature black dragon, possesses unparalleled strength, and even a well-equipped master-level quartet might not guarantee victory against her. In the Principality of Cass, where Wit resides, master-level practitioners are exceedingly rare, each embodying a confluence of wealth and power. Even in the neighboring realm of the formidable Albit Kingdom, any master-level practitioner commands immense respect and holds a high status. A novice master-level warrior could effortlessly slay 1,000 fully armed ordinary human fighters, and the fury unleashed in their combat aura could cleave a hill rising over 10 to 20 meters. The mightiest member of Wit's family is merely a 9th-level spellcaster. The collective influence of his family pales in comparison to that of a solitary master-level practitioner. With these thoughts, Wit felt no hesitation. as the adage goes. The timid perish from hunger while the bold succumb to excess. Caledon, I wonder if our Siglin family might have the opportunity to connect with your master? Wit gazed at Caledon with a mix of apprehension and excitement, even the nuances of his address and tone reflecting the shift. Caledon cast a glance at Wit, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot make such decisions. I am merely a servant to my master. However, as he spoke, Caledon gestured subtly towards a considerable pile of material baskets nearby. Wit understood the implication and cleared his throat, smiling as he said, if that esteemed individual has any need for resources among our kind, our Siglin family would wholeheartedly support this endeavor and offer significantly reduced prices. Oh, if that is the case, I believe my master would indeed be interested, Caledon replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two foxes began to negotiate their respective needs. The Siglin family hoped that their presence within the Dark Queen's dominion would grant them the favor of her forces, essentially seeking a form of passage. Additionally, the frequency and volume of trade between the two parties increased substantially. Previously, transactions occurred once every 3 months due to the limited resources of the Green Forest tribe, rendering monthly exchanges unnecessary and a waste of energy and time. However, now that Caledon had become a draconic subordinate under the Dark Queen, acquiring such materials from her monstrous forces would be relatively effortless. In fact, even materials from intermediate and advanced monsters could be included in their transactions. The mere thought of this thrilled Wit. Although he had promised Caradan to raise the prices of monster materials, it remained a highly lucrative industry. The profit margins ranged from 100 to 200%. The transaction concluded swiftly. With a wave of his hand, Wit gathered all the valued materials into his spatial bag, then produced a wooden box. Inside were the 0-ring spell mark, a vessel for arcane sorcery, along with 9 lower-grade magical crystals. Caradan, would you take a look? He inquired. Caradan accepted the box and, after a thorough examination, nodded slightly before placing it into his spatial bag. There were no discrepancies with the items. For this transaction, Udi had lent his spatial bag to Caradan to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. When shall we meet for the next transaction? Wit asked with a smile. Naturally, once a month, Caradan replied. The transaction concluded amicably, with both parties returning to their respective homes in high spirits. By the waterfall in the Black Blood Valley, Udi received the spatial bag tossed over by Caradan. The mark left by Caradan had long been erased, allowing Udi to easily probe within. He witnessed the entire trading process. Or rather, it was his spontaneous idea to have Caradan masquerade as a dragonkin of the Black Dragon. If one can take advantage, one should certainly do so, Udi grinned. With a flick of thought, he retrieved the wooden box from the spatial bag and opened it. Inside lay a piece of beast hide emanating magical light, alongside 9 transparent crystals, the 0-ring spell mark and the lower-grade magical crystals. Since this was the first time establishing a new trading protocol, the Higlin family, represented by Wit, had not prepared suitable trade items. After some discussion, they exchanged these items for the monster materials and herbs. Caradan had previously communicated through the bond of kinship that the other party indeed showed great sincerity. Their side had prepared only lower-grade monster materials, including numerous strong beast components, which were not particularly rare or precious, yet abundant in quantity. Under previous pricing, Wit would have offered at most 1 spell mark as trade for Caradan. However, with the inclusion of Dragon Hide, the dynamics shifted entirely, with Wit's Higlin family humbly seeking Caradan's favor. Master, these lower-grade magical crystals are of decent quality. Each should be worth no less than 50 gold coins, Caradan interjected. Having spent some time in the human realm, he had gained insight into items of personal significance. Magical crystals are indeed valuable. When embedded in a staff, they serve as a primary material for crafting low-grade wands, and when worn, they enhance the speed of absorbing and refining magical energy. Udi extended a dragon claw, rubbing the magical crystal, unable to suppress the drool that gathered at the thought of its potential. Chapter 33. Enhancing productivity. Udi retrieved a magical crystal and tossed it into his fearsome maw. With a lackadaisical gulp, he swallowed it whole, too small to warrant the effort of chewing. Before the might of the dragon's formidable digestive system, the low-grade magical crystal began to dissolve and disintegrate. An abundance of magical energy was released, eagerly consumed by Udi's corporeal form. The amount of magic that escaped from the crystal was directly proportional to what Udi could absorb. A soft hiss escaped his lips. A sensation of comfort enveloped him, as if countless delicate hands were expertly massaging his entire being. After a while, Udi slowly opened his eyes, breaking free from the embrace of relaxation. Instinctively, he glanced at his current status panel. Udi, biological level 6, Mage level 2. Length, 812. Life force, 1301. Current feast layers, 19. Cooldown, 25 days. Spell-like abilities, shadow magic. Dim vision, identification, spell runes. First circle weaken, novice. His biological level had finally reached 6. Upon seeing the data on his panel, Udi's spirits soared. He had been on the verge of this milestone, and with the aid of a low-grade magical crystal, the breakthrough was effortlessly achieved. Udi gazed at the remaining 8 low-grade magical crystals in the small box, tempted to consume them, yet ultimately refrained. He resolved to reserve these crystals as primary ingredients for his next feast. Rather than digesting them immediately, their potential enhancement in the banquet would yield far greater benefits. With a mere thought, he placed the wooden box into his spatial pouch, which was then carefully tucked away in the hidden compartment beneath the scales on his chest. Throughout this time, Caradan stood respectfully by his side. After a moment of contemplation, Udi addressed Caradan. Given our monthly trade quota with the Higland family, coupled with your provision of sustenance, can you fulfill this task? Caradan fell silent for 2 seconds before shaking his head. I beg your pardon for my inadequacy. Udi was not taken aback. After all, the sheer amount of food he required each month already placed significant strain on the Black Blood tribe and the Green Forest tribe, let alone the substantial trade of magical materials agreed upon with the Higland family. His expectations for sustenance were high, demanding at least first-tier magical beasts or formidable creatures. Anything below that would provide less enhancement than consuming iron ore. I understand. Udi nodded slightly, a decision forming in his mind. With another thought, he established a mental connection through the bond of their contract with Mondo and Shiki, summoning them to bring their kin to this location. Subsequently, Udi turned his gaze towards Caradan and spoke. Caradan, summon all the members of your tribe to this place. Caradan, momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasped the implication and nodded respectfully, promptly departing. Moments later, a considerable throng of humanoid monsters rushed in from both the east and west. Udi slowly rose and alighted on a gentle slope near the waterfall, coldly observing the swiftly gathering goblins, dog-headed creatures, and the 3 conspicuously large trolls. Leading the multitude of monsters were 3 scions of the dragon lineage, who positioned themselves at the forefront, awaiting the pronouncement of their true dragon master. Udi surveyed his monstrous vassals below, feeling a slight stir within. The Green Forest tribe boasted around 800 or 900 goblins, while the Black Blood tribe had over 300 dog-headed beings. The sight of this assembly of over 1,000 creatures was somewhat impressive. Regrettably, apart from his 3 dragon lineage scions, the 2 trolls, Sakuza and Meng, and the 7 formidable goblin warriors, the rest were merely a rabble, easily bested by even ordinary human soldiers. The productivity was alarmingly low. Should this continue, it would not be long before these minions struggled to provide him with sufficient sustenance, let alone engage in trade to obtain spells and wealth. Udi shook his head. He spread his colossal wings, extending to an impressive 17 meters, and with a gentle tremor, he descended into the midst of the monstrous army, hovering just above the ground. Below, the dog-headed creatures and goblins faced him directly, brimming with agitation, excitement, anxiety, reverence, and a fervent desire. Udi could distinctly perceive the unmasked emotions radiating from these lower-tier monsters. Excellent. He relished such forthrightness. A powerful and ferocious dragon roar reverberated through the ears of the monstrous horde. After establishing an atmosphere with his roar, Udi, suspended in midair, opened his fearsome dragon maw. Fortunate servants, your benevolent true dragon master shall grant you an opportunity for rebirth today. Without further ado, Udi extended his dragon claw, forcing droplets of thick crimson dragon blood from his formidable body. After expelling 20 drops, he finally ceased. Below, the goblins, dog-headed creatures, and trolls were utterly captivated by the 20 dazzling droplets of dragon blood, which shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Each droplet was the size of a human fist, appearing exceedingly viscous and floating in the air, exuding a faint pressure. An atmosphere of fervor enveloped the area as Udi's words and actions ignited the enthusiasm of the monstrous army. The cacophony of excited yelps from the dog-headed creatures, the chattering cries of the goblins, and the thunderous thumps of the trolls resonated throughout the Black Blood Valley. In midair, Udi wielded his magical prowess to manipulate the 20 droplets of blood, transforming 11 of them into a multitude of slender blood tendrils. Subsequently, the delicate strands of dragon blood descended towards the awaiting horde of monsters below. 7 formidable goblin warriors and 2 trolls gaped in anticipation, only to find that no dragon blood was falling into their mouths. Observing the weak, dog-headed creatures nearby, The goblins noticed that each had already received at least one strand of dragon blood, which filled them with urgency and frustration, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet they dared not utter a word, stifled by their discontent. Fortunately, Udi did not keep these elite monsters in suspense for long. The remaining 9 droplets of dragon blood, each the size of a fist, cascaded down from the air, one for each individual. Although merely ordinary dragon blood and not the more potent essence, a droplet of such size was indeed a rare treasure. Were it to fall into the hands of lesser spellcasters, it would surely evoke a deep sense of despair. The notion of such precious magical material being squandered on lowly creatures was nothing short of sacrilege. However, for Udi, this ordinary dragon blood held little significance, as he could easily replenish it by consuming a few magical beasts. After distributing these benefits to his army of minions, Udi instructed his 3 dragon-blooded subordinates to keep a vigilant watch over the monstrous horde as they awaited their metamorphosis. He then unfurled his dragon wings and vanished into the humble dragon nest nestled within the waterfall's pool. Chapter 34. Research findings within the lair by the water's edge. Udi retrieved a wooden box from his spatial pouch and extracted a piece of beast hide that emanated a faint magical luminescence. This hide served as the vessel for inscribing the spell of the 0-tier trick, though it belonged to the lowest echelon of spells. Not all spells can be assessed solely by their rank. Their effects and utility are of paramount importance. When utilized skillfully, even a 0-tier trick can yield results superior to those of 5th or 6th-tier spells. The Secret Mark is one such unique spell. 0-tier Secret Mark, spell effect, imprints a magical mark upon an object, including living beings, establishing a certain connection with its master, regardless of distance. While this spell can be effortlessly unraveled by spellcasters with a greater mastery than the one who cast it, it remains an exceedingly practical spell, frequently employed even by many mages who have attained legendary status. Although Udi intended to specialize in water magic, it was imperative that he learn such a useful spell if the opportunity arose. Unfolding the beast hide, Udi focused intently on the key mental nodes required for constructing the Secret Mark spell. A 1st-tier spell is typically composed of 5 mental nodes, while this 0-tier trick requires only 4, bringing its difficulty level close to that of the most basic 1st-tier spells. Taking a deep breath, Udi compelled himself to diligently study this spell. Aside from the spell-obsessed dragons, most other dragons are not particularly inclined towards the study of magic, even when mastering spells could enhance their own formidable power. This resonates with a lesson learned in a previous life. It is universally acknowledged that pursuing knowledge and education can fortify one's capabilities, elevate future prospects, and transform one's life trajectory. Yet, how many can immerse themselves in the pursuit of learning with fervor? Very few. The study of magical arts, even those of the 1st and 0 tiers, presents a complexity that far surpasses mere academic knowledge from a past existence. Higher-tier spells are even more formidable, accessible only to a select few capable of diligent study and research. Were it not for Udi's inherent draconic essence, characterized by an extraordinary mental fortitude and quick wit, coupled with the potential for continual enhancement through cultivation and natural growth, he too would likely find the arduous task of mastering such high-level spells overwhelming. After considerable contemplation, Udi managed to grasp the fundamental outline of the secret spell imprint. He then opted to take a brief respite, redirecting his focus to other matters. Instantly, he became aware of a multitude of faintly connected presences in the external world gradually rising in intensity. The process of draconic blood transformation was nearing its completion, he mused. In discussing this transformation, Udi's intentions extended beyond mere enhancement of productivity. He harbored a desire for observation and research. Dragonkin are generally categorized into 3 tiers, the most potent, the blood contract, the 2nd tier, the scale contract, and the least effective, the aura infusion. The first 2 yield the most substantial results, as the growth of the dragon itself can significantly influence the lineage of its descendants, thereby fostering their development. Furthermore, a well-established contract endows the dragon with formidable control over its kin, rendering betrayal a perilous endeavor. The final category, aura infusion, merely allows for the absorption of the dragon's essence, blood, and scales, bestowing the recipient with draconic power. The efficacy of this power is contingent upon the strength of the source dragon and the quantity of blood and scales acquired. A weak dragon yields lesser power. However, an abundance of blood and scales can elevate the draconic energy to remarkable heights, potentially surpassing the benefits derived from the 2 higher-tier contracts. Such dragon can possess a low baseline capability, with potential entirely dependent on the resources available. Typically, dragons employ the latter method to create vast legions of dragonkin. After all, utilizing blood contracts necessitates a considerable expenditure of magical energy, with stronger targets requiring even greater reserves. Prolonged deprivation of magical sustenance can severely impede a dragon's growth, or even halt it altogether. Additionally, if a dragon's mental acuity is insufficient, it cannot sustain numerous spiritual connections, lest its cognitive faculties become disordered. Ultimately, Udi's curiosity lies in observing whether these dragonkin, having undergone only the most rudimentary transformation, might also attain the same extraordinary gifts as those bestowed upon Shurji, Mondo, and Caradan. If possible, it may well forge a formidable army of monstrous beings. If not, it matters little. Their powers have been enhanced, and at the very least, they can aid Udi in hunting down superior quality prey. I hope for good news. Udi's gaze was profound, as if he could see through the rock walls and pools to the tormented beasts suffering from the transformation of the dragon veins. Shaking his head, Udi swiftly returned his thoughts to the study of spells. First, he must construct the secret mark runes. Time flowed swiftly during Udi's days of painful, yet joyful spell research. On the 5th day, Udi successfully initiated the first stage of the zero-ring cantrip, Secret Mark. Above the sea of his consciousness, 2 gray, transparent runes now floated. On the 15th day, Udi finally ceased the monotonous practice of spells. He decided to grant himself half a day of respite to ease the mind that had been tirelessly whirling. With a thought, his gaze descended upon Shurji through their mental link. As his perspective shifted, he found himself in the heart of a forest. From Shurji's vantage point, it was leading its kin in a hunt. Their quarry was a pack of velociraptors. Though these creatures bore the title of dragon, they were merely a group of slightly stronger first-level beasts. The velociraptors were not large, with their long, sturdy tails. They measured around 2 meters in length. Their second toe bore a massive, sickle-like claw, while their slender forelimbs ended in sharp, knife-like talons, rendering them quite perilous. In truth, for many beasts, the velociraptor, which hunted in packs and exhibited remarkable agility, posed a formidable threat. Suddenly, Udi's expression shifted as he observed Shurji leading the 20 or so dog-headed beings. Their transformation appeared quite significant. In merely half a month, these dog-headed creatures, once barely a meter tall, had now grown to an average height of at least 1 meter 20. Their sinewy muscles were subtly discernible beneath their scales, and their presence exuded a much stronger aura. Evidently, this was abnormal. Did the feast talent also benefit these dragon-blooded kin? Udi grinned. Excellent, excellent. Chapter 35. Unusual enhancement. The 20-odd dog-headed beings, clad in vine armor and wielding long spears, encircled the 9 velociraptors in a clearing. Beneath the velociraptors lay a beast, savagely torn apart, a bait designed to lure the velociraptors into their trap. The velociraptors emitted sharp shrieks, restless and agitated. As the dog-headed beings steadily closed in, the velociraptors, unable to contain their fury any longer, charged towards one of the dog-headed warriors, led by the strongest among them, the velociraptor chief. The raptor, with claws as sharp as daggers, lunged fiercely at the standing dog-headed warrior in the forefront. However, the latter, coldly and unperturbed, drew a small wooden shield from behind to protect itself. The claws raked across the surface of the shield with a tearing sound, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Simultaneously, the tremendous impact forced the dog-headed warriors to stagger backward several steps before regaining their footing. Yet, the recoil momentarily impeded the speed and agility of the raptors. Seizing the opportunity, the dog-headed warriors from the other 3 directions brandished their spears, muscles rippling in their arms and thighs, and thrust fiercely at the vulnerable areas of the raptors, targeting their abdomens and heads. The air was filled with piercing screams and anguished roars. Amidst this chaos, a few injured raptors charged recklessly at the dog-headed warriors, slashing with their claws and snapping their jaws in an attempt to retaliate. However, encircled by over 20 resolute dog-headed warriors, not a single raptor managed to escape the lethal trap. The ground was strewn with bodies, blood slowly seeping into the earth. Thus concluded a brutal hunt. One dog-headed warrior raised a bone whistle to his lips and blew into it, producing a clear, resonant sound that echoed through the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the rustling of leaves announced the arrival of a pack from the southern woods. Approximately 20 or 30 dog-headed beings, clutching bundles of vine ropes and bearing baskets on their backs, burst forth from the thicket. Upon reaching the site, they wasted no time, swiftly removing the baskets. They procured glass vials and positioned them beneath the bleeding wounds of the raptors to collect the blood. One vial after another filled with the crimson liquid was returned to the baskets. These glass vials, prepared by the Higline family, were stocked abundantly in the Green Forest tribe's repository. The crafting of these vials involved a special mineral powder that slows decay, keeping the blood fresh for at least 6 months, making them exceptional storage containers. Once the blood collection was completed, the specialized dog-headed squad commenced the skinning process. The leather of the raptors served as premium material for crafting leather armor, highly sought after among low-tier mercenaries, adventurers, and even monster tribes. The merchant guild established by the Higline family traded in a plethora of goods, predominantly weapons, equipment, and potions, thus generating a substantial demand for materials and blood from monstrous beasts. Upon finishing the skinning, the dog-headed team skillfully bound the bloodied raptors with vine ropes, inserting sturdy wooden poles of arm's thickness before lifting them in pairs and heading towards the Black Blood Valley. This entire procedure had become remarkably proficient. Meanwhile, the squad of dog-headed warriors responsible for the hunting and combat arose from their resting place only after witnessing the return of the team tasked with processing the prey. They stood by, both to recuperate and to safeguard the safety of their comrades handling the carcasses. And so, they set forth once more, continuing their relentless pursuit of the hunt. Beside him, Shiki, who had remained silent from the onset of the battle until the prey was processed, finally spoke. Though his expression was one of indifference, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. Since the master's command was issued, both the Green Forest tribe and the Black Blood tribe had been organizing numerous hunting parties. To mitigate the mortality rate among these hunting teams, Shiki, alongside Caradan, Mundo, and 2 trolls with 7 goblins, had dispersed to join these teams, serving as their safeguard. Whenever a threat exceeded the capabilities of the hunting party, they would intervene to resolve it. In the vicinity of the valley, where mid-tier magical creatures were elusive, their presence was sufficient to repel danger, significantly reducing the mortality rate of the goblin and dog-headed warrior fighters within the hunting parties. In encounters manageable by the hunting teams, these guardians would observe coldly, allowing the warriors to hone and unlock the latent draconic power within them. This process would inevitably incur some casualties, yet influenced by the feast talent. The rate of loss was diminishing rapidly. Initially, it was commonplace for a hunting party to lose several warriors in a single day of hunting, but as time progressed, the casualties dwindled. In the last 2 days alone, 12 hunting parties had collectively lost only 5 warriors, all of whom sustained injuries but survived, capable of rejoining the fray after a period of recuperation. The strength of the master's bloodline was truly remarkable. Shiki could not help but reflect quietly. Having followed his master for some time, he had witnessed his growth from a mere 5 meters in length to over 8 meters now, an astonishing doubling of size. Such a terrifying rate of growth was beyond the norm for a dragon. His master was a uniquely powerful dragon with boundless potential. And to be under the wing of such a dragon, Shiki might yet have the opportunity to behold even grander vistas. Udi withdrew from the first-person perspective that had enveloped Shiki, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. It seemed that for a long time to come, he would not need to worry about the insufficiency of food. In less than 10 days, the next feast would commence. Udi exhaled slowly, a tempest brewing within the dragoness lair. The ability to exhale with the force of an arrow was likely to become a reality soon, as Udi's physical form was reinforced through successive feasts. Perhaps, in the future, Udi, having accumulated hundreds or thousands of layers of the feast, would be able to conjure a tremendous storm merely through the act of breathing. Closing his eyes, he concluded his cinematic reverie, realizing it was time to return to his studies of magic. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The scheduled trading time with the Siglind family was to take place today, at the waterfall pool within the dragon's lair. Udi paused his magical research and turned his attention to his panel. Udi, biological level 6. Mage level 3. Body length, 831. Vitality, 1343. Current feast layers, 20. Cooldown, 25 days. Spell-like abilities, dark arts, dim vision, appraisal, spell runes, first ring weakening spell, novice. 0 ring, arcane mark, novice. Chapter 36. Has the mage level breakthrough occurred? Udi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In merely 3 months, he had ascended from a level 2 mage to a level 3 mage, an astonishingly rapid advancement. Such speed bordered on the extraordinary. The profession of a spellcaster is not akin to that of a warrior or rogue, where early levels are easily gained. From the outset, the path of a spellcaster is fraught with challenges, and to transcend one's professional level, a significant threshold of mental fortitude must be attained. However, enhancing mental strength is not as straightforward as augmenting physical prowess. It necessitates an extensive investment of time and effort, a true test of perseverance. Of course, One could resort to unconventional methods for a swift augmentation of mental power, yet these often harbor various risks. For instance, necromancers and liches can hasten their mental enhancement by refining and consuming souls, yet such practices frequently distort their personalities, leading them to become grotesque, irrational beings devoid of humanity. Could it be that the feast's enhancement not only bolsters physical strength, but also fortifies mental acuity? Udi pondered. He reflected on his mental state after the feast, which indeed felt remarkably invigorating, yet he did not perceive a sudden, pronounced elevation in his faculties. Nevertheless, although his mental strength did not exhibit an immediate enhancement akin to his physical form post-feast, he noticed a significant increase in both the vibrancy of his mental state and the pace at which he could cultivate his mental power during the subsequent period. Udi contemplated this revelation. While the feast may not directly enhance mental fortitude, merely amplifying physical strength, the body and spirit are intrinsically linked, forming a cohesive whole. A robust physique inherently supports a formidable spirit. Thus, a powerful body will naturally nourish a relatively weaker soul, fostering its growth, which in turn propels the enhancement of mental prowess. Udi understood this connection. It was no wonder he only now recognized this phenomenon. Having grown accustomed to the boosts provided by the feast prior to his transition to a mage, inadvertently overlooking the rapid acceleration of his mental capabilities. In this light, could it be that I am destined to traverse the depths of the spellcaster's path, perhaps even achieving remarkable feats? Udi couldn't help but smile broadly. Initially, his decision to transition into a mage stemmed from the notion that many spells possessed the capacity to enhance physicality, which aligned perfectly with his feast talent, a harmonious amalgamation. Furthermore, the utility of certain spells proved to be quite convenient, even life-saving. The ability to swiftly traverse distances or escape through teleportation spells, as well as the art of long-distance communication through the whispering spell, have now provided Udi with a third compelling reason to diligently study magic. He is capable of rapidly enhancing his mental fortitude. Consequently, the time dedicated to cultivating his mental prowess could be significantly reduced or even entirely eliminated, allowing him to devote all that time to the exploration and mastery of spells. Udi contemplated this notion. The true power of a robust mental capacity must be manifested through spells. Otherwise, possessing such vast mental energy would be a mere waste. As Udi contemplated how to arrange his training schedule, Caradan, accompanied by tribal members and Wit, completed the transaction. Master, here lies the entirety of the items from our trade. Caradan respectfully presented the spatial bag to Udi by the water's edge. Udi nodded slightly, then hurried back to the dragon's lair. With a mere thought, all the items within the spatial bag were extracted. There were 2 small boxes, each containing a piece of magical beast hide emanating an arcane glow. They corresponded to the spells, first ring water blade, and second ring water element enhancement. This was the fruit of a month's endeavor. A trade of materials collected by the Black Blood tribe and the Green Forest tribe. Not too shabby, considering my current mage level is only 3. Which restricts me to learning spells of up to the second ring. Udi felt a sense of satisfaction. 0 ring represents cantrips, while the first and second rings are classified as low-tier spells, and the third and fourth rings as mid-tier spells. Cantrips and low-tier spells correspond to mage levels 0 through 4, while mid-tier spells correspond to levels 5 through 9. Udi, currently at level 3, still has a considerable distance to traverse before reaching level 5. Even with the enhancement from the banquet, which bolsters the body in return for mental strength, it is unlikely to be a matter of mere months to bridge that gap. Let the learning commence. Udi inhaled deeply, focusing his mental energy as he delved into the study of the 2 water-based spells. The first ring water blade is an offensive spell, requiring magical energy to coalesce into a blade of water. Its attack potency is adequate, though it undoubtedly lags behind fire-based spells. However, as a black dragon of the water element, Udi's prowess in water magic will certainly be amplified. The second ring water element enhancement is a supportive spell that can augment physical strength for oneself or others while diminishing the impact of physical forces. This spell is particularly well suited for Udi. He set himself the goal of mastering this spell to an expert level. Thus, in the days that followed, Udi absorbed magical energy daily, diligently studied spells, and occasionally allocated a brief amount of time to cultivating his mental strength. Each month, when the cool-down for the banquet elapsed, he would feast until his progress was maximized, subsequently falling into a deep slumber to reinforce his abilities. In this steady progression, a month turned into 2, and before long, half a year had passed. In the shadowy forest, roars and cries of kill, kill, echoed through the air. The air was filled with cries of battle and roars of fury. A multitude of robust, dog-headed warriors, comparable in physique to ordinary humans, clashed with a group of dwarves, each just over a meter tall. These dwarves, with their brownish-white skin, donned leather armor and wielded hand axes, with several spare axes hanging from their belts. Each of them was stout, their muscles bulging ominously. Though they were shorter than the dog-headed and goblin warriors, their momentum and strength surpassed that of their adversaries. One dwarf hurled his heavy hand axe, transforming it into a silver streak of lightning that struck a dog-headed warrior. The tremendous speed and force sending the creature flying several meters away. The axe embedded itself deeply into the creature's hide, blood gushing forth from the gaping wound. "Annihilate these vile creatures," bellowed a dwarf astride a colossal triceratops. Gripping the reins tightly, he urged the beast forward, its eyes glowing red as it charged into the throng of enemies like a heavy tank. Numerous dog-headed and goblin warriors were sent sprawling, blood erupting from their wounds, creating a path through the chaos. Once on the ground, they found themselves at the mercy of the advancing Dwarven warriors, whose faces were twisted with ferocity as they swung their axes down upon the incapacitated goblins and dog-headed warriors, severing their heads with brutal efficiency. Blood and gore splattered throughout the jungle. Chapter 37. Wild Dwarven Dragon Knights. The leaders of the Black Blood 3rd Brigade and the Green Forest 6th Brigade encountered an assault from a horde of dwarves. A muscular dog-headed guard swiftly approached Shiki to report the news. "What is the current situation?" Shiki's gaze turned icy, his formidable aura rendering the dog-headed guard's body rigid with fear. Suppressing his terror and admiration for his leader's growing strength, the guard replied respectfully, yet urgently. "The situation is dire. The individual strength of those dwarves surpasses our warriors significantly, and they have beast riders as well." Shiki's mind stirred with intrigue. Beast riders? Could these dwarves belong to the Wild Dwarven clan? More than half a year ago, Mundo had reported their encounter with the wild dwarves, and Shiki had instructed him to send dog-headed scouts to track their whereabouts. However, due to the vastness and complexity of the dark forest, that endeavor had proven fruitless. Now, unexpectedly, the enemy had revealed themselves. Surprised yet elated, Shiki contemplated for a few seconds before making a decisive choice. He coldly commanded the dog-headed guard, "Inform all nearby units to retreat to the valley. Then, instruct the Black Blood 3rd Brigade and the Green Forest 6th Brigade to disperse. Remember, do not let those wild dwarves discover our lair." "Understood." The dog-headed guard acknowledged the command and swiftly vanished into the jungle. Moments later, a powerful and rhythmic bone whistle echoed from afar, resonating in 3 sharp notes followed by a long one, creating a haunting symphony of urgency. In the dimly lit forest, a cadre of goblin warriors and dog-headed troops paused, their ears attuned to the rhythmic sound of a bone whistle. Upon receiving their orders, these soldiers hesitated not for a moment, ceasing their hunt and swiftly returning to their lair. However, Shurji chose not to accompany these hunting parties back. Instead, it advanced rapidly towards the site of the conflict. Its purpose was twofold: to ascertain whether these dwarves were indeed the wild dwarves sought by its master, and to further investigate their precise capabilities. Most crucially, it needed to locate their stronghold. For over half a year, the Black Blood tribe had dispatched a specialized team to uncover the lair of the wild dwarves. Yet, aside from vague signs left by sentient beings, no trace of the wild dwarves had ever been found, nor their stronghold. Now, an unparalleled opportunity lay before Shurji, one it could not afford to miss. As Shurji approached the battlefield, its expression shifted subtly. Scattered throughout the jungle were the corpses of dog-headed creatures and goblins, some beheaded, others disemboweled, and a few gruesomely crushed, their eyes bulging and blood gushing from their orifices. Red and green blood intertwined within the foliage, leaving a trail that extended in various directions. Clearly, the dwarves were still in pursuit of fleeing warriors. Descending from the tree, Shurji examined the ground, scrutinizing the imprints left by the trampling of gigantic beasts. With a cold and menacing resolve, it followed the trail of hoofprints, pursuing the dwarves. After a brief chase of several minutes, Shurji caught sight of numerous figures moving ahead. It swiftly concealed itself, blending into the dense underbrush, silently observing the diminutive shapes. From their height and appearance, it was evident that they were indeed dwarves, confirming the reports from its guards. The brownish-white complexion of the figures further solidified Shurji's certainty. Just as Mondo had described, these were the sub-race of wild dwarves. "Captain, this battle has been truly exhilarating for our brethren," exclaimed one wild dwarf warrior. Taking a swig of drink, his rugged face flushed with merriment. The surrounding wild dwarves mirrored his sentiment. some engaging in jovial conversation, while others disdainfully wiped the blood from their weapons and leather armor with tattered beast hides. A few remained silent, eyes closed, recuperating their strength. The figure referred to as the captain was a wild dwarf clad in blue beast hide, his physique a blend of seemingly ample flesh that concealed formidable strength and defense. This wild dwarf, Valentine, was a powerful wild dwarf subdragon knight. This subdragon did not possess the lineage of true dragons or their magical capabilities. Rather, it was a beastly variant, entirely devoid of any blood relation to dragons. Beasts, monsters, and ferocious beings. Among the three types, beasts belong to the weakest tier. With few creatures achieving a level above 5, the majority of beasts remain below level 5, lacking special abilities and relying solely on instinct and physical prowess in combat. The ferocious species, on the other hand, emerge from the brutal evolution of beasts, manifesting as formidable entities with significantly larger physiques and extraordinary strength, albeit with generally diminished intellect. As for the magical entities, their nature speaks for itself. Valentine's professional heritage derives from his tribal clan, representing a powerful lineage of the wild dwarves that has persisted for millennia, the Dragon Knight. His dragon steed is a rare triceratops. The triceratops, a beast species, can reach an impressive adult length of 7 to 9 meters, classified at level 5, boasting a robust and resilient body, an impenetrable neck shield, and fearsome, sharp horns. A charging triceratops can pierce through several stone-built houses in succession. This describes merely the ordinary wild triceratops. When bonded through professional secrets with a wild dwarf knight and meticulously nurtured, it becomes even more formidable. The wild dwarf dragon knight profession cultivates a unique blood essence that enhances the dragon steed itself, alongside a special combat technique that allows the knight to share the steed's strength, physical capabilities, and vitality. Furthermore, considering the relatively long lifespan of wild dwarves and triceratops compared to humans, as time passes, the elder wild dwarf dragon knights and their steeds typically become exceedingly powerful, forming the core strength of their tribe. As Valentine caressed his beloved triceratops, soothing it through their mental connection, he turned his head and laughed heartily upon hearing the jovial conversations of his fellow warriors. As long as we strike decisively, these dog-headed creatures and goblins dare to invade our territory and steal our prey, truly unaware of their impending doom. Generally, wild dwarves exist within the lawful neutral alignment, endorsing a powerful and orderly ruling class. Whether it be a despotic tyrant or a benevolent democratic monarch, they remain indifferent. What they value is the necessity of order in the world, which must be adhered to. For them, absolute order supersedes any moral conscience. Regardless of the outcome, all regulations must be followed without fail. Exemplars of this alignment include absolutely just judicial officials and soldiers who obey orders without question, adhering to their established order. Wild dwarves seldom initiate aggression or kill other sentient beings, even those of malevolent nature. However, should one dare to infringe upon their interests and disrupt the order they have established, their hand axes will cleave through the enemy's chest and sever their head, regardless of whether they are a demon or an angel. Chapter 38 finally found who. While engaged in merriment and revelry with the warriors of his clan, Valentine suddenly sensed something. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned to look behind him, letting out a fierce shout. Discovered, in the heart of a lush jungle. Shurji felt a sudden chill as he swiftly reacted, retreating with remarkable agility. Valentine, possessing keen eyesight, managed to discern Shurji's figure amidst the dense foliage, and his expression darkened. He promptly addressed the warriors of his clan, commanding, "It is a gnoll. Pursue him," judging by the unique stature and explosive speed exhibited. This observer was not an ordinary gnoll, but likely a formidable warrior or even a leader from their tribe. Rather than being alarmed, Valentine felt a surge of excitement, perceiving this as a splendid opportunity to eliminate the intruders. The gnolls and goblins encroaching upon their territory were vastly different from the feeble, diminutive creatures he had previously encountered. They displayed impressive strength and organizational skills, rendering even fully armed human soldiers likely outmatched. Valentine failed to recognize them as draconic beings. After all, the goblins and gnolls that had undergone minor draconic modifications possessed subtle draconic traits that were difficult to detect. Shurji, exhibiting more pronounced draconic features, also did not discern the specifics of their appearance. Both Valentine and his band of wild dwarven warriors merely regarded these foes as a particularly potent subspecies within the goblin and gnoll races. Given the propensity for mutations among monsters, various subspecies could emerge based on their environment, some weaker, some stronger, analogous to the appearance of their wild dwarven kind. After a brief pursuit, The wild Dwarven warriors ceased their chase, grumbling as they returned to their temporary encampment. That fellow is too swift and nimble, constantly darting into the dense jungle. There's no way to catch up, grumbled a wild dwarf named Colin. Although they too were agile within the jungle, a structural disparity hindered them. The gnolls were inherently suited for jungle combat and maneuvering. Naturally, this was fundamentally linked to Shurji's formidable strength. Were it a typical gnoll, it would have perished within mere seconds of being discovered. "Let us return and report back to the tribe," Captain Valentine remarked, his expression still displeased but unwilling to dwell on it. Given the might of their Brown Forest clan, they could slay as many intruders as dared to invade. This was a confidence born of strength. After gathering their personal belongings from the makeshift camp, the wild dwarves proceeded northwest. Unbeknownst to them, Shurji, whom they had pursued earlier, had quietly returned and was now shadowing their main force. Learning from the previous close call, he maintained a greater distance this time to ensure he would remain undetected. Fortunately, there were no spellcasters among the pursuers. As he tracked them, Shurji felt a sense of relief regarding his fortunate circumstances. A spellcaster, equipped with potent mental acuity and the ability to employ probing and track elimination spells, would have rendered any pursuit futile. Nonetheless, Shurji felt a weight in his heart as he recognized the formidable prowess of the wild Dwarven warriors. While fleeing moments ago, Shiki also observed and assessed the strength of the wild dwarfs. Although not as precise and detailed as Udi's divination techniques, Shiki, with his experience, could roughly gauge the opponent's prowess. The ordinary wild dwarf warriors possessed no less than a third-level professional rank. The leader among them, however, undoubtedly boasted a fifth-level professional rank, and possibly even more. After all, he commanded a formidable triceratops as his steed, which might indicate a sixth or even seventh-level professional rank. Over half a year ago, Shiki himself was at the fourth level, but after enduring a prolonged period of hunting and combat, feasting on a plethora of magical beasts and the flesh of wild creatures, and under the influence of his talents in the feast, the dragon vein power, and the bond of kinship, Shiki had now ascended to a fifth-level advanced biological rank, not far from the sixth. Reaching the fifth level placed him firmly within the intermediate tier of professional ranks. Such strength is deemed formidable within the relatively weaker human principalities and constitutes an essential backbone among the more powerful kingdoms, marking him as an elite. Yet, regardless of his strength, he would inevitably prostrate himself beneath the great wings of his master. Shiki's convictions were unwavering. As his own power increased and his tribe flourished, his adoration for his master reached an apex. In terms of fervent belief akin to faith in deities, Shiki stood as a zealot. The next tier, that of a saint, was distinguished primarily by the possession of a particularly potent soul, although the intensity of faith between saints and zealots was comparably equal. After nearly 2 hours of pursuit, covering at least several dozen kilometers through the mountainous terrain, the band of wild dwarf warriors finally halted before a vast cave, obscured by thick vines cascading from above. A crystal-clear stream meandered gently from the depths of this cavern. The cave's location, nestled between two towering peaks, was remarkably concealed. No wonder it had eluded discovery. Upon sighting the lair, Shiki was struck with realization. The dark, dense forest was complex. Munduo had mentioned that the wild dwarves were approximately 50 to 60 kilometers away from this point. While that may not seem far, searching from that location would necessitate scouring an area of several thousand square kilometers to potentially uncover this hidden spot, even if several more months were afforded. It would be exceedingly difficult to find such a well-concealed place unless all warriors from the Black Blood tribe and the Green Forest tribe mobilized solely for the purpose of locating the wild dwarfs. Under Shiki's watchful gaze, the wild dwarf warriors, brimming with excitement, approached the clear stream, clasping their hands together to scoop up and gulp down the refreshing water. Once quenched, they ventured deeper into the cave, which towered over 10 meters high, gradually disappearing from sight. Ski chose not to pursue any further, for it was highly likely that he had stumbled upon the stronghold of the enemy. His master had previously cautioned him that most of the wild dwarves possessed a lineage of spellcasting professions, and continuing his pursuit might lead to his exposure. Therefore, Ski merely cast a lingering glance at the locale, diligently noting its position and environmental characteristics, and without any hesitation, he swiftly retraced his steps. As he journeyed back, he marked his path while establishing a mental connection with his master. In the Black Blood Valley, by the waterfall pool within a rudimentary dragon's lair, Udi ceased his absorption and refinement of external elements, slowly opening his eyes. Wild dwarves, at long last, I have discovered their stronghold, Udi mused. With such a formidable clan existing near the dragon's lair, How could Udi possibly find peace without locating their position and discerning their true strength? Although wild dwarves typically adhered to a lawful neutral alignment and rarely instigated violence, Udi would never relinquish the initiative to others. He must maintain control. With a mere thought, a panel materialized before Udi's gaze. Udi, creature level 7, mage level 4, body length 953, vitality 1604, current feast level 26, cooldown 29 days, class spell abilities, darkness, low light vision, identification, spell runes, second circle water elemental enhancement, entry 53, second circle water healing, entry 10, first circle weakening, entry 6, first circle water blade, entry 9. Zero circle arcane mark, entry 22. This reflected Udi's progress in power over the past 6 months. Notably, the panel's information had become more detailed, even indicating the proficiency of his spells, which had not been the case previously. Regarding his spells, after acquiring the second circle water healing spell for treating injuries, Udi refrained from having Caradan and the Siglin family exchange for any other spells. Instead, all materials obtained from magical creatures and beasts were traded for lower-tier magical crystals, totaling 142. Udi did not consume these lower-tier magical crystals. Rather, he retained them nearby to attract elements and enhance his magical refinement speed. Once his mage level reached 5, allowing him to learn third circle spells, he would instruct Caradan to trade these magical crystals with the Siglin family. Chapter 39. Development of Power. Having located the stronghold of the wild dwarves, Udi harbored no immediate intention to launch an assault. This was due to the fact that the enemy's strength remained an enigma. From the intelligence gathered by Ski, it was reported that the individual strength of the 50 or so warriors who had ventured out was approximately levels 3 to 4. Furthermore, the leader of this contingent rode a triceratops, likely embodying the long-cherished profession of Dragon Knight among the wild dwarf race. It was certain that this leader had attained the status of a mid-level professional. If this constitutes the core combat force of this clan of wild dwarfs, then even if Udi refrains from intervening and allows his draconic subordinates to act, they could easily resolve the situation. However, it is evident that this assumption is rather unwarranted. The emergence of the wild dwarf dragon knights suggests that this clan possesses at least a well-established lineage. Lineage signifies the passage of time, history, and depth. Nevertheless, the population of this clan of wild dwarves is likely not exceedingly large. Otherwise, given that the Black Blood Valley is merely a few dozen kilometers away, it would be implausible that they have remained undetected for such an extended period. Udi pondered. Yet, he soon dismissed this conjecture. Such speculation seemed overly hasty. What if the cavern passage leading to their stronghold concealed an expansive valley rich in resources? Coupled with breeding and domestication, thousands of wild dwarves could easily remain hidden. One cannot afford to be imprudent. Within the lineage of dragons, the mortality rate is highest during the juvenile and young adult stages of black dragons. In the material plane of Tau, where Udi was born, there are at least a dozen deaths of dragons within this age bracket each year. The explanation is straightforward. During this phase, black dragons no longer enjoy the protection of their dragon mothers, and their size, no longer diminutive like that of juvenile dragons, necessitates a substantial amount of sustenance. The need for food naturally compels them to engage with the outside world, whether through extensive hunting or consolidating followers to establish territories, consequently heightening the risk of exposure. Yet, during this stage, the strength of black dragons is not particularly formidable. Thus, should their whereabouts be revealed, many greedy hunters would be drawn to them. Not only humans aspire to become dragon slayers. Aside from the benevolent factions, a vast majority of intelligent beings relish the opportunity to slay a dragon. Dragons are exceptional sources of magical materials from head to tail. It is only upon reaching adulthood that the mortality rate for black dragons significantly diminishes. After all, adult black dragons attain a biological level of at least 15. Even without pursuing other professions, their inherent dragon form, breath, and awakened spell-like abilities make it exceedingly challenging for 3 or 4 master-level practitioners of the same tier to successfully slay a dragon. Should this black dragon adopt another profession, the difficulty of slaying it escalates considerably. Consequently, it is only legendary-level powerhouses that can claim absolute capability to vanquish an adult black dragon, or at the very least, it must be a notably powerful master-level practitioner. Udi halted his contemplation and summoned his 3 contracted draconic subordinates through their mental connection. Moments later, Shurji, Caradan, and Mondo arrived at the edge of the waterfall pool. The pool trembled as a black dragon, its muscular form bursting with raw power, shot forth from the water like an arrow. Water cascaded off its body. With a resounding thud, the black dragon landed before the trio, gazing down at them with its cold, indifferent, dark yellow slit pupils sweeping across the scene. In a flash of shadowy light, it employed its spell-like ability for identification. The chief of the Black Blood tribe, the dog-headed Shiki Heishue, possesses a biological rank of level 5. His height has risen from 2 meters 6 months ago to an impressive 2 meters now. The chief of the Green Forest tribe, the Goblin High Priest Caradan LSE, holds a biological rank of level 4 and a wizard class rank of level 6. His stature has increased from 1 meter 60 to 1 meter 80, with skin that is firm and robust and muscles that appear to be greatly inflated. The 80-centimeter-long staff he wields seems somewhat incongruous with his formidable physique. Udi mused that Caradan would be better suited wielding a massive 2-meter-long iron hammer rather than this diminutive wooden stick. Finally, Udi's gaze settled upon Mondo. His dragon-like eyebrows arched slightly, and a flicker of astonishment passed through his enormous dragon eyes. Mondo's biological rank has now ascended to level 6, surpassing Shiki. However, this did not particularly astound Udi, for trolls inherently possess greater strength than dog-headed men, and Mondo is a troll of notable talent. What truly astonished Udi was Mondo's rapid growth, akin to a creature enhanced by hormones. Initially standing at 4 meters, Mondo was already considered quite exceptional among trolls. After Udi bestowed upon him the power of the Dragon Vein, he grew to 4 meters 20 within a span of 2 to 3 months. Now, after more than half a year, Mondo has reached a towering height of 4 meters 70. While this may seem abstract, one must consider that a standard story of a building is merely 3 meters 20, when a muscle-bound giant of 4 meters 70 stands before a house. The sight of him locking eyes with a human on the second floor is nothing short of terrifying. Even a tiger at his feet would appear as nothing more than a docile kitten. Is this a return to ancestral bloodlines? Or is the effect of the banquet's talent more pronounced among the troll race? Udi speculated quietly. The banquet's talent not only enhances physical strength, but also allows for continued growth, rendering the body even more colossal. This explains why, at just over 2 years of age, Udi has grown from a height of over 2 meters to his current maximum of over 9 meters. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a positive development. Under the same biological rank, a physique standing 3 meters tall cannot possibly match the strength of one standing 4 meters tall. This is akin to the distinctions found in games among ordinary, elite, and chief templates. In the realm of reality, humans represent the ordinary template, while dragons epitomize the chief template. Presently, Mondo might be considered a marginally elite template. Feeling the weight of his master's gaze, Mondo bashfully scratched his enormous head. This interruption caused Udi's investigative thoughts to dissipate, and he turned his attention to Shiki, inquiring, "It has been some time since I've heard about the tribe's development. Shiki, please report to me." Shiki respectfully nodded, organizing his thoughts before articulating, "Master, I shall begin with the Black Blood tribe. The current population of the Black Blood tribe has reached 1,152, of which there are 420 young and robust dog-headed warriors. The first tier of dog-headed warriors numbers 302, while the second tier boasts 73, the third tier 43, and the fourth tier merely 2. The population of the Green Forest tribe has surpassed 3,200, with over 1,300 young goblin warriors among them. Within this group, more than 800 are first-tier goblin warriors, 300 are second-tier, 162 are third-tier, and 39 are fourth-tier. Notably, among the 39 fourth-tier goblin warriors, 7 are on the cusp of reaching the 5th tier. Lastly, we turn to the Troll clan, where the 2 trolls, Zamong and Zaku, have recently ascended to the 5th tier. Furthermore, in the past 6 months, a dozen foreign trolls have allied themselves with Mondo, and these trolls generally possess 4th-tier strength. Chapter 40. The feast. The rapid development of the 2 tribes is largely attributed to Udi's occasional procurement of dragon blood to create more dragon descendants. After all, given his size, producing a quantity of blood the size of a human fist each month poses no challenge for him. However, for the lowly goblins, this presents a transformative opportunity. It appears the development is progressing quite well, Udi remarked appreciatively towards Shurji. Currently, Shurji serves as Udi's chief steward, overseeing the affairs of various races. For instance, Udi directly entrusts the dragon blood to him for distribution. This management and development task is evidently quite taxing, perhaps contributing to Shurji's power being eclipsed by Mondo's. Caradan of the Green Forest tribe is quite pleased with this arrangement. As a mage, he finds it challenging to dedicate sufficient time to studying spells. Having someone to assist in managing and developing the tribe is indeed a tremendous boon. As for the potential transfer of power, In this world where strength reigns supreme, as long as Caradan, the goblin high priest, maintains formidable power, such concerns are negligible. After gaining insight into the development of his subordinates, Udi felt a sense of reassurance. Excluding those of lower strength, he now has 5 subordinates of intermediate strength: Caradan, Mondo, Shurji, Zaku, and Zamong. Together, they command thousands of warriors, capable of assaulting weaker human settlements. If we consider the average strength of my subordinates, perhaps the 3 tribes under the Black Dragon Lady do not measure up to mine? Udi suddenly pondered. However, he quickly shook his head, recalling the towering troll leader, Grey, under the Black Dragon Lady's command, a formidable being standing 5 meters tall and endowed with exceptional talent. Even Udi at this moment could not guarantee victory against him. Escape would be feasible, given his draconic nature and wings. Grey alone could likely deal with the forces under my command, not to mention the other dragon descendants of Mother who have yet to reveal themselves. Although the Black Dragoness holds disdain for the growth of her subservient forces, she nonetheless has a few loyal followers who have accompanied her for decades, and over such an extended period, it is likely that each possesses the strength of high-ranking professionals. As one ascends the ranks, whether in biological or occupational levels, the challenges become increasingly formidable, and the disparities in power at each tier widen significantly. Thus, as one progresses further, the difficulty of battling beyond one's level becomes increasingly arduous. This principle applies equally to dragons. After all, among ordinary races, those who rise to power are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a gem among pebbles. They can hardly be deemed insignificant. Rather, they are seasoned elites, each steeped in bloodshed and honed through countless battles. The likelihood of a high-ranking professional remaining inept is virtually non-existent. Udi gestured for Shurji and the others to take their leave. With a powerful flap of her wings, she descended to observe the Black Blood Valley from a low altitude. Along the way, Udi spotted at least a dozen massive enclosures, teeming with livestock known for their impressive reproductive capabilities. Within a month, a litter of 10 to 20 giant forest rabbits could be born. In 3 to 4 months, wild goats reach maturity, producing offspring multiple times a year, with each birth yielding 3 to 5 kids. Moreover, there existed a species of large gray mountain chickens, surpassing human size and growing at an astonishing rate. Typically, wild monster tribes seldom engage in livestock farming, not due to a lack of intelligence among the monsters, but because life in the wild is precarious, fraught with dangers that make daily sustenance uncertain. Today's feast could lead to tomorrow's starvation or even demise. In such circumstances, even if a clever monster within the tribe were to propose livestock farming, it would take less than a day for the other tribe members to consume all the livestock. Only if the tribe's leader possesses sufficient strength, prestige, and foresight to command respect can such farming endeavors flourish. For instance, the Green Forest tribe, which has yet to submit to Udi's dragon wings, operates several small-scale farms due to Caradan's sufficient prestige and strength, coupled with a vision for the tribe's future development. Without livestock farming, it is likely that the fauna within 100 miles would be entirely consumed by Shurji and his comrades. Udi smiled wryly. The gift of the feast has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefits are obvious, enhance growth and strength, but the drawbacks are equally apparent. It requires an immense amount of food. Each of them is a veritable glutton. Take Mondo, for example, who can devour half a wild goat in a single bite and likely consumes 5 to 6 daily with ease. Shurji informed me that the reason those wild dwarves attacked them was due to the reckless hunting and capture of creatures and beasts within their territory by the warriors under his command. Those untamable or carnivorous monsters and beasts would be slain outright, with the finest quality prey serving as part of Udi's grand feast. Meanwhile, Shurji would instruct his warriors to capture as many herbivorous monsters or beasts as possible to expand their farming operations. The foundation for expanding the scale of breeding lies solely in continuous growth, ensuring ample sustenance for the ever-increasing number of monsters. Yet, despite this, the food supply remains inadequate. Consequently, the Green Forest tribe and the Black Blood tribe allocate their members into different hierarchical tiers. Those who exhibit valor in battle are granted dragon blood enhancements and provided with copious amounts of meat. The stronger they are, the more they are rewarded for their hunting prowess. Conversely, those who are timid, fearful, and reluctant to face danger are denied dragon blood enhancements and relegated to the role of logistical support for the tribe. Goblins and kobolds tending to livestock in the animal pens belong to this category, along with those tasked with gathering fruits and harvesting grass for fodder. Under the management of Shurji, the Black Blood Valley has become remarkably bustling, yet this is nearly its limit. As Udi circled above, observing the monsters' lives within the valley, He silently contemplated the scarcity of surrounding resources. Even with breeding, the maximum capacity for sustaining a few thousand monsters is the current limit of available food resources. Unless new food sources are developed, such as grains. The notion of having monsters cultivate grains crossed Udi's mind, but it felt somewhat implausible. His purpose in gathering his followers and producing a legion through dragon blood was not to establish a monstrous empire, but rather to secure sufficient food and save considerable time on hunting. Beyond this core objective, he also desired to have a capable group of expendable subordinates to engage in battle when confronted by enemies. Udi had no intention of building a monster empire. That would be exhausting. Moreover, it could become a liability. Should he attract formidable foes, the empire could turn into his greatest weakness. It was far more gratifying to roam freely and indulge in consumption. Indeed, leading a ravenous legion to feast everywhere was his true desire. What was that saying? While others hoard grain. Chapter 41. Ambush. The subsequent period reverted to the previous routine. Each day was devoted to the study of spells, particularly focusing on the second-tier water element enhancement spell, which Udi eagerly anticipated mastering. Although second-tier spells are considered lower tier and of lesser rank, their power and effects are not static. A master-level spellcaster can wield lower-tier spells, expending significant magical energy to enhance their tier, yielding astonishing results. Thus, there is no need to fear being quickly abandoned or rendered useless. Especially with auxiliary enhancement spells that can be stacked, they remain relevant even for mid to high-level mages. In his daily study of the water element enhancement spell, Udi even completely eliminated the absorption of magical energy, the cultivation of mental strength, and other spells, dedicating himself entirely to the research of water element enhancement. Once the cooldown period for the monthly banquet talent elapsed, he would begin to feast, sleep, and grow. Upon awakening, he would resume his studies, day after day. At times, while immersed in the study of spells, Udi found himself reflecting on his own industriousness during moments of respite. Having transformed into a colossal dragon, he could simply indulge in leisurely pursuits and still reign as a formidable sovereign, with an existence that stretched into an eternity. Why, then, did he continue to harbor such restless thoughts? After some contemplation, Udi surmised that the reason lay in the displayed proficiency of his spells. It was unlikely that any player would remain complacent upon witnessing progress indicators that promised continual enhancement through diligent effort. To grind was imperative. Meanwhile, his vassal clans were flourishing, their strength growing with each passing day. Following the discovery of the formidable wild dwarves, Shurji began to revise previous strategies, instructing the hunting parties to circumvent the enemy's territory. However, this did not imply that they disregarded the looming threat posed by the wild dwarves. After a period of patient development, Shurji personally led an elite squad, composed entirely of level 4 warriors, as they cautiously navigated the wild dwarves' domain. They observed with calm precision, seeking to gauge the enemy's strength, while deliberately hunting down numerous magical creatures and beasts within the opposing territory. This provocative behavior incited the ire of the wild dwarves, who swiftly rallied several battalions of warriors, intent on vanquishing these audacious intruders daring to encroach upon their powerful Brown Forest clan's land. On a particularly splendid day, 3 months later, the sun shone brightly upon the verdant expanse of the forest. A flurry of swift silhouettes stirred the air, sending flocks of birds into flight. Soon, these figures converged atop a rocky precipice. Upon receiving their respective commands, they dispersed quietly, taking up strategic positions in the surrounding area. After a meticulous half-hour of concealment, a sudden commotion arose in the distance. A multitude of footsteps approached, and upon hearing the sounds, the warriors concealed upon the rock face held their breath in anticipation. In their line of sight, 2 fully armed wild dwarf warriors emerged from the underbrush, leading a procession behind them along the narrow path. They advanced in 2 rows, maintaining a distance of 3 meters between each, their expressions grave and resolute. The wild dwarfs' formation stretched nearly 200 to 300 meters long. As the front line of wild dwarves moved onward, the dense foliage at the rear erupted with the thunderous steps of colossal beasts. 1, 2, 3 triceratops, each several times larger than an elephant, lumbered onto the path, each bearing a formidable wild dwarf knight upon its back. Due to their immense size and the narrowness of the path, the 3 dragon riders could only proceed in a single file. Valentine pondered the elders' intentions. Were they truly sending 3 of them, along with such a multitude of clan warriors, to eradicate a mere horde of goblins and kobolds? Cursing under his breath, the long-bearded wild dwarf at the forefront, mounted atop his triceratops, swatted a palm-sized mosquito with irritation. smearing its black-green ichor onto the gray neck shield of his mount, muttering to himself. Valentine, the esteemed Dragon Knight, was the first to discover and lead his band of wild Dwarven warriors in the eradication of the invaders. At this moment, the long-bearded dwarf, known as Cho'Gath, was complaining vocally, accompanied by the taciturn and expressionless Vix. Together, the three of them comprised the leadership for this mission to vanquish the intruders. Cho'Gath, you should complain less. The elders dispatched us to eliminate those invaders with a thunderous force, Valentine replied with a calm demeanor. His two Dwarven companions, well aware of his combative nature, understood that Valentine was likely eager for action. Alas, what do you know? I had only just secured an appointment with Lena, for heaven's sake. I had to part with a mid-level magic core just to gain her reluctant agreement. Now, having suddenly embarked on this mission, I've left Lena hanging. She must certainly be furious with me. What am I to do now? Cho'Gath lamented, visibly distressed. Upon hearing this, both Valentine and the silent Vix turned to Cho'Gath with astonished expressions. After a moment, Valentine could not help but exclaim, "Wait, Cho'Gath, are you sure it wasn't a low-level magic core? If it had been a low-level core, would I be feeling this heartache?" Cho'Gath, filled with grievance, appeared rather dejected. Valentine and Vix exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a singular thought. Fool. Magic cores are derived from magical beasts, yet not every beast possesses a core. In fact, most do not coalesce one at all. Thus, a mid-level magic core signifies the demise of several mid-level magical creatures. Is it precious? To illustrate, compared to the value of low-level magic crystals, a single mid-level core could easily be exchanged for 50 low-level crystals. And a high-quality mid-level core might fetch 100 or 200 low-level crystals without difficulty. Previously, the Black Blood clan, the Green Forest clan, and a host of trolls had labored for over half a year, trading with the Highgrind family, and had amassed fewer than 200 low-level magic crystals. Even when factoring in the cost of transactional spells, the total value would scarcely exceed 400 low-level crystals. Contemplating the worth of the mid-level magic core, Valentine and Vix felt a pang of anguish in their hearts. With such riches, wouldn't it be more delightful to treat their two good brothers to a round of drinks? It would be sufficient for all three of them to indulge for quite some time. Noticing the grim expressions on his companions' faces, Cho'Gath scratched his head and, after a moment of hesitation, clarified, though it is a mid-level magic core, it was merely extracted from a level 5 armored boar. It's not as valuable. Cho'Gath's explanation only darkened Valentine and Vix's expressions further. What of a level 5 magic core? Was it not a mid-level core? Given their strength and status, it was a rare fortune to acquire even a single level 5 core in a year. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, a fireball, the size of a fist, plummeted down upon Cho'Gath, who was leading the way. The fireball exploded, releasing a searing ring of flames. And from the center of the blast came Cho'Gath's anguished scream. Chapter 42. Mondor comes to protect you. The moment Cho'Gath's woeful cry pierced the air, the Triceratops mount beneath him was driven into a frenzied howl by the horrific damage inflicted by a fireball. Its eyes turning crimson as it became disoriented and violently crashed into the nearby mountainside. The sharp and robust horns of the creature were embedded deep into the rock face, and the tremendous impact caused even the towering cliff to tremble momentarily. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Valentine roared, alerting the advancing dwarf warriors ahead. Sharing a brief, knowing glance with Vix, who solemnly nodded in agreement, he indicated that he would tend to Cho'Gath while Valentine would confront the formidable foes. Valentine cast a glance at Cho'Gath, who had tumbled from his mount and lay curled and convulsing on the ground, his skin charred black as if from fire. His face was ashen and twisted with agony, and the surge of blood energy within him was tumultuous. In an instant, he unleashed a special secret technique derived from the Dragon Knight class. Valentine's own blood energy erupted violently, forming a unique connection with his Triceratops mount. Immediately, a surge of crimson energy flowed back into Valentine, causing his physique to swell and his aura to amplify by over 50%. Roar! Simultaneously, a remarkable transformation overtook Valentine's Triceratops. Beneath its rough, gravel-like skin, its muscles rippled, resembling ancient boulders come to life. With newfound agility, it charged directly towards the mountainside, deftly scaling the rock face unlike Cho'Gath's mount, which had recklessly collided with it. The sight of a creature weighing several tons executing such nimble maneuvers left the hidden adversaries stunned. Upon reaching the summit, Valentine's eyes widened in shock at the appearance of the ambushers, swiftly followed by a surge of fury. "You invaders shall pay dearly," he bellowed, as his Triceratops violently hurled two formidable goblin warriors, each over 6 feet tall, into the air. The sheer force of the impact left one of the fourth-level goblins dead and the other grievously injured, swiftly whisked away by his comrades. As Valentine sought to pursue, he sensed a looming danger approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, he and his mount unleashed a vast amount of blood energy, manifesting as a protective barrier. In the very instant the blood energy shield formed, a fireball detonated upon it. Amidst the explosive flames, Valentine and his Triceratops emerged unscathed. Fixing his gaze resolutely upon a muscular figure among the other goblin warriors, Caledon, who was clutching a staff. "Found you, cursed spellcaster," Valentine shouted, charging forward with his mount. From the outset, Valentine's singular focus had been the spellcaster who had ambushed his ally, deliberately attacking the goblin warriors to expose a weakness and draw out his true target. The Triceratops thundered towards Caledon, upon which Valentine unsheathed his hand axe from his waist, aiming it menacingly at his opponent. His arm muscles bulged, resembling writhing earthworms. As he exclaimed, "Die!" before his words could fully escape his lips, the hand axe transformed into a gleaming silver projectile, slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whoosh, reaching Caledon in an instant. However, to Valentine's astonishment, the spellcaster managed to narrowly evade the lethal throw. How is this possible? Valentine's eyes narrowed. He noticed Caledon's robust thighs, reddened from the rapid exertion, and a smirk crept across his face. Is this truly a mage? The youth exhibits a troubling impatience. Opposite Valentine, Caledon, who had just eluded the dangerous strike, flashed a slight grin. The transparent magical shield that had enveloped him now silently doubled in strength. Meanwhile, Caledon's heart raced with cold sweat. The prowess of this wild dwarf dragon knight was truly formidable. Just a hair's breadth separated him from becoming a victim of the flying axe. Fortunately, bolstered by his master's bloodline, his biological level had ascended to the advanced 4th tier, nearing the 5th, coupled with his acute mental perception, allowing him to preemptively dodge the attack. Had he not evaded, the solitary layer of his 2nd-tier magical barrier would have offered no protection. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Caledon swiftly composed himself and jested at Valentine. "Aren't you going to assist your warriors?" Valentine, momentarily distracted, glanced below, his expression twisting in dismay. He beheld a multitude of towering goblin warriors and dog-headed soldiers converging in 2 flanking units, assaulting the wild dwarf brigade. The 2 sides had long since engaged, embroiled in a fierce struggle, with casualties mounting by the moment. Following Caledon's successful sneak attack with a fireball on Cucca, 2 battalions had surged forth from the dense underbrush along the mountainside and the right side of the narrow path upon receiving the command to attack. One battalion, comprised of over 200 goblin warriors, boasted members of at least 3rd-tier strength, with numerous 4th-tier fighters among them. Leading this formidable force were 7 colossal goblin warriors, each nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence as they reached 5th-tier strength. In contrast, the dog-headed faction was somewhat less robust, primarily led by a single 5th-tier dog-headed warrior. Although their high-end combat power fell short of the goblins, their ranks of 4th-tier dog-headed warriors were not significantly fewer. The sudden onslaught from these 2 battalions inflicted heavy casualties upon the centurion-sized wild dwarf warriors. Despite each of these warriors possessing the prowess of 4th-tier fighters, they were severely lacking in top-tier combat strength. 3 dragon knights were present, one gravely injured before the battle had even commenced, while another was preoccupied with tending to their wounded comrade, unable to halt the advance of the enemy's 5th-tier warriors. A grave oversight. As Valentine surveyed the dire scene below, a chill coursed through his veins. In a moment of intense contemplation, he made his choice, turning to launch another assault against Caledon, his eyes brimming with anguish and rage. At that moment, he felt he had no alternative. Exposing his back to an intermediate mage would undoubtedly spell disaster. However, Caledon faced the onslaught of Valentine with remarkable composure, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his eyes. "Roar, Kadala, Mondo has come to protect you." A powerful and exuberant shout resonated from behind Caledon, accompanied by the emergence of a colossal shadow. A towering green creature, nearly 5 meters tall, surged forth, its terrifying mass and strength causing the mountainside to tremble slightly. Caledon was not at all surprised by Mondo's appearance, for Mondo was assigned to safeguard this mage during the ambush. Nevertheless, Caledon found himself somewhat exasperated. "My name is Caledon, not Kadala." Mondo, the hulking behemoth, seemed either to be intentionally mispronouncing his name or simply possessed a poor memory, consistently getting it wrong. Chapter 43, The Battle's Conclusion. Mondo, brimming with excitement, emerged from the dense forest, but before he could utter a second word to Caledon, a massive gray beast charged directly at him. The beast's formidable horns, brimming with an ominous power, sought to pierce through everything in their path. Mondo barely stepped forward, raising his muscular arms, thicker than the diameter of a tire, to shield himself, only to be violently collided with by Valentine's controlled Triceratops. With a resounding thud, Mondo was pushed back several meters by the immense force, leaving deep gashes on the hard rocky ground. Looking up, he saw the Triceratops's horns, each over a meter long, piercing through his arm and deeply embedding themselves in his chest, blood flowing incessantly. How painful, Mondo thought, as Valentine's expression changed dramatically. Wounded gravely, Mondo extended his uninjured left hand, his eyes reddened with fury, reaching for Valentine atop the Triceratops. His muscular arm, propelled by a fierce wind, surged forward. But Valentine swung his hand axe, crimson energy erupting as they clashed violently. With a sharp sound, the axe, infused with the power of his bloodlust, sliced through Mondo's tough skin with ease, embedding itself deeply into the flesh of his arm, only to become lodged between the unyielding bones. Sensing the immense force transmitted through the axe, Valentine's gaze sharpened, and he relinquished his grip on the weapon, swiftly bending backward to evade the assault of Mondo's massive hand. With a crackling sound, Mondo's muscles swelled, activating his combat prowess, unleashing 120% of his physical potential. The bleeding halted rapidly, and the substantial gash inflicted by the axe began to heal swiftly, forcing the weapon out and causing it to clatter to the ground. Valentine maneuvered the Triceratops, aiming to extract the two colossal horns from the creature's body. However, Mundo remained steadfast, his gaze locked onto his opponent, his muscles firmly gripping the horns. Having already sustained injuries, Mundo was not about to flee. With his eyes ablaze, and his left hand, fully healed, clenched into a fist, he struck ferociously at the massive head of the Triceratops before him. A thunderous crash echoed as the creature momentarily staggered, its body trembling. Before the Triceratops could fully recover, another heavy blow landed upon its skull. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the solid, bony frill protecting its head, under the relentless assault of the nearly 5-meter-tall colossus, this formidable beast, surpassing its species' limitations, let out a mournful cry, collapsing to its knees, rendered unconscious by the brutal onslaught. Scalding blood drenched the enormous head, staining Mundo's fists as well. During this tumult, Valentine could not remain idle. He frantically wielded his hand axe, inflicting deep gashes on the brute's arms and body, yet the giant remained undeterred, continuing to pound the Triceratops with unyielding force. As the Triceratops succumbed to its injuries, the arcane energy that Valentine had been channeling dissipated, the crimson aura around him fading. He gasped, feeling utterly drained, his eyes filled with a sense of futility as he regarded Mundo. If not for such terrifying regenerative capabilities, your words would have gone unspoken. Before Valentine could finish his thought, Mundo delivered a crushing blow, sending him hurtling several meters away, crashing against the mountainside, blood spilling from the dwarf's wounds. Mundo pressed one hand against the Triceratops's head, forcefully extracting the two enormous horns embedded in its right arm and body. The removal revealed gaping flesh wounds the size of human heads. Yet, under the troll's grotesque regenerative powers, these wounds rapidly contracted, gradually healing over. The numerous injuries inflicted by the axe also began to mend. A rumble emanated from Mundo's belly, reminiscent of distant thunder. He was ravenous. Touching his belly, he felt an overwhelming hunger. Such extraordinary regenerative abilities came with a price, consuming the vast reserves of nutrients stored within his flesh. Feeling hungry? Go eat, came Caridin's voice from behind. Mundo lifted his gaze from the downed Triceratops, wiping away the drool that had escaped his lips, peering downwards. Upon spotting a throng of wild dwarves engaged in fierce combat below, he wasted no time and leapt into the fray. Below, 3 wild dwarf warriors formed a defensive line, struggling against the relentless attacks of the gnoll and goblin fighters, their bodies increasingly marred by wounds. As if sensing an omen, the 3 warriors glanced upward, only to be met with a colossal shadow before they were swiftly engulfed in excruciating pain, losing consciousness in an instant. A resounding crash followed. Mundo shifted his massive foot, gazing down at the trampled body of a slain wild dwarf warrior, and barbarically seized the corpse, thrusting it into his gaping maw filled with fearsome fangs. The horrifying sound of crunching echoed as the wild dwarf, along with his leather armor, was devoured. The surrounding wild dwarf warriors, drawn by the tremendous noise of Mundo's arrival, were filled with a blend of terror and wrath upon witnessing this gruesome act. They feared Mundo's strength and savagery, and were enraged that one of their kin had been consumed. Vix hurled his hand axe, decapitating a goblin warrior, his eyes bloodshot with fury. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the motionless, bloodied form of Valentine on the muddy ground, and his heart sank in disbelief. Valentine. Vix's rage surged anew, forcing back the 5 goblin warriors encircling him. His blood-soaked Triceratops steed finally found enough space to charge toward Valentine. As for the Knight Kuka, who had been struck by a fireball, Vix had assigned a dozen wild dwarf warriors to guard him. As the foremost champion among the wild dwarves, he was determined to withstand the pressure from the opposing forces. However, as Vix concentrated on Mundo and Valentine, he failed to notice a fireball hurtling towards him from the mountainside. By the time he reacted, the fireball had already detonated before him. Amidst the deafening explosion, Vix and his Triceratops emerged, albeit in a rather disheveled state, their formidable energy noticeably diminished. Before Vix could catch his breath, a shadow darted past him. A curved blade gleaming with a sharp, blinding light, aimed ferociously at his head. Vix reacted swiftly, parrying the attack with his axe and forcing the assailant back several meters, though his arm trembled slightly from the force. Such strength. The one he had repelled was none other than Shiki. Rising from the ground, Shiki charged at Vix once more, while the towering goblin warriors, nearly 3 meters tall, roared and closed in around him. Chapter 44. Captives. As the curved blade clashed with Vix's axe once more, a gray light enveloped him. In an instant, he felt his strength wane and his agility diminish slightly. It was that spellcaster again. Vix seethed internally, but he found no means of escape, forced to continue fending off Shiki's relentless blade and the bone clubs of the approaching goblin warriors. The 5 level 5 goblin warriors alone posed a significant challenge, let alone the added threat of the more formidable Shiki. Soon, under the onslaught, Vix's vital energy began to fade, evident to any observer that he was losing his vigor. On the mountainside, Caradan smiled faintly, waving his staff gently as yet another swift gray light descended upon Vix. A ring of weakness spell. Though the spell of weakness holds a low rank, it is not to be underestimated. For Caradan is willing to expend additional magical energy to forcibly enhance its potency. With Caradan's current status as a level 6 intermediate mage, after expending sufficient magical power, a first-tier weakness spell can yield effects nearly equivalent to that of a typical third-tier spell. For mid-tier professionals, a third-tier spell poses a significant threat. Even with nearly half the potency, it is capable of yielding substantial results. Thus, under the relentless assault from multiple fronts, Vixis, the formidable half-dragon knight, ultimately succumbed. After his life force was depleted and his secret arts faded, he was captured alive by the goblin warriors. Consequently, 3 powerful wild dwarf half-dragon knights met their fates. 1. Caught off guard, suffered grievous injuries from a fireball, leaving his status uncertain. Another was struck down by Mondo, and also left incapacitated. And the last was drained of his life force, subsequently captured and bound. Without the leadership of the 3 half-dragon knights, the remaining wild dwarf warriors could not hold out for long and soon surrendered. They were not the sort to fight to the death, and after their hopes were crushed, a desperate counterattack was not feasible. In the Black Blood Valley, under the supervision of numerous goblin and kobold warriors, a line of wild dwarf warriors, their hands bound, shuffled into the dungeon. "What is the casualty report?" Shiki inquired, his expression calm as he observed the captured dwarfs, then turned to a nearby kobold guard. Hearing the leader's query, the kobold, bestowed the name Shurchiang by Shiki, respectfully responded, "Leader, in this battle, we lost 34 warriors, including 26 third-tier and 8 fourth-tier fighters. The number of injured warriors stands at 56, among which 7 have lost their combat capabilities, 3 at the 3rd tier and 4 at the 4th tier. The term loss of combat capability refers to those with severed limbs. After all, not all monsters possess the grotesque regenerative abilities of trolls." "And the captives?" Shiki inquired once more. The wild dwarves had deployed 120 warriors, along with 3 half-dragon knights. Excluding the 56 wild dwarves who perished, they captured a total of 64 wild dwarf warriors, 3 half-dragon knights, and 3 triceratops as spoils of war. Upon hearing this, Shiki's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. Although the casualty count seemed minimal compared to the wild dwarfs, this was an ambush, and they held a decisive advantage in high-tier combat power. Featuring Shiki at level 6, Mondo at level 6 high-tier, Caradan at level 6 intermediate, alongside 7 first-tier goblin warriors and 1 first-tier kobold warrior. The number of mid-tier combatants alone exceeded 11. Coupled with over 300 third and fourth-tier goblins and kobolds, such losses were disheartening. Shiki pondered, hoping for favorable news from the captured wild dwarfs. In this raid, Shurji had 2 objectives. One was to ascertain the specific strength of the wild dwarf tribe by interrogating the captured wild dwarves, and the other was to diminish the tribe's power. As he pondered these matters, Shurji's expression suddenly transformed, becoming reverent as if he were listening to someone's words. Soon, his demeanor returned to normal. He turned to Shurjiang and commanded, "Dispatch a few warriors to escort the 3 dragon riders to the dragon pool. It is the master's order." Shurjiang nodded and swiftly took action. Identification spell. A dark light enveloped the 3 wild dwarf dragon riders. One was of the 6th rank, another of the initial 7th rank, and the last of the high 7th rank. By the dragon pool, Udi gazed down upon the 3 wild dwarfs. Aside from their varying professional ranks, all 3 possessed a biological rank of 1. The biological rank, also referred to as racial rank, naturally increases with growth. The higher the potential of their racial bloodline, the greater the upper limit of their growth. For instance, trolls can reach at least a biological rank of 3 upon reaching adulthood without any training, with exceptional individuals achieving a rank of 4. Dragons are among the elite, with their natural growth allowing them to reach a biological rank of 19. In contrast, typical humans generally possess a biological rank of 0 upon reaching adulthood, with only a few individuals with physical talents possibly attaining ranks of 1 or 2 thereafter. To gain strength, they must pursue power through professional training. The monstrous warriors under Udi, having undergone transformation through dragon blood, have naturally surpassed the limits of their racial bloodlines, allowing their biological ranks to achieve greater heights, though they too generally have a ceiling. However, owing to the influence of the feast talent within Udi's bloodline, it remains uncertain whether this ceiling might also be transcended, distinguishing them from ordinary dragon-blooded beings. Just as Udi contemplated this, the 3 wild dwarf knights began to awaken. Although they did not possess the terrifying recovery abilities of trolls, their elevated professional ranks indirectly enhanced their vitality. As long as their injuries were not fatal, such as a severed head, they could usually cling to life. Black Dragon, Valentine, and Kuka, the 2 heavily injured wild dwarf knights, had merely opened their eyes upon awakening, unable to move or speak due to their exhaustion. It was Vexus, the strongest among them, a high 7th rank dragon rider, who broke the silence. He looked up at Udi with a face filled with terror. No wonder those goblin dog-headed creatures were so formidable. They were not mere strong subspecies, they were dragon-blooded beings. In truth, if Vexus and the others had had sufficient time to think calmly, they would have certainly discerned the clues. After all, while the ordinary goblins and dog-headed warriors may not exhibit obvious dragon-like traits, the draconic features on Shurji and Mundo are quite pronounced. However, in the midst of life and death battles, there was little time to contemplate the origins of these characteristics. Chapter 45. Mastery-level spell runes. The 3 wild dwarven dragon knights were both astonished and relieved. It was entirely reasonable for them to have been defeated by a black dragon. Would they be willing to submit? Udi gazed down upon them with a calm demeanor, although it appeared to be a question. Vex and his companions couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. There was an overwhelming sense that refusing would lead to instant annihilation. The pressure Udi exerted was immense, akin to a mountain bearing down upon Vex, the only one able to speak at that moment. He exchanged glances with Valentine and Kuka, their eyes meeting in silent communication. After a brief pause, he lowered his head and replied hoarsely, "I'm sorry, we must decline." Udi's eyes gradually grew colder, though he did not seem excessively angry. This was a race of wild dwarves with a long-standing heritage. They were not mere goblins or dog-headed creatures who would prostrate themselves before a dragon. It was not abnormal to refuse submission. "Very well," Udi said calmly, then turned and leaped into the pool, returning to his humble dragon lair. After their refusal, Vex had braced himself for the black dragon's wrath and the imminent threat of dragon fire, yet the outcome was not as he had expected. Exchanging bewildered glances with Valentine and Kuka, the trio found themselves at a loss. When had the black dragon become so mild-tempered? Had it been any ordinary black dragon, they would surely have faced a furious retribution, leading to their demise. Nevertheless, although they were perplexed, the absence of immediate danger brought them a sense of relief. They had no desire to perish. Their refusal of Udi stemmed from a deep emotional bond with the Brown Forest clan. From birth to growth, and then to their transformation into powerful dragon knights, they had become revered figures within their clan, enjoying the various privileges bestowed upon them. This bond and emotion instilled in them the courage to face death itself. Once Udi had returned to his underwater lair, he commanded Shurji through their mental connection to secure the 3 dragon knights. He intended to extract intelligence regarding the strength of their clan and to make good use of these wild dwarven captives. Ultimately, however you choose to handle them, I do not wish to see wild dwarves near the Black Blood Valley, disturbing my slumber. Understood, Master. Shurji responded respectfully after receiving the command. Once the oppressive sensation from the mental connection faded, he slowly rose from the ground within the tribe, his expression shifting from reverence to one of cold resolve. Dare to refuse to submit beneath the dominion of the Master, and what awaits you shall be naught but death and obliteration. Shiki, with an impassive countenance, harbored a profound intent to annihilate the 3 dragon riders and the clan of the wild dwarfs. The Master summoned the 3 dragon riders, and Shiki, well aware of the Master's intentions, recognized the merit in recruiting them as draconic vassals. Their formidable prowess was undeniable. Even the weakest among them would pose a significant challenge to defeat. Their inclusion would undoubtedly benefit the Master. However, this acknowledgement swiftly transformed into a chilling resolve for extermination upon their refusal to serve the Master. Shiki dispatched several elite warriors to escort the 3 dragon riders to the tribal dungeon for confinement, subsequently engulfed in contemplation. After a prolonged period, a decision crystallized within. He called upon his loyal guardian, whom he had bestowed the name Shurqiang, a level 5 goblin. Among the over 1,000 members of the Black Blood tribe, only Shurqiang, aside from Shiki, had achieved the 5th level, crossing the threshold into intermediate prowess. In contrast to the goblin race, which could ascend to become greater goblins through ancestral bloodline, the individual potential of the kobolds was rather limited. Nevertheless, Shiki did not succumb to disappointment. He remained steadfast in his belief that, through diligence and the Master's potent bloodline, the kobolds would surely transcend their racial confines and evolve into a formidable new lineage. You shall migrate 1,000 tribesmen, Shiki instructed Shurqiang. After issuing his command, Shiki personally traveled to the location of the Green Forest tribe to meet the High Priest Caradan. Moments later, 2,000 goblins emerged from the Green Forest clan, laden with various belongings, migrating toward another direction. On the watchtower of the Green Forest tribe, Shiki and Caradan observed the departing silhouettes of the kobolds and goblins heading toward the Black Blood Valley, their expressions markedly different. Shiki, you are indeed suited to be a leader, Caradan remarked in a hushed tone, gazing at the departing kin with an unspoken heaviness in his heart. Caradan understood that the fate awaiting these 2,000 goblins and 1,000 kobolds would likely be grim. They had become bait, a necessary sacrifice to avert the flames of war from encroaching upon the Black Blood Valley. Is that so? Shiki's gaze grew complex, yet soon hardened with resolve. Without the Master, how could the Black Blood tribe and the Green Forest tribe have attained such strength and prosperity? Now, for the Master, sacrifices were indeed imperative. Within the dragon's nest, Udi activated his panel. Udi, biological level 7, mage level 4, body length 1021, vitality 1721, current feast layers 29, cooldown time 21 days, spell-like abilities, dark arts, dim vision. Appraisal, spell runes, second circle water element enhancement, novice 99, second circle water healing, novice 11, first circle weaken, novice 6, first circle water blade, novice 10. 0 circle arcane mark, novice 22. The water element enhancement is on the cusp of reaching mastery. Udi gazed at the progress displayed on the panel, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Although the days felt relatively monotonous and tedious, Udi could sense his own growth and strength each day. This sensation was undeniably intoxicating for the dragon. He resolved to continue his studies. With a focused gaze, Udi immersed himself, disregarding the so-called wild dwarves and the dragonborn forces under his command. On a certain night, several days later, second circle water element enhancement, novice 99, second circle water element enhancement, mastery 0. Within Udi's mental sea, a blue rune, previously nearing the tangible, suddenly emitted a faint glow, sending an invisible blue ripple across the mental expanse. The mental energy that came into contact with this ripple grew increasingly vibrant. Soon, the blue rune fully materialized. Mastery of the second circle water element enhancement achieved. Not long after the rune reached mastery, Udi's mental sea expanded dramatically. The mage class, which had remained at level 4 for quite some time, finally ascended to level 5, crossing the threshold into the realm of intermediate practitioners due to the invigorating influence of his mental energy. Chapter 46. The white feathered tail crane with both the spell and mage class levels surging, it was indeed a double blessing. In a jubilant mood, Udi lost the desire to continue his spell research, breaking through the water surface and soaring into the sky with a flap of his wings. After a moment of contemplation, Udi ultimately decided to fly northward. To the west of the Black Blood Valley lay the threat of wild dwarves. Flying east would take him into the territory of the Black Dragon Matriarch, and heading south would lead him to the human Duchy of Cass. As for the north, although Shurji had mentioned that forest elves resided there, they had not been seen for over a decade. It was possible that the so-called forest elves had either migrated or perished. Udi soared freely through the skies, giving a gentle flap of his enormous wings, which spanned 21 meters, propelling him over 100 meters away without exerting his full strength. With my current power, I reckon there are few opponents below the advanced practitioner level who can match me, with a biological level of 7 and a mage level of 5. These two conditions combined enable me to contend with, or even hunt down, ordinary magical creatures of levels 8 or 9. Moreover, beneath these two conditions lies Udi's formidable dragon physique, reinforced by 29 layers of the feast. Perhaps I could even stand my ground against weaker advanced magical creatures or practitioners. Udi speculated, having never truly battled a being of such caliber. Udi could only rely on subjective speculation derived from the descriptions of various levels of power within the dragon's legacy. A clear, resonant call echoed from the distant horizon, capturing Udi's attention. There, against the expansive skyline, a magnificent white crane, its wingspan measuring at least 10 meters, soared leisurely through the azure firmament. Occasionally, it darted through the clouds like an arrow, then spun gracefully, resembling a celestial sprite. The vast repository of memories within the dragon's legacy surfaced, precisely identifying this elegant white crane. The white-tailed crane, a rather rare and exquisite high-level magical creature, could reach the 12th level of biological power upon maturity, reigning as a wind-based sovereign of the skies. Species of crane-like magical beings are exceedingly scarce. The dragon's legacy records only about 100, and even the weakest of their lineage possesses the strength of an intermediate magical creature in adulthood. Crane, feline, falcon, python, and subdragon species are among those magical beings that seldom exhibit any diminutive subspecies. As Udi's gaze fell upon the distant white-tailed crane, a spark of adventurous intent flickered in his eyes. Should he attempt to engage? Judging by its size, this particular crane had not yet reached full maturity. The wingspan of an adult white-tailed crane exceeds 18 meters, while the one before him measured only 15 meters, suggesting it had only just crossed the threshold into high-level status. It might be at level 10, possibly 11, or perhaps it had not yet ascended to high-level status, remaining at level 9. The distance was too great for Udi to employ his appraisal technique to determine the creature's level of power. In fact, the appraisal technique could not assess beings of a higher level than Udi himself. As Udi hesitated, the crane's sharp gaze soon locked onto him, causing it to cease its aerial play and regard the intruding black dragon with caution. A flicker of determination surged within Udi, prompting him to tentatively fly closer. The white-tailed crane immediately retreated 100 meters, its wariness palpable. Was this majestic creature afraid of him? Udi raised an eyebrow, daring to close the distance once more. This time, the crane chose not to retreat. It emitted a piercing, melodious call. Though the language was foreign, Udi understood its warning. If he approached further, he would face its wrath. To engage or not. Udi lingered in the air, momentarily indecisive. However, this hesitation swiftly dissipated as he spotted two smaller white-tailed cranes. Beneath the larger crane, amidst the forest, atop a towering tree that soared 100 meters high with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, two pure white cranes with wingspans of nearly 5 to 6 meters poked their heads out. Udi grinned menacingly. This changed everything. He need not deliberate any longer. He would charge in. According to the dragon's legacy, white-tailed cranes are fiercely protective of their young, willing to confront formidable beings far beyond their own strength to safeguard their offspring. This indicates a fiercely determined character. Such a disposition can indeed enhance one's combat prowess, yet it also serves as a significant vulnerability. The white-tailed crane, sensing the ill intentions of Udi, emitted urgent calls, urging her offspring to seek refuge. Just as the white-tailed crane hastily prompted her young to conceal themselves, Udi had already unfurled his dragon wings, accelerating towards the two little white-tailed cranes with remarkable speed, leaving behind a series of dark phantoms. In a state of alarm, the white-tailed crane flapped her wings, retracting them momentarily before launching herself towards Udi like an oversized white arrow, her velocity surpassing even that of the rapidly accelerating Udi. The white-tailed crane was a creature specialized in speed, and among beings of the same level, her flight surpassed that of a black dragon significantly. However, Udi was no ordinary black dragon. Although his biological rank stood at level 7, his speed rivaled that of even level 9 or 10 dragons. Given this, her ability to outpace Udi indicated that she was undoubtedly at least level 10, perhaps even 11. Even without employing an identification technique, Udi could ascertain this fact. Yet, at this juncture, even if Udi chose to retreat, the mother crane would fiercely attack him to ensure her offspring's safety, driving him away from her territory. Since a confrontation was inevitable, Udi resolved not to withdraw. With a resounding roar, he unleashed his draconic might, a tidal wave of power surging towards the white-tailed crane. The strength of a dragon's aura is intrinsically linked to its biological rank, size, and magical prowess. Thus Udi's presence was formidable. The approaching white-tailed crane, momentarily shaken by the draconic aura, exemplified the effect of Udi's might, as did the two young cranes below, who trembled under the pressure, their wings stiffening. Water elemental enhancement. As he prepared to launch his attack, Udi had already been conjuring this at depth level, second circle water spell, and at this moment, the spell was finally unleashed. A gently rippling, translucent blue membrane enveloped Udi's dragon form before disappearing from sight. Concurrently, Udi felt a robust protective layer surrounding him, augmenting his strength by approximately 30%. Furthermore, this spell possessed an imperceptible special effect. It diminished the physical impact endured by his dragon form. Nevertheless, even after casting the water elemental enhancement, Udi continued to silently recite the incantation for a new spell. Chapter 47. Defeat. As the white-tailed crane approached Udi, his second spell was completed. Weakening. A beam of dark light shot forth at an astonishing speed towards the advancing white-tailed crane. To Udi's astonishment, his spell was unexpectedly evaded. The white-feathered crane, facing the sudden magical assault, nimbly shifted its body just in time to elude the weakening spell. Such speed, such reflexes, such agility. Udi's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, this is quite troublesome. His formidable dragon form granted him a significant advantage against brute force monsters, yet against an elusive opponent. Even his might would struggle to manifest its true potential. In a flash of thought, Udi charged at the white-feathered crane. He aimed his dragon claws swiftly toward the crane's wings, seeking to diminish its agility. However, the opponent was an experienced hunter. With a graceful twist, it evaded Udi's assault. Simultaneously, the crane's sharp beak glimmered with azure magic as it lunged toward Udi's dragon wing at an alarming speed. Clearly, the crane intended to impair Udi's mobility as well. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Udi chose to confront the attack head-on, allowing the crane to strike his left wing. He opened his jaws, unleashing the dragon breath he had been gathering. The conical burst of green acidic breath shot forth like a high-pressure water jet, aimed directly at the white-feathered crane. Faced with the renowned breath attack of the dragon, the crane exhibited evident trepidation, abandoning its assault on Udi's wing in favor of evading the breath's reach. A pained groan escaped the crane as it darted away, but despite its swiftness, Udi's breath was equally formidable, enveloping a wide area. No matter how agile it was, the crane could not completely evade the attack, resulting in some of its pristine feathers becoming tainted with the corrosive acid. The green liquid possessed a terrifying erosive quality. The crane's feathers, which rivaled fine steel, quickly turned black and began to decay upon contact. Soon, an unsightly scar marred the once immaculate form of the crane. Yet, the white-feathered crane, a true sovereign of the skies, was not to be underestimated. In the instant it forsook its close-range attack and evaded the acidic breath, it unleashed a sharp azure wind blade from its beak. The blade raced toward Udi with blinding speed, leaving him no chance to dodge. He could only brace himself with his wing. Clang! The azure wind blade struck Udi's wing, producing a sharp metallic sound akin to cutting through steel. As the wind blade dissipated, it transformed into pure, elemental air. Upon inspection, a narrow wound, 1 centimeter deep and 20 to 30 centimeters long, appeared on Udi's left wing. Although the defense had been breached, the damage was minimal. Other than a slight sting, Udi felt little else. On the opposite side, the retreating white-feathered crane stared in disbelief at the scene before it. How could this be? The black dragon before it, though somewhat atypical in appearance, was unmistakably a juvenile of its kind. But was the spell resistance of a juvenile black dragon truly so outrageous? The typical young black dragon may not possess such formidable resistance to spells. The Wind Blade is a quasi-magical ability awakened from the bloodline of the white-feathered crane. And in terms of the power demonstrated moments ago, it belongs to the pinnacle of second circle spells, nearing the potency of third circle magic. Such an extent of offensive power and rapid casting speed is sufficient to slay unprepared 5th or 6th level magical beasts in a single blow. Seizing the fleeting moment when the white-feathered crane stood stunned, the black dragon quickly gathered a beam of black light at its forehead, which shot forth as soon as it took shape. This quasi-magical ability, known as the Dark Art, Dragon Language Magic, has the effect of depriving the target of their 5 senses. Unlike the weakened spell, the Dark Art is a special ability naturally mastered as a result of the Black Dragon's growth, awakened from its bloodline, and its casting speed is nearly instantaneous. Furthermore, this quasi-magical ability, awakened from the bloodline, will grow in strength alongside the Black Dragon's physical development and magical power, remaining exceedingly useful even after the Black Dragon reaches maturity. With such a near-instantaneous spell at such close quarters, the astonished white-feathered crane could not react in time and was directly struck. From the perspective of the crane, the once clear forest and Black Dragon before it suddenly transformed into an impenetrable darkness. It could see nothing, hear no sound, and the pungent scent of corrosive liquid that had filled the air vanished, leaving its mouth devoid of taste. Even the pain from its decaying white feathers dissipated, as if it had plunged into an abyss of utter void. However, it responded swiftly, channeling its powerful magic to violently break free from the effects of the Dark Art. As the white-feathered crane's senses returned, it found a colossal dragon claw descending upon it. In a desperate bid for survival, the critically wounded crane exhibited a remarkable reaction speed and physical control, forcibly shifting its body. The dragon claw, originally aimed at its head, instead grasped at the base of its wing. With a tearing sound, pristine white feathers scattered, and blood and flesh were left in disarray. This speed-oriented advanced magical beast, despite its prowess, lacked the physical resilience of intermediate magical creatures skilled in defense. In a mere instant, under the augmented strength of the Black Dragon, bolstered by a mastery-level second circle water element enhancement, it suffered grievous injuries. The pitiful cry of the white crane pierced through a radius of several miles, sending nearby birds and beasts fleeing in terror. The Black Dragon had anticipated that this dragon claw would eliminate its foe outright, only to find that the crane managed to evade the fatal blow. It can only be said that such advanced magical beasts possess remarkable inner power. Given the current efficacy of the Dark Art, it could not hold its effects for long against creatures of this caliber, serving merely as a fleeting control spell. Yet, although it had narrowly escaped a lethal strike, the severe injury to its wing's base had already pronounced a death sentence for the white-feathered crane, which relied heavily on its wings. The Black Dragon pursued the crane, which was desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to escape into the forest below, and struck its back with its tail, as if wielding an iron whip. Once again, a mournful crane's call echoed, as the white-feathered crane, its body ensnared by branches, plummeted heavily to the forest floor below. Confronted by the tank-like warrior mage, Udi, the agile assassin mage, the white-feathered crane lost its swiftness and mobility, thereby diminishing its threat to him. Udi, with his draconic form, broke through numerous branches and landed forcefully on the ground. He gazed at the unconscious white-feathered crane sprawled before him, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Should it be considered merely as a meal for the next grand feast? Or perhaps taken as a companion? Chapter 48. The Crane of Endurance, if regarded as a feast. The consumption of a high-level magical creature would undoubtedly enhance the effects of the banquet significantly. However, even if the feast's efficacy were to double, it would merely extend the growth period by an additional month. In reality, achieving such an enhancement might be overly ambitious, given the relatively diminutive size of the white-feathered crane. With a wingspan of 15 meters, yet folded, it was less than a quarter of Udi's muscular dragon form. Conversely, should he choose to take it as a companion, the advantages of having a high-level magical creature by his side would far surpass those of merely consuming it. It could assist in hunting quality prey and provide support against formidable foes. Considering its fortunate evasion of fatal attacks, Udi decided to grant it a chance. He wiped away the drool that involuntarily dripped from his maw, resisting the temptation to savor the taste of high-level magical flesh. Stepping forward, he cautiously approached the white-feathered crane, maintaining a vigilant demeanor, wary of the possibility that it might feign unconsciousness only to deliver a lethal strike. He had no doubt regarding the devastating potential of its sharp beak. If struck in a vulnerable area such as the eyes, he needed to be exceedingly careful. As he drew near, he silently chanted a premeditated spell, Waterblade, and successfully conjured a half-meter-long, translucent, azure blade of water that sliced through the air, aimed at the uninjured base of the crane's opposite wing. The water blade severed through, scattering pristine feathers across the ground, leaving a shallow wound at the base of the wing. The Waterblade spell, a mere first-tier incantation, was still at a novice proficiency of level 10. Although Udi, as a water element Black Dragon, benefited from an affinity for water spells, it was unlikely to inflict significant damage upon a high-level magical creature, even one not particularly adept at defense. Throughout this process, Udi meticulously observed the crane's muscular response. Ultimately, he confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed unconscious. Well, it seemed Udi had underestimated the power of his own dragon tail whip. The force unleashed by a dragon's tail ranks just below that of its wings, and Udi had shown no mercy in his previous strike. And there were also two small white-feathered cranes. Udi grasped the body of the white-feathered crane with his claw and suddenly recalled something, hastily flapping his wings to search the vicinity. Soon, beneath the unrelenting wrath of Udi, the two little white-feathered herons that had not escaped far were ultimately discovered. Each was struck on the head, rendering them unconscious, and subsequently taken away alongside their mother. In the Black Blood Valley, beside the dragon's lair by the pond, Udi cast down the three white-feathered herons, one adult and two juveniles, onto the ground. He then instructed Shurji through their mental connection to procure the sturdiest ropes available. Before long, a robust team of goblin warriors arrived, brandishing a large bundle of dark vines. Bind this mother heron to the tree, ensuring all points of exertion are secured. This creature is a high-level magical beast, Udi commanded. Upon hearing that this splendid heron was indeed a high-level magical entity, the goblins swallowed hard. Their individual strength was merely at level 4. While such a magical beast would possess a minimum level of 10, highlighting the vast disparity in power, faced with a being capable of effortlessly ending their lives. The goblins' movements became increasingly cautious. The thick, dark vines spiraled wildly around her. The wings and slender legs of the white-feathered mother heron were bound to the trunks of two nearby trees, each standing several meters high. The sharp, pale beak, exceeding a meter in length, was ensnared in the vines for numerous loops. Following the beak, the binding continued with the head and back, ultimately contorting the mother heron into an exceedingly peculiar position. Udi observed the quality of the vines with a peculiar expression. The goblin captain stepped forward respectfully, declaring, "These dark vines possess remarkable hardness and resilience. A single vine of this thickness is sufficient to securely bind a level 5 magical beast." Impressed by the efficacy of the numerous vines ensnaring the mother heron, Udi nodded in approval. Very well. The goblin warriors, elated by the praise, were filled with excitement, their fervor intensifying, even as they prepared to depart, reluctant to leave the scene. Udi approached slowly, placing his dragon claw upon the body of the white-feathered mother heron. Channeling his magical energy, he forcefully surged it into her, striving to dissipate the magic within her. Without this, the vines would not be able to truly restrain a creature possessing spellcasting abilities. This innate magical capability often did not require incantations. As long as there was magic within, it could be summoned. After considerable effort, Udi successfully dispelled the magic from within the heron. This process of dispelling was, in essence, a counteraction. The magic within naturally resisted the foreign energy, leading to inevitable depletion. "All right," Udi said, satisfied as he lowered his claw, then proceeded into the dragon's lair by the pond with the two unconscious juvenile white-feathered herons. As a high-level magical beast, even if Udi attempted to enforce a bond through a contractual agreement, should the mother heron awaken unsatisfied, she would undoubtedly offer fierce resistance. Although the bond of servitude can govern the life and death of its subjects, the fiercely resolute nature of the white-feathered heron would rather embrace death than be subjugated. Thus, Udi commanded the dog-headed man to tightly bind her, expending considerable effort to dispel the magic within her. His objective was to train this rare and powerful white-feathered heron. First, he aimed to dismantle her will. Once she capitulated, he would proceed with the bond of servitude. A white-feathered heron of such rarity and advanced strength was indeed worth Udi's meticulous attention. As for the two young herons, Udi had no intention of consuming them. Doing so would surely prevent the mother from yielding. Instead, he intended to transform these fledglings into dragon-blooded subjects, keeping them by his side for training. Their youthful and immature disposition made them more amenable to instruction. Not long after Udi entered the dragon's lair within the pond, the white-feathered mother heron, bound between two large trees, regained consciousness. The air was filled with her fierce struggles and cries, though no one attended to her plight. Eventually, exhaustion set in, and the severely wounded mother heron could only glare motionlessly, a sight both tragic and comical. The following day, she regained some strength and attempted to struggle once more. But the outcome was predictably futile. No matter her might, it could not rival the combined force of numerous intermediate magical creatures. And the white-feathered heron was not inherently a creature of brute strength. On the third, fourth, and fifth days, Udi finally emerged from the pond. He cast a glance at the nearly lifeless mother heron, her eyes closed and unmoving, and smiled broadly. He then signaled for the two young herons behind him to step forward. The mother heron, sensing their familiar presence, abruptly opened her eyes, and upon seeing her offspring, a flicker of surprise and fury flashed within her gaze. She turned her head, fixing Udi with a look brimming with rage. It seemed that the time spent was still insufficient. She needed more time to simmer. Udi subtly shook his head and emitted a dragon's roar. The two young herons, who had been nestled close to their mother, reluctantly turned and approached Udi. Indeed, these fledglings had been transformed into dragon-blooded beings, and under the influence of their newfound lineage. After 5 days of training, they were largely obedient to Udi's commands. Udi leisurely returned to the dragon's lair in the pond with the two young herons, vanishing from the mother heron's sight. This was soon followed by another round of struggles and cries, but as her stamina and injuries took their toll, the mother heron's voice gradually weakened. Chapter 49. The Pact of Civilization. Subsequently, every 3 days, during his study of spells and periods of rest, Udi would take the two young white-feathered herons out of the pond to stretch their wings and feed. During this time, subtle changes began to manifest in their appearance. The once pristine white feathers at the center of their foreheads began to darken to a deep black, and the tips of their wings also showed signs of turning black. The initial transformation is rather subtle. For the mightier the bloodline, the greater its resistance to the dragon's lineage, rendering any outward changes almost imperceptible. In the case of formidable magical creatures whose bloodlines rival that of dragons, such as the Hydra or the Nemean lion, the ordinary dragon's essence cannot possibly erode their strength. Instead, they would likely absorb it to bolster their own power. The white-feathered cattle egret watched helplessly as her two offspring underwent their transformations, her gaze shifting from fury to silence. On the 18th day of the crane's ordeal, the white-feathered cattle egret finally lowered her proud head, choosing submission. By the waterside, dragon scales and blood floated in the air, merging to form a contract inscribed with myriad intricate dragon runes. This contract embedded itself into the forehead of the white-feathered cattle egret, disappearing from sight. Thus, the bond of servitude was officially established. Observing the silent, motionless white-feathered cattle egret accepting the transformation of her bloodline, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Udi's eyes. At last, he possessed his first formidable ally. Although Udi had defeated and captured the cattle egret, this did not necessarily imply his superiority over her. Had it not been for the distraction posed by her two young chicks, her attacks would not have been so hasty. Nor would she have chosen to confront him so directly, akin to a fragile mage engaging a tank-like warrior. This was a clear case of confronting an opponent's strength with one's own weaknesses. Furthermore, even if the cattle egret were unable to best Udi, her remarkable speed and agility would allow her to escape at will. In the realm of utmost velocity, she was inherently invincible. To facilitate the cattle egret's acceptance of her new lineage, Udi ordered the warriors of the monstrous clan to bring forth an abundance of fresh meat. Despite her pristine and elegant appearance akin to a celestial crane, as a magical creature, indeed, a high-tier one, she was still a carnivore. The white-feathered cattle egret, however, was notably selective about her diet, preferring to shun unpleasant odors and grotesque appearances, typically consuming only the most tender and nutritious parts of her prey. Fortunately, as a powerful adult magical beast, her finicky eating habits had not led to her extinction. Nevertheless, her kind had become increasingly rare in the present age. Once the white-feathered cattle egret completed her preliminary transformation while feeding, her previously frail aura slightly revitalized, and she slowly opened her eyes, her dark green eyes fixating on Udi. He communicated mentally, instructing her to find a suitable location near the pond to build her nest, with her future task being the hunting of fresh, high-quality prey. However, Udi noticed that after she nodded, she hesitated to depart. Observing the direction of her gaze, a smile crept across Udi's face. With a resonant dragon's roar, the two chicks that had been dutifully following Udi promptly returned to their mother. "These are your children. How could I possibly take them from you?" Udi stated calmly. In response, the white-feathered crane mother merely nodded joyfully at Udi, before beckoning her two young white-feathered cranes to soar towards the towering cliffside, which rose an impressive 400 to 500 meters. Atop the cliff stood a lush banyan tree, soaring 50 meters high, its canopy casting a shadow over much of the precipice. After alighting on the cliff, the white-feathered crane surveyed her surroundings, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Though it could not compare to her original nest, this location might indeed offer greater security, with a master present and a multitude of monstrous clan warriors around. Even when she ventured out to hunt, her two offspring would be assured of safety, she mused. Generally speaking, the intellect of intermediate magical creatures is not inferior to that of ordinary humans, while that of advanced magical beings often surpasses human understanding. However, intellect alone does not account for humanity's extensive reach across the star realms, nor their establishment of magnificent empires, where divine beings of humanity reign from their celestial thrones, overseeing the cosmos. The fundamental reason lies in civilization and order. Dragons, with their remarkable reproductive capabilities relative to other beings of similar lineage, possess formidable strength, longevity, and a vast repository of ancestral knowledge, which allows them to thrive as a dominant species in the absence of established civilization and order. Were even half of the dragons to unite and collaborate, perhaps a shift in the hierarchy of power in the star realms would occur. Regrettably, even the metallic dragon clans struggle to achieve such unity, let alone the chromatic dragons and other dragonkin. Freedom, nonchalance, and pride are instincts ingrained in the very essence of dragons. Time continued its unwavering march. 3 days later, Udi welcomed the commencement of the 30th Grand Feast. Among the main courses, a long-awaited addition appeared, a mid-level magical creature, the green venomous python. Indeed, this was the result of the white-feathered crane mother's efforts. Since pledging allegiance to Udi, she had relentlessly scoured the lands in search of high-quality prey for her master. Consequently, the skies above the Black Blood Valley had often been graced by a streak of white feathers, a testament to the astonishing speed of the white-feathered crane mother. By the water's edge, as Udi savored the delectable flesh and blood of the green venomous python, he couldn't help but reflect on how wise it was to take the white-feathered crane mother as his companion. While Udi could effortlessly slay most mid-level magical creatures, locating them proved to be another challenge altogether. His striking figure and the powerful aura he exuded often sent even the most perceptive of creatures scurrying before his dragon shadow could even approach. In contrast, the white-feathered crane mother possessed speed that far exceeded Udi's, and her biological presence was far less conspicuous, although her form was not diminutive when soaring above the clouds. Powerful creatures below could easily overlook her presence if they were not particularly vigilant. Even if they did notice her, the crane could swiftly close the distance to secure her hunt. The verdant venomous python, a formidable 7th-level creature, met its demise while basking in the sunlight atop a tree, ruthlessly hunted by the white-feathered crane. Although it sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, its speed was insufficient, and ultimately, the crane's formidable beak pierced its skull, delivering a fatal blow. The python, measuring over 10 meters in length, was swiftly consumed by the gaping maw of Udi, yet the feast was far from complete. The quantity of sustenance required for each banquet was contingent upon Udi's formidable dragon form, necessitating a greater amount of food for each successive feast. Udi's gaze shifted toward a mound of prey amassed nearby. Among the spoils lay 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-level creatures, with not a single prey below the 2nd level in sight. To the right of this heap, there was also a collection of refined iron and copper blocks, products of the 2 great monster clans. The knowledge of refining ores had been acquired through trade with the high-grind family of the Duchy of Cass. Though not a particularly precious or advanced refining method, the resulting copper and iron contained numerous impurities and were of subpar quality. However, as materials for weapons, they were deemed inferior, yet, as sustenance for the feast, they were considered adequate. After nearly depleting 90% of the food, the progress of the feast finally reached 100%. The 30th feast commenced, enveloping Udi in slumber. Attributes such as neural response, cognitive ability, magical resistance, physical resilience, volume density, speed, strength, endurance, vision, organ function, adaptability, biological magnetic field strength, bone density, muscle fibers, skin thickness, keratin layer, memory, and soul were gradually, yet steadily evolving toward the form of a near-perfect organism. Far from the Valley of Black Blood, nestled within a concealed gorge near the Putrid Marsh, the dog-headed folk and goblins had established their respective tribes along the banks of a small river. However, what was once a tranquil and flourishing environment was now permeated with cries of battle and anguish. Roar, roar, roar. Over 30 knights, mounted upon colossal triceratops-like beasts, thundered through the ranks of the monster clan warriors. Behind these dragon knights, clad in leather armor and wielding axes, were the wild Dwarven warriors, equipped with spare hand axes and carrying throwing spears on their backs. Among them were some particularly striking wild dwarves, their bare upper bodies adorned with bizarre, blood-colored totems. The silver giant axes they wielded towered over their own heights, and with casual swings, they cleaved through both 1st and 4th-level monster warriors, demonstrating their overwhelming might and ruthless power in a blood-soaked display. This was the legacy of the wild dwarves, the embodiment of the bone-blood warriors. a profession passed down through millennia. If the class change of the Dragon Knight necessitates the innate ability to communicate with the dragon beasts, the Boneblood Warrior imposes no such stringent prerequisites. The sole requirement for the transition to a Boneblood Warrior is an indomitable willpower. The blood pattern totems that adorn their bodies grant these warriors strength, while simultaneously inundating them with relentless suffering. They draw power from their pain, harnessing it with a resolve as unyielding as granite. Consequently, through prolonged suppression and absorption of agony, nearly every Boneblood Warrior undergoes a transformation into a fierce, battle-hungry, and bloodthirsty dwarf warrior. There are only 3 Boneblood Warriors participating in this battle. Yet, these 3 have carved 3 bloody paths through the monstrous horde, one for each, and none could impede their onslaught. While it may seem audacious, the roots of their confidence lie in their formidable prowess. Behind the horde of wild dwarves, a creature as large as an elephant, a black beast, bears a wild dwarf spellcaster. This spellcaster is draped in a gray robe crafted from some rare magical plant fiber, and in his right hand, he wields a metallic staff embedded with a fist-sized black gemstone that subtly resonates with the pure essence of dark elemental power. Shaman. Our forces are advancing with great momentum. Having penetrated deep into the enemy's territory, a wild dwarf scout rapidly approaches the spellcaster, reporting the frontline developments with utmost respect. Still no sight of Vix and the others? Slatterin inquires with a detached expression. Not yet discovered, the wild dwarf scout replies. A frown creases Slatterin's brow, a flicker of concern igniting in his eyes. His worry stems from the fact that the Dragon Knight Vix is his grandson. Vix, my child, your grandfather shall surely bring you back, Slatterin murmurs softly. His assurance of Vix's survival is rooted in a unique spell that allows him to ascertain whether his descendants still exist in this world through their bloodline. Alas, this spell cannot pinpoint their exact location. It only provides a vague sense within a vast range. After 15 minutes of combat, the wild dwarf scout returns to Slatterin, reporting, Shaman, the dog-headed tribe has been annihilated, and the remaining goblin warriors have surrendered. A grail, let us proceed. Slatterin nods slightly, his expression composed. Beneath him, the beast, with its limbs and head adorned with bony spikes, responds to its master's command, leaping forward in a matter of moments, covering 100 meters with such speed that the nearby wild dwarf scout could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting black shadow. Within the heart of the tribe, in an open space, dozens of goblin warriors kneel on the ground, pledging their fealty. Surrounding them are wild dwarf warriors, their blood-soaked forms watching with watchful eyes. Soon, the wild dwarf warriors part to create a path, and the black beast carrying Slatterin arrives at this place. Slytherin surveyed the captives, suddenly furrowing his brow. With a flick of his wand, a point of black magical energy descended into the body of a goblin warrior. The goblin, initially bewildered, soon began to wail and writhe on the ground. Beneath the exposed skin of this goblin warrior, fine black scales began to emerge. The instant Slytherin beheld these scales, his expression darkened. What had once been uncertainty transformed into conviction. These robust goblins and gnolls were draconic descendants, servants of the Black Dragon. The only black dragon in the vicinity, to his recollection, was the Dark Queen, Lyanna. Slytherin's demeanor fluctuated between apprehension and resolve. The Dark Queen was a fully matured black dragon, and despite being a masterful spellcaster, he lacked the assurance to confront her. A spellcaster's lowest tier is not insignificant, while their highest potential is exceedingly vast. The pinnacle of talent allows extraordinary spellcasters to slay dragons of equal level, or even challenge those of greater might. Conversely, the lower tier reflects that ordinary spellcasters generally possess an advantage over typical adventurers. Although Slytherin was revered as the most gifted spellcaster of the Brownwood clan in centuries, he was still far from the truly exceptional. He felt confident in defeating a master-level human of equivalent standing. Yet the prospect of vanquishing a mature black dragon seemed a daunting task. Withdraw. Let us first transport these captives before devising a new strategy, he commanded, his tone decidedly displeased. The wild dwarven army promptly began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Once the dwarves vanished from sight, a figure, Scree, who had been lurking atop the cliffs of the gorge, quietly rose and cast a bloodthirsty grin towards the departing dwarven forces. The surrendered goblin warriors were formidable fighters of levels 3 and 4. As for their potential betrayal, Scree harbored little concern regarding their loyalty or the revelation of their master's existence. Deeply saturated with dragon's blood and fervently brainwashed by Scree, they had become akin to fanatics, poised to obey his commands. What Scree instructed them to do was to slay their own dragon master, the Dark Queen Lyanna, as the master had decreed. As long as their actions did not involve the Blackblood Valley and thereby affect him, they could employ any means necessary. Skree's cunning plan was to redirect the dwarves' attention towards the Dark Queen. However, caution was warranted regarding the spellcasters within the Dwarven clan. Skree murmured to himself. Spellcasters wield a plethora of techniques, including those that probe soul memories, induce hypnosis, and extract truths. Yet, such spells often pertain to the soul and memory, typically mastered by necromancers, enchanters, and illusionists. A Dwarven clan hidden in the dark forest for countless years likely possessed a limited repertoire of spells. Chapter 51. Striking at the root, Shiki dispatched the most astute 50 or so goblins from the clan to stealthily observe the various nodes frequented by the wild dwarves. On the first day, the wild dwarves remained inactive. The second day passed without incident as well. It was not until the third day that 2 goblins concealed in the southwestern region detected the presence of the wild dwarves. Hygi, return immediately to report this to the leader. I shall remain here in concealment, whispered a goblin, its body shrouded in a thick layer of verdant vine-like foliage. As it caught sight of the shadowy figures of the wild dwarves in the distance, clad in leather armor and wielding axes, the wild dwarves moved swiftly through the underbrush, startling the goblin, which then quietly communicated its findings to its companion. Hygi, with a serious demeanor, nodded and stealthily retreated, only accelerating to a swift pace once it reached a place where it would not be detected, quickly vanishing from sight. In the Blackblood Valley, Shiki received the report from the goblin scouts. It hastened back to its dwelling and approached a smooth, flat stone slab. Upon this slab lay a rather unremarkable map, its center marked by the Blackblood Valley, surrounded by numerous other points of interest: the Brownwood Wild Dwarf clan, the high-ranking magical beast lair of the Horned Lion, the rotting swamp of the Dark Queen, and the ogre and troll tribes. Goblins, being adept miners, navigated the intricacies of the labyrinthine tunnels with ease. Thus, while the map may not have been aesthetically pleasing, its accuracy was largely unquestionable. Approaching the map, Shiki gently tapped a location in a forest approximately 50 to 60 kilometers from the rotting swamp, causing a small marking to appear. This mark indicated the position of the wild dwarf army, as discovered by the goblin scouts. From this vantage, should the wild dwarves choose to assault the Blackblood Valley, they would have to cross a river and circumvent 2 large mountains, a route that would not only consume considerable time, but also expose their movements. Clearly, their objective was not the Blackblood Valley. After analyzing the situation, Shiki breathed a sigh of relief. It had been concerned that a spellcaster among the wild dwarves might possess soul memory spells, potentially extracting information from the mind of a surrendered goblin warrior regarding its treacherous plans. Although the likelihood was minimal, the implications for the safety of its master were significant, and Shiki's caution was warranted. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. The chosen route for their march was ill-suited for an assault on the Blackblood Valley, but rather favorable for an attack on the rotting swamp, the Blackfawn clan, and the Bonebreaker clan. The rotting swamp, as one might surmise, was the lair of the Dark Queen, Lyanna, while the Blackfawn and Bonebreaker clans were 2 of her monstrous vassal clans, the former being the Goblin tribe where Shiki had previously resided, and the latter, a tribe of forest trolls. Undoubtedly, the Wild Dwarf's current military campaign targeted Lyanna herself. Shiki found itself somewhat astonished by their audacity to provoke the Dark Queen. Although the plan to divert the disaster was concocted jointly by it and Caradan, their intention was merely to draw the Wild Dwarves' attention towards the Dark Queen, thereby granting themselves more time to cultivate and strengthen. They had never anticipated that the Wild Dwarves would dare to invade the Dark Queen's domain. A tribe that has endured for so long cannot possibly lack intelligence, Shiki pondered. Since the Wild Dwarves were not seeking their demise, they must possess some form of confidence. While they might not be able to defeat the Dark Queen, they certainly had cards to play against her. Fortunately, the attention of these wild dwarves had been successfully diverted. Otherwise, despite gleaning considerable intelligence from the captured wild dwarven warriors, their steadfast and forthright nature meant that, even under torture, the information extracted was neither detailed nor specific. From the collated intelligence, Shiki learned that their clan was named the Brown Forest Clan, consisting of numerous dragon knights and high-level wild dwarven practitioners and spellcasters. And there were even suspected master-level wild dwarven warriors within the clan. Shiki had already confirmed much of this information during the ambush in the canyon 3 days prior. However, the most crucial piece of information, the existence of master-level practitioners among the wild dwarves, remained unverified. Yet now, since the Brown Forest Clan dared to confront the Dragon's Whiskers, it was certain that master-level wild dwarven warriors existed. Could it be the spellcaster clad in a black robe, riding a black feline beast? Siki recalled the formidable wild dwarven spellcaster observed on the battlefield, feeling a slight thrill. The mental prowess of spellcasters was exceptionally powerful, and Siki had refrained from scrutinizing them too closely for fear of being detected, thus only casting a cursory glance before daring not to look further. Previously, it had speculated that the individual was a powerful high-level mage, but now it seemed plausible that this person could indeed be an even more formidable master-level spellcaster. This news must be reported to the master without delay. With this thought, Siki promptly called out to its master through the mental connection of the familial bond. Siki would not disturb the master through this connection unless in urgent or exceptional circumstances. Consequently, Udi's responses were always swift. "I understand, you have done well, Siki." Upon receiving the calm response from its master, Siki finally exhaled in relief. In the waterfall's pool, beneath the dragon's lair, Udi slowly opened his eyes. He had been engrossed in studying spells, but the revelation of a highly likely master-level spellcaster among the wild dwarves instantly extinguished his enthusiasm. A master-level spellcaster, Udi murmured to himself. Such a formidable entity, even the most ordinary master-level spellcaster, was beyond what he could contend with at present. After much contemplation, he finally reached a decision. With such a powerful foe near his lair, he could not remain at ease. As for relocating to an entirely unfamiliar locale still presents the potential for unforeseen perils. Rather than confronting the unknown, it is far wiser to address the dangers one has already come to understand. After a moment of contemplation, Udi devised a plan. He communicated this strategy to his 4 core dragon vein followers through a mental connection: Shurji, Karadan, Mundo, and the white-feathered crane matriarch. Regardless of their current engagements, these 4 loyal companions promptly set aside their tasks and sprang into action. Udi's plan was straightforward. He intended to seize the advantageous opportunity presented by the confrontation between the formidable and elite forces of the wild dwarves and the dark dragon matriarch's faction to undermine the enemy's stronghold from within. Chapter 52. The ambush. Several dozen kilometers beyond the putrid marsh, within the dense forest, solemn wild dwarf warriors raced through the underbrush. Each warrior emanated a powerful aura, with the weakest among them at least of the 4th rank, and numerous 5th and 6th rank warriors among their ranks. Leading them were over 40 dragon knights, alongside fearsome bone-blood warriors adorned in black robes, riding upon monstrous beasts. "Saman, do you believe our undertaking is perilous?" inquired Slattern, who was mounted on a dark beast alongside another wild dwarf warrior. This warrior, with a bare torso marked by an array of sanguine totems, exuded an intense presence, revealing him to be a formidable bone-blood warrior. Indeed, his name was Ruz, the mightiest warrior of the Brown Forest tribe, an esteemed master-level combatant and one of the 2 master-level practitioners of the clan. The spiritual leader of the wild dwarf clan was the Saman, with the tribal chief serving beneath him. Matters concerning the survival of the clan were determined by the Saman, while the chief typically handled day-to-day tribal affairs and development. "Perilous?" Slattern shook his head and replied, "We are not embarking on a dragon slaughter. With our combined prowess and the elite forces of the clan, dealing with the minions of the Dark Dragon is hardly a risk. Moreover, the Dragon Matriarch spends most of her time in slumber by the time she awakens. Our mission will have already concluded." Upon hearing Slattern's rationale, Ruz inwardly sighed. He understood all too well that Slattern's urgency stemmed from the abduction of his grandson, leading him to act impulsively. Indeed, the risk of their undertaking was minimal. However, even a warrior as muscle-bound as he recognized that such actions would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Shadow Queen. If an ordinary person were to be insulted, thoughts of vengeance would naturally arise. How much more so for a dragon clan known for its profound grudges? Being marked by an adult black dragon poses an immense pressure on the Brownwood clan, as a single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. However, with a significant number of elite warriors captured, the clan's leader cannot remain inactive. To choose the path of silence and pretense would surely fracture the morale of the clan. The wild dwarfs, aligned with the neutral order, are steadfast in their commitment to maintaining order, which includes the imperative to rescue their comrades. Furthermore, this mission is commanded by the shaman, adding weight to the responsibility. Unquestionably adhering to the orders of their tribal leader is also a tenet of their established order. With a deep sigh, Aluz steeled himself, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination, his spirit surging with momentum, and his battle fervor escalating rapidly. Having resolved to engage in combat, he proclaimed, "Let us fight." The wild dwarves fear no foe. The contingent of wild dwarves led by Slytherin and Aluz comprises the clan's elite, numbering fewer than 500. Their objective in this engagement is speed and efficiency, with the ultimate goal being the rescue of Vix and his companions. I hope my assumptions are correct, Slytherin murmured to himself. Vix and his team had vanished while on a mission to eliminate goblins and gnolls, all of whom are minions of the Black Dragon. To Slytherin's knowledge, the only black dragon in the vicinity is the Dark Queen. Among the chromatic dragons, aside from the blue dragons that tend to establish familial nests, the other 4 chromatic dragons typically do not permit the presence of other powerful dragons in their vicinity. After extracting information from the surrendering goblin warriors, Slytherin's conclusions aligned with his suspicions, leading him to consolidate all evidence into a coherent hypothesis. Vix and his companions had likely been captured by the minion tribes under the Dark Queen's command. The absence of Vix in the 2 monster tribes previously eradicated in the canyon indicated that they must reside within other monster tribes. Thus, through methodical investigation, Slytherin's focus naturally shifted to the 3 other tribes under the Dark Queen: the Blackfang tribe, the Bonebreaker tribe, and the Beastheart tribe. Slytherin had some recollection of these tribes, having witnessed them coexist with the Dark Queen for decades, unlike the 2 gnoll and goblin tribes he had recently decimated, which seemed to have emerged from obscurity. As the wild dwarf army approached the Blackfang tribe, their first target was chosen based on the footprints found at the site of Vix's disappearance. It was unlikely that trolls were responsible. The Beastheart tribe, formed by goblins, was also excluded due to its greater distance. The wild dwarf forces advanced with remarkable swiftness, silence, and ruthlessness, resolutely direct in their approach. As the sentinels of the Black-Tooth tribe, the goblins, became aware of the approaching horde of wild dwarves, it was already too late. A volley of throwing axes effortlessly pierced the skulls of the watchful goblins, and the dwarf warriors quickly closed in on the Black-Tooth tribe. Towering at 4 meters high and as thick as a human thigh, the wooden barricade stood in their way. However, the draconic knights riding Triceratops snorted disdainfully, and with a single charge, they easily shattered the barrier. The cacophony of battle cries and wails reverberated throughout the Black-Tooth tribe as the diminutive goblins, barely a meter tall, were mercilessly slaughtered by the dwarfs. Watching this carnage unfold, Slytherin's expression darkened. These goblins were far too weak, their stature was utterly incongruous, and they lacked the strength to have captured Vix and the others. Just as Slytherin furrowed his brow in concern, the agonized screams of dwarf warriors echoed from within the tribe. A jolt of urgency surged through him as he mounted his monstrous beast and raced forward. There, he beheld a goblin spellcaster, draped in a gray robe and standing just over 1.5 meters tall, wielding a staff and unleashing blades of water and acid spells. In mere moments, it had slain 5 or 6 dwarf warriors, one of whom was a level 5 fighter. An advanced spellcaster? A dragon-blooded goblin? Slytherin felt a surge of exhilaration upon recognizing the dragon-blooded goblin. Given its status, it would undoubtedly possess knowledge of the plans to capture Vix and the others. Shaman, I shall seize it, Ruz declared, charging towards the goblin spellcaster atop his beast. His energy radiated fiercely as he enveloped his hand axe in a cloak of sanguine power, transforming it into a streak of crimson light that cleaved through the air. The goblin spellcaster sensed the commotion, but was far too late to react to the blindingly swift axe. With a resounding crack, the spellcaster's magical shield shattered, and the bloodied axe severed both of its lower legs, continuing its trajectory until it was halted by the trunks of 2 sturdy trees. Chapter 53. Retreat. The bloody axe had severed the goblin spellcaster's legs, yet it merely let out a muffled grunt. Usman, witnessing Ruz charging towards him on the monstrous beast, felt an overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent and paled in fear. A master-level combatant. Although he could not fathom why dwarves had descended upon the Black-Tooth clan to unleash such slaughter, he swiftly realized the strength of the enemy. Through the spiritual connection of the blood bond, Usman urgently sought to communicate with his dragon master, the Shadow Queen Lyanna. After sending forth his request for communication, he anxiously awaited his master's response while concentrating on conjuring his most formidable spell, dragon language magic, Black Dragon Breath. Usman opened his mouth, and the power of the dragon vein within him trembled. After decades of accumulating surging magical energy, he unleashed an overwhelming torrent, spewing forth a 30-meter-long stream of highly corrosive acid. Initially, the acid was only as thick as a wrist, but at a distance of 30 meters. Its coverage expanded to hundreds, even thousands, of square meters. This area enveloped both Luz and a dozen wild dwarf warriors. The might of this spell, executed with the utmost effort by a high-level dragon vein spellcaster, was not inferior to the acidic breath of a young black dragon. Anyone caught in this terrifyingly corrosive acid without sufficient protective measures would face a gruesome fate of flesh and bone dissolving away. Damn it! Luz, mounted on a black beast, raised his head, confronted by a torrential rain of dragon breath acid. Seeing the despair etched on the faces of his kin around him ignited an immense fury within his heart. While this acidic breath would not harm him significantly, merely rendering him somewhat disheveled, it posed a lethal threat to the wild dwarf warriors, who were at most 5th or 6th level. Just as Luz gritted his teeth in anger and the wild dwarf warriors succumbed to hopelessness, a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground with unstoppable force, swiftly rising to over 10 meters high, resembling a bastion that shielded Luz and his companions from the impending acid rain. The acidic breath not only possessed formidable corrosive properties, but also bore the unique and powerful impact of dragon breath. The solid earthen wall was battered, corroding into enormous, irregular gaps. In mere seconds, this wall, more than 2 meters thick and over 15 meters tall, was left in tatters. However, those few seconds were sufficient for the elite wild dwarf warriors to withdraw from this deadly zone. Upon witnessing the earthen wall rise, Usman's countenance changed dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes as he turned to Slytherin, the caster of this spell. The Earth Elemental Barrier, a 5th ring Earth spell, this was not the most astonishing aspect. What mattered was that it was instantaneous. Spell proficiency is categorized into 3 levels: Novice, Proficient, and Mastery. Novice spells are characterized by transparent runes, requiring the full incantation for casting, resulting in slow execution and average potency. Proficient spells possess solidified runes, allowing for abbreviated incantations, significantly speeding up casting compared to novice spells. When mastered to the limit, they can approach instantaneous casting, with reduced magical consumption and increased power. Mastery spells, known as True Mastery, see the now solidified runes deeply embedded in the caster's mental sea, achieving an unparalleled connection. At this level, instantaneous casting becomes a hallmark, with a substantial boost in power and further reduction in magical cost. Slytherin merely scoffed at Usman's disbelief, his black staff glowing with a rich, dark luminescence. In the next instant, countless black tendrils erupted from the ground beneath Usman's severed feet, wildly intertwining around him. In the blink of an eye, a black sphere, over 3 meters in diameter, materialized in place. In the realm of dark magic, the 5th circle spell, the Fleshbound Prison, was cast with remarkable swiftness. The urgency was palpable as they sought out Vix and his companions, preparing to swiftly relocate the battlefield. After ensnaring the esteemed draconic mage, Usman, Slytherin did not display any triumph. Instead, he urged the barbarian warriors to hasten their search for the Blackfang tribe and locate Vix. With his 16th level mastery, he could effortlessly wield a spell honed to instantaneous perfection, capable of obliterating a high-ranking draconic goblin mage with relative ease. However, the shaman reported that Vix was nowhere to be found. The barbarian warriors scoured the entirety of the Blackfang tribe, but returned empty-handed, compelled to report their findings to Slytherin, whose demeanor was notably grim. This was not solely due to the warriors' report, but also the information gleaned from Usman, the draconic goblin mage. With a flick of his wand, the colossal orb diminished from a 3-meter diameter to a mere half-meter, his countenance darkening as he resumed his discourse with Usman ensnared within the obsidian sphere. "Are you certain you have not captured any of our kin?" Usman, bound by countless tendrils that stifled his movements and magical essence, replied with an unsettling calmness. "Have I not already answered you? Do you truly believe I would deceive your barbaric kin?" Having lived for decades, Usman clearly recognized the lineage of Slytherin and his ilk. Upon hearing Usman's sardonic retort, Slytherin's expression soured further, yet he understood that further interrogation was unwise. He promptly commanded the barbarian warriors to assemble with utmost speed and return to the tribe. A glimmer of dark light emanated from his staff, silencing the mocking laughter emanating from the orb. Once the external connection was severed, Usman fell silent, desperately urging his dragon master, Liana, within the confines of his mind. Alas, the sealing effects of the fleshbound prison thwarted even their spiritual bond, rendering Usman's pleas unheard. Cursed, Usman's countenance darkened as he realized his messages had failed to transmit, sealing his fate. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Slytherin declared, "Luz, we must withdraw. This operation may have ensnared us in a trap." His expression was one of deep concern. Luz nodded seriously. Despite his brawn, he sensed the disquiet in the unfolding battle. Fortunately, the warriors summoned for this endeavor were the Armée de la Armée, and the group swiftly assembled, retrieving the fallen comrades who had perished at the hands of the draconic goblin mage. Under the cloak of night, They executed a methodical retreat. During the retreat, Slater wielded his wand, casting a multitude of dark spells that enveloped all the goblins in shadowy tendrils. The mid-tier dark magic known as Three Rings of Shadow served to conceal their forms and erase any traces of their movements. After all, leaving a trail would certainly attract the attention of the Queen of Shadows. Chapter 54. The Wrathful Black Dragon Mother. Infiltrating the home in the depths of the putrid marsh. Beneath the water lay the dragon's lair. At the very core of this sanctuary, a colossal black beast, measuring 19 meters in length, coiled atop its hoard of treasures. Blissfully asleep, the creature bore a dragon's head that resembled a skull, its scales a dull, matte black, exuding an aura of calmness and silence. After an indeterminate period of slumber, the black dragon slowly opened its dim yellow eyes. How dare that wretched goblin servant, Usman, disturb my repose? A flicker of displeasure crossed Lina's gaze. Yet, considering the possibility of an urgent matter, she yawned and casually accepted the mental communication request. After waiting a second, then two, she received no response from the other end of the connection. A terrifying draconic aura suddenly erupted from Lina's form, radiating outward. On the other side of the lair, the two young dragons, Brooke and Heloise, jolted awake in fright, bewildered at their mother's sudden fury. The dreadful dragon presence surged forth from the lair, enveloping a substantial portion of the putrid marsh, startling countless creatures that dwelled within. The weaker beings were so overcome with terror that they flipped onto their backs, succumbing to shock, while the more formidable beasts and monsters trembled in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. After unleashing her formidable aura, Lina emerged from the depths of the lair, soaring into the sky, her immense form rapidly heading towards the Black-Tooth tribe. As she flew, her teeth clenched in indignation. She seethed inwardly. That insolent servant dared to toy with me. Though Lina was engulfed in rage, she was not foolish. She surmised that Usman, the contemptible goblin mage, might indeed be in peril, which prompted her swift departure from the lair towards the Black-Tooth tribe. Nevertheless, she detested her servant's audacity. For dragons, the bond of servitude, while bidirectional, was generally unwelcome, as most dragons preferred not to be disturbed by their subordinates. Typically, communication flowed solely from the dragon to the servant, as the majority of their time was spent in deep slumber, dreaming blissfully. This form of mental communication would abruptly awaken a dragon, not in a gentle manner, but rather through the jarring intrusion of a message piercing directly into their consciousness. Above the Black-Tooth tribe, the massive black dragon descended. Lina gazed down from the sky, surveying the chaos below, where the tribe seemed overrun by a frenzied stampede of beasts, and the ground was littered with the corpses of goblins, her expression growing noticeably colder. The nose twitched, and aside from the unpleasant odor emanating from the dog-headed creatures, there was nothing particularly distinctive in the air. Wait, something was amiss. The formidable sense of smell possessed by the black dragon allowed her to swiftly detect a faint, lingering essence in the atmosphere. It bore the scent of a beast, moderately potent, reminiscent of a lesser dragon, yet devoid of the true bloodline of a dragon. Were these the beasts in question? Lina recalled from the vast reservoir of dragon lore the existence corresponding to this scent. A cadre of formidable creatures, designated as lesser dragons, yet lacking any true draconic heritage, regarded as inferior and of low intellect by nearly all true dragons. Nevertheless, many dragons would still be inclined to accept them as subservient companions. The intensity of this scent indicated that a spellcaster had employed magic to obscure it. Lina scoffed, disdainful of such tactics. Did they think that such measures could elude her? Although she held little regard for the lives of her subordinates, it did not imply that others could freely eliminate her followers. Moreover, the demise of so many subordinates, coupled with the capture of a core draconic heir bound by a contract, would undoubtedly impact the quality of her sustenance. This particular fact ignited her fury. Regardless of the entity, those who provoke me, the Queen of Shadows, shall meet their demise. With a roar, she forged a mental connection to the other two bound subordinates, urging them to rally their monstrous legions with utmost haste. Having accomplished this, Lina began to meticulously sense the almost imperceptible essences wafting through the air. Soon, she pinpointed two directions. With a powerful flap of her wings, she opted to venture southwest. After several minutes of fruitless searching for signs of movement in that direction, she, in a fit of irritation, veered towards another course. Clearly, despite her disdain for the spell that masked the scent, she had momentarily fallen prey to its deception. Cursed foe. Cursed. 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 The fury within Lina swelled, awaiting the moment she would unleash her wrath upon her adversaries. Meanwhile, the The wild gnomes concealed themselves in flight, as Lena led her monstrous horde in a frenzied pursuit of the enemy's trail. And what of Udi? Before the vast cavern, a small stream meandered forth, its surface dotted with flickering fireflies that danced above it, weaving through the grasses and flowers. Under the glow of the night, the surroundings were breathtakingly serene and beautiful, if not for the ominous throng of monstrous warriors outside the cave. A legion, numbering in the thousands, composed of dog-headed creatures, goblins, and trolls, began to methodically prepare for their incursion into the cavern. Quicken your pace and lower your voices. Several dog-headed overseers navigated through the ranks, growling at the monstrous soldiers, particularly at the boisterous trolls. For this expedition to raid the enemy's stronghold, Udi had commanded Schick and his kin to deploy all available warriors, with the trolls following Mundo's lead without exception. These trolls are not merely forest trolls, but also swamp trolls, gray trolls, and mud trolls. The subtypes of this troll race are exceedingly numerous, with over 10 well-known varieties alone. Without exception, nearly all subtypes of trolls possess a rather boisterous demeanor, often lacking a certain degree of intelligence. However, despite their many shortcomings, they do have their advantages. For instance, one of their most distinctive traits is that if their somewhat vacant minds were to be shattered, they could remarkably revert to their original state. Yet, regardless of how diligently the dog-headed commanders strive to restrain these monstrous warriors, the sheer number of their movements creates quite a commotion. Soon, 2 wild dwarf sentinels stationed deep within the cave sensed something amiss. Cautiously, they ventured outside, their eyes widening in shock. Their immediate instinct and action were to flee, run. Both sentinels, possessing considerable strength at level 4, could typically evade any ordinary monstrous warrior due to their swift reactions. A monstrous horde is attacking. One of the wild dwarf warriors cried out frantically, only to be silenced midway. His head rolled from his neck as he caught a glimpse of his companion's severed head in his peripheral vision. I am dead, he thought. Disbelief etched across his face as he succumbed to eternal slumber. Nevertheless, the disturbance echoed through the Brownwood clan, where the wild dwarf tribe was enveloped in hurried footsteps and the distinctively loud voices of dwarves. Chapter 55. A brutal slaughter. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. After traversing several hundred meters through the cave, they emerged into a crescent-shaped valley, where 2-story wooden houses sprang up from the ground. Beyond these structures, a vast expanse of golden wheat fields stretched endlessly. Upon hearing the alarm of an enemy assault, countless wild dwarves of varying heights burst forth from the wooden houses. Taysai, take the children and hide in the cave behind the valley, quickly, a robust middle-aged wild dwarf urged as he donned his leather armor, securing his spare hand axe and throwing spear. Taysai's face was tense, worry etched in her features as she gazed at her husband. Yet she understood the urgency of the moment. Lawrence, be careful, she cautioned, and without waiting for further urging, she hurriedly took her 2 half-grown children and dashed towards the rear of the valley. Lawrence watched the retreating figures of his wife and children, a resolve forming in his heart as he silently vowed, rest assured, I shall return. He was a level 6 warrior, regarded as an elite and formidable fighter within the clan. However, with the shaman and the chief having taken a significant number of elite warriors on a secret mission, Lawrence felt a twinge of concern at the coincidence of an enemy attack during this time. Not only Lawrence harbored such thoughts, other somewhat astute and formidable wild dwarf warriors in the valley had come to the same realization. While ensuring their families and children were safely guided to the caves at the rear of the valley for refuge, they swiftly gathered towards the valley's entrance. By the time Lawrence arrived at the mouth of the valley, the battle had already commenced. Towering dog-headed warriors and exuberant goblin fighters brandished their wooden spears and iron blades, engaging fiercely with the converging wild dwarf warriors. The scene was one of utter chaos. A goblin warrior swung his iron blade, missing his target, and inadvertently felled the wooden framework of a bonfire, sending a basin filled with glowing red charcoal tumbling several meters away, scattering its contents across the ground. The contact of the burning charcoal with the dry firewood outside the wooden huts ignited a crackling blaze. Among the carnage lay the lifeless bodies of wild dwarves, as well as the tragically fallen dog-headed and goblin combatants. In the midst of the chaos, Lawrence spotted a familiar face among the corpses, Shannon, the object of his youthful affection. The once vibrant Shannon now lay in a pitiful state, her body clad in a tattered skirt, her throat a gruesome mess, vividly illuminated by the dying embers of the bonfire. A gaping wound in her abdomen revealed her intestines spilling forth. Not far from her, her child, only in his 30s, had met a similar fate, his body cruelly severed in 2. Damn it! Rage surged through Lawrence's veins as his eyes reddened, his expression twisted in fury. With a low growl, he charged towards the nearest goblin warrior. His hand axe whirled through the air, transforming into a streak of silver that struck the goblin squarely in the skull. The force of the blow, amplified by the furious might of a 6th-tier wild dwarf warrior, was nothing short of terrifying, obliterating half of the goblin's head. Having dispatched one foe, Lawrence swiftly directed his wrath towards other enemies. After effortlessly eliminating several monstrous combatants, he caught the attention of a formidable 5th-tier goblin warrior. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, it charged forth, sending a 3rd-tier wild dwarf warrior hurtling 7 or 8 meters away. Bones shattered and blood spewing from the impact. Roar, Shorty, your opponent is the Green Savage. The towering goblin bellowed, hoisting a massive, heavy mace overhead, ready to bring it crashing down upon Lawrence. The sheer force of the impending attack compressed the air, producing a resonant whoosh. Lawrence dared not confront such brute strength head-on. Instead, he deftly rolled aside and sprang to his feet, drawing his backup hand axe from his waist. Infused with white energy, he gathered strength before launching it. A flash of white light darted through the air, striking the goblin warrior in the thigh, tearing a gaping wound, and unleashing a torrent of green blood. The injured goblin, eyes wide as saucers, clutched its mace and pursued Lawrence relentlessly, swinging wildly at him. The wound on its thigh had not penetrated deeply enough to affect its mobility significantly. For a moment, Lawrence could only awkwardly evade, seizing any opportunity to inflict minor wounds upon the formidable goblin warrior before him. Although his professional level surpassed that of this hulking foe, there exists a distinction between professional levels and biological levels. Professional levels are multifaceted and functional. For instance, a warrior can cultivate various attributes of battle energy and vitality, while a mage can master an array of spells, significantly enhancing their prowess. Although there are enhancements in physical strength, the primary focus remains on the cultivation of extraordinary power. Conversely, biological levels signify the intrinsic physical strength and capabilities of a creature. While their means of combat may lack the complexity and flair of professional levels, they compensate with sheer physical prowess, thick blood, high defense, immense strength, and formidable resistances. Should the goblin warrior land a blow on Lawrence, devoid of his battle energy for protection, it is likely that he would be gravely injured, if not killed outright. Yet, even if Lawrence were to strike the goblin warrior with his hand axe repeatedly, as long as he avoided vital areas, the warrior would endure for a considerable duration. This illustrates the stark difference between the two. Each possesses its own merits and demerits. As the fierce battle unfolded at the mouth of the valley, high upon a cliff rising over 200 meters, Udi descended gracefully. His robust dragon claws firmly gripped the ground, while his expansive wings slowly folded. A pair of indifferent, dark yellow dragon eyes surveyed the scene below, observing the death of the gnoll warriors, goblin warriors, and even the formidable goblin warrior and trolls at the hands of the wild dwarfs. Udi remained unfazed. These creatures had been crafted into a monstrous army in less than a year. Their demise held little significance for him. As long as he remained, he could readily summon forth an army of such magnitude, one that would be even stronger. A spellcaster? And is that a wild dwarf? A lineage warrior of the clan? Udi watched silently as the powerful members of the Brown Forest clan joined the fray, observing from above. Although he had received word from Shurji that an elite force from the Brown Forest clan had infiltrated the territory of the Black Dragon Matron, likely led by the clan's true powerhouses, one could only wonder if there were other hidden strongholds within the opposing tribe, not to mention master-level experts. Even high-ranking professionals could pose a severe threat if they were to launch a covert assault against Udi, leading to unpredictable consequences. Chapter 56. Advanced Combat Power. Though Udi's dragon form possesses considerable strength, he is yet to reach the age of 3. According to the age classification of dragons, he has a few months remaining in the hatchling phase before entering the juvenile stage. Presently, the majority of his physical strength is augmented through the feast's enhancements, with his innate growth contributing only a small fraction. The achievements in spellcasting are rather mediocre. Although the mage profession has reached level 5, not a single intermediate spell has been learned, aside from a water elemental enhancement spell that has attained mastery, offering a slight increase in strength. The proficiency of other spells remains low, yielding minimal enhancements to power. However, this is merely a consequence of the brevity of the training period. As time progresses and experience accumulates, it is certain that spells will become a significant component of Udi's strength. As Udi's thoughts swirled, a confrontation unfolded below, involving formidable individuals from both sides. A Boneblood warrior faced off against a spellcaster. The former was pitted against Mundo and Caradan, while the latter confronted Bayuchi. The mother crane, alone. In contrast, Shurji's strength did not match that of Bayuchi, nor did he possess Caridin's ability to provide distant magical support. And he lacked Mundo's terrifying regenerative capabilities. Consequently, he devised a cunning battle strategy. Armed with a curved dagger and a spear on his back, he maneuvered stealthily across the battlefield, seeking opportunities to strike unexpectedly at the intermediate practitioners among the wild dwarves by coordinating with the monstrous warriors. The two curved daggers employed by Shurji were custom-made weapons from the noble high-grind family of the Caste Duchy, a testament to the advanced craftsmanship and superior materials that the monster clans could scarcely procure. Observing Shurji employ such a treacherous tactic to eliminate 4 or 5 intermediate wild dwarf practitioners, Udi couldn't help but nod in approval. Very good. Although the cost was the lives of dozens of monstrous warriors serving as bait, facing intermediate practitioners, survival was virtually impossible for them. Despite the high casualty rate, both Shurji and Udi regarded it as a significant gain. After all, could the growth cycles of wild dwarves compare to those of these lowly monsters? Wild dwarves typically have a lifespan ranging from 250 to 450 years, with legendary status further extending their lives, maturing only at the age of 80. While not as long-lived as dragons, high elves, or giants, they are considered a long-lived race compared to humans. Goblins and kobolds require no elaboration, provided there is sufficient food. Goblins produce a litter every half-month on average, while kobolds do so every month, reaching maturity in a matter of months. Conversely, their lifespans are relatively short, with most goblins and kobolds living only around 30 to 40 years. However, those transformed by draconic blood, dragonblood kobolds and goblins, experience varying degrees of lifespan extension based on the level and concentration of the dragon blood, with some extending their lives by several decades or even hundreds of years. Roar. It hurts so much, Mundo is in agony. Below, Mundo clutched the half of his head that remained, howling in despair, wildly swinging his wolf-toothed club. Before him stood a bone-blood warrior, slightly over a meter tall, with a bare upper body adorned with various blood-red totemic patterns, nonchalantly evading Mundo's frantic assaults with an air of ease and indifference. In his grasp, the massive axe, slightly larger than his own body, dripped with thick, crimson blood. It was evident that the horrifying injuries inflicted upon Mundo were the result of his own doing. During this time, Mundo's biological rank had elevated from a high-level 6 to an initial 7, his stature reaching nearly 5 meters. Coupled with the ogre's formidable regenerative abilities, he was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary mid-tier Dwarven warriors. Yet, the bone and blood warrior before him had managed to inflict such terrifying injuries upon Mundo in mere moments. Undoubtedly, this bone and blood warrior was a high-level combatant. Behind, Caridin, witnessing Mundo's severe injury, was momentarily taken aback and began to chant an incantation. Second-tier water elemental enhancement. A vibrant blue aura enveloped Mundo, bestowing him with both strength and protection. Caridin's spellcasting drew the attention of the bone and blood warrior, who, upon locking eyes with Caridin, chose to abandon the challenging Mundo and charged toward the spellcaster instead. Eliminating the caster first would render the battle significantly easier. The speed of a high-level warrior, augmented by bloodlust, was truly terrifying. With just a few swift movements, he closed a considerable distance. However, Caridin was no fragile mage. Having harnessed the power of the Udi dragon vein for nearly a year, his biological rank had recently ascended from a high-level 4 to a 5. Utilizing his sheer physical prowess, Caridin desperately sought to distance himself from the advancing bone and blood warrior. The warrior was taken aback by Caridin's explosive speed, yet he soon sneered. Blood energy surged within him, evidently unleashing some form of enhancement technique, transforming him into a streak of crimson light as he raced toward Caridin. Upon witnessing the speed exhibited by his opponent, Caridin's eyes narrowed. There was no escape. It was utterly futile. Accepting this reality, the seasoned veteran swiftly altered his tactics. Accepting the cost of reduced mobility, he began to chant incantations at a rapid pace. In less than 3 seconds, a beam of black light shot toward the bone and blood warrior. First-tier weakness spell. The bone and blood warrior frowned slightly. Although he sensed only a modest amount of magic emanating from the black light, he preferred to avoid any contact and thus slightly shifted to evade the spell. Caridin was not surprised that the weakness spell was dodged. After all, his opponent was a high-level warrior, and Caridin had never anticipated a successful hit. His aim was merely to disrupt the warrior's speed. At that moment, Mundo began to recover, clutching his still recovering head as he hurried toward Caridin. However, judging by his pace, It appeared that Caradan would need at least 3 lives to endure long enough for Mundo to arrive and provide adequate support, just as the situation threatened to shift dramatically. Udi, ever vigilant for any hidden threats from the Brown Forest clan, could no longer contain his impatience. The situation has escalated to such a tragic extent that the casualties among the ordinary soldiers of both sides have exceeded 3 digits, with considerable losses among the intermediate warriors as well. Given the chaotic yet neutral disposition of the wild dwarves, if any formidable beings were indeed stationed here, they would undoubtedly emerge to suppress all. It appears that the true powers of the Brownwood clan have ventured forth, leaving behind only the formidable advanced bone warrior and the adept wild dwarf spellcaster. As Udi's thoughts raced, he plunged downward at great speed, his fearsome dragon maw agape, unleashing a torrent of pent-up dragon breath without a moment's hesitation. The ghastly green acidic breath surged forth towards the bone warrior, shrouded in an aura of sanguine energy. As it neared its target, the acid transformed into a torrential downpour, each droplet of corrosive liquid carrying immense kinetic force as it struck the ground beneath the dragon's breath. The sudden onslaught of acidic breath took the advanced wild dwarf warrior by surprise, clearly unprepared for the ambush of a lurking black dragon. Could it be the Queen of Shadows? In an instant, despair flickered across the advanced warrior's face. Concealed in the darkness, Udi, with his massive musculature and rapid descent, boasted a wingspan exceeding 21 meters, rendering his dragon form overwhelmingly imposing. Coupled with the full force of his draconic might, this caused the advanced bone warrior to falter momentarily, unable to discern the true strength of the black dragon. However, upon experiencing the potency of the acidic breath, the bone warrior's expression shifted from despair to astonishment. How weak this dragon breath is! He felt the sanguine energy enveloping his body rapidly depleting, and in mere moments, over 30% of his blood energy had been consumed. The power of this acidic breath was indeed formidable. Udi, being only a 7th-level creature of intermediate status, demonstrated a breath strong enough to compel an advanced bone warrior of over 10th level to exert all their energy in a desperate defense, a testament to the terrifying efficacy of his breath. Yet, the bone warrior still deemed it weak. The reason being that he had initially mistaken Udi for the Queen of Shadows. Even the breath of an adult black dragon is something that even master-level professionals would hesitate to confront directly. The likelihood of an advanced professional surviving a direct encounter with an adult black dragon's breath is virtually non-existent, barring exceptional circumstances involving protective artifacts. In an instant, the bone warrior was redeemed from despair, his eyes igniting with hope. He quickly realized that the exaggeratedly muscular black dragon before him was, in fact, no more than a juvenile black dragon. After all, the adult black dragon is known as the skeletal dragon. How could one with a physique more exaggerated than that of a red dragon possibly be an adult? It could only be concluded that this black dragon was not an ordinary specimen, but rather an aberrant black dragon. Moreover, upon closer inspection, disregarding the impressive wingspan, this aberrant black dragon was merely in its juvenile stage, a creature of insufficient rank to be considered advanced, remaining within the intermediate tier. A mere juvenile black dragon dares to lead a cadre of monsters to assault our Brownwood clan. The name of the Boneblood warrior is Rasha. In this moment, Rasha embodies a thrilling exhilaration reminiscent of a survivor after a calamity. His entire being radiates a blood energy, soaring several meters high like a billowing smoke, enveloping both his figure and his colossal axe. Faced with the descending Udi, he does not retreat an inch. Instead, he leaps to a height of over 10 meters, propelled by a fearsome kinetic force, charging towards the black dragon. As a Boneblood warrior, the fervent and intense nature of combat is their ultimate aspiration, and battling formidable magical beasts and savagely severing their heads represents the most significant accolades and achievements of their lives. At this moment, what could possibly excite a Boneblood warrior more than the prospect of decapitating a colossal dragon? Nothing. Udi observes Rasha's brief, yet intense reaction and transformation, noting the excitement and fervor on his face as he swings his axe towards him. A flicker of exhilaration flashes in the dragon's eyes, its jaw widening into a menacing grin, having already empowered itself with a mastery-level water element enhancement. Udi's robust and sharp left claw descends upon the attacking Rasha with great force. A resounding crash ensues as the dragon's claw collides with the giant axe, producing a sharp explosion. Dragon scales, dragon blood, and shredded flesh are propelled in all directions by this torrent of power. Udi, undeterred by the intense pain in its left claw, concentrates dark energy at the intersection of its horns, unleashing a nearly instantaneous strike that hits Rasha, who is now within close proximity. This is a spell-like ability known as Dark Arts. In the heat of such fierce combat, only instantaneous or near-instantaneous spells hold any value in their application. Accompanying the Dark Arts, Udi's right claw also strikes Rasha. Enduring the relentless blows from both dragon claws while being deprived of his five senses, Rasha feels his blood energy teetering on the brink of collapse. His body crashes heavily to the ground, creating a pit over 2 meters deep. Coughing, he emerges from the pit, blood at the corner of his mouth. His skin flushed with vitality. His muscular arms, thicker than a man's waist, tremble slightly, having suffered numerous fiber ruptures, while his skeletal structure bears visible cracks. Yet, his gaze has grown even more fervent. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from every part of his body, Bone Blood warriors draw strength from suffering. The crimson patterns on his upper body continuously relay sensations of pain and power to Rasha's mind. Amidst this intense agony, he feels his strength surging once more. His blood coursing like molten lava within him, brimming with explosive potential. Out of the corner of his eye, Rasha perceives a massive wolf fang mace swinging toward him. With a cold smirk, he arcs his giant axe in a fluid and elegant motion, aiming it at the thigh of Mondo, which is thicker than his entire body. As for the Dark Arts, it was shattered by Rasha's formidable blood energy midway through the descent of the dragon's claw. Although the Dark Arts possess formidable power, they are intrinsically linked to the strength and magical prowess of the Black Dragon's physique. Utilizing such abilities against foes of a higher tier can only result in a fleeting deprivation of the five senses. In this brief moment, even Udi finds it challenging to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. The white-feathered crane was caught off guard by Udi's ambush, primarily due to the distraction of her child's safety, resulting in her not even unleashing half of her potential in close combat. Although Rasha launched his attack a moment later, his colossal axe first cleaved through Mondor's left leg. A flash of crimson revealed that Mondor's left calf was severed cleanly by the axe, the wound's edges smooth and glistening like a mirror, exuding an eerie beauty. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Mondor remained silent, his eyes ablaze as he swung his spiked club towards Rasha with great fury. Empowered by the water elemental enhancement bestowed by Caradan, Mondor's strength and attack speed surged substantially. Nevertheless, Rasha deftly evaded the onslaught. Regardless of Mondor's massive stature, he remained merely a weak intermediate creature, foolishly aspiring to challenge a higher tier. Rasha scoffed inwardly. After dedicating over a century to honing his blood and bone energy, he found it laughable that a filthy forest troll could aspire to possess the strength to slay him. Suspended dozens of meters in the air, Udi glanced at his left dragon claw, now a gruesome sight with the axe wound penetrating half an inch into the bone, marking the first time he had ever sustained such severe injuries since his birth. Although, for a dragon, this could only be deemed a minor wound. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the white-feathered crane engaged in battle against a high-ranking wild dwarf spellcaster. In stark contrast to their brutal melee, the combat between the two onlookers appeared quite elegant. Blades of wind continuously shot forth from the crane's beak towards the wild dwarf spellcaster. Yet they were all thwarted by the dark tendrils emanating from behind the foe. With a powerful flap of her enormous white wings, the crane unleashed a towering azure whirlwind upon her opponent, only for the creature seated beneath the dwarf to nimbly leap several meters, narrowly avoiding the attack. The azure vortex ultimately engulfed 5 or 6 wild dwarf warriors who failed to evade, reducing them to mere flesh and bone before they could even utter a scream. This was the most potent bloodline spell of the white-feathered crane, the Wind Whirlwind, rivaling the might of a 5th-tier spell. In response to the crane's assault, the wild dwarf spellcaster countered with relentless black orbs, striking towards the soaring white-feathered crane like bullets. Regrettably, despite their remarkable speed, the black orbs could not connect with the crane. For the moment, neither side could gain the upper hand, leading to a perplexing stalemate. Udi began to feel that he had miscalculated. The white-feathered crane, with her rapid maneuvering, effectively restrained the high-ranking wild dwarf spellcaster, preventing him from aiding Rasha. While it appeared that they were at a disadvantage, Udi surmised that the explosive blood energy of the advanced bone warrior could not sustain itself for much longer. If they continued to fight, incurring some costs, they could surely wear down their opponent. In the event that he could soar through the skies, the adversary would be unable to escape, even if they wished to flee. However, this required time. Chapter 58. The most ruthless tactics of the dragon, should they retreat? Udi pondered within. Yet, it did not take long for Udi to reach a resolution. Retreat. The reason remained unclear. None could ascertain when the true powers of the opposing tribe would return. if they rushed back from the territory of the Black Dragon. Given the mere 200 kilometers of direct distance, they could arrive within 2 hours at full speed. This calculation accounted for their return as a group. If high-ranking warriors or master-level spellcasters returned individually, their speed could be several times greater. Contemplating this, Udi felt an immediate sense of peril. No, he must withdraw swiftly. With no hesitation left, Udi's roar echoed throughout the valley's entrance. All the monster warriors who heard the dragon's cry abandoned their foes and hastily retreated from the valley. Of course, some monster warriors were ensnared by the relentless wild dwarves and could not escape, while others, blinded by rage, continued to fight. Rasha was taken aback when he noticed the peculiar black dragon attempting to flee, and his heart raced with urgency. This was a black dragon whose strength had yet to fully develop. Whether for capture, domestication, or slaughter, it represented immense potential profit. The blood-marked totem on the bone warriors was essentially derived from the potent essence of formidable magical beasts. If they could domesticate a black dragon, the clan's power would experience a significant and explosive growth. Moreover, Rasha himself might ascend to master level, becoming the second master-level bone warrior within the clan, akin to Chief Luz. At that moment, Rasha disregarded the formidable troll, Mondo, and pursued Udi while shouting towards the distant high-ranking wild dwarven spellcaster, Roki, quickly. Cast a spell to intercept this black dragon. Roki had just relaxed upon the departure of the white-feathered crane, but upon hearing his brother Rasha's urgent call, his expression darkened. As brothers, Roki understood Rasha's intentions well. However, if they truly attempted to halt the black dragon, it could provoke its wrath, leading to catastrophic casualties among their kin. Roki! Rasha shouted, his bloodshot eyes glaring at his brother. Despite pursuing Udi at full speed, Udi soared effortlessly above. While he had to navigate obstacles like his kin and wooden huts below, making it impossible to catch up. Roki's countenance was grim. Yet he swiftly began to cast his spell. Dense dark elements rapidly coalesced around him, and with a pointed gesture of his staff towards the departing Udi. A colossal dark hand, measuring over 8 meters in diameter, materialized in the sky hundreds of meters away, swiftly reaching for Udi. This was the mid-level dark spell. The dark hand, mastered at the 4th tier. Do you truly think I cannot contend with you? Udi seethed with anger as the relentless wild dwarves persisted in their pursuit. With a swift turn of the head, the acidic breath of the dragon was unleashed directly upon the dark giant's hand, delivering a formidable impact imbued with corrosive properties. The two forces clashed in a moment of stalemate, their magical energies fiercely eroding one another. The dragon's breath, a physical manifestation combined with magical prowess, proved effective against spells as well. Soon, the dragon's breath faltered, and the nearly dissipated dark hand struck towards the body of the dragon, only to be effortlessly shattered by a mere flap of the dragon's wings. Udi, catching a glimpse of the retreating horde of monsters, noticed the clumsy Mondo, who, with a severed leg, was attempting to flee while simultaneously recovering. His gaze fell upon Rasha, who was poised to throw 2 throwing axes at him. In light of this, Udi decided to employ the most unscrupulous tactics of a dragon. With a powerful beat of his wings, he narrowly evaded Rasha's dual axe attacks, but instead of fleeing, he turned back to confront them. Seeing this, Rasha's expression brightened. There was relief in his heart at Udi's decision to stand firm. Meanwhile, in the distance, the spell was disrupted, and a pale-faced Rocky sighed, his emotions a mix of joy and concern as he channeled magical energy through his staff to cast another spell. However, to the astonishment of both brothers, Udi did not charge towards them, but instead ascended higher, heading towards the rear of the valley. What lay beyond the valley? It was the cavern where the wives and children of the Brownwood clan warriors were hidden. Additionally, many precious clan treasures were stored there. Upon realizing this, both Rasha and Rocky turned pale, fear flashing in their eyes. If a black dragon were to breach that sanctuary, the consequences would be dire. Rasha glared fiercely at Rocky, cursing his brother, whose mind was consumed with thoughts of battle and strength. Now, it seemed the clan's future might be jeopardized this very night. Regaining his composure, Rasha felt a pang of regret, but concealed it well, sprinting towards the valley's rear. Rocky wished to follow but found himself once more entangled in a struggle with the swift white feather crane, which had returned. Reluctantly, Rocky was compelled to engage the crane again. Unfortunately, the white feather crane adeptly utilized its speed advantage, never allowing close contact. Whenever spells were cast, it skillfully evaded while unleashing gusts of wind blades to harass Rocky. Curse it, Rocky thought, driven to madness by his inability to land a blow on such a swift adversary, wishing fervently to rend the creature apart. Meanwhile, the battle at the valley's entrance saw Mondo, Shiki, and Caradan severing the path, slaying numerous pursuing wild dwarf warriors and rescuing several monster fighters. Witnessing this, Rocky felt a surge of despair. Initially, the aim was merely to force the enemy to retreat. While the clan had sustained some losses, they remained within manageable limits. But now, Rocky could scarcely fathom the implications. How could this black dragon command such a swift and formidable creature as a subordinate? Such thoughts plagued Rocky's mind. Although Udi's speed is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to that of the white feathertail crane. The intelligence and strength of higher magical creatures cannot simply be subdued by the mere presence of a dragon. One cannot expect to be awed into submission by its regal aura. This perplexity is something that Rosai cannot fathom, no matter how he contemplates it. Beyond the valley, past numerous wooden dwellings, the keen-eyed Udi discerned beneath a rocky wall several wild dwarven warriors maintaining order, along with a multitude of female, juvenile, and elderly dwarves queuing to enter a cavern. A rough estimate suggested that at least 700 or 800 individuals had yet to gain entry. Given the number of wooden houses, if each shelter housed a family of 3, the population of the Brown Forest clan would exceed 5,000. A tribe with fewer than 100 members is deemed a micro-tribe. From 100 to 1,000, it is classified as a small tribe. A population ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 qualifies as a medium tribe, while those exceeding 10,000 are considered large tribal clans. The Brown Forest clan is thus a moderately sized tribe. The emergence of a master-level Dwarven practitioner is nearly inevitable in such a population, as the innate talent of dwarves generally surpasses that of humans. Udi cast a glance back at Rasha, who was furiously sprinting in pursuit of him, and grinned wickedly. With a swift dive, amidst the horrified and enraged gazes of the Dwarven women and children, as well as the warriors maintaining order, a pair of expansive dragon wings, spanning over 21 meters, sliced through the air like colossal blades, severing the heads of dozens of dwarves with a single sweep. This was made all the more gruesome by the fact that the dwarves were rather diminutive, standing just over 1 meter tall. Had they been of human stature, the scene would have been far bloodier, with bodies cleaved in two and entrails strewn across the ground. After harvesting a gruesome bounty of severed heads, Udi landed among the Dwarven women and children, unleashing a torrent of acidic dragon breath. The corrosive liquid struck the bodies of numerous Dwarven women and children, creating gaping wounds as if shot by bullets, followed by a relentless erosion. These Dwarven individuals, most of whom were below level 3, simply could not withstand such devastating force. They writhed in agony, transforming into pools of bubbling green acid, emitting a gurgling sound. Chapter 59. The evil dragon in the distance, Rasha, still sprinting 800 or 900 meters behind, was rendered utterly horrified upon witnessing this brutal scene. His eyes turned crimson with terror, especially when he recognized many of the familiar faces among the Dwarven women and children, those he had known for decades, some of whom called him Uncle Rasha or Grandpa Rasha. The expressions of sheer terror and despair etched across their faces sent Rasha's heart racing, a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. "Damn it," he exclaimed. The forbidden secret technique of the bone and blood profession, blood pattern ignition. After invoking the forbidden technique, beneath Rasha's coarse skin, it seemed as though a multitude of tiny mice were scurrying about. His muscular physique suddenly swelled, and the blood-patterned totems adorning his bare torso radiated a fiery crimson glow. The bone and blood essence within him, previously diminished by half, was now replenished in abundance, yielding a superior quality of vitality. His strength, agility, and physical resilience surged dramatically, albeit at the cost of his own lifeblood and essence, which were rapidly consumed in the transformation. At this moment, Rasha cast aside any thoughts of the grim fate that might await him after utilizing this taboo art. All that occupied his mind was the fervent desire to bring the blood-red axe in his hands down upon the neck of the vile dragon. Suddenly, Udi sensed an overwhelming surge of power approaching from behind, a lethal threat that loomed over him like a shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forth like a frenzied bulldozer among the ranks of the diminutive wild dwarves. The air filled with piercing screams and the gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh adorning the colossal form of the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, Rasha, who had been nearly 1,000 meters away, appeared in close proximity, observing the black dragon rampaging through the throngs of wild dwarves. The massive axe, stained crimson with bone and blood essence and brimming with formidable energy, remained poised in his hands, yet unthrown. Despite his confidence in striking the massive beast with a single blow, Rasha hesitated. The catastrophic energy contained within the axe could easily claim the lives of dozens of his kin in this densely packed crowd. Grinding his teeth in frustration, blood oozing from his gums, Rasha ultimately roared in defiance, choosing to abandon the ranged attack and swiftly closing the distance to confront the dragon up close. Udi, catching a glimpse of this development, felt a slight relief wash over him. He feared that this bone and blood warrior might recklessly endanger the lives of his own kin in a mutually destructive confrontation. The ominous presence of the blood-red axe instilled in Udi a suffocating sense of dread that whispered of imminent death. He recognized that this was not the moment for reckless abandon. His own strength did not permit such perilous actions. Seizing a couple of wild dwarves in each of his dragon claws as hostages to hinder his opponent's actions, Udi then launched himself into the sky, a streak of darkness soaring upward. As he ascended, the persistent danger gnawed at him, and in a moment of urgency, he cast the handful of wild dwarves he held aloft downwards, targeting the very spot where Rasha stood. In that instant, Rasha faced a harrowing decision. He could either hurl the energy-laden blood axe to strike Udi from the sky, forsaking the lives of the wild dwarves, or he could choose to save them, relinquishing his chance to attack Udi. After all, Udi had imbued those wild dwarves with power to hasten their descent, leaving Rasha as a mere advanced warrior, unable to pursue both options simultaneously. In the end, Rasha, with a twisted expression, cast aside the blood axe and propelled himself to the limits of his speed, transforming into a fleeting crimson shadow, barely managing to rescue the 5 diminutive wild dwarves. Shielded by the essence of Rasha's blood, these 5 wild dwarves suffered no significant injuries. However, they were clearly overwhelmed with terror, several of them left with dampened trousers. The stench of excrement clung to Rasha, yet he remained unmoved, his gaze fixated upon the distant silhouette of the black dragon, now soaring 1,000 meters high, reduced to a mere speck in the sky. Withdrawing his gaze, he surveyed the surroundings, where his kin lay in agony, their cries resonating in the air. Many crawled with severed limbs, their entrails spilling onto the ground as they, in sheer horror, attempted to reclaim their insides. Those mourning for their deceased relatives and children wept uncontrollably beside the lifeless bodies. In this moment, Rasha's emotions were beyond expression. Regret? Indeed, he felt regret. Had he known from the onset of his encounter with the black dragon, he would have unleashed everything within him, severing its head with decisive precision. Such actions could have averted the current calamity and spared many lives. In a daze, Rasha faintly heard someone calling his name. Yet his legs felt as if they were rooted to the ground, motionless, and the light in his eyes began to fade. When a wild dwarf warrior hurriedly approached him, he was horrified to discover that the Rasha he had called upon had transformed into a withered shell, resembling a corpse long departed. Lord Rasha is dead. The wild dwarf warrior murmured in disbelief, his face a mask of terror. He was merely an ordinary warrior of the Brown Forest clan, unaware of the taboo secret arts of the bone and blood warriors, nor the consequences and costs of employing such arcane methods. Had he merely burned a modicum of ordinary blood in essence, he would have endured only a few months of weakness after the battle. Yet, it was evident that Rasha had misused this forbidden art. In his fervor to ensure the black dragon's demise with one decisive strike, he had recklessly expended all his blood, draining every ounce of strength and concentrating it entirely within the great axe that had accompanied him for decades. Regrettably, that strike would never be realized. News of Rasha's demise quickly spread throughout the Brown Forest clan. The revelation struck the wild dwarves like a heavy hammer upon their minds, their expressions filled with sorrow and anguish. Aside from the spiritual leader, Shaman Slytherin, and clan chief, Ruz, the fallen Rasha was mourned alongside his brother, Roki, and another young elite dragon knight. These 3 were the brightest stars of the Brown Forest clan and the objects of admiration for the majority of wild dwarves. Although there were other seasoned professionals within the clan, they belonged to an older generation and lacked the vibrant energy and topics of conversation that resonated with the youthful wild dwarves, thus diminishing their popularity compared to the trio. As Slytherin and Ruz returned to the entrance of the cave where their tribe resided, leading 500 elite dwarves, they were met with the somber sight of their kin, sorrowful and pained, diligently clearing the bodies of their fallen brethren and monstrous foes. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The shaman had returned. The chief had come back. Among those occupied with the grim task, a vigilant tribesman raised his head upon hearing the commotion and upon recognizing Slytherin and his companions. He could not contain his excitement and shouted joyfully. Chapter 60. Guilt upon learning of the events that transpired at the clan's stronghold, Slytherin, Ruz, and the multitude of elite warriors among the dwarves were engulfed in seething rage, their eyes bloodshot with fury. So, we have been toyed with by a juvenile black dragon? The High Dragon Knight Nelson of the Brownwood clan gazed bewilderedly at his companions. He was one of the three most illustrious young elite practitioners in the clan, alongside the late Rasha and the brother Rocky. For over a century, since their initiation into the path of cultivation, the rivalry between Nelson and Rasha had been palpable, each vying to outdo the other, their faces often cold and competitive. When the clan announced a hunt to eradicate the monstrosities, Rasha would boast of slaying 10, while Nelson would strive to surpass him with 11, always eager to compare their prowess. Yet now, with Rasha deceased, Nelson, who had perpetually harbored disdain for him, found no joy in this victory. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and unreality. Ruz, the chief of the tribe, placed a comforting hand on Nelson's shoulder. Having watched both Rasha and Nelson grow up, he instinctively wished to console the young warrior, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, all sentiments coalesced into a profound sigh. "Shaman, chief, I believe we must pursue that aberrant black dragon," declared a high elder of bone and blood, his brown beard flowing. His demeanor icy, though it left no trace in the sky. "Its minions have fled, and we can follow their path. Tracking those creatures will surely lead us to the dragon's lair." His words ignited a spark of hope among the gathered leaders, who all nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential of this strategy to locate the dragon's den and capture it alive. Indeed, alive. At that moment, not a single dwarf contemplated slaying the beast outright. That would be far too merciful. Instead, they envisioned capturing it, subjecting it to daily bloodletting and flesh carving, ultimately taming it into a mindless draconic beast to bolster the clan's might. "Very well, Godwin, lead 20 mid-tier warriors to trace the fleeing minions and swiftly uncover the whereabouts of that aberrant black dragon's lair," Slatterin commanded decisively. "Master, I wish to join," interjected Rocky, who had remained silent until now. His voice calm, yet his eyes, filled with hatred, betrayed the turmoil within him. Slatterin regarded his apprentice and shook his head, denying his request. "Why?" Rocky asked, bewildered. The death of his brother, Rasha, weighed heavily on Rocky's heart. As a younger sibling, it was only natural for him to seek vengeance. So why did the teacher intervene? Why? A sense of discontent and fury brewed within him. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle rift had begun to form between him and his mentor. Had the teacher not insisted on rescuing the captured grandson, Vix, and leading a significant portion of the clan's elite forces away from the tribe, this tragedy might never have occurred. Had even one high-level warrior remained within the clan, his brother Rasha would still be alive. At that moment, Slytherin too felt regret. He had come to the same realization. Had he taken fewer elite warriors with him, this calamity could have been averted. Yet, he had never anticipated that. Despite having 2 high-level professionals and 2,000 wild dwarf warriors stationed, an aberrant black dragon accompanied by its minions would invade. His intention was to amass the clan's finest forces for an offensive. Should they have encountered the Dark Queen, with their united strength, he and Master lose, alongside several high-level professionals and over 400 elite warriors, would have posed a significant threat, compelling the Dark Queen, Lyanna, to regard them with caution and engage in discourse. While mid to high-level warriors posed little threat to an adult black dragon like Lyanna, one breath of her dragon fire could extinguish several of them. Their coordinated efforts, under the guidance of 2 master-level professionals, could have effectively depleted Lyanna's energy and magic. Their fighting spirit could inflict pain upon her, even causing her to bleed. However, if only Slytherin and Luz ventured forth, they would likely be ensnared by Lyanna and surrounded by her multitude of monstrous minions. In the worst-case scenario, both would be drained of magic and vitality, ultimately falling before her. In a better outcome, Slytherin might manage to escape the territory using a short-range teleportation spell. Yet the warrior chief, Luz, would still meet his demise. Sighing deeply, Slytherin recognized the gravity of the situation. No amount of anguish or regret could alter the fact that Rasha and their kin had perished. He turned to the expressionless Roki and surveyed the high-ranking warriors of the Brown Forest clan, speaking in a somber tone. "Roki, I understand your desire for vengeance for your brother, but the clan may soon face an even greater crisis. Your presence as a high-level mage is crucial for us to confront what lies ahead." "What do you mean?" Roki inquired, his brow furrowing. A flicker of realization crossed his face, hinting at a looming threat. Slytherin's subsequent words confirmed Roki's suspicions, casting a shadow over his countenance. "We have eradicated the Blacktooth tribe and captured their high-level dragon bloodline spellcaster leader, but I doubt this can remain hidden from the Dark Queen for long. Although I have masked our presence, dragons possess extraordinary senses and may still detect traces that could lead them to our Brown Forest clan," Slytherin stated calmly. "Perhaps the Dark Queen will soon discover the whereabouts of our clan." At this moment, Slytherin is filled with regret. The decision to invade the Dark Queen's territory, made in a desperate attempt to rescue his grandson Vix, now seems foolish upon reflection. For the sake of personal desire, he has jeopardized the entire clan. This fault lies with me. As the shaman of the clan and a sage, I should not have allowed personal emotions to cloud my judgment. I am guilty. Slowly, Slytherin rises, bowing his head, which has been accustomed to a lofty position for nearly 3 centuries, feeling genuine remorse as he apologizes to the assembly. Several high-ranking members of the Brown Forest clan spring from their seats, rushing forward to assist Slytherin, exclaiming, "Shaman, no, you must not blame yourself. It is only natural to attempt to rescue our captured kin. This is unrelated to your grandson Vix. Indeed, even without Vix, if other clan warriors were captured, we would have made the same choice." The crowd reassures him. Rock observes this scene, feeling perplexed and melancholic. Their arguments hold merit, even without Vix. His own mentor would undoubtedly choose to save their kin. However, perhaps had emotions not clouded judgment, he would not have so easily fallen into the trap set by the alien black dragon. In that moment, Roche's thoughts swirl in complexity, yet he finds a sense of clarity. "Black dragon, I shall personally sever your head with the dark hand," Rock resolutely vows within. Chapter 61. Lyanna High Above. Not far from the Brown Forest clan's ancient valley, amidst thick clouds, a black dragon with an unusually muscular physique hovers motionless, its deep, amber-like eyes silently surveying the scene below. While observing, Udi casts a healing spell upon his injured left claw. However, as the healing spell is merely a second-tier incantation and only at an introductory proficiency, its effectiveness is limited. After casting several healing spells, the grievous injuries of his claw, once torn and exposed to the bone, begin to mend. The remaining damage must now endure the test of time, allowing the newly grown tinder scales to gradually harden to their original strength. Udi reflects that water-based healing spells are not as effective as those of the light. Just as he contemplates which types of spells to study next in order to enhance his overall strength, his expression suddenly sharpens, and he lowers his head into the clouds, gazing at a group below that appears as ants. Several hundred wild dwarves, too distant for Udi to gauge their strength, do not concern him. This is of little importance, for this wild dwarf battalion is undoubtedly the one that has invaded the domain of the Black Dragon. Udi dares not linger, fearing that a powerful master spellcaster might detect his spying, and quickly conceals his head within the clouds. Fortunately, he departs swiftly. Had he lingered any longer, escape may have proven difficult. Within Udai's heart lingered a sense of relief. The return of this invading force was rather swift. Subsequently, Udai did not make his way directly back to the dragon nest in the Black Blood Valley, but instead continued to patiently conceal himself amidst the clouds, observing the movements of the wild dwarves below. A contingent emerged from the valley. Udai narrowed his eyes, fixated on the departing direction of the wild dwarf troop, which aligned with the route taken by Shurji and his companions. A slight furrow formed on Udai's brow as a chilling spark flickered within his immense dragon eyes. The bond of the vassal contract and the mental connection quivered subtly as Udai issued a new command to his 4 contracted vassals. Immediately thereafter, he ceased his concealment among the clouds and, with a powerful beat of his wings, swiftly departed the area. His flight path remained directed towards the eastern dragon nest of the Black Blood Valley. After soaring through the howling winds for over half an hour, Udai returned to the Black Blood Valley, yet he did not descend but continued to fly eastward. Another half-hour passed before he entered the territory of the Black Dragon Matron. His unmasked presence soon caught the attention of the Black Dragon Matron's vassals, who promptly reported to Lyanna, who was tracking the traces of the wild dwarfs. Soon, a fully grown black dragon, measuring over 19 meters in length, descended before Udai. "Udai, what brings you back?" Lyanna's tone was frigid, her gaze sweeping over her eldest son, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Had he truly grown to such a size in just a year? A year prior, he had measured 7 meters. Now, he surpassed 10. Although the increase appeared to be just over 3 meters, the overall transformation was staggering. The impact of such rapid growth was undeniably significant. Identification spell. Lyanna directly cast a level appraisal upon Udai. Biological level, mid-level 7, mage level, initial level 5, in just a year. From having no knowledge of spells to achieving a 5th-level mage status? A penchant for magic? Lyanna's attention was captivated by Udai's accomplishments in mage level. Although the rate of biological level advancement was somewhat outrageous, it paled in comparison to the shock of attaining a 5th-level mage status. "Mother, I come not to offend your dignity, but merely to convey a piece of intelligence I have acquired." Udai spoke respectfully. Though he was, by status, the child of Lyanna, the realm of evil dragons prioritized strength over familial ties. Udai's power was far inferior to that of Lyanna, necessitating his humility. Observing the deference of her remarkable eldest son, Lyanna felt a measure of satisfaction in her vanity. The initial focus on Udai's unprecedented growth and strength shifted as he revealed the intelligence he bore. A master-level wild dwarf spellcaster, a high-level wild dwarf spellcaster, alongside numerous high-ranking professionals, and thousands of wild dwarf warriors? Udai, are you certain of what you speak? After listening to Udi's information regarding the wild dwarves, Lyanna's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. To subjugate a formidable clan of wild dwarves as her vassals would undeniably signify her strength as a green dragon. Likewise, for the black dragon, which ranks lower than the green dragon among the chromatic dragons, any achievement that rivals or even surpasses the green, blue, or red dragons is a noteworthy accomplishment worthy of pride. Lyanna had been reclusive for decades, showing little regard for her subordinate clans, as she deemed the goblins, kobolds, and trolls to be beneath her concern. However, the prospect of wild dwarves was entirely different. Should she acquire this clan as vassals, her esteemed mother would never again need to fret over the lack of high-level carnivorous prey. The wild dwarf clan would possess the capability to procure a mid-tier magical beast every 3 days and a high-tier magical beast every 10 days to satisfy her needs. Moreover, with such a powerful clan at her disposal, her mother would undoubtedly possess the strength to invade the Duchy of Cass. The few humans captured by her vassals from the Duchy of Cass already boasted several low-tier magical crystals and wealth. It was difficult for her to fathom just how affluent the entire duchy must be. Furthermore, my lady, the weapons wielded by those wild dwarven practitioners are forged from solid magical iron, suggesting they might possess a rich vein of magical iron ore. Udi, on the other hand, was fervently applying eye drops to the Brownwood clan. He bore no personal enmity towards them, but his desire for his subordinate forces to flourish necessitated hunting large quantities of food, which inevitably encroached upon the interests of the wild dwarves. The wild dwarves, bound by their own established order, harbored a vehement conviction to eradicate any beings that dared to invade their territory. Thus, the roots of conflict between the two factions were inescapable, leading to an inevitable confrontation, unless either party chose to abandon their territory in favor of developing elsewhere, which was utterly impractical. The wild dwarves had maintained their stronghold for centuries, and it was inconceivable that they would forsake it lightly. As for Udi, he was still relatively weak and in need of development, unwilling to relinquish a territory rich in resources that he had cultivated for a year. Moreover, with the Black Dragon matriarch serving as a nearby ally, should he encounter any life-threatening crises, it would be a prudent choice to seek refuge with her rather than risk exposure in unfamiliar lands, where he could easily fall prey to formidable entities. Chapter 62. The gathering clouds of war. Lyanna was captivated, drawn in by the future Udi had painted. She attempted to envision the life that would unfold upon subjugating this clan of wild dwarves, and quickly realized that the wild dwarf clan simply must be hers. As for the Blackfang tribe, decimated by the wild dwarves, merely expendable, their demise was of little consequence. Aside from the high-ranking draconic gnoll spellcaster who had been taken away, the other gnolls were to Lyanna nothing more than a heap of expendable fodder, easily replaceable within a year. For a colossal dragon, such a span of time was exceedingly brief, akin to mere days for a human. "Let us depart at once," Lyanna declared, her impatience palpable as she gestured for her eldest son to lead the way. Naturally, Udi acquiesced, yet he earnestly advised, "My esteemed mother, there is no need for haste. Those wild dwarves are reluctant to abandon their lairs. Whether early or late, they shall remain there. It would be prudent to summon your subordinates as well, allowing them to charge into battle on your behalf, and thus lessen your own exertion. Do not consider yourself akin to those mindless red dragons. I have already commanded the expendables to assemble." Lyanna cast a disapproving glance at her eldest son, prompting Udi to hastily extol the virtues of his vain mother, which subsequently eased her demeanor, revealing a sense of pride and satisfaction. Had it been the goblin gnolls offering her praise, she might have rewarded them with a breath of dragon fire, transforming them into a sludgy green ooze. However, when her exceptionally gifted eldest son, a black dragon of unique lineage, offered her compliments and displayed deference, she was genuinely pleased and delighted. Shortly thereafter, Udi encountered the assembled forces under Lyanna's command. Over 1,000 gnolls, more than 2,000 goblins, and over 200 trolls gathered, with the gnolls being primarily ordinary ones, while among the goblins, several were of the larger variety. And the trolls were predominantly forest trolls, with a smaller number of swamp and gray trolls. The sheer number of monstrous subordinates differed from Udi's previous estimates. He had initially surmised that the combined strength of the three major tribes under the Black Dragon Matriarch would not exceed 1,500. Yet, following the demise of the Black-Tooth tribe, it appeared that around 4,000 monsters could be rallied. Lyanna and Udi briefly discussed the fall of the Black-Tooth tribe. However, Udi quickly discerned the reason behind this unexpected increase. Firstly, the three tribes, Black-Tooth, Bonebreaker, and Beastheart, were indeed estimated to total around 1,500, give or take a few. As for the additional monsters now present, they must have formed numerous small, scattered tribes. With the summoning by the Dark Queen, they naturally heeded the call and converged. Without large-scale livestock farming or grain cultivation, a substantial population of monsters gathered in one place could not sustain themselves, leading to starvation, followed by death and consumption of their fallen by their own kin. It was far more advantageous to disperse a portion of the population once reaching the tribal limit, allowing for territorial expansion and conservation of resources, an ideal solution. With the assembly of monstrous subordinates complete, Udi took the lead without hesitation. In the skies above, Udi and Lyanna soared through the clouds, arriving ahead of the monstrous army at the valley that served as the stronghold of the Brown Forest clan. Upon their arrival, two ebony dragons observed the valley below with indifference, patiently awaiting the approach of the monstrous army, with expendable troops to pave the way and deplete the enemy's strength. Neither Udi nor Lena would hesitate to sacrifice their minions. After a protracted wait of half a day, the monstrous horde finally began to arrive. For a diverse assemblage of creatures, their pace was not slow. After all, traversing hundreds of kilometers over rugged terrain was made feasible by the inherent resilience of the beasts, who could gnaw on tree bark to stave off hunger and quench their thirst at any available water source, requiring little sustenance. In contrast, a typical human army would likely take several days to cover such a distance. As the monstrous army drew within a kilometer of the Brownwood clan stronghold, Lena commanded them to halt and rest for an hour to recuperate their strength. Although confident in her own prowess, she was mindful of the ancient lineage and formidable abilities of the wild dwarves, who should not be underestimated. While she regarded her minions as mere fodder, she recognized that even expendable troops must perform their roles adequately, rather than being sent to their demise without purpose. Sorcerer, Chieftain, a multitude of monstrous warriors is gathering outside, reported a subordinate. Over 4,000 creatures had assembled. Despite the distance, the already tense Brownwood clan had certainly taken notice. In fact, news of the monstrous army had reached the clan's leadership even while they were still several dozen kilometers away. Slytherin and Ruz exchanged a grave glance, turning their attention to the dozen or so clan leaders in the hall. Their expressions were exceedingly serious as they prepared to execute the previously devised strategy. At your command, Sorcerer, Chieftain, the resolute wild dwarves affirmed, their spirits unwavering. The elderly, weak, women, and children among the wild dwarves had already evacuated through subterranean passages, leaving them free to fight with no concerns for their safety. Outside the valley, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the monstrous horde charged furiously into the expansive mouth of the cavern. Leading the charge were hundreds of towering trolls, each standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Their tough hides and immense strength fortified by thick, vine-like armor, impervious to all but acid and fire, truly the ideal frontline warriors. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the valley, the wild Dwarven army, already prepared for battle, responded with a furious assault against their monstrous adversaries. A volley of javelins and throwing axes rained down, piercing the foremost trolls and transforming them into living porcupines. Yet, even so, as long as their legs remained intact, these trolls continued to roar and charge forward, their injuries only fueling their rage. Soon, the clash of melee weapons erupted. Blood poured forth as wild dwarves and monstrous warriors fell in the fray. In comparison to the relatively high-quality, predominantly 3rd and 4th tier wild dwarfs, the strength of the monstrous army, largely consisting of beings at level 1 or even 0, was devastatingly low, resulting in heavy casualties. Were it not for the presence of several hundred formidable goblin warriors and troll fighters acting as the backbone of resistance, the ordinary kobolds and goblins would have perished in droves, akin to harvesting wheat. A towering forest troll, standing 5 meters tall and clad in vine armor, bellowed with fury. With a massive 5-meter-long spiked club in hand, it crushed several wild dwarfs into pulp before continuing its charge, mercilessly dispatching a dozen more with its colossal weapon, showcasing its terrifying power. However, this dragon-vein troll did not reign with ferocity for long. Soon, Two high-ranking professionals among the wild dwarfs charged forth in fury. The advanced sub-dragon knight, Nelson, alongside the venerable elder of the bone-blood lineage, mounted on a triceratops, wielded a formidable dragon spear pulsating with potent blood energy, aiming to pierce through the brazen dragon vein troll. Meanwhile, the elder of the bone-blood lineage also advanced, his massive axe radiating an even more vibrant and dense aura of blood energy than that of Nelson. Although the professions of the sub-dragon knight and the bone-blood warrior differed, the extraordinary power they cultivated was fundamentally the same, emanating from blood energy, akin to that of blood knights and berserk warriors. While the variety of professions may be countless, the essence of the extraordinary paths remains consistent. Blood energy, elemental forces, psychic energies, and divine powers, all derive from these primal sources. Some are exclusive to the wild dwarf race, like the bone-blood warriors, while others, such as mages, are universal to intelligent beings, as long as one possesses the aptitude for spellcasting, essentially, a sufficiently strong mental capacity to refine magical energy. One can change professions, regardless of race. Upon reaching advanced levels, their destructive capability becomes astonishing. Ordinary rock and steel crumble before them. Die. The sudden loss of a companion who had stood by his side for over a century filled Nelson with rage. He sought to channel his inner void and burning fury through relentless combat. The dragon vein troll ceased its slaughter of ordinary wild dwarf warriors and turned to face the two approaching champions. A sinister grin spread across its face, revealing its dark yellow fangs as it raised its spiked club, now covered in vines and lethal barbs, ready to clash fiercely with the advancing Nelson. A thunderous explosion erupted as their weapons collided, sending an invisible wave of sound rippling outward, causing nearby wild dwarfs and monstrous warriors to clutch their heads in agony, their minds buzzing with pain. Nelson, atop the triceratops, coughed blood as the veins in his arms burst from the impact, his body trembling violently. He raised his gaze to the dragon vein troll, which had only staggered back a few steps during their fierce encounter, its expression now decidedly grim. This dragon vein troll was no ordinary advanced being. It was likely just a step away from achieving mastery. In terms of hierarchy, level 10 signifies the entry into the advanced realm, while level 14 represents the pinnacle of such advancement. The formidable dragon vein troll before us epitomizes the latter. Nielsen has cultivated his dragon knight profession to the 12th level, and under his tutelage, his triceratops steed has transcended its racial limitations to reach level 11. The synergy of the dragon knight's arcane arts and the steed's prowess nearly culminates in an overwhelming force. Yet, even so, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Such immense power. It has been a long time since I encountered such strength. The dragon vein troll, Gray, grinned wickedly. However, paired with his terrifying, beastly visage, the smile appeared rather ghastly. Suddenly, Gray's gaze sharpened. He thrust his left leg backward, sending the stealthy bone-blood elder, who had attempted an ambush from behind, flying over 20 meters, crashing through several warriors from both sides. The bone-blood elder staggered to his feet, casually cleaving a sneaky goblin in two with a single swing of his axe, his green blood and entrails splattering him, yet he remained unfazed. "By heavens, what formidable strength!" exclaimed the 200-year-old bone-blood elder, whose profession had reached the 13th level, spitting blood as he spoke gravely. Observing the battle from above the clouds, Udi witnessed Gray's display of might. It was inevitable. Gray's massive stature was simply too conspicuous. So this behemoth is so powerful? Udi marveled. At this moment, only his dragon lingered amidst the clouds, for the black dragoness, Lyanna, had transformed into human form at the onset of the conflict, cloaking herself in invisibility, thus vanishing from sight. Both sides had yet to unveil their utmost fighting capabilities. Be it Lyanna or Slytherin, they all appeared exceedingly cautious. The first to reveal themselves would undoubtedly face a severe counterattack from the other side, which had long been poised for a strike. No one among the dragons was foolish. Aside from Gray, another dragon vein goblin had also showcased remarkable strength, fiercely battling a powerful high-tier bone-blood warrior, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, as time progressed, the dynamics of the battlefield gradually crystallized, prompting the leaders of both factions to grow restless. Lyanna's unease stemmed from the fact that upon dispatching high-level forces to intercept her own, the Brownwood clan had additionally sent forth 2 high-tier dragon knights and dozens of mid-tier dragon knights, mounted upon colossal beasts. These wild dwarf knights could effortlessly carve a bloody path through the monstrous horde, which lacked the equivalent force to resist such an onslaught, resulting in a rapid and alarming reduction in their ranks, hinting at an impending collapse. Conversely, The wild dwarves began to feel unrest due to Grey's overwhelming dominance. Towering at 5 meters, clad in vine armor, Grey wielded his wolf-toothed mace to strike the exhausted bone-blood elder, who was left bloodied and unconscious upon the ground. With an exhilarated expression, Grey prepared to deliver a final, crushing blow. Surrounded by his companions, Nielsen and another who had joined the fray midway. The duo's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. Together, they launched a concerted assault on Grey, hoping to deter the colossal bloodline troll from slaying the elder of the Bone-Blood clan. However, Grey remained impervious to their efforts, stubbornly intent on crushing one of his foes. The atmosphere crackled with elemental energy as a massive black hand abruptly materialized before Grey, seizing his formidable frame and hurling him forcefully into the ranks of monstrous warriors 100 meters away, inadvertently crushing 5 or 6 of them beneath his weight. Dazed, Grey rose from the pulverized bodies of the monsters, confusion etched upon his features. What transpired? As he glanced around, he realized he had been thrust beyond 100 meters from the previous battlefield, just as he prepared to advance and resume his assault on the diminutive foes. A violent surge of elemental energy resonated from another direction. Moments prior, as Grey was flung by the dark hand, Lyanna, concealed in a corner and having sensed the surge of magical energy, immediately turned her gaze eastward, her eyes glinting with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed back into her dragon form, unleashing a powerful torrent of acidic dragon breath upon the targeted area, having long since gathered her strength. The previously tranquil region erupted with intense magical fluctuations as the concealment spell dissipated, revealing Slytherin and his companions. Advanced displacement field. Rocky's staff glimmered with the brilliance of a magical gem at its tip. Prepared for this spell, he cast it simultaneously as the concealment spell failed. This protective incantation, an advanced 6-ring displacement field, was a high-level defensive spell. The acidic dragon breath collided with the 6-ring displacement field, and in an instant, the spell redirected the dragon's breath away to another section of land. The potent corrosive and physical impact of the acidic breath gouged a vast, pitch-black chasm, plunging over 20 meters deep into the earth. However, Rocky, who maintained the displacement field, turned pale as the magic within him waned significantly. The protective barrier on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, he had consumed a potion to enhance his magical capacity beforehand. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. Though Rocky managed to withstand Lyanna's onslaught, he inadvertently provided a brief window of opportunity for others. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds materialized overhead, pregnant with ominous thunder. With a flourish of his staff, Slytherin, a master-level spellcaster of the 16th tier, successfully cast a formidable energy-based thunder spell. Advanced energy spell, 6-ring to 7-ring thunderstorm. Originally a 6-ring level spell, Slytherin, at the cost of a significant portion of his magical reserves, forcibly elevated it to a 7-ring incantation. The 7th and 8th rings correspond to the master level, representing the pinnacle of spellcasting, beyond which lies the realm of transcendent spells and forbidden incantations. Trapped within the relentless storm clouds of a raging thunderstorm spanning several kilometers, Lyanna found herself unable to escape or evade her fate. With a sharp crack, innumerable bolts of lightning struck the massive form of the black dragon. Enveloped by the ceaseless tempest, Lyanna let out a piercing scream as scales tore and flesh burned, releasing a charred aroma into the air. During this turmoil, the elite warriors surrounding Slytherin roared with fury, hurling blood-infused flying axes towards the Dark Queen amidst the storm, hoping to inflict even greater wounds upon her. Yet, as minutes passed and the thunderstorm began to wane, Lyanna's cries remained strong and defiant, instilling a sense of unease in Slytherin and his companions. To their knowledge, the Dark Queen, a young black dragon barely out of her infancy, should possess a biological level around 15, perhaps 16 at most. Even though black dragons are formidable magical beings with considerable spell resistance, they never anticipated that the combined onslaught of the heightened thunderstorm and the master-level warrior's blood-infused axes would fail to gravely wound her. While they did not expect to slay an adult black dragon with this strategy, they believed inflicting serious injury was within reach. As the thunderstorm dissipated, the sight that greeted them was a grim yet potent Lyanna, her form bearing the scars of battle, with numerous scales shed to reveal charred flesh. Nevertheless, an aura of formidable, intangible power enveloped her, and the expressions of Slytherin and his allies shifted dramatically. How could this be? The clan leader, lose. And Roque stared at Lyanna in shock, their hearts filled with confusion and rage. The failure of this strategy signified the onset of a dark hour for the Brownland clan. having unleashed their most potent attack, an amalgamation of the thunderstorm and the blood-infused axes, only to fail in severely wounding the Dark Queen, left them questioning their capacity to withstand further retaliation, given their expended magical and life forces. As for surrender, not a single wild dwarf present entertained such thoughts. While there may have been a faint possibility of considering surrender at the outset, it was evidently too late to speak of capitulation after reducing the Dark Queen to her current wretched state. This was a cunning, malevolent black dragon, not a benevolent gold or silver dragon. The source of her strength was psychic energy. The Dark Queen had evidently trained in a psychic profession. The well-versed Slytherin recognized the unique power enveloping Lyanna as psychic energy, a formidable force typically mastered only by dedicated practitioners. Mastering this mental power is arduous, often necessitating decades of unwavering dedication and exceptional talent. It seemed implausible for a slothful evil dragon to possess such mastery. Even if Lyanna had transitioned into a mage or warrior and attained mastery in those disciplines, Slytherin and his comrades would not have been so astonished. A swarm of crawlers. You have provoked my wrath, Lyanna bellowed in exasperation. Initially, she had contemplated holding back, sparing the lives of some of the Dwarven elite, as they would eventually become her subjects. However, in her fury and the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Lyanna's sole desire was to annihilate every dwarf present. Empowered by her spiritual abilities, her speed became astonishingly swift, allowing her to appear before Slytherin and the others in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the advanced displacement field before her, Lyanna let out a disdainful laugh, her dragon form standing tall, sharp claws retracted, fists clenched, and assuming the peculiar stance of a martial artist. Indeed, Lyanna had transcended into the class of a monk, and not just any monk, but a specialized variant known as the Mountain Disciple. The Mountain Disciple proclaims, still as the unyielding earth, yet when moved, the heavens tremble. This unique class possesses two intrinsic spiritual characteristics, protection and strength. It was precisely due to the protective nature of her abilities that Lyanna endured only moderate injuries amidst the dual onslaught of Thunderstorm and Blood Axe. Rock Smash. The hallmark ability of the Mountain Disciple emphasizes immense force. Her colossal dragon fist struck with the swiftness of the wind against the advanced displacement field, the two forces clashing momentarily before the field shattered, failing to redirect the devastating power of Lyanna's dragon punch. In that instant of destruction, Roach, who had maintained the spell, coughed blood and collapsed, a consequence of the backlash from the severed connection to the spell. As the force field crumbled, Slytherin hastily summoned a 5-ring earth barrier, rising abruptly from the ground to shield against Lyanna's incoming punch. A solid earthen wall, towering over 20 meters, thick as 5 or 6 meters, and spanning hundreds of meters in width, thundered into place between Lyanna and the others. This barrier was vastly different from the one used against the dog-headed sorcerer in the Blacktooth tribe, for Slytherin was exerting all his might in this moment, leaving nothing to chance against Lyanna. Rock Smash. Observing the emergence of the earth barrier, Lyanna unleashed her monk skill once more, her dragon fist enveloped in spiritual energy. Striking forcefully against the wall, with a single punch, she shattered the barrier, the spiritual energy penetrating the entire structure, which held for but a fleeting moment before collapsing into a cascade of dust and debris. Amidst the swirling dust, Ruz, wielding a massive axe and enveloped in a shroud of bone and blood energy, let out a thunderous roar and charged at Lyanna. Confronted with the onslaught of a master-level bone warrior, Lyanna executed another skill of her monk class, Mountain Throw. Releasing her tightly clenched dragon fist, she, with the swiftness of a phantom, grasped Ruz with her colossal dragon claw. Before he could react, Ruz felt an overwhelming force as he was propelled, crashing against the mountain wall 100 meters away in a burst of crimson light. Under the dual impact of the throwing technique and Lyanna's immense strength, the master-level bone warrior was embedded into the mountainside. From the depths of the profound cave entrance, one could see the rapidly swirling blood and fragments of flesh extending deep into the passage, undoubtedly surpassing 100 meters in depth. Above the clouds, Udi beheld the bewildering sight of the Black Dragon Lady, who was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had felt a surge of trepidation upon witnessing her being bombarded by the tempestuous storm spells, fearing that she might falter under such catastrophic forces. Yet, what transpired? The Black Dragon Lady, though injured, emerged from the storm with her might significantly augmented. Following that, she unleashed a series of rolling stone dragon fists, shattering advanced displacement fields and earthen barriers, culminating in a mountain collapse throw that obliterated the master-level bone blood warrior. Or so one would assume. Gazing at the ominous cave entrance and the trail of dismembered flesh and blood, Udi couldn't suppress a shudder. At that moment, he felt that his muscular draconic form was somewhat superficial. He began to contemplate how he might acquire this formidable special profession from the Black Dragon Lady. The transition to a new profession has never been restricted to the cultivation of a single type. As long as the powers do not conflict, one may pursue multiple disciplines. The Magic Warrior is a prime example, mastering both mage and warrior classes. Chapter 65. The finale. As the high-ranking warriors of the Brown Forest clan watched in stunned silence as their valiant leader was cast away by Lyanna's mountain collapse throw. Their expressions shifted from confusion to panic and ultimately to fear. "Shaman, use the teleportation spell to escape, quickly," exclaimed an elder wild dwarf, his voice filled with urgency. Escape? Slytherin felt a dryness in his throat. Reason dictated that he should indeed flee immediately, for the situation had spiraled beyond redemption, and the wild dwarf's defeat was inevitable. Yet, if he, as a master-level spellcaster, abandoned his kin, the Brown Forest clan would struggle to regain their strength in the years to come. Emotionally, Slytherin found it impossible to heartlessly abandon the dozen or so strong warriors of his clan, let alone the nearly 2,000 fighters who were still battling fiercely on the battlefield. To Slytherin, who had lived for over 3 centuries, these clan members were not merely cold statistics, but intimate companions and descendants with whom he had endured trials and grown over a long span of time. Very well, I shall depart at once. You too, flee swiftly, striving to lead the clan's warriors to disperse and distance themselves from this place. In a mere quarter of an hour, Slytherin regained his composure. His demeanor became calm and collected, locking eyes with the Dark Queen Lyanna, who had just finished her spellcasting and was now grinning menacingly at him. The black gem atop his staff emitted a radiant glow, and a 2-meter-high portal of white light materialized before Slytherin, revealing a forest on the other side from this vantage point. The 4-circle spell, Gateway. The effect of this spell allows one to traverse to any precisely described location, whether it be one that is witnessed, imagined, or articulated through distance and direction. Upon grasping this concept, one can conjure a portal, with the opposite side leading directly to the desired destination. However, there are limitations. Firstly, it can only function within the same plane. Secondly, the greater the distance, the more magical energy is consumed. Despite these constraints, this spell remains a favored choice among many spellcasters. As the black beast of Slytherin leapt into the portal, a dark light swiftly followed, entering before the portal could close. This dark light was none other than the shadowy queen, Lyanna, now taking human form. The high-ranking wild dwarves present were momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. However, the elder bloodline leaders, aged and wise, suddenly grasped the final words spoken by the shaman, their lips twitching as their eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and lead the warriors from the battlefield," bellowed one elder, nearly 4 centuries old, as he dashed towards the distant conflict. The others quickly regained their senses, following the elder and engaging any monstrous warriors they encountered, working swiftly to gather the scattered fighters across the battlefield. The efficiency of the dozen or so high-ranking warriors was astonishing. Within a brief span, they managed to rally the majority of the surviving clan warriors. Subsequently, over 1,700 wild dwarf fighters divided into 3 groups, fleeing in different directions, each led by 4 or 5 formidable warriors. As for the monstrous horde, initially numbering over 4,000, they had dwindled to less than 1,000. Even the chief of the Beastheart tribe, a powerful draconic figure, had fallen, leaving only the troll leader, Grey, as the sole remaining formidable creature on the battlefield. Yet, Grey was not foolish. Seeing that the wild dwarves were preoccupied with their own escape, he had no intention of pursuing them into certain demise. Though he possessed great strength, capable of taking on 3 or even 4 high-ranking wild dwarves at once, he knew that facing a dozen would be overwhelming. As Grey surveyed the battlefield, littered with the corpses of goblins, kobolds, and trolls, he cast a glance at the handful of surviving trolls, barely numbering 50 or 60. It was a stark contrast to the hundreds that had stood with him before the battle, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. While monsters are not typically prone to sentimentality, the sight of fallen kin and comrades brought a sense of sorrow and melancholy. Regrettably, Grey had often contemplated the notion of his master utilizing some dragon blood to create more draconic trolls, yet he dared not voice such desires to his master. After all, what servant would presume to make requests of their lord? Grey's formidable strength and prowess are undoubtedly attributed to its exceptional innate talent and relentless effort. However, without the bestowed contract dragon vein power from its master, it would never have attained such formidable capabilities. A mid-level power would have been its lifelong limit. What are they doing? Hurry and clear the battlefield, and retrieve the spoils of our master. Shaking its head, Grey dismissed these thoughts and turned its gaze toward the resting, panting monster warriors on the ground, as well as the ravenous troll warriors savagely tearing into the flesh of the wild dwarfs. It immediately berated them. In the valley and the rear mountains, Udi, who had been observing the battlefield from the clouds above, had quietly descended, a hint of excitement gleaming in its eyes. Its mother had gone in pursuit of that master-level spellcaster, and now was a splendid opportunity, although somewhat unscrupulous. The prospect of uncovering the treasures accumulated by the wild dwarves over centuries, perhaps even millennia, stirred Udi's insatiable greed. Naturally, the Brown Forest clan had come well prepared for this battle, and thus, their most precious treasures were likely relocated. Nevertheless, in such a hasty retreat, many rare items would undoubtedly remain behind, left unclaimed. As for using a spatial bag, spatial bags are not commonplace items. The average one typically holds only a few cubic meters. Those capable of containing hundreds of cubic meters are not possessions of the ordinary. The spatial bag that Caradan contributed to Udi measured only a few cubic meters, and it was not acquired through Caradan's own prowess. That bag, along with the spellcaster's promotion book and several spell tomes, was salvaged from the remains of a deceased human spellcaster found in the crevice of a collapsed cave. What Caradan truly obtained through his own efforts were the Fireball spell and the group low-level Frenzy spell, traded with the Highgrind family. Everything else was merely a natural gift. Indeed, a goblin encountering fortune in the wild, possessing the aptitude for spellcasting, and through perseverance and luck, navigating the tumultuous path to becoming a spellcaster over decades. Achieving the rank of an intermediate mage is quite the archetype of a regional monstrous protagonist. Udi moved swiftly, knowing that such undertakings must remain concealed from the Black Dragon matron, lest it face severe reprimand. Dragons place immense value on treasures. Damn it, the cave is too small. I cannot enter. Soon, guided by its unique sense of smell and perception, Udi located a cave concealing treasures. However, upon seeing the entrance, barely 2 meters high, it was instantly struck with frustration. The transformation spells require one to reach the adult dragon stage or possess the strength of an adult dragon to awaken such abilities from their bloodline. An adult black dragon achieves a biological level of 15, and Udi still needs considerable time to mature. There are also spells such as Alteration and Shrink, which can change one's form, but Udi knows none of them. Damn it, Udi felt a tinge of regret. Had he foreseen this day, he would have acquired a transformation or shrinking spell during his prior dealings with humans. Proficiency was not necessary. Even a rudimentary understanding would suffice. Such abilities would have proven invaluable, whether for combat concealment or navigating his current peculiar predicament. In most circumstances, the immense size of a dragon is advantageous. Yet in certain unique situations, a smaller form can yield unexpected benefits. Chapter 66. The raw crystal of magic power before him lay a cavern plunging over 100 meters deep, a depth that could not be excavated in a short span. Udi ultimately had to relinquish that pursuit and seek other treasures. Moments later, guided by his keen sense of smell and awareness, he discovered a concealed storeroom, secured with a colossal iron lock. With a swift strike of his claw, he shattered the door along with its lock. What greeted his eyes was a substantial heap of, or within the storeroom. This pile consisted of magic iron ore, which, upon his inspection, did not elicit overwhelming surprise. While the value of refined magic iron is significant, unrefined magic iron ore holds a rather mundane worth. A palm-sized piece of refined magic iron requires several volumes of magic iron ore for its creation. Weapons forged from this refined magic iron can amplify the potency and transmission efficiency of battle energy and vitality, rendering them exceedingly precious for practitioners of these arts. Previously, during a surprise assault, Udi had observed that the massive axe wielded by the wild dwarf Rasha was crafted from a substantial amount of magic iron. Although it was of inferior quality, its worth was still immense. Udi's gaze shifted from the magic iron ore to a pile of smaller stones interspersed with white crystals deeper within the storeroom. Upon sensing the rich, elemental energy emanating from them, his eyes brightened with excitement. Raw magic power crystal ore, judging by the elemental concentration, it appeared to be of intermediate grade. Magic gemstones, magic power crystals, and magical metals are classified into 5 tiers: inferior, lower, intermediate, upper, and exceptional, with each tier representing a significant leap in value. Udi's spatial pouch still contained about 100 inferior magic power crystals, obtained through trades with humans, representing the hard-earned resources from Skiki and others' months of hunting. This pile of crystal, or, judging by its elemental concentration, could yield thousands of inferior magic power crystals, and dozens of intermediate ones as well. Udi's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a palm-sized gray spatial pouch from his reverse scales, channeling magic energy to absorb the entirety of the intermediate crystal ore into it. The pouch, with a capacity of 5 cubic units, was quickly filled to its brim. As for the remaining magic iron ore, it was impossible to carry away. Even with several more such pouches, it would be unfeasible. Feeling a sense of loss, Udi decided to take a piece of magic iron ore and consume it. The crisp and clear sound of crunching resonated through the air. After sampling a few tons of magic iron ore to savor its flavor, Udi finally paused. Within his keen dragon senses, he detected a life form intruding several hundred meters away. The scent indicated it was a goblin. Upon realizing that the monstrous army under the command of the Black Dragon Lady was approaching to claim the spoils of the victors, Udi hurriedly exited the warehouse. After delving into the depths of the forest beyond the valley, he quietly ascended into the sky, departing from the area and making his way towards the Black Blood Valley. As for whether the Black Dragon Lady would successfully slay the master-level wild dwarf spellcaster, Udi remained confident. A master spellcaster, whose magical energy was nearly depleted, could only attract the Black Dragon Lady with his own life in a desperate bid to allow his kin to escape. In such dire circumstances, how could he possibly survive the jaws of a fully grown dragon with a specialized vocation? The outcome was already predetermined, and Udi had no desire to linger. After all, staying would yield no share of the treasure, not even a single gold coin. Nor would it grant him a glimpse of the likely existence of lower-grade magic iron mines or intermediate-grade magic crystal mines. Conversely, remaining could attract unwanted attention due to the intermediate-grade magic crystal or filling his spatial pouch. One should never doubt a dragon's treasure-seeking abilities and their keen instinct for wealth. The scene shifts to the other side, where Lyanna, pursuing through the portal, observed Slatterin standing calmly on the ground, unafraid and serene. Initially taken aback, she soon smiled, recognizing the wisdom in his choice. To perish beneath the claws of a fully grown black dragon, trained in the specialized vocation of a monk, was an outcome she found acceptable. Slatterin regarded the humanoid form of the Dark Queen with a complex expression, filled with awe and curiosity, yet devoid of any fear of death. Before his demise, he pondered whether the Dark Queen might enlighten him regarding a lingering question. What was the name of the monk vocation she practiced? Having lived for centuries, he had encountered many professions, including numerous types of monks, yet he had never seen one quite like hers. Curiosity piqued, he inquired. Originally, he had intended to ask how a lethargic black dragon managed to cultivate such formidable spiritual energy akin to a diligent ascetic, but upon reflection, he recognized that dragons were inherently peculiar, and the Dark Queen was no exception. After all, the dragon that toyed with him was also an aberrant black dragon. Contemplating this, Slatterin felt a profound sense of frustration. While the number of dragons was considerable, the realm of Tal was vast, and as they dispersed, dragons became increasingly rare. Yet, his family, the Brownwoods, had the extraordinary fortune of associating with 2 dragons, both of the unusual kind. Aberrant dragons do not merely refer to those with physical abnormalities, but also encompass those with peculiar personalities, behaviors, and extraordinary talents, such as the spell-obsessed dragon, the gluttonous dragon, and the noble-hearted evil dragon, among others. Udi could be classified as the former, while Lyanna fell into the latter category. Mountain Ridge believer, Lyanna replied indifferently, acknowledging that this little insect had spared her some effort by providing an answer. Slytherin endeavored to recollect the origins of his vocation, seeking insights from the heritage of his wild dwarf kin. Soon, his eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered, "Saint Petrov Slytherin," only for his gaze to dim abruptly. A gaping wound, oozing blood and brain matter, had appeared upon his forehead. With a casual wave, Lyanna ensconced Slytherin's lifeless form within a spatial pouch. This was the corpse of a master-level spellcaster, possessing considerable value, particularly to necromancers. However, Lyanna intended not to barter with practitioners of the necromantic arts, for this individual was privy to a wealth of her information. Instead, she resolved to utilize this master spellcaster's remains to experiment with the other functions and effects of psychic energy. Psychic energy, a transcendent force born from the union of mental and spiritual power, harbors astounding might. For instance, it can conjure fire, create ice, manifest objects, give rise to life, facilitate flight, accelerate movement, manipulate matter, effect transformations, and control the weather. While such spells could be executed through individual incantations, psychic energy, when properly harnessed, could replicate the effects of nearly all spells. The power of the mind is vast and profound. Lyanna aimed to explore whether she could cultivate a new consciousness within this corpse using her own psychic energy. In the Blackblood Valley, Udi's massive dragon form descended upon a clearing by the pond, where Shiki, Caradan, Baihi, and Mondo had awaited for some time. Udi tossed a spatial pouch, stripped of his magical sigils, to Caradan, instructing him to swiftly extract the intermediate magical crystals from the raw or contained within. Extracting magical crystals from the ore requires the use of magical energy. Physical methods of breaking the ore often lead to the loss of elemental integrity within the crystals. This is why these magical crystal ores remained unrefined. The Brown Forest clan had a sparse number of spellcasters, and the efficiency of lower-tier spellcasters in collection was notably slow. Meanwhile, esteemed mid-tier, high-tier, and master-level spellcasters were unlikely to toil as laborers in mining, resulting in a naturally diminished rate of extraction, thus preserving this batch of crystal ore. Of course, this was merely Udi's conjecture, yet it bore a semblance of reason. Chapter 67. 3 years of accumulation after issuing instructions to Caradan. Udi inquired of Shiki regarding the specifics of the clan's warrior casualties during the recent ambush. Master, we deployed over 1,000 warriors, yet fewer than 300 returned, among whom 5 mid-level warriors perished, Shiki reported, his expression grave. The clashes between the monstrous clans of Black Blood and Green Forest and the wild dwarfs of the Brown Forest had wrought significant devastation, originally numbering over 4,000. Even counting women and children, the clan now barely exceeded 1,000 souls. Nonetheless, the core combat capability of the monster clan has largely been preserved. In addition to the 4 contracted subordinates, known as the Shiki, the clan possesses 5 intermediate warriors, 2 formidable goblin warriors, a dog-headed warrior, and the duo of the Zamanzaka trolls. Of course, they have only just crossed the threshold into the intermediate ranks, with their biological levels predominantly resting at the initial stage of level 5. Udi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. His heart remained largely unaffected by such grievous losses. Aside from a twinge of regret for the 5 fallen intermediate monster warriors, the others that perished could be replaced within a few months, or at most, a year. Enough. You may withdraw. Continue as you have done in the past, Udi expressed, having lost interest in further discussion, signaling them to disperse and commence their tasks. The 4 monsters of various races escorted Udi back to the dragon's lair before each went their separate ways. The white-feathered mother crane flapped her wings elegantly, soaring to a nearby cliff hundreds of meters high, as she had 2 young ones to tend to. Caledon tucked the gray, dusty spatial pouch into his embrace and strode towards the dwelling of the Green Forest clan, eager to begin mining. For it was an urgent task assigned by the master that took precedence over studying spells or honing magical powers. Mondo scratched the back of his head, feeling a pang of hunger, contemplating whether to feast on the wild goats raised by the tribe or the giant rabbits of the dense forest today. Ultimately, he resolved, having not indulged in mountain chicken for quite some time, today would be a day for chicken. Just as Mondo prepared to step forward, he heard Shiki's voice from behind. Wait, Mondo, what is it? Mondo turned around, looking down at the diminutive Shiki. To Mondo, now towering at 5 meters, Shiki's stature, just over 2 meters, appeared quite small. Shiki regarded Mondo's robust physique with a glint of envy. Alas, such traits were a product of racial endowment. Mondo had already reached a height of 4 meters before receiving the Master's draconic power, a point not easily envied. Mondo, our tribal warriors have suffered significant casualties. And you are aware of the Master's appetite, Shiki remarked. You're making this too complicated, Shiki. My head is spinning. Mondo interjected, pressing his hands against his temples, unable to endure Shiki's incessant lamentation over the tribe's hardships. Shiki huffed in discontent, inwardly pondering that indeed, Mondo was just a big oaf. In comparison, their dog-headed kin also had their merits. At least their minds were considerably sharper than those of trolls. To put it simply, you shouldn't spend all your time eating and sleeping. If you have leisure, seek out the female trolls to mate and produce more troll offspring. Of course, if you choose not to breed, then wander the dark forest and bring back those lost wild trolls, Shiki articulated blandly. After a few moments of contemplation, Mondo nodded, his voice deep and resonant. Mondo understands. In essence, it was about increasing the troll population. Seeing his suggestion acknowledged, Shiki nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. For the sake of their master's sustenance and expendable forces, the more trolls, the better. As for the matter of their voracious appetites, it matters not. Trolls, with their insatiable appetites, are hardly discerning in their choices, consuming even the foulest, most decayed remnants, leaves, soil, showing far less selectivity than goblins or dog-headed folk. The 4 contracted vassals are each preoccupied with their own affairs, while Udi, returning to the dragon's lair, finds himself similarly engaged. Through the recent conflict with the Brownwood clan, Udi has encountered a multitude of remarkable career paths and formidable adversaries, gaining a profound understanding of his current strength and status. His previously inflated sense of self has now been tempered. When a senior blood warrior, named Rasha, fought with fervor against him, Udi found himself compelled to flee. Recognizing his own inadequacies, calmly, Udi reflected, though Rasha is no ordinary high-level practitioner, wielding a formidable weapon forged from demon iron, what lies ahead is a time for growth, for accumulating power and honing his skills. Aware of his limitations, Udi began to meticulously plan for the forthcoming period. Mastery of spells remains essential. The demise of Slytherin at the claws of Lena does not imply that the spellcaster is weak. It merely suggests that Lena is stronger. As a master-level practitioner, the chieftain of the Brownwood clan, Ruz, was vanquished in an instant before Lena's full might. Observing the battle, Udi had every reason to believe that Slytherin, the master-level wild dwarf spellcaster, retained the ability to escape until the very end. Though unable to triumph, he had the means to flee. The longer a spellcaster survives, the more diverse and enigmatic their methodologies become, rendering them inscrutable. Udi refused to believe that a master-level spellcaster like Slytherin, who had lived for centuries, lacked mastery of a teleportation spell. Teleportation is merely a 5th-level spell. Once proficient, teleportation can be executed swiftly. If Slytherin could merely delay for a moment, he could escape. In the case of a perfected teleportation, it could even be instantaneous. The choice to employ a door of opportunity rather than teleportation was merely a decision made between his own life and the lives of nearly 2,000 warriors in his tribe. It does not imply that escape was beyond his capabilities. Udi's objective is to swiftly master a spell for evasion and to elevate its proficiency to mastery, potentially achieving instantaneous execution. This would ensure a greater chance of survival against overwhelming foes, provided the disparity in strength is not insurmountable. With his unique feasting talent and proficiency bonuses, Udi believes that as long as he survives, he will grow stronger over time, with no true limits to his power. While dragons inherently grow stronger through time and sustenance, the pace of such growth is painfully slow, often taking centuries to achieve even a single level of advancement. Udi's thoughts drifted to the unique psychic class associated with his mother, the Black Dragon, and he felt a pang of envy. Yet, he understood that no matter how fervently he might plead with her, she would not grant him this special class without reason, even if it posed no loss to her. Forget it. Opportunities will always arise in the future. Udi stifled the greed that welled up within him. In truth, Udi understood that pursuing 2 professions would demand a considerable investment of time and energy, rather than attempting to juggle both. It would be wiser to specialize in the mage profession, which might yield a more substantial enhancement of his powers. However, he genuinely felt that the unique profession associated with the Black Dragon Lady suited him exceptionally well. The synergy between the increasingly formidable physique of the mighty dragon and this special profession, which significantly amplifies melee capabilities, is nothing short of a potent combination. In the days that followed, Udi's life returned to the rhythm reminiscent of the period before the onset of war. Each day was spent delving into spells. When fatigue set in, he would peruse the knowledge embedded in the dragon's legacy within his mind, familiarizing himself with the customs, professions, and characteristics of various races, as well as understanding different types of equipment, particularly those tailored for dragons. Once the cooldown period for the feast elapsed, he would indulge in a banquet until his progress bar was filled, after which he would succumb to slumber. Amidst this monotonous yet gratifying routine, during which he could palpably sense his own progress, time flowed slowly yet inexorably forward. Thus, after 6 months, Udi's biological level ascended to level 8. In terms of spells, he made significant strides in mastering the 2nd-tier water elemental enhancement. Additionally, he successfully grasped the 4th-tier spell, teleportation, and the 3rd-tier spell, shrink, acquired through trade with humans. The effects of teleportation need not be elaborated upon. While its escape capabilities may not rival those of the more expedient transport spell, the latter is a 5th-tier spell that requires one to attain the status of a high-level caster before it can be learned. Udi realized that becoming a high-level caster would likely take a considerable amount of time, certainly not within a few short years. Moreover, the Siglind family, from which he had traded, might not possess the means to provide the transport spell. The quality and scale of the teams dispatched monthly by the Siglind family to the Dark Forest offer a glimpse into their capabilities. The family's highest combat power likely consists of advanced professionals, with the probability of possessing master-level practitioners being exceedingly low. Once Udi grows stronger, the utility of this family from the small human principality will likely diminish. However, by that time, this lucrative opportunity will have reached its conclusion. In the depths of the water dragon's lair, Udi grinned maliciously. Engaging in trade with evil dragons, reaping exorbitant profits, also entails assuming certain risks, does it not? After 16 months of nurturing and development, which equates to 1 year and 4 months, Udi's biological level rose from 8 to 9. Achieving level 10 would signify his entry into the realm of high-level beings. The development of his monster clan proceeded smoothly, under the transformation induced by dragon blood. The warriors imbued with Udi's lineage gradually experienced breakthroughs to intermediate status amidst the carnage and consumption. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Deep within the jungle, a squad of human warriors clad in full armor advanced silently. Among the 30 warriors, 2 spellcasters rode atop black-scaled beasts. The black-scaled beasts, being mature 5-level magical creatures, possessed above-average speed and strength compared to their peers. They wielded a spell-like ability that enveloped their surroundings in a confounding black mist. To ride upon such a magical creature as a mount signifies that the identities of these 2 spellcasters are undoubtedly remarkable. "Wit, are we nearing our destination?" inquired the middle-aged man clad in a blue magical robe, his hair speckled with gray, addressing the purple-robed spellcaster beside him. Wit, the esteemed 6th-level mage who has led the team in material trade with Shurji for several years, had ascended to the 7th level 2 years prior. Moreover, as he had been the one orchestrating the transactions in the Dark Forest, his standing within the family has significantly risen, now holding the esteemed title of the 3rd spokesperson within the Higland family. "Approximately 1 kilometer remains, Chief," Wit replied with a demeanor of utmost respect. The chief of the Higland clan, the family's most formidable member, stood beside Wit at this moment. Roy nodded slightly, his heart filled with reflections. Since Wit had established clandestine ties with the Dark Queen nearly 4 years ago, leading to a flourishing trade, the Higland family had grown increasingly powerful. With a substantial influx of resources and wealth, the number of formidable individuals within the family had surged, and many mercenaries, weary of an unstable existence, had flocked to the Higland family, becoming either guardians or captains of warriors. In the 3rd year of their trade, Roy himself had successfully utilized a vast expenditure to procure a mental elixir, breaking through to the 10th level, thus becoming a highly esteemed and potent spellcaster. The entire family's influence had expanded rapidly in the subsequent year due to his advancement. Initially confined to the city of Jinhua, the Higland family's reach now extended into the capital of the duchy. Chapter 68, A Qualitative Elevation. 4. The group traversed the Dark Forest at a measured pace, the warriors displaying an air of vigilance. Although Chief Roy and Wit appeared relaxed, their protective fields and the ever-active reconnaissance spells unmistakably conveyed their serious demeanor. The Dark Forest is perilous, a shared understanding among the adventurers of the Cass Duchy. Here, one might encounter dragons, high-level magical beasts, vast clans of monsters, and elves who harbor disdain for humanity. Each year, hundreds of adventurers meet their demise within this foreboding forest. From the border to this point, we must have traversed over 200 kilometers, correct? It must have been quite a challenge for you to lead the team previously, Roy remarked, his reconnaissance spell having alerted him to the presence of nearly 100 auras several hundred meters ahead in the thicket. Given that these auras were not being deliberately concealed, their owners were likely the monstrous entities engaged in trade with the Higland family. Upon hearing Chief Roy's reflections, Wit continued, "If we consider the journey from Jinhua, the total distance must exceed 600 kilometers, making the round trip over 1,000 kilometers, a considerable undertaking indeed. Not only is the journey arduous, but the passage from Jinhua City to the borders of the Kingdom of Cass is frequently beset by bandits. Though they are merely a ragtag band of miscreants, true brigands possessing any degree of acumen would recognize the formidable nature of our company. The trek of several hundred kilometers often leaves one utterly exhausted. On occasion, a misstep may result in injury to a warrior, thereby impeding our progress. Traversing the over 200 kilometers from the borders of the Kingdom of Cass to the trading post, one must contend with various creatures, goblins, kobolds, trolls, wurgeons, and ogres. Fortunately, these monsters possess a keener sense of danger than their human counterparts. Thus, encounters with them are generally less perilous. The greatest threat lies in the Dark Forest, where venomous insects, serpents, and ants, along with toxic plants and vines, lurk. A careless bite or scratch could lead to poisoning. While ordinary toxins can often be countered with antidotes, There exist rare venoms for which no remedy is found. Over the past 7 years of trade, the number of poison warriors has exceeded 350, with a tragic tally of over 20 who have succumbed to rare toxins. Most of these incidents have occurred within the last 4 years, as the frequency of trade has surged following clandestine dealings with the monstrous clans under the Dark Queen. This has naturally increased the likelihood of poisoning due to the greater number of participants involved, despite the relatively low count of 20 or so fatalities over 7 years. Those warriors dispatched by the Highgrind family to partake in these ventures are not merely commoners. They are either nurtured from a young age or have family ties in the territory. Each loss is a significant blow to their loyal familial ranks. As the adage goes, greater risks yield greater rewards. Many covet such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. Roy is correct, the clan leader acknowledged. Were it not for these circumstances, my ascension to level 7 would not have been so swift, Wit replied with a smile. At 38 years of age, he had attained the 7th level in his magical profession, with the prospect of potentially advancing to a higher echelon in the future. As they exchanged pleasantries, the party drew closer to the trading location. Emerging from the dense thicket, Wit and his 30 accompanying warriors felt at ease, having visited many times before. Yet for Roy, this was the first encounter with the monstrous clans engaged in trade with their family. A formidable presence emanated from the assembly of monsters. The lowest among them bore at least the 4th level of strength, with many likely of intermediate rank. Roy's gaze fell upon nearly 100 monstrous warriors standing some distance away. Goblin warriors towered at 2 meters, kobold warriors stood at 1 meter 80 to 90, and trolls loomed at heights of 4 to 5 meters. Clad in darkened vine armor and wielding weapons such as wooden spears, iron blades, and spiked clubs, their equipment, while inferior to the low-level enchanted gear of Roy's company, exuded a fierce and intimidating aura. Although Roy had gleaned much information from Wit's reports, seeing them firsthand elicited a more profound realization. After all, they were merely a band of monsters. How formidable could they truly be? What of being under the shadow of the Dark Queen? Can they truly surpass the warriors of their lineage? The warriors of the Higlinged family undergo rigorous tactical training, engaging in life-and-death battles against monsters and brigands during their development. Among them, the elite are equipped with a complete set of low-level enchanted gear, making them among the finest even among their human counterparts. However, this was Roy's previous belief. Upon witnessing the formidable appearance of these monstrous warriors, he felt the need to temper his pride and arrogance. The trade proceeded smoothly, as both parties were well acquainted. The monsters were represented by Shurji and Caradan, while the humans were led by Wit. The profit from this transaction of monster materials was estimated to reach double the initial investment. Observing the entire trading process, Roy calculated in his mind. This double profit was purely additional, calculated after excluding all costs such as team expenses, material procurement, and time consumption. Yet, this was merely the baseline profit. Should these materials be crafted into potions or equipment and sold after some time, the profit could multiply several times over. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Roy's face. However, while this trade was indeed lucrative, it was insufficient for advancing his family further. He greedily contemplated the possibility of collaborative mining ventures and other partnerships. The monster forest was an untapped virgin territory, and there must be numerous undiscovered veins of ore. If it were solely the Higlinged family, even if they stumbled upon a rare vein, it would be impossible to mine and transport it from such a perilous location. But what if the natives were involved? Roy's gaze shifted towards Shurji and the others, appraising their robust physiques, and he felt a decision forming within him. His participation in this trade was initially driven by the desire to explore new profitable ventures. Merely trading monster materials could no longer satisfy him, a high-ranking mage. Mining, slavery, pillaging, what could be more profitable than trading in monster materials? As the transaction concluded, with a warm invitation for future dealings, Caradan and Wit exchanged pleasantries after settling the trade. Of course, you are the most valued customers of the Higlinged family. We shall spare no effort in procuring what you require, Wit responded cheerfully, ready to close the transaction. Yet, suddenly, his expression shifted, and the tone of their conversation changed. By the way, Caradan, I wonder if the Dark Queen desires to acquire more treasures? What do you mean? Caradan raised an eyebrow, signaling Wit to clarify. Mines, slaves, pillaging, Wit replied softly, articulating 6 words that hung heavily in the air. Upon hearing this, Caradan cast a sidelong glance at Wit, his expression a curious blend of amusement and skepticism. Just as he was about to speak, a subtle shift in his demeanor indicated that he had received directives from his master. Naturally, who would decline an opportunity for profit? Caradan nodded in agreement. But upon noticing the gleam of delight on Wit's face, he abruptly changed his tone, questioning, "However, can you truly handle it?" "Of course we can." Wit was on the verge of elaborating when a confident voice emerged from behind. The clan leader, Roy. Caradan directed his gaze toward the approaching Roy, instinctively sensing the latent danger emanating from this human spellcaster. "I am Roy Higland, the leader of the Higland clan, and I am now an advanced spellcaster." Roy briefly introduced himself, deliberately exuding a potent aura of magic to validate his claims. Upon revealing Roy's identity, Caradan was taken aback, astonishment flickering in his eyes, mingled with a hint of something peculiar. How fortuitous. This serendipitous occurrence would allow the task just assigned by his master to be accomplished swiftly. After a brief exchange, Caradan extended an invitation for Roy to meet with his master, the Dark Queen. Roy hesitated, aware of the inherent risks of conversing face-to-face with an adult black dragon. Sensing Roy's trepidation, Caradan let out a derisive laugh, remarking, "It appears you lack sincerity. Do you truly think my master would be concerned about a mere advanced spellcaster?" With that, he prepared to lead his party away. Just as Caradan and his companions had traversed several dozen meters, on the verge of vanishing into the foliage, a voice called out from behind, "Wait, I will go." After wrestling with his inner conflict for some time, Roy resolved to take the risk. The Higland clan could generate substantial wealth for the Dark Queen. No malevolent dragon would slay a partner beneficial to them. While dragons are indeed malevolent, untrustworthy, greedy, and cunning, they are not devoid of intelligence. Without the Higland clan, a black dragon entrenched in the dark forest would find it arduous to discover another capable and audacious ally in a timely manner. "Well, since you're coming, then follow along. However, leave the other warriors behind. If they were to witness my master's majestic form and inadvertently lose composure, it could incite her wrath." Caradan remarked coolly as he turned his head. Without needing Caradan's reminder, Roy would not have brought those warriors along anyway. After all, in the presence of an adult black dragon, even a contingent of elite warriors would find little courage, possibly leading to unforeseen complications. "Wit, you and the team wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly," Roy instructed Wit, before mounting his black-scaled beast and following Caradan and the others into the dense forest. Behind them, Wit's eyes reflected a glimmer of concern. He sensed that the clan leader was venturing into perilous territory. Yet, the mere thought of potentially establishing a direct partnership with the Queen of Shadows quickens the cadence of Wit's heart as he envisions the splendid prospects that such an alliance could yield. Deep within the Black Blood Valley, beside the Dragon Pool, a colossal creature adorned with black scales reclines languidly under the sun. Fortune indeed favors him. Upon receiving the report from Caledon echoing in his mind, the black-scaled behemoth, known as Udi, breaks into a grin. When Wit proposed additional trading terms for their mutual benefit, an inspiration struck Udi. He saw this as an opportunity to summon the true authority of the Siglind family to meet him, thus enabling him to seize complete control over this human lineage. What ensued? The family patriarch arrived directly, catching Udi somewhat off guard. An opportunity presented at his doorstep must not be overlooked, lest he face dire consequences. Udi murmured to himself, and before the arrival of the guests, he opened his panel to review his status. Udi, biological level 9, mage level 6, length 1824, life force 2832, current feast layers 67, cooldown 28 days, spell-like abilities, dark arts, dim vision, appraisal, spell runes, 4-ring portal, proficient 1, 3-ring shrink, novice 3, 2-ring water element enhancement, return to origins, 2-ring water healing, proficient 5, 1-ring weaken, novice 8, 1-ring water blade, novice 15. 0-ring arcane mark, novice 32. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, Udi has achieved a significant qualitative leap in strength. Though he is yet to transcend to the pinnacle of level 10 and attain the status of an advanced being, he possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the high bone blood warrior who once forced him to flee in terror. This is even under the condition that the warrior employs that particular arcane technique. Without such a method to substantially augment his power, Udi believes he could dispatch the warrior with a single encounter. Humans differ greatly from one another, and similarly, dragons vary immensely. A standard level 9 black dragon might contend evenly with a level 10 or 11 bone blood warrior, though the outcome would hinge on specific circumstances. Yet Udi, at level 9, could easily overpower a typical level 9 black dragon. This holds true even when excluding the influences of mage levels and spell enhancements. After all, Udi's draconic physique is somewhat exaggerated compared to others of his kind at the same level. A typical level 9 black dragon measures approximately 12 meters in length. In contrast, Udi exceeds 18 meters. Furthermore, his neck is proportionately shorter, and his muscular build is significantly more robust. Thus, an 18-meter frame does not visually appear smaller than a 20-meter black dragon. As time progresses, his feast talent will further widen the disparity in size between Udi and other ordinary giants. This size of mine might serve as an effective intimidation tactic against foes when the moment calls for it. Udi chuckled to himself. The formidable bioplasmic field of Udi sensed the approach of an unfamiliar presence, prompting an internal acknowledgement that a visitor had finally arrived. Roy, mounted upon his black-scaled beast, ventured deep into the Black Blood Valley. After traversing a small grove, he beheld a colossal black creature sprawled upon the ground. Is this the Dark Queen? Observing the languid black dragon basking in the sunlight from a distance, Roy felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, something about the dragon's appearance struck him as peculiar. Chapter 69. Roy's Submission. 4. With a heart laden with trepidation, Roy approached the black dragon, inhaled deeply, and bowed respectfully, declaring, "Great Dark Queen, I, Roy Higglind, extend my sincere greetings to you." "Oh, you believe I am the Dark Queen?" The imposing black dragon before him opened its fearsome maw, its tone laced with mockery. Upon hearing that deep, virile voice, Roy's face stiffened. In truth, as he approached the black dragon, he had harbored a vague suspicion that this oddly shaped creature was unlikely to be the Dark Queen, considering that the title itself suggested a female black dragon. Although Roy was a mage with a wealth of knowledge across various domains, he was not a specialized draconologist. His judgments relied on previous studies of certain magical entities, inherently fraught with uncertainty and imprecision. However, there was no longer any need for speculation, as the unknown, extraordinary adult black dragon spoke, validating his suspicions. "Your Grace, forgive my impudence. In the tales circulating in the outside world, this region is said to be occupied by a female black dragon. It appears that such rumors are gravely misleading, for the true sovereign of this land is indeed your esteemed self." Roy's demeanor grew exceedingly grave, his indignation flaring at the slander directed towards the magnificent black dragon before him. "Ha ha ha!" Udi's laughter echoed, resonating with amusement. "How utterly delightful. Indeed, it is the human capacity for adaptability that truly captures the essence of such situations." Standing beneath the menacing maw of the dragon, Roy felt as though he were amidst a tempest, his robes billowing in the wind. The palpable, fearsome aura emanating from the creature compelled him to bow even lower. The sheer intensity of the breath it exuded was terrifying. Truly, it was deserving of its status as an adult black dragon, Roy marveled internally. In truth, had Roy employed his identification spell on Udi, his expression would have been one of astonishment. The creature before him, comparable in size to an adult black dragon, was merely a level 9 being. Identification was a semi-magical ability that awakened in black dragons during their juvenile stage. However, this ability was not exclusive to them, as certain other races possessed similar traits. The creation of a spell often drew inspiration from the innate semi-magical abilities of extraordinary creatures. Take, for instance, the wind blade abilities of the wind wolves, which correspond to the spells of the first and third circles, wind blade and multi-wind blade, respectively. Indeed, my imposing stature is rather intimidating, Udi thought, taking satisfaction in Roy's increasingly hunched form. The biases harbored within the human heart are akin to a towering mountain. The more one understands, the stronger the constraints imposed by one's own perceptions become. Roy, fully aware of the formidable size of an adult black dragon, harbored no doubts about Udi's power upon their first encounter. He immediately concluded that Udi was indeed an adult black dragon, a creature that must possess an esteemed level of at least 15 on the food chain. Of course, Udi's robust draconic form played a significant role in this assessment. Had he merely been a hollow Fade, Roy's keen perception as a high-level spellcaster would have easily detected the ruse, casting doubt upon Udi's authenticity. The hardness of the scales, the vitality of the flesh, the biological magnetic field, and the energy of the breath, these attributes are not difficult for a strong individual to discern. Though Udi's draconic strength still fell short of that of a fully mature black dragon, the disparity was not excessively absurd. Roy would perceive Udi's mastery over his aura as highly refined, rather than believing that Udi's draconic strength was genuinely at the level he projected. What you have come to know is indeed correct. This place was originally the domain of the Queen of Shadows. However, as Udi spoke, his tone suddenly shifted, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. She is far too weak, a mere 16th level dragon, just recently matured. I soared from the depths of the shadow forest, passed through this area, and casually dealt her a harsh blow. The result? That little wretch fled, weeping. Roy's mind was a whirlwind of questions. His expression shifted multiple times as he sought to unravel the implications embedded within Udi's words, causing him to bow even lower. Simultaneously, he quietly dispelled the mastery-level spell of the Anywhere Door, originally intended as a means of escape should the situation turn dire. Yet, upon sensing the icy warning in Udi's tone, he hesitated and ultimately chose to abandon the notion of flight. The powerful black dragon must have sensed the covert magic stirring within him. Given the vast gulf in their respective powers, Roy decided to act in accordance with his instincts. Udi, however, remained oblivious to the concealed magic operating within Roy. He was merely attempting to intimidate his counterpart. If it had an effect, all the better. If not, it mattered little. Now let us discuss business. Speak plainly of your minds, slaves, and the business of robbery. The black dragon, who had just moments ago exhibited a ferocious demeanor, now spoke in a tone of utter indifference. Roy silently reflected on the mercurial nature of a dragon's temperament before quickly responding, recognizing that this matter was one of his primary objectives, undertaken at great personal risk. Moreover, having reached this juncture, with his escape spell dispelled and his life entirely at the mercy of this black dragon, Roy found himself less anxious than before. Regarding the businesses of mining, slavery, and robbery, allow me to commence with the mines. The Shadow Forest is vast and rich in elemental power. It undoubtedly harbors numerous magical crystals, metals, and rare gems. If you, esteemed Dragon Lord, are willing to dispatch a substantial number of goblins to explore these mines, you are certain to uncover a wealth of resources. The raw materials extracted could then be refined by our high-grind family, processed further, and sold to the outside world for a handsome profit. Regarding the slave trade, the Principality of Cass and the Kingdom of Albit are neighbors, occasionally engaging in minor conflicts and wars, resulting in a significant number of slaves. However, both borders are patrolled by military forces day and night, making slave capture activities exceedingly difficult. Yet, should a route for the slave trade be established through the Dark Forest, an abundance of wealth would undoubtedly flow into your Majesty's coffers. In the realm of looting, the Principality of Cass and the Kingdom of Albit frequently see wealthy merchant caravans traversing their borders to trade in goods unavailable in other nations. Many of these merchants, seeking to evade the military, opt for the road near the outskirts of the Dark Forest. If your Majesty were to dispatch your elite monster warriors to ambush these merchant caravans, substantial gains could be realized. Should you find these acquired goods unnecessary, the Highgrind family is entirely willing to facilitate their sale on your behalf. Udi listened intently to Roy's exposition, unable to suppress a renewed admiration. It is indeed the cunning of humanity. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the notion, as Udi was once human himself, though his thoughts lacked such complexity, astuteness, and guile. It must be said that Roy possesses a natural talent, a born merchant, with a heart sufficiently ruthless. As for the mines, the actions of slave trading and looting are no less heinous than the devastation wrought by a malevolent dragon. They may even be more grievous. You have persuaded me. But for a venture of this magnitude, should you not be prepared to offer some form of compensation or leverage? Udi's tone was unassuming as the colossal, fearsome head of the black dragon loomed over Roy. Compensation? Roy's gaze shifted slightly, and he replied respectfully, naturally, to demonstrate our sincerity. The Highgrind family is willing to forfeit 80% of the profits from this enterprise. Humph. Udi scoffed disdainfully, no longer concealing his intentions. Accept my contract and become my servant, representing me in the realm of humanity. In return, I can promise to elevate the Highgrind family to positions of power within the Principality of Cass. Roy's expression fluctuated. Hesitation, temptation, and struggle crossed his features. Finally, with a resolute bite of his lip, he knelt reverently before Udi, declaring, Roy is willing to submit beneath your Majesty's magnificent dragon wings. Excellent. Your choice will bring you lifelong gratitude, Udi stated indifferently, seemingly unfazed by the allegiance of a high-level spellcaster. The dragon scales that had previously shed during his growth burst forth from the gaps in his inverted scales, accompanied by the blood of the dragon. As the solemn incantation in the dragon tongue echoed, a contract of dragon scales flew towards Roy, eventually merging slowly into his forehead. The power of the dragon lineage began to manifest within Roy, violently transforming his physique. However, as a high-level spellcaster, although his body was considerably weaker than that of a warrior of equivalent rank, years of magical reinforcement had elevated him to the threshold of a mid-level practitioner. Thus, The excruciating pain of the dragon lineage's transformation did not cause him to lose composure. He merely furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After a brief moment, the transformation was complete, feeling a newfound mental connection in his mind, and realizing he could completely control the life of the being linked to him through this connection. Udi broke into a grin. He had effortlessly persuaded a high-ranking spellcaster to become his subordinate, who was also backed by a family that had been established for many years. The connections, channels, resources, and information represented by this lineage constituted an immeasurable source of potential benefit, even disregarding the power of the family itself. The mere presence of a high-ranking spellcaster was enough to fill Udi with genuine excitement. The strength and techniques of a master wizard were not to be compared with those of an ordinary practitioner. A novice high-tier 10th-level warrior would likely fall to Udi's full might in a single encounter, with no chance of escape. However, when faced with a novice high-tier 10th-level wizard, victory or defeat aside, if the adversary possessed a mastery-level teleportation spell, Udi would likely be unable to detain them, unless the opponent was unprepared and within close proximity, which might allow for a potential ambush. Yet, those who rise to become high-ranking spellcasters are typically formidable individuals. Having undergone rigorous selection, they are true powerhouses, both in skill and spirit, making it difficult to find the trait of underestimating their opponents among them. This is one of the reasons Udi chose to persuade Roy rather than resorting to violence. The other reason is that even if he were to overpower Roy through brute force, it would reveal Udi's true capabilities. A 9th-level aberrant black dragon, despite its formidable strength and extraordinary potential, would find it far more challenging to compel a high-ranking spellcaster to willingly submit than to make them bow down before a fully grown black dragon. This is a matter of stark reality. Potential remains merely potential until it manifests as tangible strength. Sometimes, rather than inspiring submission, it can even foster resentment. What value does an aberrant dragon with exceptional potential but lacking substantial power possess? Enslavement, research, and trade. One can only imagine the many who might be tempted by such prospects. After the initial transformation of the dragon vein was completed, Roy departed from the Black Blood Valley with his task in hand. Although constrained beneath the claw of a black dragon, the outcome was likely the best choice available. Upon emerging from the valley and feeling the surging power of the dragon vein within him, Roy's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. His earlier resignation at being forced into a vassal contract entirely absent. His lifespan was already considerably limited, and his potential nearly exhausted. Achieving the status of a high-ranking spellcaster was only made possible through external means. The prospect of becoming a master-level spellcaster seemed distant, and even advancing to levels 11 or 12 remained uncertain. Yet now, with a powerful adult black dragon as his backing, that was one advantage. The enhancement in lifespan brought about by the dragon vein transformation would allow Roy to live for an additional 1 to 200 years, which was another significant boon. The elevation of potential bestowed by the dragon veins has rendered the advancement of Mage Roy's professional rank considerably more effortless. This constitutes the third point. Roy has deliberately chosen to engage in a perilous negotiation with an adult black dragon, articulating the immense benefits therein, with the intention of fostering a sense of reliance and esteem from the dragon. Only through such means can he enhance his leverage, compelling a proud adult black dragon to sign a vassal contract with him. In Roy's perspective, the pride and power of an adult black dragon would not regard a newly initiated high-tier spellcaster as insignificant, yet they would not place undue importance on him either. Thus, even if Roy were to submit willingly, the dragon might not necessarily consider him worthy of allegiance. It is likely that many adult black dragons would prefer to eliminate their adversaries, consume their remains, and seize their riches, which may appear to be a more convenient course of action for them. Moreover, possessing dragon blood, bestowed by a master, would swiftly elevate the overall strength of the family to a new echelon. The thought of several vials of dragon blood stored within his spatial pouch brought Roy immense delight. As for the potential exposure of the transformed aura and characteristics of the dragon blood, it matters little. If revealed, so be it. For those transformed by dragon blood, there exist alternative titles among humanity: dragon blood warriors and dragon vein sorcerers. Within human society, numerous families and individuals possess draconic bloodlines. Such phenomena are not uncommon. Some are remnants of dragons, while others are derived from dragon slayers, whether of greater or lesser dragons. Therefore, should this be unveiled, it would not incite astonishment regarding the Sigline family's alliance with a black dragon. Rather, they would express envy and admiration for the family's fortune in acquiring dragon blood. In the Blood Black Valley, amidst the dragon pool, Udi received the spatial pouch containing the transaction items from Caradan, infusing it with magical energy. After a brief inspection of its contents, he placed it aside and lowered his head, instructing Caradan, "You shall take full responsibility for matters concerning Roy from now on. At your command." Caradan replied with a respectful bow. "Very well, you may withdraw." "Yes." With that, Caradan departed. Udi observed Caradan's retreating figure, and the information about him materialized in Udi's mind. Mage level, 7th tier high. Creature level, 8th tier high. Is the creature level surpassing the mage level? Udi found himself at a loss for words. This was understandable, however, under the influence of the vassal contract's feedback and Caradan's own advancements. It was quite normal for him to exceed the mage level. The elevation of a spellcaster's rank necessitates a significant enhancement in mental prowess. Hence the progress is naturally more gradual. Chapter 70. A Day in the Clan and Stages of Growth Within the Dragon's Lair. Udi began to retrieve the items from the spatial pouch. A spellbook crafted from the hides of 4 distinct magical creatures includes the following spells: Mage Hand, Message, 2nd level Invisibility, and 3rd level Haste. Among these, Mage Hand and Message were intended to facilitate daily life, prompting Udi to pursue their study. He required only a rudimentary proficiency, which would not demand much of his time. In contrast, Invisibility and Haste were aimed at enhancing his combat prowess. The Invisibility spell would conceal Udi's increasingly massive dragon form, allowing him to employ various strategies in battle. Although he had learned the Shrink spell, it diminished his strength. The smaller he became, the greater the reduction in power. Invisibility, however, imposed no adverse effects on his capabilities. Haste, the sole mid-level spell obtained through this transaction, functions as its name suggests, bestowing an enhancement to the movement speed of himself or other beings. Udi deliberately eschewed the allure of ostentatious spells, opting instead for those that were either practical or would bolster his strength. To date, the only offensive spell he had mastered was the 1st level Waterblade spell. Its efficacy was merely at the novice level, even considering the water dragon's inherent amplification of water spells. It paled in comparison to the destructive force of Udi's pure dragon physique. Achieving mastery, or even the highest level of Waterblade, would yield only marginal improvements unless vast amounts of magical energy were expended to elevate its tier. A clearly imprudent endeavor, as the mana consumed could instead facilitate several casts of higher tier spells. Should he truly desire to learn such extravagant offensive spells, they would need to be of a higher tier, for otherwise, their utility to Udi would be minimal, serving merely to enrich his spell repertoire, likely gathering dust. Moreover, high-tier spells were exceedingly rare, classified as strategic assets, and the current strength of the Highgrind family did not extend to such levels. This explains why Udi's current spell acquisitions lack flamboyant offensive spells. His spell collection now includes Dimension Door, Shrink, Water Elemental Enhancement, Water Healing, Weakness, Arcane Mark, and the recently acquired Mage Hand, Message, Invisibility, and Haste. Practicality was the guiding principle of Udi's spell library. He resolved to master these 4 spells before proceeding further. Days transformed into weeks, and soon enough, he had achieved a foundational understanding of all 4 spells. The study of magic proved to be a tedious and solitary endeavor, necessitating occasional respite for Udi's weary mind. Within the vast dragon lair, expanded several-fold, he reveled in the freedom of stretching his immense form, his scales and muscles undulating like waves. Like arrows piercing a water surface, dozens of tons of water erupted into the air, shimmering golden in the sunlight, a dazzling spectacle. Invisibility. Udi chanted the incantation, invoking this newly acquired spell. Before long, the formidable creature, originally measuring over 18 meters in length and boasting a wingspan exceeding 37 meters, vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The consumption of magical energy was manageable. After a moment of silent introspection, Udi felt a sense of satisfaction. The larger the hidden form, the greater the magical energy expended. Yet, for Udi, the vast dragon physique not only represented physical prowess, but also signified a substantial reservoir of magical power. This level of energy expenditure was trivial, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Without the need to flap his wings, Udi hovered in the air, gliding at a leisurely pace. He first arrived at the territory of the Blackblood clan. Over the past 3 years, Udi had been rather reclusive, venturing out only a handful of times, and had not paid much attention to the detailed development of the monstrous clans under his command. Such matters did not require his concern or energy, as Shurji and Caradan were far more capable in this regard. Is Shurdu home? The Blackblood clan's territory was dotted with wooden houses spread over a dozen kilometers. interconnected by relatively orderly paths of gravel. In a secluded corner of the tribe, a two-story wooden house stood alone. At that moment, a slender dog-headed youth, standing at around 1.60 meters, called out from beneath the wooden structure. His voice attracted the attention of those inside. A female dog-headed figure leaned out from the second-floor window. Initially poised to scold, her expression transformed into one of warmth upon recognizing the youth below. "Oh, it's Xiao Lang. Are you looking for Shirtu? He should be in the backyard tending to the livestock." The female dog-headed figure's demeanor was quite eager. "I understand. Shirtu's mother." The slender youth, known as Xiao Lang, nodded in acknowledgement before making his way towards the backyard of the wooden house. The Blackblood clan, apart from their large breeding grounds, had each household raising a few livestock and cultivating fast-growing vegetables and wild greens. These possessions constituted private wealth, allowing for personal consumption or mutual trade. Xiao Lang circled around the wooden house and walked several dozen meters to the shelter in the backyard. Inside the shelter were dozens of forest giant rabbits. These creatures, classified merely as beasts, ranked lowly among level 0 beings, yet they were massive, with adults weighing between 40 to 50 kilograms. Coupled with their reproductive rate of 1 litter per month, yielding 10 to 20 offspring, and their diet consisting solely of fresh grass, leaves, and branches, they thrived remarkably well. Their exquisite meat and fur provided warmth and material for clothing, rendering them quite popular among the various monster clans. Xiao Lang quickly spotted Shirtu inside the shelter, scattering leaves and branches to feed the forest giant rabbits. The cacophony of their feeding was deafening, akin to an amplified grinding of teeth, and the raucous noise from the dozens of rabbits gnawing together caused Xiao Lang to furrow his brow in irritation. This also elucidates why Stone did not hear Little Wolf's earlier calls. "Little Wolf, what brings you here?" Stone's face, previously marked by boredom, instantly brightened with surprise upon noticing the approaching figure of Little Wolf. "I intend to venture out for a hunt. Would you care to join me?" Without any preamble, Little Wolf stated his purpose. Stone widened his eyes in astonishment, yet after reflecting on Little Wolf's prowess, he felt a sense of relief. The names among the dog-headed clan of the Blackblood tribe are not arbitrarily assigned. Firstly, the female dog-headed beings responsible for reproduction and logistics bear no names. They are simply referred to as mother, wife, or daughter. In contrast, male dog-headed beings are named based on their exhibited strength and talent. Upon reaching level 5, marking their entry into the ranks of intermediate practitioners, a male dog-headed being who successfully hunts an intermediate magical creature is bestowed with the surname Shur. Sharing the same surname as the clan leader signifies that one is a valiant warrior favored by the true dragon. Should a male reach level 5 without hunting an intermediate magical creature, he is given a name associated with formidable beasts such as bear, wolf, tiger, or lion. Examples being black bear, brown bear, yellow bear, earth bear, black wolf, blue wolf, and fierce wolf, among others. The next tier comprises dog-headed beings displaying exceptional combat talents. Typically younger individuals, those who are older yet gifted, as long as they have not perished, are invariably at the intermediate level. The names of these young, talented dog-headed beings are formed by prefixing a diminutive term to the names of these powerful beasts and magical creatures. The young dog-headed prodigy, Little Wolf, exemplifies this. From a tender age, he exhibited remarkable speed and agility that surpassed his peers, earning him this distinguished name from the clan's strong figures. As for Stone, his name, stone, grass, stick, excrement, reflects the commonality of ordinary male dog-headed beings. The strongest among them may reach level 4, while the weaker ones might still be adolescents, at levels 1 or 2. Only upon revealing exceptional talent or achieving level 5 do they qualify for names that signify strength and honor. "I lack talent. My strength is feeble," Stone stammered, his expression betraying both hesitation and anticipation. The hesitation stemmed from his fear of being a burden to his friend due to his weakness, while the anticipation reflected his yearning for a more emphatic invitation from Little Wolf, one that might solidify his wavering resolve. "Do you wish to be known as Stone for all eternity? A name that will leave no trace upon your demise?" Little Wolf coldly scrutinized Stone, challenging him. "Very well. I shall accompany you," Stone replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement after absorbing Little Wolf's unyielding inquiry. Satisfied, Little Wolf nodded in return. The two young dog-headed beings then donned their weaponry, bid farewell to their mothers, and exited the Blackblood Valley, setting forth towards the perilous and shadowy forest. Clad in lightweight vine armor, Little Wolf wielded a finely crafted iron sword and carried 3 short iron spears on his back. Stone, stockier in build, donned a heavier vine armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right. The two individuals advanced towards the north. Upon observing this, Udi ceased to pay further attention to the two goblin-headed youths. Cloaked in invisibility, he leisurely glided towards the verdant clan of Greenwood at the opposite end of the valley. The structure of the goblins in the Greenwood clan bore a remarkable resemblance to that of the dog-headed kin of the Blackblood clan. Both possessed houses, livestock husbandry, and a hierarchy among their kin, albeit with some variances in detail. The number of great goblin warriors was quite substantial. Udi took note of the towering green-skinned giants among the Greenwood clan, most of whom exceeded 3.5 meters in height. Great goblins were ancestral throwbacks of the goblin lineage. Even in the absence of draconic power, their stature typically surpassed 2.5 meters, achieving a biological classification of level 2, making them capable of tearing apart ordinary beasts like tigers and leopards with ease. Following Udi's bestowal of unique draconic power, these inherently capable and qualified great goblins experienced rapid enhancements in both strength and physique. The sheer number of ancestral throwbacks among the great goblins likely correlated with the elevation of their foundational bloodline. From time to time, Udi would grant Shurji some ordinary dragon blood, allowing him to allocate it as he saw fit. The dragon offspring produced from this dragon blood were not mere one-time creations. Their progeny would also inherit draconic power and remain as dragon descendants. However, the concentration of draconic blood varied among them. Some were born with a high concentration akin to their forebears, while others possessed a lower concentration, leading to disparities in their starting potential and innate talent. Among the dog-headed kin, there were a few with a high concentration of draconic blood and the aptitude for spellcasting, who would naturally awaken as dog-headed draconic sorcerers. In the Blackblood clan, there were a few such draconic sorcerers, yet not a single mid-level sorcerer existed, which Udi chose to overlook. Although sorcerers benefited from the power of their bloodlines, and thus experienced a faster growth rate compared to ordinary mages, they still represented a late-stage profession, perhaps by the time Udi achieved a legendary biological status. The draconic sorcerers cultivated by the Blackblood clan would be few capable of reaching an advanced level. The potency of spellcasters overshadowed most other professions, relying on time, patience, accumulation, and, most importantly, innate talent. Last year, Mundo seemed to have established a clan named something akin to Bonebreaker. Udi suddenly recalled a matter Shurji had reported to him the previous year. 3 years prior, Mundo had absorbed all that Shurji had conveyed. Over the past 3 years, Mundo led his trolls in continuous breeding. Whenever they grew weary, he would venture out to retrieve those wild trolls who had lost their way and bring them back to the territory. Consequently, the population of trolls within the domain had increased significantly. After careful consideration, Shurji and Caradan ultimately urged Mundo to establish a new clan, aptly named the Bonebreaker clan. The Bonebreaker clan now boasted over 300 trolls, with juvenile trolls comprising 70% of the total. The lifespan of trolls was comparable to that of ordinary humans, and their reproductive capabilities were similarly aligned, meaning that young trolls required over a decade to reach maturity. Udi hovered above the Bonebreaker clan, observing the squalid conditions below, which were even more disheveled than a slum, and the trolls sprawled about, snoring loudly, rendering him speechless. The adult trolls, endowed with the power of the dragon vein, possess remarkably robust and towering physiques, with the shortest measuring no less than 4.5 meters, while many exceed 5 meters in height. Although the young trolls are still in their infancy, their heights generally range between 1.5 to 2.5 meters. Those with a higher concentration of dragon vein energy exhibit the emergence of black scales along the sides of their arms and thighs. Without the need for identification techniques, Udi can discern that these young trolls possess a biological rank no lower than level 2. The flourishing of their kind is evident. Despite the inherent flaws and shortcomings present within the 3 major clans, their overall development has been remarkably swift. Aspects of life, order, wisdom, and cohesion have improved significantly compared to 3 years ago. After a leisurely stroll, Udi returned to the rear of the valley in a relatively good mood. As he dispelled his invisibility, revealing his grand dragon form, he prepared to enter the dragon's lair when a clear, penetrating call echoed from the high skies above. Upon looking up, he beheld the graceful figure of a mother crane frolicking in the air with her 2 young ones. Compared to over 3 years ago, the appearance of the white feathered tail crane has undergone a substantial transformation. Its wingspan has expanded from 15 meters to an impressive 20 meters. Its slender legs are adorned with fine black scales, and its claws resemble sturdy, glossy black metal, complemented by a coat of pristine white plumage. The striking black and white contrast renders it exceptionally beautiful. The 2 young cranes have also experienced significant changes. their wingspans growing from a mere 5 or 6 meters to now exceeding 10 meters, exuding an air of dominion over the skies as they soar. Biological rank, level 8 high tier. Biological rank, level 8 mid tier. The ranks of the two young cranes are revealed to Udi. And though the mother crane's rank cannot be assessed by identification techniques due to its superiority over Udi, the bond of their contract allows Udi to intuitively grasp its strength. Biological rank, level 12 initial tier. The white-feathered tail crane can reach an adult level of 12, and by that measure, the mother crane has indeed attained adulthood. Albeit her size is considerably larger than that of the typical adult white-feathered tail crane, thanks to Udi's bloodline power. Naturally, at the same level, the mother crane surpasses an ordinary white-feathered tail crane in strength. The two young cranes, while playing in the sky, sensed the gaze upon them and directed their sharp eyes downward, piercing through the distance to locate Udi. Just as they were about to joyfully dive down, Udi had already submerged into the pond, his immense form swiftly vanishing from sight. Disappointment resonated in the crisp calls of the two young cranes. However, their mother expressed her displeasure with an annoyed squawk. "Whose children are you, anyway?" Feeling somewhat exasperated, she commenced training the survival capabilities of her young. With a powerful flap of her wings, hundreds of palm-sized wind blades, albeit weakened, materialized and unleashed a barrage upon the two young cranes. Reminiscent of a machine gun's relentless fire, the startled young cranes gasped, realizing that such rigorous training might endanger their very lives. In a desperate struggle for survival, they exerted every effort to vibrate their wings, skillfully evading the swift, yet relatively weak blades of wind. Though still juvenile, the agility and speed of the two young cranes rivaled that of formidable magical creatures, their graceful movements in avoiding the wind blades resembling a delicate dance in the air. However, only the two cranes could truly comprehend the extent of their trepidation. As they dodged 100 wind blades, the mother crane casually flapped her enormous wings, unleashing a flurry of miniature wind blades, this time in even greater numbers, reaching 150. The air was filled with the sound of slicing. As white feathers scattered, the two young cranes were momentarily stunned. 8 days passed. As the cool-down period concluded, the 68th feast commenced. A powerful sensation enveloped Udi. He was on the cusp of entering a new growth phase as a dragon. During the juvenile, young adult, and adult stages, dragons experience an extended slumber to facilitate their development. With each phase, not only do they enhance their strength, but they also awaken unique abilities and unlock profound draconic knowledge. In his juvenile stage, Udi had slumbered for 3 months, awakening magical abilities, including dark arts, dim vision, and appraisal, 3 highly practical magical skills. Lingering too long in slumber would waste the accumulation of feast opportunities, Udi pondered, and he had long contemplated this. He mentally connected with Shurji and instructed the mother crane and her companions to keep their distance from the dragon's lair. Using a spatial pouch, Udi transported a substantial number of refined iron and copper blocks from the external warehouse into the lair. Additionally, within the lair lay thousands of white magical crystals, spoils from the previous conflict with the Brown Forest clan. Over the years, Udi had refrained from consuming them, instead harnessing their power to attract surrounding magic. After all, apart from a few dozen of intermediate quality, the majority of these magical crystals were of inferior quality. Consuming them would yield no more than the effects of several ordinary feasts combined. Udi, having weighed his options, concluded that it was more prudent to retain them for long-term benefits, as the accumulation of interest would be more advantageous. If he possessed tens of thousands of magical crystals, he would undoubtedly consume them without hesitation, for that would significantly amplify the strengthening effects of the feast, drastically enhancing his power. With these preparations in place, Udi planned to keep the feast active until his slumber commenced, ensuring that even if the cool-down period elapsed during his sleep, his body would instinctively seek nourishment driven by hunger. He warned Shurji and the others to maintain their distance, fearing that if he did not remind them, they might inadvertently approach and fall victim to Udi's hunger. Reclining atop a substantial pile of refined iron and copper blocks, surrounded by the remains of colossal intermediate magical beasts, and adorned with softly glowing magical crystals, Udi actively initiated the feast. In an instant, his aura transformed, emanating an unsettling terror as the abyssal maw opened wide, swallowing tons of flesh and metal into its depths. After a gratifying feast, the banquet reached its zenith, and the strengthening commenced. Accompanied by a violent growth and transformation of his draconic form, there came a moment when his body transcended an invisible limitation, unleashing a power that surged from within his very bloodline. From that point on, Udi succumbed to a prolonged slumber. Chapter 71. 4 Types of Sorcery. The Crimson Tusk Titan, 4. Time flowed relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. When Udi finally opened his eyes, the environment around him left him momentarily astounded. Viewed from a divine perspective, a magnificent black dragon, nearly 20 meters in length, lay coiled within a vast pit that plunged 100 meters deep. The walls of the pit and the ground where the black dragon rested were riddled with irregular bite marks. As for the once piled refined iron, copper, magical crystals, and the carcasses of magical beasts, they had all vanished without a trace. It was clear that the prolonged slumber had led to the consumption of the pre-prepared sustenance, which could not satiate the unending feast that had been initiated. When the cool-down period elapsed, driven by an insatiable hunger, Udi had resorted to voraciously devouring the very soil and stones of his lair. However, Udi had anticipated this outcome. Regaining his composure, he examined his current status panel. Udi, biological level 10, mage level 7, body length, 1985, vitality, 3,503. Current feast layers, 74, cooldown, 30 days, type sorcery abilities, dark arts, low light vision, appraisal, intimidating presence. Corruption domain, levitation, fog manipulation, spell runes, 4 elemental gate, mastery 1, 3 element shrink, novice 3, 3 element acceleration, novice 1, 2 element water element enhancement, return to essence, 2 element water healing, mastery 5, 2 element invisibility, novice 2, 1 element weaken, novice 8, 1 element water blade, novice 15, 0 element arcane mark, novice 32, 0 element mage's hand, novice 5, 0 element message, novice 3. Udi's biological level had ascended from 9 to 10, and the mage level, which was on the brink of advancement, had quietly progressed during his slumber. His body length had increased by nearly 16 meters. However, what Udi valued most were the 4 newly awakened sorcery abilities: intimidating presence, corruption domain, levitation, and fog manipulation. Among these, intimidating presence and levitation had been accessible to Udi even before awakening. Intimidating presence, also known as dragon might, and levitation, which allowed the colossal dragon to hover without the use of wings, had been instinctual and rudimentary prior to awakening. Now, having fully grasped these 2 abilities, Udi had mastered them. The majestic black dragon slowly ascended, soaring from the gnawed pit, and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the surface of the lair, breaking through the water's surface to hover in midair. The awakened levitation was now more agile and versatile, with enhanced speed. Udi mused. Moreover, ordinary anti-levitation spells would prove ineffective against Udi. As Udi concentrated, an imposing aura of magical might surged forth, emanating from the magnificent black dragon at its core, rapidly expanding outward and enveloping an area of over 10 kilometers in mere moments. The livestock housed within pens and stables trembled in sheer terror, their bodies quaking uncontrollably, some fainting from fear. Had they been closer, these lower-tier animals would have certainly perished en masse. Upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, the members of the 3 great monster clans instinctively felt a reverence rise within them, kneeling fervently in respect towards the direction of the dragon pond. Possessing the bloodline of Udi, they inherently resisted the dragon's might. As long as Udi did not deliberately target them, they would remain unaffected, only feeling an increased sense of awe and veneration. Suspended in midair, Udi swiftly reigned in the expansive aura, wearing a contented expression. The area covered by the dragon's might had significantly increased, and it could now be wielded with complete control. The dragon's influence, at this stage, had attained a strategic level of capability. During large-scale conflicts, many factions would invite dragons, both chromatic and metallic, to unleash their might over the battlefield, thereby diminishing the combat effectiveness of enemy forces. If the opposing side failed to summon a dragon for support, they would likely face a rout. Furthermore, this formidable presence could also suppress the strength of adversaries who were either of equal or lesser power. The ferocious aura held capabilities that, in certain respects, rivaled that of a dragon's breath. Having grasped the effects of the fierce aura and the awakening of the levitation spell, Udi then turned attention to the other 2 awakened magical abilities. The effect of the fog spell, upon activation, it generates a substantial amount of mist that envelopes the dragon's form, capable of interfering with enemy perception, both physical and mental. With a mere thought, dense white mist akin to clouds surged around Udi's dragon body, swiftly shrouding an expanse of several miles. This range could be further extended with the expenditure of additional magical energy. As a water elemental true dragon, Udi navigated effortlessly through the mist created from its own water-based magic, moving as gracefully as a fish in water. The massive form of Udi glided through the thick fog without a sound, achieving unparalleled stealth. Should the enemy find themselves enveloped by the fog, their vision would be utterly obscured, while Udi would retain a clear awareness of their movements within. In this interplay of light and shadow, with the advantage of home ground, any black dragon fighting within the fog would experience a significant enhancement in their lethality, transforming into a terrifying predator. After conducting the experiment, Udi dispelled the fog spell and descended to the edge of the pond. As moments passed, the water near Udi's form began to grow murky, while the ground where it landed showed signs of decay. This was a manifestation of the black dragon's domain of corruption. Other dragons would similarly awaken their respective domains upon reaching maturity, such as the red dragon's ashen domain or the blue dragon's storm domain. The realm may be activated passively or actively, with the option to close it voluntarily. When the realm of corruption is passively activated, it gradually transforms soil and water sources into a fetid black mire, ultimately resulting in a swampy environment. In contrast, an actively opened realm of corruption will relentlessly erode all entities enveloped within it. If a being of vastly inferior strength were to fall into the realm of corruption unleashed by the black dragon, it would wither away into a pool of putrid water amidst anguished cries. Recalling the decayed swampy dragon's lair of his birth, Udi shook his head and deactivated the realm of corruption. Although the black dragon's instincts made him indifferent to the swampy environment, he found the foul, dirty habitat distasteful. Residing in such a place made him feel like a mere beast. Were it not for the current constraints, Udi would have preferred to dwell in a splendid, grand palace rather than the humble waterpool dragon's lair he currently occupied. Having remained inactive for a considerable time, and now possessing significantly enhanced power, it was time for him to taste blood and stretch his limbs. Udi reminisced about the formidable creatures encountered by his monster clans in the shadowy forest over the years, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Whether influenced by the impending feast or simply driven by the burgeoning strength of his dragon form, Udi found himself increasingly captivated by the allure of violent combat. In this state of mind, enduring several years of restraint without engaging in battle had become unbearable. The urge to unleash his pent-up frustration surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Udi unfurled his dragon wings and vanished into the sky as a streak of darkness. Heading westward, the region where the most powerful creatures had been uncovered by Shurji and his companions. These formidable beings were akin to thorny iron stakes rooted in the earth, compelling the members of the three major monster clans to steer clear, significantly hampering their hunting efficiency and resulting in numerous warrior fatalities. Here, the term formidable beings referred to advanced creatures, which even the white-feathered crane could do little against. However, this does not imply that all advanced beings were stronger than the white-feathered crane. Rather, some advanced creatures thrived in environments that neutralized the crane's speed and agility, while others possessed magical abilities that countered the crane or simply exhibited exceptional escape capabilities. In situations where the disparity in strength was not sufficient to crush or counter the opponent, advanced monstrosities and superior beings were increasingly difficult to eliminate by mere chance. In the heavens, Udi, cloaked in invisibility, soared swiftly, his destination distinctly in mind. Moments later, he beheld an immense forest of colossal trees, marking the boundary between the periphery and the heart of the shadowy forest. On the periphery of the dark forest, the trees generally stand at a modest height of 10 to 20 meters. However, as one ventures deeper into the heart of the forest, the elevation of the trees surges dramatically, with many reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters. Towering giants, sometimes exceeding 100 meters, occasionally loom overhead, casting an ancient and primordial aura across the landscape. This lush and sprawling woodland sustains an unimaginable multitude of creatures that dwell within its embrace. Consequently, many formidable beings have chosen to claim a portion of this territory as their domain, for the abundance of prey here provides ample sustenance for these giants. After flying approximately 10 kilometers, Udi's speed diminished sharply, ultimately halting above a towering cliff several hundred meters high. This must be the place, he mused, as no other cliffs of such grandeur could be found in the vicinity. Suspended in midair, his keen gaze scanned the surroundings. Soon, his diligent search bore fruit. Beneath the canopy of a colossal tree, less than a kilometer away, he spotted his target, a long-haired mammoth adorned with dark red fur. Compared to an ordinary mammoth, this creature's size was astonishing. Standing nearly 20 meters tall, its massive trunk extended over 10 meters in length, while its menacing dark brown tusks seemed poised to pierce the heavens. This advanced creature, the scarlet mammoth, reaches an impressive 11th level of biological classification in its adult form. In terms of bloodline potential, it is slightly inferior to that of the white-feathered heron. Clearly, the mammoth before him had already attained maturity. Udi grinned at the sight of this behemoth, larger than himself, and dove straight down. Startled by the roar that echoed from the sky, the mammoth raised its enormous head, unable to discern anything above. However, possessing intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary human, it quickly deduced that an adversary was employing an invisibility ability. With a thunderous trumpet, the mammoth's coarse, dark red fur hardened as monstrous muscles surged beneath its skin, instantly adopting a defensive posture. Yet, rather than deter Udi, the mammoth's defense invigorated him further. His choice of this formidable creature as his quarry was predicated on this very moment. With a resounding crash, the invisible dragon collided with the mammoth. In that instant, the invisibility spell broke, revealing a muscular and imposing black dragon. With a deft motion, Udi's powerful claws met the mammoth's formidable tusks, while his head lowered slightly, directing his curved brown horns towards the mammoth's bull-like eyes. Although the scarlet mammoth may not have been the swiftest among high-level magical beasts, its reflexes at close range were anything but sluggish. Its thick, coarse trunk coiled around Udi's horns with remarkable agility, unleashing a tremendous force that stymied Udi's assault. Truly, it was a powerhouse among advanced magical creatures. With the assault halted by the elephant's trunk, Udi grinned maniacally, his fearsome dragon maw agape. The long-prepared acidic dragon breath erupted forth with a terrifying force. As Udi grasped the ivory, the trunk entwined around Udi's dragon horns. Despite the frenzied struggles of the colossal crimson-toothed elephant, Udi's draconic strength was equally formidable. This stalemate allowed the massive creature to be thoroughly doused in Udi's acidic breath. A thunderous bellow erupted from the elephant as it faced the full brunt of Udi's corrosive breath. Its massive head, once impervious, succumbed to decay as the dark red fur and iron-like skin were eroded away, chunks of putrid flesh weighing dozens of kilograms cascading from its visage. Udi sensed the elephant's escalating struggles, and a blue radiance flickered across his scaled form. The second-tier water elemental reinforcement spell surged through him, enhancing his power yet again, ultimately overpowering the crimson-toothed giant and toppling it to the ground. The earth trembled violently under the impact, a massive pit several meters deep forming at the site. With a wild laugh, Udi opened his gaping maw and began to feast upon the injured elephant. With each mouthful of several tons of flesh, his draconic stomach, akin to a furnace, ravenously digested the high-grade magical creature's essence, energy flowing through his being, evoking a contented sigh. Amidst the elephant's frantic struggles and anguished cries, Udi continued to consume voraciously. After half a minute, the head was nearly devoured, the brain matter drained, and the once mighty crimson-toothed elephant ceased its struggles, succumbing to death. Having devoured a level 11 high-grade magical beast, Udi felt a surge of satisfaction. At this moment, he had sated a portion of his hunger. Yet aware of the lurking dangers within the shadowy forest, he remained cautious. Grasping the immense carcass, he cloaked it with an invisibility spell, and with a powerful flap of his expansive wings, he vanished into the horizon.